Chapter 51. There was an exam every 10 days in the Imperial College, and the top students were rewarded. Jiaju had studied for so long, and finally won a prize. He used the money to buy a delicate silver bracelet for his wife Li Wan. The bracelet was made of silver, but it was covered with delicate pictures of boys playing, some holding fish, some playing with cats, and 5 different patterns on the small bracelet. The workmanship and patterns were ingenious, and it was a presentable gift. Li Wan was naturally delighted to receive the gift from her husband. She liked it so much that she put it on her wrist. The Jia mansion was still flourishing and prosperous. As the eldest lady in the mansion, she could wear any exquisite jewelry. However, the gift from her husband was a little different. Jiaju was busy, and it was rare for him to go home. Li Wan also prepared a lot of small things. When she saw her husband sitting down, she quickly asked someone to serve a bowl of fresh fruit and various nuts and cheese, so that her husband could eat it first. I have asked them to go to the kitchen and order your favorite dishes. Have a bowl of this first. Li Wan smiled and asked Su Yun to pass the food to Jiaju. Jiaju nodded, smiled and took the bowl and ate some food first. Then asked his wife, "How have you been recently?" "I have been studying in school. I don't have much time to accompany you now." His wife Li Wan was due in late autumn, and now she has a big belly. Jiaju is also preparing for this year's autumn examination. Now studying is the most important thing, so he is now full of guilt for not being able to accompany his wife more. Li Wan smiled. "The old lady and the madam love me. You have your own important things to do now, so don't worry about me." After being married for so long, Li Wan has gradually adapted to the life in the Jia family. She is respectful to the grandmother, Jia Mu, and her parents-in-law, as well as the uncles and aunts in the next room. She is loved by these elders, and can make arrangements for the people below. She has secured the position of the eldest grandmother. Now that she is pregnant, she is treated like a treasure by the whole family. These days are indeed quite comfortable. Li Wan never asked much about her husband's studies, and was determined to only care about her husband's health. However, Jiaju liked to talk to his wife about these things. Now that his uncle had been promoted, Jiaju sighed to his wife. "I used to think that I was a good student, and I was a top student in the clan school. But now I know that there are always people who are better than you. I think of my Uncle Lin who won the Imperial examination as the 3rd place in the Imperial examination, and I know how talented he is." When Jiaju said that the Imperial College was full of talents, Li Wan did not say anything. Her father was the chief academic officer of the Imperial College. When she was a child, her family often had exchanges with talented people of her father's generation. The national school in Yingtian Prefecture was like this, and Shutian Prefecture was even more full of orchids and jade trees. However, when it comes to Uncle Lin, Li Wan also nodded in praise. Uncle Lin is not only good at reading, but also has the ability to do things. It's not easy to be the salt inspector. Jiaju nodded, and picked out some interesting things to tell his wife about studying in school. When it was time for dinner, the young couple had a comfortable meal. After a short rest, Jiaju got up and went to the courtyard of his grandmother and parents to pay his respects and say goodbye again, and then went back to school to study. After the autumn examination, you will be a Jiren. If you get the title of Jiren and don't want to take the exam again, you can be selected as an official. If you still want to pass the exams one by one, you can take the spring examination to fight for the status of a Jinshi. Therefore, Jiaju is now at the most important time. August is still a good time to appreciate chrysanthemums and climb mountains. But there are fewer scholars in Beijing who enjoy poetry and wine, because this year is the year of the provincial examination. Talented scholars have to take 3 exams in a whole month. They are either locked in a small examination room to write and do exercises or study hard at home. How can they have time to go out and enjoy themselves? The Jia family is also busy because of the master's exam this year. No one in Rongfu has experience in taking exams, but Jia Jing from the neighboring Ningfu was not appointed until he passed the imperial examination. Although he is resigned and is in seclusion now, it is not easy to disturb him. But there are elderly family members in Ningfu who have some experience in serving candidates. Finally, Jia's mother personally reviewed the examination basket prepared for her grandson, and Wang Furen carefully watched how to pack it. Although Li Wan was pregnant and asked Jia's mother and Wang Furen not to work hard, she also asked Su Yu and Bai Yun, who were by her side, to help. Jia Zheng also wanted to take the imperial examination to become an official. But before the old duke died, he still submitted a memorial to ask for a post for his second son. Now that his eldest son was going to take the exam, he, who claimed to be a strict father, was also worried about his son, and sighed in his study room. Even Lin Hai and Jia Min, who were far away in Yangzhou, missed Jia Zhu. Lin Hai even wrote a letter in advance, telling him about his experience in taking the exam, and encouraged Jia Zhu by saying that after reading his writings, he could still pass the exam, so he didn't need to be nervous during the exam. Seeing his family busying themselves for him, Jia Zhu also began to get nervous. However, Jia Zhu also knew that he was originally from Jinling, and now, because he was studying in the Imperial College in Beijing, his academic record had been transferred to Beijing. Compared with the southern literary elite, the difficulty of his exam in Beijing was relatively low. With this in mind, Jia Zhu calmed down. When the exam was due, he went to take it. When he came back, he wrote essays according to the questions given by the teachers. The exam month passed smoothly. On the day when the results were announced, everyone in the Jia family sat at Jia Mu's place. Although everyone was talking and drinking tea, they kept looking outside, waiting for the chief steward Lida to come back and report the news. After all, Jia Mu had experienced things, and now she was the backbone of the family, so she could calm down and stay there. But Mrs. Wang was very concerned about her son's ranking. Although she was still talking to the old lady, her mind was no longer here. Just because Jia Mu said that she was bored in the summer, the house was burning sweet lily incense, which was different from the precious spices such as sandalwood and agarwood used by the Jia family in the past. And it slightly showed the anxiety of the old lady. In this house, except for a few young masters and girls who were still young and ignorant, the only person who was not very nervous about today's events was Mrs. Xing. Jia Shi's previous wife Zhang passed away, and after a year of mourning, he remarried. The wife he married was this Xing. After this new wife came in, Jia Mu tried to let her manage the household for a while, but later the whole house was in a mess. Looking at the situation at home, Jia Mu had no choice but to promote Wan Shi, the second wife. Now she also knew that the eldest and the eldest wife all said in private that they favored the second wife. However, Jia Shi, an old playboy who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, had no idea about the outside world. The new wife was not a clear-headed person either. She was not as good as the previous eldest grandmother Zhang Shi. How could she hand over such a large family to this couple? Now Jia Mu was just worried about Jia Lian, the grandson left by the previous daughter-in-law, and wanted to find a good match for this grandson and teach his grandson's wife well. Grandmother Jia knew that according to the national laws and family rules, the family would eventually be handed over to the eldest son. She had been worried about the second son's family before, but now that the second son's family had a good child like Shu, they could have hope in the future. Grandmother Jia, as a mother, felt relieved. Mrs. Xing sat firmly on the chair, watching her sister-in-law Wan across from her, her hand trembling slightly while holding the teacup. And she was tidying up her clothes and touching the hairpin on her head. She felt extremely bored. She had been married for so many years, and she had thought about having a child with Jia Shi and living a good life. But Jia Shi married her just to have a wife, and the relationship between the couple was not much better than that of strangers. The children left by the previous grandmother were grown up, and it was awkward to get along with them. Knowing that she was of poor origin, Mrs. Xing wanted to manage the affairs of the mansion. But after trying, she realized her own weight and could only let go of the housekeeping power with regret. Now she saw that her sister-in-law was proud of everything, and she could only comfort herself in her heart that she still had a first-rank imperial decree, and she didn't ask for a son to hire another one for her. After they talked for a while, they gradually fell silent. For a moment, even the sound of the teacup and the lid hitting each other could be clearly heard. Mrs. Wang took out her pocket watch and looked at it. It was already past the hour of C, and she became even more anxious. At this moment, Bao Yu, the little boy born to Mrs. Wang, cried loudly. Mrs. Wang got up to see her son, who was held by her wet nurse. She finally coaxed him. At this time, there was a burst of noise outside. Grandmother Jia also wanted to send Yuan Yang to see her grandson. But when she saw the scene, her face became serious and she hurriedly ordered, Yuan Yang, go out and see. But the person who brought the good news is back. The cute laughter of the little girls outside had already faintly entered the house. Yuanyang had a plan in her mind, and her face gradually became happy, and her steps became lighter. But before Yuanyang could leave, the curtain was pulled up by the little maid who was guarding the door. Lai Dajia came in, with a joyful expression on his face. He bowed to everyone and said loudly, "Good news to the old lady and the master. And the ladies. Good news to Master Zhu. Congratulations to Master Zhu for winning the 42nd place in the Shutian Prefecture Provincial Examination this year." When Jiamu saw Lai Dajia's face full of joy after he came in, she had an idea in her mind. Now she was even happier to hear this. The wrinkles on her face were stretched out with a smile. She said excitedly, Okay. Come and give me your reward. There is news. So it is necessary to prepare the reward money. Your wife has worked hard, so give her 20 taels of silver. Lai Da's mother, Lai Ma, is also waiting beside Lady Jia. After hearing this, she rushed over to join in the fun. She stood up and bowed to Lady Jia in person, saying, "What is this? It is his blessing to work for the old lady and the mansion. Now I want to congratulate the old lady. Now that the master has passed the imperial examination, he will definitely pass the imperial examination next year. The old lady can rest assured." Yuan Chun was sitting next to her grandmother. She was overjoyed to hear that her brother had passed the imperial examination. She hurried to her brother's side and bowed solemnly. "Congratulations, brother." Jiazu quickly helped his sister up, and touched her head as he did when they were little, and said with a smile, "Finally, one thing is done. After the next spring examination, I will try to make you the sister of a Jincher." Li Wan also smiled when she heard her husband say this. But Yuan Chun said to her sister-in-law cleverly, "Sister-in-law, don't laugh first. How can I, the sister of a Jincher, compare with the wife of a Jincher?" Li Wan blushed at Yuan Chun's words, and she was silent. But Mrs. Wang also noticed what's going on here, so she said with a smile, "What Yuan Chun said is very true. When Zhuer passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, I can also ask for an imperial decree for Zhuer's wife." Grandmother Jia had just talked to Lai Ma, and now she was teasing her granddaughter-in-law. It is said that a wife is given a title, and a son is given a chance. I think Zhuer's wife must be pregnant with a boy. After that, Grandmother Jia told Mrs. Wang, "This is also a rare and lively event. You can send an invitation to the families you know, and set up a few tables of wine to make it lively." Mrs. Wang was naturally willing to give her son face, and she also smiled and agreed. Chapter 52. Although the formal celebration banquet will be prepared in a few days, the mansion has already prepared wine and food, so that the Rongning and Ning mansions and the Jia family's relatives can have fun together. Since the death of the pillars of the two families, the Jia family has no more auspicious things worth celebrating together. Now that the brothers of this generation in the family have made progress, the Jia family members at the table all look proud of themselves, and everyone is in high spirits. The atmosphere of the banquet is more joyful than that of the new year. At the banquet, Jia Zhu was surrounded by his uncles, brothers, and drank cup after cup. When he went home at night, he was already staggering. Even Jia Zheng drank a lot that day. It was rare that he didn't teach his son a lesson. After all, his son was now a Juren. Although he was a father, he had to save some face for his son in front of outsiders. After 3 rounds of drinking, the drunkards at the banquet were sent back to their respective courtyards by their families. In the mansion, Jia Zhu was supported by Fang Yin and another servant Huan Yin, and returned to the small courtyard where he and his wife lived. Today's banquet was separated for men and women. The women left early. Li Wan knew that her husband would be forced to drink wine today, but she felt helpless when she saw her husband's cheeks flush from drinking. "Su Yu, go and bring the prepared hangover soup. Bai Yun, help the master wash up." Seeing that her husband could still walk, Li Wan ordered the servants to go down first and let the people in the house serve her husband. Jia Zhu was surrounded by people to congratulate him today. He was really happy and drank more. After drinking the hangover soup brought by Su Yu and washing up, he felt a little clearer. After washing up, Jia Zhu sent the maids out and rested on the step-bed with his wife. Jia Zhu looked at his wife's bulging belly, but there was a bit of worry between his brows. Although I have been surrounded by so many congratulatory words today, I also know my own weight. In fact, I am not very sure about the next spring examination. Li Wan was originally resting with her eyes slightly squinted. Hearing this, she opened her eyes and smiled at her husband. My husband? If you tell others about this, I will vomit to death. Jia Zhu was slightly stunned. But Li Wan continued. It is said that it is easy to become a jinshi at the age of 50. Your ambition is indeed high now. You have been eyeing the position of jinshi since you passed the jurin exam. In fact, Li Wan felt that it was God's blessing that Jia Zhu passed the exam so smoothly this year. As for the next spring exam, it doesn't really matter whether you pass or not. Even if you are very lucky in the imperial examination, you are a minority among the minority if you pass the autumn exam and the next spring exam. Scholars are the most sentimental group nowadays. Li Wan knew that her husband had a habit of overthinking. Seeing Jia Zhu worried about the next spring exam, Li Wan didn't care. She comforted her husband with a few words. It's really not going to work. I can't stand it now. Husband, you should rest early. Jia Zhu was moved by his wife's words. He knew that his wife couldn't bear it now. So he hurriedly said, It's my fault. You should rest soon. Passing the exam didn't mean that he could stop going to school and rest. Jia Zhu, the newly minted scholar, needed to go back to school to study. When he returned to school to continue studying and writing, Jia Zhu gradually settled down his miscellaneous thoughts. He pondered over his wife's words in private, and felt that he was worrying too much. It was a blessing to pass the imperial examination this year. Now he should just focus on studying. There was no need to think so much. Lin Hai also received the letter from Beijing. He smiled and showed it to his wife. Shencheng, your nephew is really promising. He has passed the imperial examination. Jia Min was busy with her husband's promotion, and the whole family had to go to Mingzhou. She felt relieved when she heard such a happy news. Good Zhu. It's really a good one. Bring the letter to me. After sending the housekeeper and the housekeeper's wife away, Jia Min gave herself a vacation for the afternoon. After reading the letter carefully, she said to her husband, We should also pack some good things to send back to Beijing. Jia's mother had been thinking about her daughter for many years. She had sent her daughter Jia Min a lot of things, including leather and medicinal materials from outside the Great Wall, special products in Beijing, and rewards from the palace. Now that there was such a big happy event at home, Jia Min could find an excuse to send some things home. I have just got a set of excellent ink, which was made by the head of the Su family, a famous ink maker in Jiangnan, many years ago. It is just the right time to send it now. Seeing his wife say this, Lin Hai was quite considerate and took out his new good things. Jia Min nodded. Add some silk brocade from Hangzhou, excellent ham and seafood, and some small toys for Zhuer's unborn child. And it will be enough. There are many good things in the south. Jia Min planned to pack up the ones that could really be used at home, and thought about what to send back. Lin Hai knew that his wife had been working hard recently. So he said, You have been busy these days, and I can't mess around here. When we get to Mingzhou, I heard that the sea there is very good, and every household along the coast has a fishing boat. Then we can go out to sea for a few days to have fun together, which can be regarded as a reward for your hard work. Knowing that this was her husband's intention, Jia Min also smiled and agreed. Jia Min has been in Yangzhou for so many years. In the early years, the relationship between the couple was very good. However, after many years of marriage, the two did not have a child. In the early years, when Mrs. Lin was still alive, she was very worried about this matter. Jia Min felt that something was weighing on her heart at that time, and the couple felt a little awkward when getting along. Later, Madame Lin passed away. Jia Min worked hard for the entire Lin family, and she also found a doctor to prescribe a lot of medicine to take secretly. But there was still no good news. Even the concubine who was urged by the Lin family and mother-in-law to marry her husband with tears in her heart, had no news after entering the mansion for many years. Although Lin Hai was also anxious about having children, his family had been a single-line inheritance for several generations, and he himself was only pregnant when the old lady of the Lin family was about 30 years old. So he was not too anxious. Moreover, all the women in the mansion were not pregnant. Lin Hai actually knew in his heart that it was his family's difficulty in having children, not the problem of his wife and other concubines. He even had the idea of adopting a son for so many years. But he had not made up his mind yet. Only one spring day, Jia Min had a high fever. He invited a doctor to come and found out that his wife had been taking medicine for so many years, which had hurt her body. He angrily questioned his wife's mother and maid. And then he found out how much Jia Min had paid for the issue of his Lin family's heirs. Since then, Lin Hai has been more worried about his wife's health. After talking to his wife, he did not allow her to take those messy tonics. Instead, he secretly saw a doctor, who not only prescribed some tonic pills, but also listened to the old doctor with a white beard and learned the 8-section brocade to strengthen his body. He no longer buried his head in his desk for several hours when he was working. As for being able to respond to the prince's intention before accepting the olive branch handed over by Su Ruiqing, actually, he also wanted to change the place to change his wife's mood, otherwise he would not have agreed so quickly. Because of the imperial examination held every 3 years, some families outside the capital are happy and some are sad, and so is the case in the Eastern Palace. Yao Shi was unable to go to the summer resort because she was pregnant. After the beginning of autumn, good news came. The female official Qi wrote to the prince and the princess saying that Yao Shi and her daughter were both safe. The prince was very happy after hearing the news. It was also interesting in the Eastern Palace. There were more boys than girls in terms of offspring. Su Ruiqing was completely different from his father. Now he had 5 sons, and only Lu Kairan had a daughter. Now Yao Shi had given birth to a little princess. Naturally, he was happy. Lin Miyue came over after hearing the letter. Seeing the prince so happy, she smiled and said, "Your Highness is so happy that he forgets the important things. It is a great joy that both Sister Yao and her daughter are safe. We are all enjoying ourselves in the garden. Poor sister is left alone in the palace. Your Highness must reward her well." Su Ruiqing looked at Lin Miyue helplessly, but still said, "You are right. Send an order to promote Yao as a talented person." Li Wanqing's raised mouth corners tilted down at this time. But Su Ruiqing's words were too fast. Eunuch Wang had already gone out to pass on the order, so she couldn't say anything else. The Yao family and the Yun family had a good relationship. But after Lin Miyue and Yun Kairan became close, Yao family did not try to curry favor with Lin Miyue. This made Lin Miyue think highly of her. They got along more comfortably afterwards. At this time, Lin Miyue was happy to ask for a favor. This is a happy event for the Eastern Palace. I look at Sister Lu's little princess every day, and I like her very much. Now Sister Yao's child is going to be a very lovely girl. Zhu Liangbi said to the crown prince and the crown princess with some envy. Although Lu Kairan and Zhu Liangbi did not have a deep friendship, her little princess, the only one in the East Palace, was loved by all the women in the East Palace. Especially Zhu Liangbi, who often liked to tease the little girl. She would send all the good things to Lu Kairan. Now that Yao, who was closer to her, had a daughter, Zhu Liangbi was really happy at this time. Zhu Liangbi had a good family background. Although she was only a talent when she entered the palace, she had 12 full boxes of things carried into the palace. They were all things prepared by the lady of the Bo family for her daughter. She gave many of the exquisite longevity locks and necklaces suitable for little girls to Lu Kairan. Everyone below also spoke up to congratulate the crown prince and the crown princess at the right time. However, Lin Miyue was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. She also saw and heard someone whispering to the people around her that Yao was indeed lucky. Lu Kairan was also a little envious. She gave birth to a daughter, but was not promoted at that time. However, she was the most timid. Although she was protected by the crown princess, she did not dare to ask for a title. However, the crown prince liked his daughter. Now he would go to Lu Kairan's place to have a meal, and see his daughter a few times a month. Therefore, Lu Kairan was still satisfied with her current situation. The crown princess looked at Lu Kairan's congratulations, and had a plan in her mind. However, it was too deliberate to say it out loud at this time. She would only tell the crown prince in private later. So she kept the idea in her heart, and accepted the congratulations from everyone with a smile. Chapter 53. I see. The crown princess has other concerns. Yumei said this in the evening when she was taking off the hairpins and rings for Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue took off a small hairpin and said with a smile, "That's right, you can count the number of talented people in the East Palace, and you will know what the crown princess is arguing about." With a ding-dong sound, Lin Miyue threw the hairpin into the dressing box, and turned her head to take off the feather-shaped earrings. A while ago, Qingyu rescued a wounded bird from somewhere, and raised it as a rare bird. After the bird recovered from its wounds, Qingyu let it go. But the child also collected a few bird feathers, and put them away. After seeing this, Lin Miyue asked someone to make a pair of feather-shaped earrings for herself, and a feather-shaped bookmark for her son. Although Qingyu didn't say anything, he would play with the bookmark in his hand when he was studying recently. He actually liked it very much. Yume smiled when she heard it. However, it is said that there is a fixed number. But even if there are 5 people standing at the same time, it doesn't matter. The Crown Princess wants to promote Lu to show you. The Master. There are fixed rules for the positions in the harem and the East Palace. But in fact, in most cases, except for a few high positions, it doesn't matter if there are more people below. When Lu Kairan gave birth to the little princess, the prince felt that Lu's status as a talented person was enough. So he didn't promote her. This time, Yao was promoted to a talented person. And it was actually okay not to mention a Liangdi. But if the crown princess asks the prince for a title for Lu, then the chances of the prince agreeing are quite high. After all, the prince is always willing to give the crown princess face in such matters. The jewelry on her head has been removed. Lin Muyue picked up the homemade makeup remover cream on the table and applied it on her face. While rubbing the cream, she said vaguely, "Anyway, I have already received the benefits. The crown princess can promote whoever she wants. What does it have to do with me?" That's right. The crown princess's move is not a good one. After all, there is another one over there. Yume smiled. Ma Kairan is also a person who depends on the crown princess. She is actually more favored than Lu Kairan on weekdays. And her family background is much higher than Lu Kairan. When Lu Kairan had a daughter, Ma Kairan was very angry. Now Lu Kairan wants to be promoted to the only remaining Liangdi position. I don't know if she will cause any more trouble. This matter has nothing to do with us. Just watch the show. As a result, Lin Muyue wiped her face comfortably with a hot towel handed over by Yume. Your Majesty is wise. Yume teased Lin Muyue. Sure enough, a few days later, the crown princess issued an edict to promote Lu Kairan to Liangdi. Since then, except for the concubine, there was still one vacant position in the East Palace. The positions of the second Liangdi and the fourth Kairan were all occupied. For a time, the Chumwi and the inferior selected concubines and ladies below felt that their future was hopeless. The East Palace was suddenly filled with the smell of salted fish. After hearing the decree, Zhu Liangdi sighed. However, she knew that it would be difficult for her to ascend to the position of concubine again. So she asked someone to prepare a gift for the newly minted Lu Liangdi. When Lu Liangdi received the decree, she bowed and thanked the emperor as instructed by the female official beside her. She was already confused. She was happy for Yao Qinghui's promotion to a talented person that day. But she didn't expect that she would be promoted not long after. When she first joined the crown princess's family, Li Wancheng asked Lu Kairan to go to Lin Muyue and Yun Dan Yuan to find out more information. However, Lin Muyue was not a fool. Lu Kairan came to her for no reason to show her courtesy. Who knew that someone was behind it? So Lu Xiren's mission was not completed. Fortunately, Li Wancheng didn't have much hope for this matter. She was still willing to promote Ma and Lu as usual. Just as Lin Muyue thought, when these two decrees came out, the one about the crown prince was fine after all. It was Su Ruiqing himself who issued the decree to promote her, even if Ma Kairan was a little jealous. She didn't dare to say anything, but the crown princess issued the decree to promote Lu, which still made Ma Kairan very angry. Ma Kairan actually knew in her heart that it would be difficult for her to get a promotion without any children, but she knew rationally, and seeing Lu, who was inferior to her in every way except for having a daughter, become a concubine, she still gritted her teeth and cursed the maid who was brought into the palace. Master, don't be angry. This is just the beginning. You are still young. You will have a little master in the future. Ma Xiren's maid Zian carefully said a few words of comfort while observing her master's expression. Ma Kairan was also upset. There were many children born in the East Palace, but she had never made any move. Go and prepare. It will be Buddha's birthday in a few days. I have copied some scriptures myself and will go to the temple to ask the master to offer them in front of the Buddha. Ziyun responded and went to carefully prepare the materials for copying scriptures. Ma Kairan carefully copied several volumes of scriptures and waited to offer them in front of the Buddha to pray for blessings on Buddha's birthday next month. Lin Muyue watched the recent actions of the people in the Eastern Palace with great interest. Now the few useful people around her have been trained, especially Maokai and Yume. There is nothing that cannot be found out about the Eastern Palace. However, before the Buddha's birthday, there were suddenly many more guards in the garden one day. Lin Muyue saw Yume hurriedly coming in as soon as she got up. My queen, there are many more guards outside. The leader said that everyone should stay where they are, especially the palace servants are not allowed to walk around, and the masters of the palaces are not allowed to go out unless there is something important. Yume saw that Lin Muyue was still lying on the bed. And then she stood up. She came in, and said to Lin Muyue, with a serious face, what the captain of the Imperial Guards had just said. After talking about not letting everyone go out, Yume added, but the captain said that we have a small kitchen here. If you need fresh vegetables, you can ask his brothers to send them to you from the palace. The guard's words were very serious. Basically, everyone in Lufenhang was confined to the house, and not allowed to go out. It must be something big that happened. Lin Muyue was still dazed. But she woke up instantly after hearing this. She lifted the quilt and said, Is Qingyu awake? Go to Qingyu and bring him here. And bring Sanhua as well. The cat that Lin Muyue had raised before was named Sanhua after she. The owner, who was not good at naming, thought hard for half an afternoon. When this name came out, everyone was silent for a moment. Yume hurriedly replied, Sister Yunxia has already taken people there. The young master should have woken up by now. The cat has been carried to the hall. I will help the master wash and comb his hair. Lin Muyue nodded, pinching her palm with her nails to calm herself down. Yume just said that the guards ordered people not to move around. But she also said that fresh vegetables could be sent to her small kitchen. From this point of view, these guards are quite respectful to the people in the East Palace. It doesn't seem like anything happened to the prince. Yume knew that her master was not in the mood to dress up at this time. So she just tied Lin Muyue into a bun and fixed it with a double-strand jade hairpin, without adding any decorations. Facing the glass mirror that could reflect people very clearly, Lin Muyue put on a pair of green jade earrings. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with her body, she hurried to the main hall of her house, and held the cat waiting for Yunxia to bring her son. The kitten was a warm ball, and was held in Lin Muyue's arms at this time, which slightly relieved her anxiety. Lin Muyue had just sat down and petted the cat for a while when Yunxia brought Qingyu, Aunt Zhou, Aunt Jing and others. Qingyu, a small person, was surprisingly very stable at this time. After seeing Lin Muyue, he wanted to greet her, but was pulled over and hugged by Lin Muyue. Qingyu was a little surprised to be held in his mother's arms, but he still sat in his mother's arms and listened to her questions. When her son was young, Lin Muyue liked to hold her son like this, but when Qingyu grew up, she hadn't done this for a long time. The calico cat seemed to know that something was wrong. Although it wanted to get into its owner's arms, Lin Muyue had already hugged her. Lin Muyue saw the cat on the table looking at her, so she could only put the cat in her son's arms. The little calico cat moved and thought it was okay, so it purred obediently in its little master's arms. Yunxia, where is Maokai? He went to get information. Lin Muyue glanced down. Yume just said that Zhang Xian went to inspect various places in Lufenhang. She had to give a lecture to the palace servants in the garden to let them stay calm. Among the other close confidants who could serve in the palace, only Maokai was not here. It was already late autumn, and Yun Xia was sweating profusely. When she heard Lin Muyue asking her, she said in a hoarse voice, Your Highness, Maokai was called away by the eunuch Wang, who was beside His Highness early in the morning, and he hasn't come back yet. Hearing this, Lin Muyue felt relieved. The prince could have sent someone to her earlier to call Maokai away, so there must be nothing wrong. Maybe he even ordered the palace to be so heavily guarded. However, if that was the case, there was only one possibility for the palace to be so nervous now. After exchanging a glance with Aunt Zhou also nodded. It seemed that she also knew what Lin Muyue was thinking. She also thought so. I know. It's okay. Yunxia, you go and serve the food. Set up another table here for everyone to eat here. Lin Muyue knew that even if Aunt Zhou and the others were allowed to eat at the same table with her, they might not be able to eat comfortably. However, given the special circumstances, Lin Muyue simply asked everyone to eat in her main hall. Lin Muyue looked at her son, who was looking up at her, sighed, and freed up a hand to touch her son's little face. It's okay. What do you want to use? Tell Aunt Yunxia and let her bring it to you. Yunxia saw her young lady coaxing the young master, so she just stood there waiting for the young master to speak. Chengyu was told that he didn't need to go to the study room to study when he just woke up this morning. He was hurriedly carried here by Aunt Yunxia, who was beside his mother. Although he was a little confused now, he also knew that something big seemed to have happened, so he said obediently, Everything is fine, thank you, Aunt. Chapter 54. Emperor Fengtai was in the bedroom of the temporary palace. Empress Yu, Crown Prince, 3 cabinet ministers and 6 important officials were all standing in the hall with concentration. Emperor Fengtai was lying on the bed. The old Dr. Gao Yuan was quietly taking his pulse. Looking at the not-so-good face of the old doctor, Empress Yu's face was also gloomy, and a bit of anxiety was revealed from time to time. Crown Prince Su Ruiqing was still stable beside him. On his face, there was nothing else to be seen except the worry for his father. Among the 3 cabinet ministers, Lin Feng stood behind the other 2 more senior cabinet ministers, Chief Minister Yin and Deputy Minister Pei. He also had a serious look and put on an expressionless face that was trained in officialdom, so that people could not easily see his thoughts. When the old doctor raised his hand to diagnose the pulse, Queen Yu asked, "Gao Yuanzheng, how is His Majesty now?" Gao Yuanzheng is now 70 years old, and no longer in charge of things. On weekdays, he doesn't care about anything except Emperor Fengtai's health. But now that Emperor Fengtai is in trouble, it is this old doctor who faces the Queen, the Crown Prince, and all the important ministers. After considering the words, Gao Yuanzheng spoke cautiously. "I have observed Your Majesty's pulse, which is hard and stringy without any signs of relaxation, which seems to be a sign of a stroke." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the palace was speechless for a while, and Queen Yu even swayed. Su Ruiqing hurried to support his mother. After hearing Gao Yuanzheng's words, Empress Yu felt dizzy for a moment. After she recovered, she glanced at Eunuch Xiao, who was standing beside her. Eunuch Xiao quickly stepped forward and kowtowed to the ground, saying, "Your Majesty was fine last night, but he said he felt a little dizzy and uncomfortable, and asked me to light the calming spices. I didn't notice anything wrong when I was on guard, but I found something wrong when Your Majesty was about to get up this morning, so I quickly reported it to Your Majesty." Emperor Fengtai wanted to think about the appointment and dismissal of several important officials yesterday, and he didn't spend much time at dinner before returning to the study to review memorials. Later, Eunuch Xiao saw that it was getting late and bravely went in to remind him, and then he returned to the bedroom to rest. However, Emperor Fengtai lay down for a long time, and said that he had a headache. Eunuch Xiao also asked if he needed to call the imperial physician, but Emperor Fengtai felt that he was fine, and only ordered him to take pills and some soothing spices. "I also paid attention to Your Majesty last night, and saw that Your Majesty slept well. But who would have thought that this morning?" Eunuch Xiao fell to the ground and cried bitterly, and then apologized again and again. At this time, Emperor Fengtai was still unconscious. How could Queen Yu deal with the eunuch next to her husband like this? And from what he heard, Emperor Fengtai should have been fine last night, but the disease suddenly broke out this morning. So the Queen did not blame Eunuch Xiao, but after calling him up, she asked Gao Yuanzheng, "Now that it's like this, does Yuanzheng have any good ideas? You must wake up and speak." The ministers beside him couldn't help but look at her sideways when they heard this. But Queen Yu's face was now slightly sad and sorrowful, and no one could see anything wrong. Gao Yuanzheng bowed his hands when he heard this. "Your Majesty's symptoms are not serious now. I have carefully thought about a prescription. Now I can boil the medicine as long as you tell me. If you want Your Majesty to wake up as soon as possible, I will give you acupuncture." In fact, after Gao Yuanzheng took the pulse just now, he felt that Emperor Fengtai's condition was not too serious. He was confident that one dose of medicine would wake Emperor Fengtai up. However, according to His Majesty's age, Gao Yuanzheng knew that the Imperial Hospital would be busy only after His Majesty woke up. Hearing what Yuanzheng said, Empress Yu knew that the meaning behind this was that it was okay not to give acupuncture, but just wait for the medicine to take effect and Emperor Fengtai would wake up. Finally, to be more cautious, Empress Yu did not let Gao Yuanzheng give acupuncture after all, but after a moment of silence, she said, "Since Gao Yuanzheng said that Your Majesty is fine now, for the sake of Your Majesty's health, you don't need to give acupuncture for the time being, just make the medicine as soon as possible." After giving instructions on how to treat and give medicine to Emperor Fengtai, Empress Yu said to the 3 elders and several important officials, "I don't know when Your Majesty will wake up, and now all the affairs of the previous dynasty are entrusted to you." The Prime Minister Yin Guilao bowed to the Queen and the Crown Prince and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we will do our best." After the Prime Minister spoke, the other important officials said in unison, "We will do our duty, Your Majesty and Your Highness. Don't worry. As an adult prince, Su Ruiqing should be able to supervise the country and govern the country at this time. But he is very cautious now. Unless Emperor Fengtai wakes up and has a clear order, He refuses to get involved in political affairs. Today, he is just talking to the queen and taking care of various matters. He is silent beside her. At this time, the queen said this to the cabinet elders. It was also the decision that the mother and son hastily decided when the important ministers came. Emperor Fengtai was actually examined by another judge, Lu Tai, brought by the crown prince. Lu Tai's opinion was similar to Gao Yuanjin's. It should be a rheumatism, but not serious. It should be possible to wake up, but it is not certain how well he will recover. Another judge of the imperial hospital, Fu Yuanpan, did not come to the garden with the emperor this time, but stayed in the capital to take care of the masters, who did not come to the palace to escape the summer heat. Emperor Fengtai was in trouble. And Empress Yu also issued an imperial decree to urgently summon Fu Yuanpan to the summer palace. However, the old doctor was too old to ride a horse. It would take a day for the fastest carriage to get from the palace to the palace. After knowing that Emperor Fengtai could still wake up, Su Ruiqing knew that he could not show his enthusiasm for regent and power this time. So he just pushed the government affairs to the cabinet without saying a word. However, the cabinet was also full of shrewd people, since His Majesty could wake up and recover. And the prince was in his prime, and had been in the court for many years, and had experience in governing. It would be a shame for them, the ministers, to control the government at this time. So Lord Yen did not speak. Lin Feng and the other 3 assistants were related to the royal family, so it was not appropriate for them to ask the prince to take charge at this time. So Lord Pei, the second assistant, had to stand up again. Although we can do some small things, but all matters need to be decided by your highness. Su Ruiqing did not want to take over government affairs at this time, so as to avoid making things look bad when Emperor Fengtai wakes up. At this time, he only had a sad look on his face, and bowed to the 3 elders in the cabinet and said, "As a son, I only want to stay in the palace to take care of my father. It is right to wait for my father to wake up and talk to you gentlemen. You gentlemen do not need to persuade me." The prince's words were very humane, and he emphasized the word filial piety. Everyone was not sure what to say, so Lord Yen could only stand up and first praise the prince for his filial piety, and then said that the cabinet did not have the right to directly decide on various matters, and some matters still needed the prince to make decisions. Seeing that Yen Gulao had come forward, Su Ruiqing spoke up. This year's grain tax has been counted, and the memorials from all over the country have been sent to the capital. My father said before that he had read them, and the gentleman should have received the approved memorials. This is the most important thing recently. Among the 3 gentlemen in the cabinet, Yen Gulao, the chief minister, is the minister that Emperor Fengtai relies on the most. Now that this old fox personally asked Su Ruiqing, he took over the conversation. Yen Gulao also nodded. We have received the memorial approved by your majesty regarding the autumn grain issue. But this year is also a year of major plans and imperial examinations. We dare not take charge of some official appointments and dismissals, and your majesty needs to make the decision personally. Su Ruiqing did not take over such matters, but just followed Yen Gulao's words. Sir, what you said is very right. These matters still need to be decided by the emperor, and the emperor will be fine. Please keep the memorial and wait until the emperor wakes up and the decree comes down. Originally, I wanted to ask the emperor. Hearing the prince being so ruthless, Yen Gulao could only bow his hands helplessly. He knew that the prince would not make any suggestions before Emperor Fengtai woke up. Seeing that the matter he cared about most could not get a result, Yen Gulao could only say, "Yes, then we will take our leave first." After Yen Gulao and the prince finished talking and took their leave, Gao Yuanzheng came in with eunuch Zhao. When they went to boil the medicine just now, the old doctor was worried about his apprentice. So he went to the tea room with eunuch Zhao to boil the medicine. Eunuch Zhao was sweating profusely after being questioned by the queen. At this time, Yu Renzheng personally brought in a tray with the boiled medicine on it. Although the queen did not blame him just now, but Emperor Fengtai rested by himself yesterday and did not summon the concubines, so no one knew that Emperor Fengtai had a stroke today. If the responsibility is investigated, he, the eunuch next to Emperor Fengtai, cannot escape the blame. Coming in respectfully, eunuch Zhao said to the queen, "Your Majesty, the medicine has been boiled." Queen Yu was sitting by the bed, staring at Emperor Fengtai's face with worry. At this time, seeing that the medicine had been boiled, "Bring it here, I will personally serve your Majesty with the medicine." When Emperor Fengtai was young, he was also a strong man who could ride a horse and bend a bow. He had even followed the late emperor to the grassland. But now he is old after all. This sudden illness can be said to have scared the queen. Empress Yu looked fine on the surface, but she was very frightened in her heart. Now that the medicine was finally ready, she hurried to feed it to her husband, hoping that he would get better soon. Su Ruiqing, who was standing next to her, felt mixed emotions. He and his mother had rushed over and saw his father lying weakly on the bed. He felt a little upset. He even thought for a moment that if his father could never wake up again, he would be able to take his place. However, one of the most experienced and capable doctors in the Imperial Hospital had spoken. Doctors always spoke vaguely, but this old man was always straightforward. He told the prince everything directly. Su Ruiqing then put away those thoughts that he could not say. Seeing his mother sincerely worrying about his father, he regretted what he was thinking just now. How could he be so unfilial? Su Ruiqing watched his mother carefully feed him a bowl of medicine, and took the bowl and said, "Your Majesty, you rushed here this morning, and you must be tired. Why don't you go back and rest? Your son is here to take care of you." Empress Yu shook her head, turned to her son and said, "You have important things to do. I will ask Xiao Gonglun to come here to watch over you, and then arrange for the concubines to take care of you." Just now, Gao Yuanzheng said that after taking this bowl of medicine, Emperor Fengtai would wake up soon. So Empress Yu decided to stay with her son and wait until Emperor Fengtai woke up before talking about other things. Before her son could say anything, Queen Yu said with a tone full of disappointment, "No need to say more. You and I will stay here for a while, and when His Majesty wakes up, we will go to do our own serious work." Su Ruiqing could only nod his head when his mother said this, and sat on the chair opposite the dragon bed, leaning his head to think carefully about whether there was anything wrong with today's arrangements. Before Su Ruiqing rushed to Emperor Fengtai's bedroom, he sent someone to give vague instructions to the crown princess, asking her to take care of her son and restrain the palace servants. As for Lin Miyue, he called her Maokai to do the job. I think with her intelligence, she can also know that something is wrong, and she must be able to keep calm. As for the others in the East Palace, their status is not high enough. They should not dare to move just by hearing the words from the guards. It should be fine. As for the affairs of the court, Emperor Fengtai has not allowed the prince to intervene directly in recent years. He just let him do some insignificant tasks. However, Su Ruiqing has known what will happen, and went over the years. He thought that there is nothing particularly important recently, so it should be fine. Su Ruiqing is the eldest son of Emperor Fengtai, but the second and third princes are now in the court. Although compared with the prince, these two princes are more insignificant. But after all, they are two adult princes, and some not so smart or low-ranking officials gather around the two princes. It would be fine if Emperor Fengtai can wake up quickly this time. If not, Su Ruiqing looked cold, and said, "The two younger brothers will have to make more plans." For a while, the room in Emperor Fengtai's bedroom was strangely quiet. Eunuch Xiao stood beside the dragon bed and kept chanting in his heart, hoping that Emperor Fengtai would be fine this time. The temporary palace was too big, and Emperor Fengtai's concubines lived in different places. It would take time to rush over. So when Emperor Fengtai opened his eyes after drinking the medicine, he saw the queen looking at him with a worried face. Seeing that Emperor Fengtai had woken up, Empress Yu shouted in surprise, "Your Majesty?" With Empress Yu's shout, the palace servants and eunuchs in the entire bedroom, who had been silent like clay statues, came to life. Although these people did not dare to move, almost all eyes were looking over here. Emperor Fengtai, who had just woken up, wanted to speak, but he found that his voice was hoarse and his body seemed to be heavy and difficult to move. So he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Water." Eunuch Xiao also heard it at the side. He rushed out with a calm look that was inconsistent with his usual calmness and brought in a teapot and teacup. After pouring the tea, he handed the cup to Empress Yu and helped Emperor Fengtai up and let him lean on the soft pillow to drink water. The north is the driest in autumn. When Emperor Fengtai woke up just now, he felt that his throat was very dry. Now he felt better after drinking a glass of water. He just wanted to move his body secretly, but Emperor Fengtai found that his left half of the body was difficult to move, and his heart became heavier. But he had been an emperor for many years, and now he would not show this in front of his wife and son. Gao Yuanzheng was also given a seat by the queen just now. He was sitting on the side, thinking about the prescription while waiting for the emperor to wake up. At this time, he also hurried to the dragon bed. Just as the queen served Emperor Fengtai to drink water, She stepped forward to ask for instructions. Your Majesty, I greet you. Please let me feel your pulse. After drinking the water, Emperor Fontai closed his eyes for a moment before saying yes again. Empress Yu made way. Gao Yuanzheng stepped forward and placed his finger on Emperor Fengtai's wrist, then thought carefully for a while and said, Your Majesty's pulse is fine now. Just take medicine on time and rest. Hearing what Gao Yuanzheng said, Emperor Fontai nodded without saying a word. Empress Yu felt her husband's silence, which was different from before, and she also became quiet at this time, just standing quietly by the side and watching the imperial physician diagnose Emperor Fengtai's pulse. Su Ruiqing also heard what Gao Yuanzheng said. He came forward to greet him and said, The gentlemen of the cabinet have all been here, but I dare not take the initiative in matters of state affairs, so I can only let the gentlemen make decisions according to the rules. Important matters will be discussed after the emperor is well. When Emperor Fontai heard about the affairs of state, he was silent for a moment and then called out to Eunuch Xiao, Go and convey my oral order. Let the prince govern the country, and the 3 gentlemen of the cabinet assist him. Only the most important matters will be reported to me. Su Ruiqing's heart trembled when he heard this, and he knelt on the ground and said, I am still young and I can't take on so many things. I hope the emperor will withdraw his order and take care of his health. I will handle government affairs after the emperor is well. Queen Yu was also shocked when she heard the words of letting the prince govern the country. Seeing her son's refusal, she knew the reason, so she just continued to be silent. However, Emperor Fontai took a few breaths, waved his hand and said, No need to act like this. I know you have been through so many years. Go. There are a lot of things to do these days. No need to waste time here. Before Su Ruiqing wanted to say something, Emperor Fontai closed his eyes again and did not give the prince a chance to speak. So Su Ruiqing had to get up and go out. After leaving the door, he took a deep breath, looked back at the emperor's bedroom, and took the sedan chair to the front to handle government affairs. After sending his son away, Emperor Fontai showed some signs of fatigue and said to Empress Yu, Thank you for your hard work, Zitong. Empress Yu almost cried when she heard this. She quickly touched her eyes with a handkerchief and said to Emperor Fontai with a smile, I'm fine. It's just that I've lost my support since your majesty is sick. I hope your majesty will get better soon. Emperor Fontai nodded and said, You know the medical skills of Imperial Dr. Gao. I'm fine. You can go back and rest. Empress Yu saw that Emperor Fontai had woken up and was in good spirits, so she followed Emperor Fengtai's words and said, I'm fine. Your majesty's health is the most important thing. I have arranged concubines to serve his majesty. If his majesty is willing to see them, let them serve in the palace. If not, let them sit here and watch the palace servants serve and take care of some things. Gao Yuanzheng was standing by the side. Hearing this, he bowed to the queen and said, Your Majesty, I see that your complexion is not very good. You should take care of yourself. After speaking, seeing Emperor Fontai nodded, and with Gao Yuanzheng's words, Queen Yu went to the side hall to rest first. She was old now, and she was short of energy after being so frightened in the morning. Now she was just holding on. However, Queen Yu still wanted to take a short rest in the side hall and wait for the virtuous concubines and other high-ranking concubines to come and explain some things before returning to her own residence to rest. Chapter 55. Seeing that the queen and the crown prince had left, Emperor Fontai asked Eunuch Xiao to send out the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace, and said to Gao Yuanzheng with his head tilted, Tell me the truth, can I recover from my illness today? Gao Yuanzheng saw that everyone in the palace had been cleared out, and he knew that things were not going to go well. When he heard Emperor Fontai ask this, the old doctor knelt down tremblingly, and lowered his head for a long time before replying, As long as your majesty takes good care of yourself and doesn't work too hard, there should be no problem. After saying this, Gao Yuanzheng fell to the ground and dared not move. He was the old doctor used by Emperor Fontai, and he naturally understood Emperor Fengtai's temperament very well, and knew how strong the emperor's desire for control was. It was extremely difficult for him to say these words at this time. Hearing what the old doctor said, Emperor Fontai raised his right hand again and looked at it. He did not get angry, as Gao Yuanzheng had expected. He just said calmly, I know. You can leave too. Gao Yuanzheng walked out of the door and felt the warm sunshine unique to autumn. He felt like he was back to the world again. Although Emperor Fontai did not get angry just now, he was scared to death facing Long Wei alone. At this time, Gao Yuanzheng began to miss his old rival Fu Yuanpin very much. If this old man was there, the two of them would at least have someone to take care of each other, and they would be in trouble together. Outside, his apprentice, Dr. Jiang, was waiting for his master to come out. Seeing his usually strong master staggering out of Emperor Fengtai's bedroom, Dr. Jiang, carrying his medicine box, did not dare to speak. He just stepped forward to support his master and said, "Master, do you have to go back? Or does His Majesty have other wishes?" With his apprentice's support, Gao Yuanzheng felt that his feet were on solid ground. He stopped his apprentice from saying the next thing and told him, "Eunuch Xiao has packed up an ear room. You can stay with me." When Dr. Jiang heard what his master said, he knew that this matter was extremely important. He did not dare to speak immediately. He just supported his master and followed the eunuch to the ear room. When Gao Yuan was sitting in the room, he respectfully waited for the old doctor to write a prescription carefully, and then went to the tea room with the palace servants in front of the emperor to boil medicine. Queen Yu was resting on the Luohan bed in the side hall. Soon, a voice was heard. Xingye came in and whispered to the queen, who had just opened her eyes. "Concubine Xian, Concubine Shu and Concubine Li are here to greet you. The other ladies and masters are waiting in their own palaces according to your instructions. They will come to serve you after we discuss the rules today." Emperor Fengtai had many concubines, but not too many high-ranking concubines. In addition to the original imperial concubine, there were only Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu among the 4 concubines. The position of Concubine Da was temporarily vacant. Concubine Xian had a son and a daughter, but they were both young. Concubine Shu had no children, but was a concubine when she was in the palace. She was promoted to this position after so many years. Concubine Li gave birth to the eldest princess, and she was able to secure her position as a concubine because of this. Before, these 3 had lived under the shadow of Concubine Jin, and they had received a lot of help from the queen at that time. Later, as Queen Yu grew older and less energetic, the 3 concubines also took on some of the palace power to help the queen with her affairs. So today, these 3 came here to listen to the queen's arrangements for her sick care. "Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. May Her Majesty be well." The 3 concubines came in and saluted in a proper manner, and Queen Yu politely called them to sit on the chairs opposite. The matter was urgent, and Empress Yu did not say much. Seeing the 3 people sitting down, she said, "You are all old people in the palace. I believe you all know what happened today. I will not say any more polite words. I have called you here because I have something important to tell you." Concubine Xian was the youngest. She was willing to take on more responsibilities for the sake of her children. Now, after the 3 people entered the room and paid their respects to the Empress, she was the first to speak. "Your Majesty sent someone to say that His Majesty was a little unwell and needed someone to take care of him. I was so anxious that I hurried here. Now I need Your Majesty to make a decision. I will do whatever Your Majesty tells me." Emperor Fengtai's physical condition was a big deal. Before he woke up, no word could be leaked from the Empress. So in passing the news to the 3 concubines, Empress Yu said that Emperor Fengtai had caught a cold and was a little unwell. Although the 3 concubines saw guards walking around in the garden in the morning, before being summoned by the queen, they thought that the emperor might have an urgent illness due to his old age. Although they were worried, they did not think it was a big deal. However, now that they have met the queen, although the queen had sent a message saying that the emperor was fine. In this situation, several people gathered together and sat face to face with the queen. Seeing that the fatigue and worry on the queen's face were not fake, they had already made up their minds and knew that everyone's thoughts in the morning were probably wrong. The emperor must not be suffering from a minor illness this time. Empress Yu had just rested for a while, but felt even more tired. However, she still forced herself to cheer up when she saw someone coming and said, "Your Majesty is in good spirits now, but you need someone who can make decisions to stay here. The 3 of you should take turns to come here first, and then discuss a list for me. Only those who are stable will be selected to serve Your Majesty." Although Shufei is one of the 4 concubines, she is the most indecisive on weekdays. She did not say anything at this time. Concubine Li wanted to speak, but she was 1 level lower than Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu. At this time, she could only wait for Concubine Xian and the others to speak first. So after the queen finished speaking, it was Concubine Xian who spoke first. "Yes, I understand what Your Majesty meant." After Concubine Xian finished speaking, Concubine Li also tentatively asked, Wen Hong said before that she would come to pay respects to her father and mother in the next few days. Is it possible to let the princesses visit the palace now? Queen Yu thought that Emperor Fontai seemed to be in good spirits now, and he should be willing to see his children. So she nodded and said, I know that this child has always been filial. The princesses can return to the palace to stay for a while if they have nothing to do recently. It's just that the Double Nine Festival is approaching. And I, as a mother, miss my children. There is a very good Limingchuan. There are many houses there, and people are cleaning them. After the princesses enter the garden, they can all live there. Queen Yu thought about the vacant houses in the garden and chose a place that was close to where Emperor Fontai lived and was spacious for the princesses. Seeing that the queen had made all the arrangements, Concubinely thanked the queen on behalf of the princesses. The three concubines knew that the queen was not in the mood to chat, so they took their leave after taking their own tasks. After arranging the care of the sick and letting the princesses stay in the garden, Queen Yu sent the three concubines to pay their respects to Emperor Fontai first, and she returned to Fengmingkuni to rest. The three concubines asked to see Emperor Fontai, and saw that although Emperor Fontai was lying on the dragon bed, he was still in good spirits. So they all felt relieved. Emperor Fontai was in a bad mood now. After meeting the three concubines, he did not want to see other concubines anymore. So the three concubines discussed and arranged the list of attendants according to their positions for the queen to see. Only concubines of noble rank and above were selected to take turns to attend. Eunuch Xiao followed the prince to the Yong'an Palace where Emperor Fontai governed in front and conveyed the decree. This was the most special place in the garden, because it was the place where Emperor Fontai governed and held banquets. It was built according to the regulations with a main hall, two side halls, and other houses such as the rear hall and ear rooms. It was the most regular and old-fashioned place in the palace. Emperor Fontai always handled government affairs here when he lived in the garden. Su Ruiqing also often worked here with his father when he accompanied the emperor in the past few years. The people in the cabinet are now in the east side hall. When they heard the eunuch's message outside, they hurried out to pay their respects to the prince. When Elder Yin saw the eunuch in front of the emperor accompanying the prince, he guessed that Emperor Fontai should have woken up. Now that the prince is willing to come here, it should be the emperor's will. As expected, Eunuch Xiao met the three elders and passed on Emperor Fengtai's oral order. All the ministers hurriedly invited the prince to come into the hall to handle government affairs, because Emperor Fontai had built a new garden for the summer vacation. He asked many officials in the capital to come to Ting'anchen with him. For this reason, it was difficult to conceal the news that Emperor Fontai was ill. After a few days, when Emperor Fontai recovered a lot, he summoned the chief minister of the cabinet for a secret talk. After Yen Gulao consulted Emperor Fontai, the cabinet finally issued a decree to announce to the world that the crown prince would be the regent. When Yen Gulao asked for instructions on whether to issue the decree, he also had a tentative idea in his mind. That day, the incident suddenly happened, and an oral decree was issued to ask the crown prince to be the regent. If Emperor Fontai is unwilling to issue an edict after asking for instructions this time, it means that Emperor Fengtai's health should be pretty good. He will be fine after a while. If Emperor Fontai agrees to issue an edict to the world, then the genius of this imperial city will really change. As his thoughts turned, when Elder Yin heard Emperor Fengtai's calm words, I think of the importance of the ancestral temple, and I have asked the crown prince to supervise the country. From now on, all military and national affairs, no matter how big or small, will be entrusted to the crown prince to execute. And then I will hear the report. He still felt a great shock in his heart. It was not until a few breaths later that he found his voice and uttered carefully, I obey your order. Ever since he knew that it would be difficult to recover from his illness, Emperor Fontai had been struggling with his mind. On the one hand, as the ruler of the world for decades, it was difficult for him to give up the power in his hands. Even in the current situation, he wanted to continue to hold power and not let anyone, including the prince he had taught for so many years, get involved. But there was another voice telling him that he had made some achievements in civil and military affairs. If he could let go, even if the pen of history was as sharp as a knife, no matter who wrote the history after his tomb collapsed, they would definitely praise him as a wise ruler. Neither of the two ideas prevailed in Emperor Fengtai's mind. Finally, when Eunuch Xiao was serving him medicine one day, he made up his mind when he saw a medicine bowl. When Crown Prince Su Ruiqing was still young, there was a set of excellent jade utensils among the tributes sent by foreign countries. Emperor Fonai saw it by chance and thought it was good, so he asked Eunuch Xiao to take it out and use it. Somehow, this set of jade utensils caught the eye of the young crown prince at that time. Emperor Fontai thought it was interesting that his son rarely showed that he liked something, and he also wanted to tease his son, so he didn't ask anyone to give this set of things directly to the crown prince. Originally, he wanted to wait for his son to ask for it, and then give it to him. Emperor Fontai did not expect that his son, who was so young, would not ask for it even if he liked it. So the matter just passed. Coincidentally, when the father and son were talking, the little prince sneezed because he caught a cold. Emperor Fontai asked the eunuch on duty to give the prince a bowl of tonic. The eunuch used this set of utensils to bring the soup. Su Ruiqing did not hold it firmly at that time, and broke the small jade bowl. Once the bowl was broken, the whole set would be difficult to use. Su Ruiqing was afraid of being punished by his father, but how could Emperor Fontai blame his sick son for this? Seeing the prince's depressed and guilty look after breaking the bowl, he ordered someone to make a nearly complete set, instead of sealing the whole set as usual. Even Eunuch Xiao didn't know the whole story. It was obvious that the things had been replaced, but in order to take care of his son's feelings, Eunuch Fontai didn't allow the young eunuch to leak the matter, so Eunuch Xiao just thought that Emperor Fontai liked the set and wanted to use it occasionally later. So he quietly ordered someone to make up the set. This time, Emperor Fontai was ill. Gao Yuanzheng and Fu Yuanpan discussed and gave a prescription. Emperor Fontai needed to take medicine every day. So when he saw Eunuch Xiao bring the jade bowl to serve him medicine, he remembered this old story. After thinking it over again and again, he came up with this decree that shocked the court and the public. Your Majesty's idea is really useful. And Zhou said in an admiring tone when she saw Lin Muyue fiddling with a pot of roses by the window. Autumn is a good day for chrysanthemums. Although people don't pay attention to this nowadays, Lin Muyue always felt that it was strange to fiddle with chrysanthemums when the emperor was sick. So she asked the people in the flower and bird room to send a few pots of roses that were in great bloom. Lin Muyue was pruning the branches of the flower pot. Hearing what Anzhou said, she just smiled faintly. I just came up with an idea. This time, it was only possible because the Queen Mother was willing to believe in my idea. The father-son relationship between Emperor Fengtai and the prince in the past aroused Emperor Fengtai's thoughts about his posthumous reputation. This was an idea that Lin Muyue came up with after talking to the prince about some things in his childhood. This idea was to bet that Emperor Fengtai really loved Su Ruiqing. The prince he had loved since childhood. And as someone who had studied ancient history in junior high school and high school, Lin Muyue knew that the emperors in ancient times cared most about their reputations before and after their death. In addition to the power in their hands, there are countless kings throughout history who coveted power but ended up with nothing. Lin Muyue was actually unsure of what an old emperor like Emperor Fengtai was thinking. But there was nothing wrong with testing it this way. So when she and Empress Yu paid respects to each other, she talked about this plan. Empress Yu was a little hesitant at first, but Lin Muyue urged her that there was no loss in doing so, and finally the Empress agreed hesitantly. Although the concubines were arranged to serve the sick, the Empress herself would go to the imperial court from time to serve. When Xingye, who was beside the Empress, went to get medicine with the palace servants in front of the imperial court, Xingye took the jade bowl according to the Empress's instructions. The pattern on this bowl is unique to that country, and it is auspicious. Xingye was told this by the queen at that time, and she just thought that the queen wanted to be at ease in everything, and specially selected these utensils with auspicious meanings to use. Unexpectedly, Emperor Fengtai's decision can really be called a rare saint in the history, and he actually directly delegated power to the prince. These days, Lin Muyue also went to see the emperor with the prince and the princess. After all, he was an emperor who was well maintained on weekdays. Emperor Fengtai was also strong when he was young. Although he had a stroke this time, he recovered quite well. Except for the first few days, when meeting his children and concubines, Emperor Fengtai sat there and accepted everyone's greetings. From his state, he didn't look like an old man who had just experienced such a serious illness. However, Lin Muyue discussed this matter with the queen directly without the prince's knowledge. After it was done, Su Ruiqing was shocked by Lin Muyue's bold test. After the prince knew about this, he came to the reed wind and crane shadow with a gloomy face, which also scared everyone here with Lin Muyue. But Lin Muyue didn't take it seriously. She asked everyone to leave, and she directly met the prince's angry eyes. You, how can you be so bold? Although Su Ruiqing was angry, he also knew why Lin Muyue did this. He knew in his heart that she did it all for him, but for a moment, he was still angry that she acted so boldly without discussing it with him. So even if he was angry at this time, as a vested interest, Su Ruiqing could not really say anything harsh to such a woman who, in his eyes, liked him and planned for him. Lin Miyue had already seen through the prince's thoughts, and went up to hold the prince's hand and whispered, "Who else can I be so bold for? Your Highness is taking advantage of you and still acting like a spoiled child." Su Ruiqing was so angry at Lin Miyue's words that he threw her hand away angrily and sat on the couch next to him. Unexpectedly, his big movement scared the sleeping kitten Sanhua on the couch. Sanhua was startled by the human who suddenly approached. After a long meow, she nimbly jumped onto the cabinet shelf next to her and stared at the prince with unfriendly eyes. Seeing the kitten breathing on her, Su Ruiqing's accumulated anger was instantly relieved by this little episode. Now he could only sit there and sulk. However, Su Ruiqing was not eager. Lin Miyue was too lazy to coax him now. She and the prince were now an old couple. Knowing that Su Ruiqing would get more excited the more he coaxed her, she just went around to the bottom of the antique cabinet to look at Sanhua squatting on the top of the cabinet and said, "Good cat. Come down quickly." Su Ruiqing saw that Lin Miyue went to play with the cat directly, and he was speechless in his heart. So he could only knock the small teacup he was holding heavily on the small table. The sound of dong finally attracted Lin Miyue's attention. Holding back her laughter, Lin Miyue approached the prince. "Your Highness is still angry. It's all my fault. Please forgive me if you are magnanimous." Lin Miyue would only say such strange words at such times. Su Ruiqing felt goosebumps all over his body, and quickly coughed and scolded, "Speak properly." Seeing that the prince's anger had subsided, Lin Miyue approached and sat on the couch. She took out a piece of amber candy from her purse and handed it to Su Ruiqing. "Your Highness, have a piece of candy." "Okay." Taking the candy, Su Ruiqing put it in his mouth and chewed it. He thought it tasted good, so he concentrated on eating the candy without looking at Lin Miyue. In Lin Miyue's opinion, this childish look was worse than his son. Yunxia also quietly came in at this time, holding a tray in her hand, on which were various braised dishes that the prince liked to eat. A pot of wine and 2 wine cups. Lin Miyue stood up, took the tray and gestured to Yunxia to go out, and personally put the things on the small table beside the couch. Looking at the prince, Su Ruiqing's eyes were already on the food and the pot of wine. So Lin Miyue first poured a cup of tea and gestured to the prince to drink it and rinse his mouth, and then drank the wine and ate these small things. Both of them calmed down. So they sat together and ate the braised food slowly and talked. "I know you are doing this for me, but you can't tell my mother about this." Su Ruiqing drank a cup of wine and said this sullenly. He was actually worried that the queen might have bad thoughts about Lin Miyue, which was why he was so anxious this time. When Emperor Feng celebrated his birthday, the prince's birthday gift had problems, and it was Lin Miyue who first discovered the problem. Later, the more Su Ruiqing got along with the Lin family, the more he realized that he, the concubine, had a different mindset from ordinary people. Su Ruiqing actually admired women like Lin Miyue. But Empress Yu, as a traditional mother and empress, might not like such an overly intelligent daughter-in-law. Lin Miyue knew what the prince was upset about, and let him scold her. She didn't know much about Emperor Fengtai's current situation, but the prince was much busier than before these days, and she also knew that all the political affairs should be on Su Ruiqing. Su Ruiqing talked for a long time to teach her a lesson, but in the end, he didn't say anything to tell her not to get involved in these things in the future, nor did he forbid her to talk about the affairs of the court. Lin Miyue finally understood what the prince meant, so she lowered her eyebrows and drank her glass of wine, and said softly, "It's all over. Your Highness, don't think too much about it. Your Highness has worked hard these days, and I toast you with this glass of wine." Lin Miyue was the best at quitting while things were going well. When Su Ruiqing saw her say that, and looked at the food and wine prepared for him, he didn't know what to say, and finally could only say, "Don't do it again." Chapter 56. Winter has always been hard for the elderly. Even in the modern society where Lin Miyue lives, where medical care is advanced, it is still a difficult problem to treat sudden cardiovascular diseases in the elderly in winter, let alone in this era. Although now is the time to support one family with the whole country, but no matter how high the level of the royal doctors is, there is not much to do for stroke, a disease that is still untreatable after 100 years. Gao Yuanzheng and Fu Yuanpan discussed for a long time, and finally they could only write a list of medicinal diets according to the physical condition of Emperor Fengtai. This list of medicinal diets was presented daily by the palace servants in the tea room in front of the emperor. Because of Emperor Fengtai's illness, they stayed in the palace for a while, and only returned to the palace on a warm day after the Double Ninth Festival. 3 months later, Emperor Fengtai's health was getting better day by day, and the imperial edicts were all saying that he was getting better, but he himself never attended the court, and the crown prince was in charge of the state affairs. In winter, there were few fresh flowers in the imperial garden of Yanqing. Although the plum blossoms were in great bloom, Lin Miyue asked people to cut a few to put in the vase, and she was tired of looking at them all day long. It happened that Yun Karen liked to take care of flowers and plants in the past. And today, she sent someone to send Lin Miyue a pot of daffodils that had been shaped. The one who brought the gift was a eunuch with a pair of pleasing smiling eyes. The young eunuch introduced himself as Shuxing, and he was very knowledgeable about daffodils. Your Highness, you may think this pot of flowers is insignificant now, but these are all famous products sent from the south. The people in the flower and bird room have handled them once, and our master also deliberately selected the good ones for me to send to you. Shuxing pointed to the pot of daffodils that were about to bloom, and said to Lin Miyue with a smile. Lin Miyue actually knew the man in front of her. Yun Danyuan had mentioned this young eunuch when they were chatting. Shuxing used to work in the flower and bird room under the Siyuan Bureau. Yun Danyuan had dealt with the flower and bird room because she liked flowers and plants. This young eunuch was not very old, and had just entered the palace not long ago. Once when she went to pick new flowers, she saw him being bullied by an older eunuch. So she asked the manager to take him over. Unexpectedly, Shuxing was young and had not been in the palace for long, but he really learned something in the flower and bird room. After Yun Karen brought him back, the flowers and plants in the yard finally had a good person to take care of them, which saved her a lot of trouble. Lin Miyue was quite happy about the narcissus Yun Danyuan gave her. Although the flower and bird room would send these fragrant flowers to the masters of each palace in winter, the things said by friends were different. Yunxia, you should put these flowers in the warm room. Lin Miyue thought about it, and let Yunxia put the flowers in the warmest room. Daffodils are flowers that bloom in warm air. The days after returning to the palace were not as interesting as in the temporary palace. Lin Miyue took her son fishing and feeding birds in the temporary palace, and had a lot of fun. But after returning to the palace, she just paid respects according to the days, and the most she did was to talk with Zhu Liangdi and Yun Karen to relieve her boredom. Is Chengyu going to pay respects to His Majesty today? Lin Miyue strolled into the inner room to look at the daffodils for a while, observing the appearance of the daffodils at this time, and planned to draw a series of flora for fun. From the process of daffodils from unblooming to blooming and then withering. After looking for a while and preparing to take paper and pen to draw, Lin Miyue glanced at the time on the clock in the main hall, and realized that it was already the time when his son should come back from school. Yun Xiao was looking for the flower paper she had made before according to Lin Miyue's instructions, and replied, Yes, today is the day for the Emperor's grandchildren to pay respects to His Majesty. Emperor Fengtai was free from illness, and he had more time than before. It was decided that every 5 days, the Emperor's grandchildren and daughters could go to the Qianxing Palace to pay respects. If the children of the princesses were willing to make trouble, they could also go to pay respects to their grandfather on this day. As the children of the crown prince, the children of the Eastern Palace usually spend a lot of time with their grandfather, Emperor Fengtai. However, the children of the princes and princesses cherished this opportunity after Emperor Fengtai spoke this time. So the time of paying respects was getting longer and longer. This time it took longer than before. Chengyu didn't come back until it was completely dark. Lin Miyue had already turned on the lights. Lin Miyue was drowsy under the dim light, and she didn't wake up until she heard the footsteps and noise coming from outside. The East Palace was not very big. Several children came back noisily. It was hard for Lin Miyue not to know. She had just heard the noise for a while when the door curtain was lifted from the main hall. Lin Miyue strolled to the main hall to see her son. Chengyu had just walked in with his cloak on, followed by his aunt and Mao Kai. Even with 2 layers of door curtains, Lin Miyue was still shocked by the cold air when she arrived at the main hall. So she told Aunt Jing, take off his cloak in the inner room. Don't let him get cold when he comes into the main hall to change clothes in the cold wind. But when it's warm inside, change Yu into a quilted dress. Aunt Zhou nodded, pulled Chengyu inside to change clothes before going to dinner. Chengyu also saw the pot of daffodils in the warm room. When he came out, he asked his mother, Mom, the daffodils. Did the narcissus just arrive today? Lin Miyue nodded, pulled Chengyu over and touched his little face, feeling that the temperature was okay. So he should not be frozen. Yes, it was your Aunt Yun who sent the flowers. How did Chengyu know that these were narcissus? Before Chengyu was young, Lin Miyue was afraid that the child had low immunity and was allergic to pollen, so she refused the narcissus and other fragrant flowers sent by the flower and bird room in the past few years. This should be the first time that narcissus was placed in the house in winter after having this child. Chengyu was already sitting at the table waiting for the palace servants to serve the meal, when he heard his mother asking him how he knew about narcissus. He answered seriously, I saw a painting at the emperor's place today. There was a flower in it that looked like this. My eldest brother said that the painting was of plum blossoms and narcissus. The crown princess Chengyu has always been a bit overbearing. When he gets along with his brothers, he always wants to show his authority as the eldest brother. Chengyu has a good temper and doesn't care. But Chengluan of Yunkiren is also a little bully. Although Yun Danyuan repeatedly ordered his son not to compete with his eldest brother, the two children are still young after all, and there are often some frictions. From Lin Miyue's daily understanding, Chengyu, the crown princess, does not seem to be a good brother who can patiently explain to his younger brother what is in the painting. I originally asked the emperor, but it was my eldest brother who rushed back to answer me. Chengyu just took the cloth handed by Aunt Jing and wiped his hands, and continued to add to his mother. When I went to pay my respects today, there was a painting of plum blossoms and narcissus painted by a famous landscape artist of the previous dynasty hanging in the bedroom of Emperor Fengtai, which was considered a suitable painting for the winter. Chengyu knew about winter plums, but he had never seen the real flowers of narcissus, and narcissus was not a pattern that was often used on weekdays, so when it was his turn to pay his respects to Emperor Fengtai alone, he asked the Emperor Fengtai liked this grandson very much, and was happy that someone had noticed this newly taken out painting, but before the old man could speak, Chengyu, the crown princess, interrupted and said that it was plum blossoms and narcissus. Emperor Fengtai didn't say anything at the time, but Chengyu was a careful kid, and he always felt that the emperor grandfather didn't seem very happy at the time. Lin Miyue felt a little sad for the crown princess after hearing this. Chengyu was okay at first, but as more and more children appeared in the East Palace, the child might have been a little unbalanced, and felt that his father was taken away by his brothers and sisters. So he felt a little wrong when getting along with his brothers in private. Crown Princess Li Wancheng should have taught the child in private. When Lin Miyue discovered this sign, he had already improved a lot. However, Chengyu was okay with other children later, but there was still something wrong with Chengyu of Lin Miyue. She always wanted to stab Chengyu a few times when she found an opportunity. You didn't say anything back at your elder brother, did you? Lin Miyue knew that her son's personality would not do such a thing, but she still asked. Chengyu didn't say anything and shook his head to indicate that he didn't. Lin Miyue prepared a pot today because the weather was cold. Lin Miyue's pot base was a recipe from Yaokiren, and it was filled with mushrooms and soaked seafood. The taste was so delicious that the whole room was filled with fragrance as soon as it was brought in. Seeing her son's look, Lin Miyue also smiled, and put a piece of very thin mutton into the pot with a public chopstick. After watching it cooked, she put it in her son's small bowl. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. You should be hungry by now, so eat first. The mother and son had a wonderful dinner. The prince was still in the Qianqing Palace at this time today and hadn't come back yet. Lin Miyue took out a previously prepared picture album and showed it to her son. The album recorded the whole process of the red-crowned crane laying eggs, raising chicks, and learning to live and fly with its parents. It was drawn by Lin Miyue and Chengyu when they were in the garden. Lin Miyue was responsible for the main drawing process, but the texts accompanying the pictures were all written by Chengyu himself. He also occasionally mentioned a few poems about cranes that he had found in books. Do you remember this album, Chengyu? We did it together before, Lin Miyue said with a smile as she watched her son flipping through the album. There were cranes around where Lin Miyue lived in the palace. Seeing that her son also liked these beautiful birds, she took him to do an observation assignment. After Chengyu finished looking at what he had done before, he looked up and asked his mother, "Are you going to make a new album? You are really smart. Look at the daffodils in your room. Let's make an album together." Okay. Although Chengyu, as a royal child, did not have to take the imperial examination, it was very hard for him to study on weekdays. Lin Miyue always wanted to find something else to relax her son. when drawing such a picture album in the palace. Lin Miyue originally wanted to finish the painting and show it to her son, but she didn't expect that the child was willing to participate even if he had a lot of homework before. So she regarded it as a rare parent-child activity. And this time she also thought that if her son was willing, she would bring him along. The masters have left a lot of homework recently. I want to draw with my mother, but I don't know why. Chengyu, who just entered school and likes to study, can't handle the homework. Hearing his son say that his homework had increased, Lin Miyue put down what he was holding and asked his son, "Is it everyone's homework that has increased? Or just you two brothers?" Chengyu didn't know the meaning behind this, but just recalled and said, "It should be that only our two brothers have more homework. When my eldest brother was talking to Xiaomu beside him, I was just asking the teacher a question and happened to hear it." The masters in the study gave extra lessons to the children in the East Palace. Lin Miyue closed his eyes. This was quite interesting. The homework of the emperor's grandchildren was usually similar. This time, the homework of the children in the East Palace was modified. I just don't know whether this order was issued by Emperor Fengtai or the prince. Chapter 57. I am old now. Seeing so many children talking here, I don't even feel annoyed now. After all his grandchildren left, Emperor Fengtai sighed to eunuch Xiao. When he was young, he didn't like children very much, except for his eldest daughter Wenhong and the crown prince. The legitimate son he had waited for with great difficulty, that is, the fifth child born later by Concubine Jin. He was still somewhat loved by him. On weekdays, he rarely had such a large group of children talking around him. But now, he couldn't like his grandchildren enough. Eunuch Xiao handed over a cup of hot tea, and replied to Emperor Fengtai with a smile. "Your Majesty, you are very fond of the young masters now. When the young masters of the great-grandchildren are born in the future, I don't know how you will love them. You old man, you are the best at saying auspicious words." Emperor Fengtai knew that this was a compliment to him, but he was willing to listen now. He scolded him and continued to drink tea. There were also a few snacks on the table, with a rich variety of both salty and sweet. Emperor Fengtai was old now, and his appetite was strange. He was not very keen on the 3 meals, but he used these snacks more than before. After eating a piece of date cake, Emperor Fengtai looked up and saw the painting of plum blossoms and narcissus hanging opposite. After thinking for a while, he said to eunuch Xiao, "Today, I saw that you seemed very interested in this painting. During the new year this year, you should collect this painting and give it to him as a reward." Eunuch Xiao's eyes rolled, but he quickly replied, "Yes, I won't bother you." Crown Princess Li Wancheng learned about her son's performance today from Xiaomu beside her son. She waved her hand to signal Xiaomu to go down, and her tone was helplessly. She said to her confidant Fuyu, "It is said that children are the debt of the previous life. This is indeed true. It seems that I was not a virtuous person in my previous life. This debt has come to me." Fuyu thought about today's events and replied carefully, "The young master is still young. It won't be a big deal." Li Wancheng shook her head. Children in the palace are not considered young at this age. Now, although her son likes martial arts more, he is also good at studying. However, his temperament is really not pleasing in the palace. Knowing the temperament of his young master, Fuyu was also a little troubled. The crown princess had said and taught him many times, but the child became more and more stubborn. Now, whenever the concubine Chengyu did something, he would want to go up and make trouble. In fact, after so many years, the relationship between Li Wancheng and Lin Miyue was considered to be okay. Lin Miyue never showed any disrespect to the crown princess in front of others, always gave her face, and never used the favor of the concubine to make trouble. And Li Wancheng also returned the favor. She usually managed the affairs of the Eastern Palace. If there were any good things, she would even pick some at random and deliberately keep the best ones to send to Lin Miyue. However, Li Wancheng was somewhat helpless about the matter of children. She had a legitimate son first, but Lin Miyue's child came next. It was better when the children were young, but after the two children grew up together, she had to admit that Lin Miyue's Chengyu was better than her own child in terms of temperament and talent. When the prince was testing his sons, because Chengyu was the only child who studied in the East Palace, he would test Chengyu alone. But after Chengyu entered school, the two children were together, and Chengyu was praised by the prince even more. In addition, when studying in the study, Chengyu was younger but better at studying. Although the teachers did not treat him differently, and did not dare to say anything harsh to this group of nobles. They would inevitably show some favoritism and praise to Qingyu. In the East Palace, Lin Muyue was more favored by the prince. Qingyu also saw the prince more because of this. If you count carefully, the time he spent with the prince was not much different from that of Qingyu, the legitimate son of the prince's wife. Qingyu was not a person who liked to show off. But he got a new pen for school today, and a new copybook the day after tomorrow. Qingyu could always tell from the compliments given to his brother by others that this was a reward from the prince himself. It's no wonder that Qingyu feels uncomfortable with all the little things accumulated. After all, even brothers from the same mother don't have a strong relationship in the royal family, let alone these two brothers from different mothers. It's okay now. But I always have no idea how to teach this child. What if he is still like this when he is older? Li Wancheng smiled bitterly when she heard Fu Yu say that Qingyu is still young. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. The queen asked me to go over a few days ago, and said that she wanted me to go to the ceremony and the palace banquet this year. You should also take Xiaoman with me and learn carefully. Li Wancheng paused for a while, not talking about her son, but only mentioned what the queen told her today. The queen mother said that the master will help with these matters. This is a happy event. Fu Yu was also very happy to hear the crown princess say this. When he learned that he could go, he thanked the crown princess for promoting him. He planned to learn these things well, so that he could better help the crown princess in the future. There are many important things to do during the new year in the palace. After Lin Muyue knew that the crown princess was called by the queen to help, she had some further speculations. She always felt that Emperor Fenai seemed to want to make a big news this year. The Grand Court meeting on New Year's Day might be very lively. But this was all her own guess. So whether it was to the Lin family or the prince, Lin Muyue did not reveal her thoughts this time. She just watched the new year approaching, knowing that the outcome would be clear before the new year. Su Ruiqing had been living in dire straits these days. On the one hand, Emperor Fenai really gave him power directly. Basically, he made the final decision on all government affairs. It was a wonderful feeling to have the power of the world in his hands, and to be able to display his ambitions in fists. But on the other hand, he was also a little scared. After all, although the old man had experienced this serious illness, he seemed to have recovered well. He was always thinking about how to show his attitude of retreating at the right time after this period of time. The end of the year was approaching. Other things were not important, and had basically been dealt with. However, the Grand Court meeting on New Year's Day was different from the ordinary court meeting. There were also ceremonies such as ancestor worship, which were extremely important. Although Su Ruiqing was now the regent, the cabinet had the power to draft the bills. There were not many things to do during the year, so the number of memorials submitted was not too many. He finished reviewing the memorials in the afternoon, and was thinking about going back to the East Palace early tonight to see Lin Muyue and Yu, when he heard eunuch Huang come in to report. Your Highness, Minister Huang from the Ministry of Rites is here, and wants to see Your Highness. Su Ruiqing is now working in Qingfu Palace, a newly renovated palace in the outer court. The new palace always feels cold. He has been sitting for a long time, and stood up to stretch his muscles. You go and tell them. Don't meet here. Go to the side room. And you also go and bring some tea and snacks. Su Ruiqing gave Minister Huang a seat, sat on it with a hand warmer, and waited for Minister Huang to say what was going on. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites took the various procedures drawn up by his subordinates, and asked tentatively when he met the prince. The Ministry of Rites memorial has been submitted. Other matters are fine. But I still need your instructions on whether His Majesty can attend the court meeting this year. Su Ruiqing had already read the memorial, but he was unwilling to take on this difficult task at this time. He only said to the assistant minister Huang with a smile, Your Ministry of Rites is not cheap. Just go to ask His Majesty for instructions from Lord Yin. Assistant Minister Huang was choked by the prince's words. Just as he was about to say something to ask the prince again, the eunuch Huang beside Su Ruiqing pinched his throat and said, Your Majesty is busy. If you have nothing to do, please leave first. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rites are both managed by Lord Yin. This Assistant Minister Huang is now. What's the point of coming to me directly? Su Ruiqing saw that everyone had left and put the memorial aside. He nodded to eunuch Huang and said, You go and send the memorial back to the cabinet now. I will go to pay my respects to my father later. Wang Shirlang returned to the duty room with a bitter face. Everyone in the room came over. Right, Shirlang Fong said. What's going on? Your Highness, are you willing to go to the Emperor to ask? looking at his colleagues who were looking at him expectantly. Huang Shilang said, "No. They sent me back to ask for advice from Lord Yan." Shilang Fong also knew that this matter was probably not going to work. It was just that his colleagues had urged Huang Shilang to go, and Huang Shilang himself wanted to test the prince. So he took this task. Now that it was indeed not going to work, it was also expected. Although His Royal Highness is gentle, it is not His Royal Highness who should ask about such matters. Minister Fong saw that his colleague was a little depressed, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Minister Huang also nodded. "I was wrong when you reminded me before, Xiang Ming. I thought I didn't know anything. It should be this time." Minister Fong smiled. In the eyes of the ministers, Prince Su Ruiqing has always been very good-tempered. When he was studying in the past, he did not act in a majestic manner, but was quite gentlemanly. But after so many years, Minister Fong watched the prince gradually learn the methods of Emperor Fengtai from his immature skills. And he also knew that this was not a person that the ministers could control. Your Highness said that the minister was busy here and didn't want to disturb him. But Your Highness had a case reported by the Ministry of Justice to be judged. This matter involved the families of Princess Yao and Prince Nanan. And Your Highness had to look into it, said Eunuch Wang with a smile when he handed the memorial to the minister. This is indeed true. But Princess Yao is a royal princess. So how could she suffer a loss? The matter had actually been settled long ago, and the Ministry of Justice did not dare to offend the princess without the prince's order. Su Ruiqing had to appease the family of Prince Nanan, who was of a different surname, to avoid making the nobles in the capital uneasy. Old Yen knew it was an excuse, but it was good enough that the prince was willing to make an excuse. As ministers, they could not be picky, so they could only take the memorial and reply, "Thank you for making this trip, Eunuch." Eunuch Wang also exchanged a few polite words with Old Yen, and then left the duty room of the cabinet and returned to the prince. Old Yen took the memorial inside. He was already over 70 years old, and the second assistant, Old Pei, was also over 60 years old. The third assistant, who was originally added to the cabinet, was the young and experienced Lin Feng. Old Yen also had high hopes for this junior. But now that Emperor Fengtai is ill, Lin Feng, who has a daughter in the prince's harem, can't do anything. For example, matters such as asking Emperor Fengtai for instructions on the prince's regent and the current Grand Court meeting, it became the responsibility of the Prime Minister Yan Gulao to take the lead. Walking to the Qianqing Palace with heavy steps, Emperor Fengtai had just finished his nap when Yan Gulao entered the bedroom. He saw that the emperor's face was ruddy, and his voice was still calm and powerful, and he felt that the emperor looked healthy. After the ceremony, Lord Yan sat on the stool brought by Eunuch Xiao, took out the memorial from his sleeve and presented it to him, and asked cautiously, "The Grand Court meeting on New Year's Day is the most important. The Ministry of Rights still drafted the procedures according to the convention, but some procedures now still require Your Majesty's judgment." Eunuch Xiao took the memorial and spread it on the Kong table for Emperor Fengtai to read. Now Emperor Fengtai seems to have recovered well, but his body is still numb. At least it is still uncomfortable to pick up a pen, so it is difficult for him to read and review the memorials for a long time. This is also an important reason why he gave power to the Crown Prince to govern the country. Yan Gulao lowered his eyes and waited quietly for Emperor Fengtai to read the memorial. In his heart, he was a little confused about Emperor Fengtai's current thoughts. According to Yan Gulao's previous understanding of the emperor, New Year's Day is such an important day. As an emperor, Emperor Fengtai must go to worship his ancestors, and go to Fengtian Hall to accept the worship of ministers and envoys from vassal states. Now that his body is getting better, he will definitely go. But now Emperor Fengtai's style of doing things has changed, as if he has been enlightened. Yan Gulao could not guess this unpredictable heart. Chapter 58. The news of Emperor Fengtai's illness was originally known only to important officials and royal family members, but later the imperial edict issued to the whole world made everyone know about it. However, nowadays, the imperial power does not extend below the county level, and the common people do not really care about the emperor's condition, but the officials and their families in and outside the capital were all shocked by the news. The edict of the Crown Prince's regent was issued in early September, and the Jia family was originally celebrating the success of their young master in the imperial examination, and they held many banquets to celebrate during the period, and the second wife Wang wanted to celebrate again on the occasion of the Double Nine festival. However, there were some unusual movements in the palace before the festival, even though the Jia family was not well informed now. Mrs. Wang's family was still very useful. Wang Ziting was worried about his sister. And he also set people to pass on some news and hinted at something. Mrs. Wang heard about the palace ban, but did not dare to make it public. She quietly asked her mother-in-law after paying respects one day, and then got an order from Jia's mother-in-law to postpone all kinds of banquets at home. Mrs. Wang felt a little sorry at the time, and complained to her concubine Zhou Ruijia in private. The old lady is too cautious. It's a pity that there is no way to celebrate such a good thing. Mrs. Wang's son passed the imperial examination, and she seemed to be happier than other families, who really became the top scholar. Zhou Ruijia also knew that her wife. After thinking for a while, her eyes turned, and she thought of the family business. Seeing Mrs. Wang's regretful expression, Zhou Ruijia smiled and said, "Madam, don't feel sorry. The eldest lady will give birth in a few days. There will be an imperial examination next spring. Are you still worried that there is no time to celebrate?" The little maid was massaging Mrs. Wang's legs with a small jade hammer. Mrs. Wang smiled when she heard Zhou Ruijia's words. She patted the little maid's shoulder and asked her to leave. She said to Zhou Ruijia, "You are right. There is nothing to do now. Come with me to see Zhu's wife. Li Wan's hometown is in Jinling. It is difficult for her family to come to take care of her this time." Although Li Wan's mother from the Li family also packed some things and sent them to Beijing, Li Wan still felt a little regretful for not being able to see her family. It was fine before when the days were young, but now that Li Wan is about to give birth, she can't help but think a lot. Although she doesn't show anything on the surface, it's easy to tell that she's in a bad mood. Mrs. Wang now feels that her son's studies will be much smoother after this daughter-in-law comes into the family, especially after she gets pregnant. So she loves her daughter-in-law very much. Seeing her like this recently, she always wants to talk to her. Although the head of the Jia family is currently a loser, they are lucky to avoid all kinds of whirlpools at this time. Other families with higher official positions and deeper ties to the royal family are not so leisurely. Take the relatives of the Jia family for example. Wang Ziting has been in the camp recently. Even when he comes home, he doesn't smile. Mrs. Chung is worried about her husband, but she knows what he is worried about. There is no way to persuade him in this situation, so she can only take care of the family so that her husband won't worry. The two girls at home are much quieter. Sister, Wang Ximing is just a little naughty on weekdays, but she is actually very sensible. She sees that her parents seem to be worried recently, and they have been more well-behaved these days. They come to Wang Xifeng through the main gate, and don't do anything weird anymore. Wang Xifeng had already been engaged to the Lin family in Beijing. Although the children of both families were still young and not ready to get married, they were still following the rules of in-laws. She had received a gift from the Lin family during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and now she asked someone to find a brush washer for practicing calligraphy. Oh, this color is so beautiful. But it was sent by the Lin family. After Wang Ximing came in, he saw Wang Xifeng sitting behind the newly made yellow rosewood desk, pouring water into a brush washer made of pink hibiscus stone with a copper kettle. It is not new to use hibiscus stone to make brush washers and small items. But this brush washer is beautiful pink all over. Unlike ordinary stones that are gray and only have pink and red hues. But it is all delicate pink. And it looks even more transparent and beautiful under the sun. In addition to fine jewelry and popular food in Beijing, the things sent by the Lin family are mostly calligraphy and paintings and various stationery for reading. Wang Xifeng thought that she would have some common topics with her husband in the future. So she asked her aunt to invite a female teacher to her home, and gradually began to read and practice calligraphy. Wang Xifeng was not angry when her sister teased her. She handed the copper pot to Pinger beside her. It was indeed sent by his family. If you like it, you can take it. The two sisters of the Wang family usually share their good things. Today, whoever gets a delicate hairpin. The next day, whoever gets a beautiful bracelet. They share them. Now Wang Xifeng saw that her sister liked this thing, so she naturally asked her sister to take it back. Wang Ximing would never want something sent by her sister's fiancé's family. Don't. You have finally changed your temper. You read this useless book in the room all day long. Why? You want to take the exam to become the top female scholar? You are so careless. She tapped her sister's forehead, causing her to exclaim, "Ouch!" Seeing that she couldn't read anymore, Wang Xifeng grabbed her sister and sat on the Kong. Seeing the two sisters sitting opposite each other, Pingu brought some chrysanthemum cakes and chrysanthemum tea specially made in autumn to the two sisters. After serving the two young ladies, she sat aside and continued to embroider. After all, Wang Shifeng lived with her uncle and aunt. Although they had a good relationship on weekdays, she also paid attention to people's expressions, and was not as carefree as Wang Shiming. She had long felt that her uncle and aunt were not very happy these days. So she simply locked herself in the room, and did not go out unless necessary. Now seeing that her sister had become honest, she knew that she had also noticed that the atmosphere at home was not right recently. Wang Shiming pinched a piece of chrysanthemum cake and took a bite. He tasted it, and thought it tasted good. After he finished eating, he said, "My mother said that she has been busy recently, and has no time to take me out for a walk. We had planned to go hiking as a family before, but it is not possible this time. The palace was originally built in the mountains. There are many temples on the mountain, in addition to a few that are for the royal family, and not open to the subjects. There are also many temples with great masters and monks. Autumn is also a good time to climb high and look far. Climbing high as a family, and then going to the temple to burn incense, is also a rare pastime at this time." Mrs. Chung had said before that she would take everyone to climb high, and see the distant view on the Double Nine Festival. Both girls were looking forward to it, and they were a little disappointed that it was cancelled this time. Wang Shifeng saw that her sister was a little depressed, so she changed the subject and said, "I have a set of interesting toys here. Do you want to play with them for a while?" The things sent by the Lin family included many exquisite Western objects. Wang Shifeng picked out some suitable ones for her sister to play with, and coaxed the little girl for an afternoon. The appearance of the Jia and Wang families at that time was a portrayal of different families in Beijing. The Jia family was now far away from the real circle of power and wealth. Those who only had a name only needed to be honest. People like Wang Ziting, who had to be used by Emperor Fengtai, but had little connection with the prince, were a little anxious. Fortunately, the Wang family happened to be married to the Lin family. Wang Ziting thought about it for a while, and under the pretext of getting along with the third branch of the Lin family, he wrote a letter to the real person in charge of the Lin family, Mr. Lin. Although there was no definite words in the letter, it did say that the prince also felt that the Beijing camp was doing a good job, and told him not to worry now. Wang Ziting looked at the reply and pondered for a while, and then he put his heart back and worked peacefully. Now it is the end of the year. The prince has been the regent for a while, and Emperor Fengtai's health has not been too bad. These officials and families have become accustomed to it, and no longer have the previous panic. Each family is preparing for the new year step by step. A few days ago, Li Wan in the Jia mansion gave birth to Jia Lan, the eldest grandson of the next generation of the Jia family. Although he was not born in the eldest branch of the Jia family, Grandmother Jia was still very happy to see her first great-grandson. The whole family took advantage of this event to have a good time. Wang Shifeng and her sister also came to the Jia mansion with Madame Chung to congratulate. Seeing the baby sleeping peacefully wrapped in a brocade quilt, Wang Shifeng was touched for some reason. She stayed there for a long time without moving, and was only brought back to her senses by her sister Shiming. There were relatives and elders everywhere. Shiming did not ask too many questions, just whispered, "What's wrong, sister? Why were you standing there in a daze just now?" Wang Shifeng smiled gratefully at her sister. "Nothing. It may be because the room is too hot." The old lady of the Duke said that the red plum blossoms in the garden are in full bloom, and asked Sister Yuan-chun to take us to see them. "Do you want to go with us?" Jia's mother met several relatives today. When the two sisters went to pay their respects to Jia's mother just now, she was very happy to see these two pretty girls. She asked them to go to play with the eldest granddaughter after seeing their sister-in-law Li Wan and the children, and they didn't have to come back to listen to the ladies talking. "What's the point of us talking? You girls should go and have fun. The plum blossoms at home are in full bloom. Yuan, go and bring your sisters to pick some good ones to put in vases, so that I, an old woman, can have a look." Grandmother Jia looked at her granddaughter sitting quietly beside her. She looked no worse than the two sisters of the Wang family, and even more dignified. However, her expression was not as cheerful as those two girls. She sighed in her heart and took the opportunity to send her granddaughter to play with her peers and have some fun. Yuan-chun had been happy for her brother and sister-in-law these days, but Mrs. Wang privately mentioned sending her to the palace again. So although there were many happy events at home, she was still tense and couldn't relax. At this time, her grandmother asked her to go out and have fun with her sisters of the same age. She was also very happy. After thanking her grandmother, she followed the Wang sisters to see her sister-in-law and nephew. and then went to see the plum blossoms together. The Jia family was a duke's mansion with a large area, and the garden was also exquisitely built. Their ancestral home was in Jinling, although they were granted titles and served as officials in Beijing. The garden had some scenery of the south of the Yangtze River. Red plum blossoms were in full bloom. During the new year, young girls also wore new colors. They were seen walking around in the plum forest in cloaks of persimmon red, rouge red, etc. The brightness of their eyebrows and eyes was no less than that of the red plum blossoms. After all the relatives said goodbye and went home, in the evening, Jiamu looked at the red plum blossoms that her granddaughter brought back today, and asked Yuan Chun with a smile, "Did you have fun today?" When Yuan Chun came back today, her face was red from the cold, but now she was happy to talk about playing with her sisters of the same age. She smiled and nodded. "The two sisters of the Wang family are easy to get along with, and my granddaughter had a great time today." Jiamu then smiled and nodded, but asked Bao Qin beside Yuan Chun to remember to help the young lady rub the ointment on her face, so that she would not get frostbitten. Today, after meeting the two little girls from the Wang family, Jiamu saw that Wang Shifeng was generous, and would take care of her younger sister. She thought this girl was good, and she actually had the idea of marrying the second grandson in the family. She just asked Mrs. Chung a few questions secretly, and learned that Wang Shifeng was already engaged, which was a bit regretful. So she just let the two children play with her granddaughter. Yuan Yang helped to hold the zither, and waited for Yuan Chun to sleep. When she went back, she saw Jiamu still sitting under the lamp. She knew that the old lady was thinking about this matter, so she didn't disturb her too much, but went in and whispered, "The young lady has already fallen asleep, and the old lady should take care of herself. So let's settle down early." Jiamu was interrupted by Yuan Yang's words, but she didn't get angry. Seeing that it was this time, she went to bed and didn't mention it. The whole New Year's Day was peaceful both inside and outside the palace. But on the first day of the lunar year, Emperor Fengtai dropped a bomb. The process of ancestor worship was that Emperor Fengtai dragged his sick body to the Imperial Ancestral Temple in person as in previous years. He also appeared at the Grand Court meeting. But after receiving the worship of everyone, he ordered the officials of the Ministry of Rites to announce an edict of abdication. The prince was still thinking about what auspicious words to say at the banquet later. But he was shocked by the imperial edict and didn't know what to say. He came to his senses and knelt down to refuse, but was stopped by Emperor Fengtai's light words. No need to do this. The edict was drafted by Yan Gulao himself after Emperor Fengtai and Yan Gulao had a secret talk. As a top person who had been promoted step by step from the Hanlin Academy, Yan Gulao had drafted many imperial edicts and recorded the emperor's personal orders over the years. It was a job that he was already familiar with. However, when Emperor Fengtai asked him to draft this edict, the old Gulao's wrist was still trembling slightly. How many emperors in the world could abdicate? He was already a little shocked when he saw Emperor Fengtai clearly order the prince to supervise the country. Now this imperial edict made him at a loss for words. There was only one sentence circling in his mind. That is, the weather in Beijing was really going to change. Chapter 59. After the ceremony, there was a banquet. It was difficult for Su Ruiqing to find free time to talk to his father. Besides, the imperial edict on New Year's Day was not actually a question of recovery. But he always felt that it was not real. How could his father, who had been tough all his life, make up his mind to abdicate? Su Ruiqing always felt that this was not normal. In the harem, Empress Yu was sitting in the main hall of Cunning Palace to accept the worship of the ladies outside. At that time, a group of ladies stood in a row in the hall to pay their respects. Xiao Gong was nodding and directing the ladies' movements. Xingye, a trusted maidservant of the queen, was originally handling matters outside. But she took advantage of the time when the ladies of honor left and the next group came in to enter the main room. Xiao Gongyang frowned slightly, but seeing the solemn expression on Xingye's face, he also winked at another female official beside him, asking her to guide the ladies of honor in his place. And he took Xingye to the back to talk. Xingye had a serious look on her face, but her eyes were bright. When she and Xiao Gongyang arrived, they saw no one around and whispered. Eunuch Wang, who was beside His Royal Highness, sent someone to say that His Majesty announced the abdication at the Grand Court meeting, and His Royal Highness will succeed to the throne. Xiao Gongyang was so shocked that he staggered and held on to the shelf beside him to stabilize himself. Xingye was also frightened and hurried to support Xiao Gongyang. Gongyang, Calm down quickly. Should we also tell the queen in advance? The decree will be passed to the harem soon to avoid chaos. Zhao Gongling nodded. She went to the front to take a look. The queen still had a kind and dignified smile on her face. But Zhao Gongling also knew that the queen was bored. It was the queen's honor to have the ladies pay homage to her every New Year's Day. But the queen had gotten used to it, and was a little annoyed after so many years. Gently walking to the side of the queen, Zhao Gongling leaned down and whispered a few words in the queen's ear. Queen Yu's expression, which had not changed since the ladies entered the palace to pay homage, changed instantly. Who brought the news? Queen Yu asked Zhao Gongling beside her in a low voice. Zhao Gongling also replied quietly. It was Eunuch Wang, who was beside His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who sent his apprentice here. It should be correct. After all, after so many years of experience in the palace, Queen Yu was really stable. She continued to signal Zhao Gongling to continue to guide the ladies to pay their respects. And just said, there should be an imperial decree in a while. After you have dealt with things here, go and restrain the people in the palace. Don't make any mistakes today. As a woman in the inner court, Lin Muyue had already paid her respects to the queen with the crown princess and the people in the East Palace. At this time, they were sitting together in a warm room at the back of Cunning Palace and talking. During this year's ceremony, Emperor Fengtai ordered the two children, who were studying in the East Palace, to go to the front court to watch the ceremony. Crown Princess Li Wancheng was sitting in the room at this time, but she was still worried about her son in front of her. Lin Muyue, as a mother, was quite carefree. After instructing Mao Kai, who was beside her son, to take care of the child's clothes, water, and hand warmers, she felt that everything was fine. Now that she was in the warm room, she only felt that her son was a little difficult, but she was not too worried. Looking at the people around him, Li Wancheng probably felt that Lin Muyue's leisurely look was a bit dazzling, and finally couldn't help asking, "Aren't you worried about the children at all?" Lin Muyue smiled. "The queen and I are the biological mothers, and your highness is also the biological father of the children. Besides, the children are still so young, and they won't stay outside for too long." Only Lin Muyue could say this. But Li Wancheng was relieved after hearing this nonsense. "I just hope the children won't get cold." The other women and children in the East Palace were also sitting in this room. Zhu Liangdi, who was below, heard what the two queens said, and also smiled and said, "I heard from Bichuan from the queen that His Majesty will give a banquet later. The two little princes will be sent back in due time." "Your Majesty, don't worry." The crown princess nodded. "Mother is kind, and has ordered people to prepare hot water and ginger soup in the tea room. The children will have a bowl of soup when they come back." After saying this, Li Wancheng also looked at Lin Muyue. Although Lin Muyue had known this for a long time, she was happy to accept the crown princess's kindness. So she said, "Yes, thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty." Not long after the queen received the news, the eunuch who announced the decree came to Cunning Palace. When Lin Muyue received the news that she had to go out to receive the decree, she vaguely knew what it was. Others, including the crown princess Li Wancheng, were a little confused, but they didn't have much time to talk. So they quickly tidied themselves up and went out together to receive the decree. After hearing the contents of the imperial edict, Lin Muyue could still figure out how the edict was written. The contents sounded as if they were not overly embellished, as if Emperor Fengtai himself had spoken it. The other women, including Crown Princess Li Wancheng, were all shocked, but their actions were not obvious since they were kneeling to receive the imperial edict. This imperial edict was the same as the one issued by the previous dynasty, but it only summarized the merits and demerits of Emperor Fengtai's life. In the end, it mentioned that he was now old and had a minor illness, and felt that he did not have enough energy to lead billions of people. He felt that the country should rely on an older and healthier monarch. So he passed the throne to the crown prince. Queen Yu knelt before everyone. After listening to the imperial edict, she looked normal. She even asked people to give money to the eunuch who announced the edict. After paying their respects, everyone in the Eastern Palace was a little dazed. Lin Muyue saw that the crown princess Li Wancheng was also standing still. She quickly stepped forward and supported the crown princess. Li Wancheng came back to her senses and quickly looked at Queen Yu and said, "It's cold outside. There will be a banquet later. Mother, you should go back inside first." Queen Yu smiled when she heard the crown princess' words. "Very good. Let's go in. Don't stand here." The imperial edict on New Year's Day only announced the emperor's abdication. But the new emperor's accession to the throne, and the change of the reign still needed a new edict to be issued to the world. Now the palace still use the Fontai reign title. And no new reign title is chosen. The people in the harem and the Eastern Palace have not received the edict of canonization. And they are still called according to the previous rules. However, after the New Year's Day, the atmosphere in the East Palace was very different. Not only Li Wancheng, the future queen, was determined to be the queen, but also the other women were in a state of uncertainty. There are more mistakes than before. Lin Muyue looked through the window at the senior maid Fu Yu beside the crown princess scolding the junior maid in the corridor of the main hall, and suddenly sighed. Yun Xia hurried forward to pull the master away from the window. Please don't look at it. It's not good to change to this new thing. Don't let people see you. Although the previous glass didn't have the good luck to become a gift from the emperor, a lot of it was installed in the East Palace. Lin Muyue, who likes new things, also thinks that glass windows are more familiar. So all the windows in the palace were replaced with glass. You are the only one who can still sit still in the whole palace. We are not the only one who has no mistakes. Yun Xia helped Lin Muyue to sit down on the couch, and said this with a smile. Recently, the crown princess in the East Palace has been a little unstable. Not to mention the people below. However, they are all small matters, which have nothing to do with the big plan ahead. So it doesn't matter. It's just that Lin Muyue and her servant are talking about it now. Miss, do you have any plans for your position? Yun Xia herself is actually anxious about her master's future position. Except for Li Wancheng, who is the queen. The identities of other women in the East Palace are actually negotiable. Lin Muyue didn't care. This matter was not hers to decide. How could I have any plans? I can't even see His Highness now. What plans can I have? Okay, I knew you always said bad things about me behind my back, and I finally caught you. Su Ruiqing finally finished many affairs of the previous dynasty today, and finally found some free time to come and see his beloved concubine. When he came in, he heard Lin Muyue's disrespectful words. In winter, people were coming in and out, making so much noise. Lin Muyue had actually heard the noise a long time ago. The words just now were meant for Su Ruiqing to hear. When she saw someone coming in, she just bowed and said, "It's not the first day that I've done this. Your Majesty, aren't you used to it?" Hearing Lin Muyue calling him Your Majesty and calling herself a concubine, Su Ruiqing took the thing in his hand and hit her head lightly. You dare to make fun of this. As soon as the edict of abdication came out, Su Ruiqing, the prince, was actually the emperor. The previous dynasty used to call him Your Majesty when doing things. However, he still followed the rules and did not call him I before the succession ceremony. Later, he did not call him I. Su's subordinates called him His Majesty. But he was not angry when Lin Muyue said that. He just said, "It's okay to talk about it in private, but you should be more careful when you are outside." Lin Muyue smiled and said, "I know. I was just joking with Your Highness in private." After that, she took the list from the prince and put it on the table first. "What is this? How did Your Highness bring the memorial from the previous dynasty here?" Although the prince would occasionally talk to Lin Muyue about the affairs of the previous dynasty, and even listened to her ideas and completed many errands, he had never brought memorials from the outside court to her. However, the prince did not reply after hearing this, but just said, "It's a little hot in your room. I'll change my clothes first." Lin Muyue ignored the things first, and personally helped the prince take off his outer sweater, and asked Yunxia to fetch a few clothes that the prince often wore and placed here. "Your Highness, please change your clothes first. Do you want to stay with me for dinner? Or are you in a hurry to do something later? Yor has asked me for father several times. There is nothing else to do today. I will stay with you, and we will have a good meal together after Yor finishes school later." Su Ruiqing also felt much more comfortable after changing his clothes. So he drank a sip of tea and said this slowly. Seeing that the prince had already sat down, Lin Muyue picked up the list that the prince had brought before and read it. The first sentence that caught her eye was that the Eastern Palace concubine Lin was promoted to imperial concubine and would live in Qixiang Palace. She glanced at the following arrangements and said to the prince with a smile, "When did Your Highness complete this list? Has the crown princess seen it?" After Emperor Fontai abdicated, he became the Emperor Emeritus. And Empress Yu became the Empress Emeritus. In addition, Emperor Fengtai's concubines also had to prepare for the relocation of the palace recently. So the prince recently picked a day to discuss with his mother the position of the new empress and the palace she would live in, so that they could move after a while. My mother brought her with her when she drafted this list. Su Ruiqing nodded. Li Wancheng had drafted this list, so it was no big deal for him to show it to Lin Muyue now. Qisheng Palace is in the west. I thought you would let me live in Jing'an Palace. Lin Muyue thought about the list, but found something wrong. The east is the most respected in the palace, and she, the new imperial concubine, should live in the east 6 palaces, just like concubine Jin lived in Chengqian Palace at the beginning. Even if the prince thought Chengqian Palace was not good, he should choose Jing'an Palace or Yinqi Palace. But the list said Qisheng Palace in the west 6 palaces. Seeing that Lin Muyue also reacted, Su Ruiqing smiled. Because it is not convenient for father and mother to move now. Father still lives in Qianqing Palace, and mother still lives in Cunning Palace. So Jing'an Palace of the East 6 palaces is now occupied by the crown princess. And only Qisheng Palace of the West 6 palaces has been newly renovated. So we chose this place for you. Thanks to the rules of the ancestors. The concubines with children in the harem are very happy after the new emperor ascends the throne. Several concubines with children know that the new emperor will have a decree after ascending the throne in a while. At that time, all the children of Emperor Fengtai who have not been granted titles will be granted titles. After Emperor Fengtai passes away, the concubines can live in their sons' houses. Have any of the princes been granted the title of prince? Lin Muyue also knows the rules. Now she is curious whether Emperor Fengtai has added a few princes to the ranks of vassal kings. Su Ruiqing shook his head. Now he also felt that his father was really restrained. The highest title he gave to his younger brothers was only a prince of a county. He didn't let De Zheng produce another prince. But this was also a good thing for him, as the emperor's elder brother. So he was happy to see such a result. Fu Yu from Li Wanqing's side saw the prince return, but could only watch a group of people kidnapped to Yuta Hall. At this time, she was too lazy to teach the little palace maid who made a mistake, and just said a few more words and sent her away. Fu Yu quietly entered the house. Recently, Crown Princess Li Wancheng was a little worried. But it was not because of the things in the palace, but because something happened in her family recently. Li Wancheng's grandfather Li Zhuiyong personally sent a letter from home, informing Li Wancheng, the future queen, that he had prepared a memorial, and would refuse the title of Cheng'anlong after the abdication ceremony. After seeing the letter from home, Li Wancheng also knew that this was her grandfather's character and style of doing things. In fact, even when the royal family was selecting concubines, Mr. Li didn't want to send his granddaughter to participate in this election. Unfortunately, his family was the daughter-in-law favored by the queen. The queen had sent someone to pass the news to his family, leaving the Li family no room to refuse. Now that she, the crown princess, is about to become the queen, it is reasonable to give the queen's mother's family the title of Cheng'an. However, Li's grandfather is going to write a letter to decline this title on the grounds that both he and the crown princess father are still alive, and there is no precedent for Cheng'an to be passed down for 2 generations. However, the crown princess's father, who had always been like his father's shadow, sang a different tune this time. Hearing that his father wanted to refuse the title, the family had already made a big fuss. However, such a shameful thing could not be spread outside. Therefore, the crown princess's mother had also gone to the palace to ask her daughter for advice, hoping that her daughter would persuade the family to reconcile. Chapter 60. Your Majesty, please take a break and use something. Xiaoman put the cup in her hand on the table and asked the crown princess, who was sitting next to her, to take a break and use something. Fu Yu, who came in and saw this, also hurriedly advised. Very, Your Majesty. You haven't used anything since you got up early, and you have been busy with the queen's place all morning, and you finally have some free time in the afternoon to look at these things and take care of yourself. Putting down the list sent by the 6th bureau, Li Wancheng also rubbed her forehead, even though she had been training with the queen for so many years, but this year has just passed, and she has been dealing with so many difficult and complicated palace affairs as soon as she started, and now it is a headache to deal with them. The concubines in the harem of Emperor Fengtai had to move to another palace, and the people around them had to be laid off or added. This was a big deal. The local officials in the 2 capitals and 13 provinces knew about the changes in the capital, and gradually wrote letters and sent various gifts to the capital. This was another matter. There was also a change in the personnel in the prince's harem. It was necessary to arrange the palace staff and make new dresses and jewelry. This was the third task. When Li Wancheng was very busy, she secretly criticized Emperor Fengtai for announcing the abdication on the first day of the lunar year after the new year. This was a good thing. Otherwise, these things and the palace affairs in the next year would be fatal. Leave it there. I'll use it after I finish these things. Li Wancheng glanced at what Xiaoman brought up, and saw that it was a white jade-covered bowl. She knew that it should contain nourishing things such as bird's nest. She didn't want to eat these things, so she wanted to finish the things at hand first. Xiaoman wanted to persuade her again, but was stopped by Fu Yu. She had to watch the crown princess for more than a cup of tea before she packed up her things, and came over to use the bowl of bird's nest that was already a little cold. After finishing the meal, Li Wancheng looked at the sky and said, "I'll take a break too. You go find Chia and ask her to take the list I've approved from Lu Shang. Some of them are orders from my mother, and I just follow the routine. Some of them are my own decisions. If there are any problems from Lu Shang, ask them to report to me tomorrow." Xiaoman nodded, and together with Fu Yu, she helped the crown princess lie down on the couch. Then the two of them went out hand in hand to find Lady Qi. "Sister Fu Yu, Lord Xizheng has gone to the queen's palace. It seems that the queen has something to order." Fu Yu went out to look for Lady Qi, but didn't see her. She called a little palace maid to ask, and found out that Lady Qi had gone to Cunning Palace. "I know. If the master comes back, come and tell me." After listening to the little maid's words, Fu Yu told the maid that she and Xiaoman would continue to do needlework in the side room, and asked the little maid to tell the two of them when the female official Qi came back. Xiaoman was already sitting in the room, holding a small robe and embroidering something on it. When she saw Fu Yu enter the room, she nodded. Her hands kept moving, and pointed to the things on the table in the room and said, "The snacks from the kitchen are filial piety. Try them first before doing this work. The people in the palace are the best at changing their attitudes according to the situation. Now they are just waiting for the crown prince to ascend the throne and the crown princess to become the queen. Therefore, these people have been trying to please the crown princess so much these days that the crown princess is annoyed." This plate of snacks was set by the kitchen, but Li Wancheng was too lazy to use it, so she gave it to the two most trusted palace maids around her. After tasting a bite of the dessert, Fu Yu asserted, "This is the craftsmanship of Master Zhang, which is better than the one said before." Xiaoman was busy embroidering the scales of the golden dragon, struggling with the gold thread. After hearing Fu Yu's words, he said without raising his head, "That's right. Master Zhang is an old master for more than 20 years. The craftsmanship of those young eunuchs can't compare with his." However, after praising the cook in the kitchen, Xiaoman sighed and said, "It's a pity that the queen can't eat recently, let alone Master Zhang. Even if it's the craftsmanship of the chief steward, the queen can't eat recently." Fu Yu also sighed when he heard it. The Li family has been very lively these days. The head of the family, Mr. Li, has been indifferent to fame and fortune all his life. Even if he is about to get an emperor, Sun Tzu, he doesn't care at all. He even wants to refuse the title awarded by the royal family. But Li Wancheng's father didn't think so. Although he was born in a family of great scholars, he didn't learn his father's indifference. He passed the imperial examination and became an official, but he didn't know much. He couldn't get promoted for many years, but he always had the idea of moving up. The happiest person in the Li family was Li Wancheng's father. When the matter of selecting a concubine came out, the Li family had a commotion for a while. However, the prince had just entered the court at that time, and he was also known as a gentleman who was good at reading. Although the old man of the Li family didn't want to be associated with the royal family, he felt that this person was trustworthy, and finally let his granddaughter marry. This time, the title issue caused another conflict between the father and son. In the Li family, Lord Li did not care about etiquette and filial piety, and directly shouted, "The queen will be the queen mother. It is written in the national laws and family rules that my stepfather will get the title. Why should father refuse?" Old Master Li Zhuiyong was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. He stood in the hall with a cane and scolded his son. "Rebellious, rebellious son. You still have the nerve to say it." Mrs. Mai was also on the side. Seeing her father-in-law so angry, she could only persuade her husband. "Don't say it, sir. Dad is too old to stand this." Lord Li ignored his wife and said with a flick of his sleeves, "You don't have the right to interrupt." Seeing that his son was getting more and more unruly, Old Master Li, he didn't care anymore, and just said in a stern voice, I have already written to Wan Chung. As long as I am here, you can forget about this title. Seeing his father return to the inner room, Lord Li also angrily returned to the courtyard where he and his wife were. After sitting down, he said to his wife, "Pick a day to go to the palace and talk to the queen in person." Although the Lin family has no fixed title, they are about to be awarded the empty titles of 3 dukes and 3 orphans. Does the queen want our family to be inferior to theirs? Madame Mai is the most cautious and usually has no opinion. Now seeing her father-in-law and husband in conflict, she just watched and couldn't say anything useful. Now she got her husband's order and just responded with a yes and dared not say a word. So the crown princess was busy with palace affairs while taking care of the family affairs. Fu Yu and Xiao Man were both maids from the Li family. Seeing the crown princess like this, they felt very distressed. If you ask me, as long as it is something decided by the Grand Master, no matter how hard the Grand Master tries, it will not work, Xiao Man said after thinking for a while. Fu Yu also picked up the half-embroidered screen. That may not be the case. Madame has been in the palace for several times. Isn't the queen also shaken? That's right. Forget it. It's none of our business. Just do the work at hand. Xiao Man knew that Li Wancheng couldn't stand her mother's tears the most. If Madame Mai went to the palace to cry again, it was possible that her own queen would change her mind and persuade her grandfather. However, the two of them could not help the crown princess in this matter. They just felt sorry for their daughter being caught between her grandfather and her father. Li Wancheng took a nap in the afternoon and felt refreshed. When she got up, Xiao Man was already serving the crown princess. "Your Majesty, are you awake? The little prince will soon finish school. Your Majesty, what food do you want to bring tonight?" She covered her lips and yawned. The crown princess said in a slightly lazy tone, "Well, there is no need to bring any more dishes. I just want to eat a dish of cold lotus root. Ask someone to bring it." Xiao Man helped the crown princess to rewrap her hair. After getting her hair done, Li Wancheng was completely awake. "Where is Fu Yu? Why can't I see her?" Xiao Man was helping the crown princess put a jade hairpin into her hair. When she heard the crown princess question, she quickly replied, "Lord Qi listened to the queen's instructions and took Sister Fu Yu with him when he went to the 6th bureau." Li Wancheng knew that Lady Qi was taking Fu Yu to pay respects at the dock and learn the procedures for handling affairs, so that Fu Yu could help her better in the future. Next time there is such an opportunity, you can go and take a look. Just let Xiaoxue and the others serve here. Li Wancheng saw that she had been taken care of, turned around and smiled, patted Xiaoman's hand and said this. Xiaoman smiled. "I know myself. I am not as smart and capable as Sister Fu Yu. I just want to serve the queen well." Li Wancheng didn't know what she thought of when she heard it. After a while, she said softly, "Just learn. If you want to leave the palace and get married in the future, it's fine. Otherwise, you have to learn." Fu Yu and Xiaoman followed the young lady into the palace. They both planned to stay in the palace for the rest of their lives. Seeing that the young lady looked a little disappointed because of what she didn't know, she quickly said, "Yes, I know. I will definitely learn hard in the future." The only 2 children going to school in the East Palace now are Chengyu, the crown princess, and Qingyu, Lin Miyue. In the past, the 2 brothers would go back together after school. The East Palace is not far from the study room. If the weather is good, the 2 children will walk to and from the palace. If they are really tired, the nannies will hold them for a while. "Big brother, this is for you." After school, everyone packed up their things. Chengyu quickly packed up his things, walked to his big brother's seat, took out a small sandalwood box, and gave it to his big brother. Inside was a jade Qilin paperweight. Chengyu took the thing, looked at it and asked, "Is it for you, father?" Chengyu shook his head. "My mother had it made, and all the brothers have it. I brought it specially for you, big brother." After hearing Chengyu say this, Chengyu accepted the thing, nodded and said, "Let's go, and go back early." The 2 children went back together. Chengyu always remembered to lag behind his big brother by half a step. Chengyu knew that this was his younger brother's respect, but the more he saw that his younger brother did not make any mistakes, the more uncomfortable he felt. So the 2 of them always went to school in silence, and basically didn't talk much. After returning to the East Palace, Chengyu was the first to say goodbye. After Chengyu nodded, the 2 returned to their respective mothers' palaces. Chengyu saw Eunuch Wang beside his father at the entrance of Yuta Palace. He knew that his father must have finished his work today, and came to his mother's place. So his face became a little happier. He stepped forward and spoke to Eunuch Wang. "Hello, Wang Banban. You are here. Is it your father who came today?" Eunuch Wang smiled at the young master, and smiled and replied when he heard the young prince say that. "Yes, your little prince. Go in quickly. Don't get cold." Holding the hand of Eunuch Wang, Chung Yu entered the room and saw that his parents had not yet served the meal, but were just sitting opposite each other and chatting. So he went up to pay his respects with a stern face. Lin Muyue had originally asked someone to change clothes for her son as soon as he entered the house. But the child had seen his father less recently, and now he was anxious to pay his respects to his father as soon as he entered. So she watched her son, dressed in winter clothes, bowing seriously like a ball wrapped in brocade, and she couldn't help laughing. Su Ruiqing also felt that the people around him were shaking with laughter, and said helplessly, "Get up quickly. Change clothes first, and then come over." Chung Yu nodded, and took people to the inner room to change clothes first, and then returned to his parents. Lin Muyue also carried her son to the Luohan bed, and let him sit on the bed before saying, "How is school? Are you tired? You said that you had extra homework before. Have you adapted to it recently?" Lin Muyue said this to the prince. When the two of them were chatting today, she knew that it was this cruel father who gave her son extra lessons. So she was picking up words to tell the prince. "I don't know why the daughter of the Lin family has such a problem with her son's education." Su Ruiqing was also a little helpless. How can it be tiring for him? It's just that he can't adapt to it for a while. If you ask here now, he must be familiar with it, and won't feel tired. Yu looked at his mother, and then at his father, thought for a while and said, "It's really okay. It doesn't feel difficult now." Pinching her son's little face, Lin Muyue saw that the child didn't think anything was wrong and stopped talking, so she had to change the subject and asked, "What dishes does your highness want to serve? It will be time for dinner soon." Su Ruiqing was very tired these days, and only said, "Let's have some appetizers. I haven't had much appetite these days." Lin Muyue nodded. She has been cooking some fresh dishes recently. There were lemons in the tribute sent from Nanyang a few days ago. Lemons are now used more as medicine. From the leaves to the skin to the pulp of lemons, all of them can be used as medicine. Another use is because people still call these things citrons, and often put lemons in the house to add fresh fruit fragrance. In her previous life, Lin Muyue liked Southeast Asian dishes, especially Thai dishes. Now that she had these things, she asked people to use them, and spices from Southeast Asia, to make some dishes with Southeast Asian flavors. So when she heard the prince say that he wanted to eat something appetizing, she asked Yunxia to tell the kitchen to serve a few dishes she had made before, and to serve them together with the imperial meal sent from the kitchen. The prince didn't say whether they were good or not after he finished eating, but Lin Muyue saw that the prince didn't say he didn't like them, so she knew that these dishes were pretty good. She secretly made a note in her heart that when the prince had a poor appetite in the future, she could also ask people to serve some of these dishes. Su Ruiqing was able to steal a half day of leisure from his busy life. After having a meal with his wife and son, he spent another leisurely evening. It was also a relief from the busy government affairs. Chapter 61. At the turn of the old and the new, Lin Muyue had a rare chance to take some time off. These days, the two mistresses in the harem were very busy, so she even skipped the greetings several times. After the Chinese New Year, there was really nothing else to do, so every day Lin Muyue just watched Zhang Xian and Yun Xia packing their things, waiting for the day to move to the palace after the ceremony. Zheng Chaothai, ancestor, felt deeply about the closeness of human relations, and did not want to separate mother and child, so generally, those who had children in the harem could go to the main seat to raise their children themselves. The favored concubines could even raise the princes until they were about 10 years old, and they would move to the 5 palaces in the north until they were ready to understand human affairs. So even if Lin Muyue was about to be promoted to a noble concubine, she was not worried about being separated from her son. However, she thought that after living alone in a palace for a while, she could let Yu live in a side hall. After Lin Muyue had talked with the prince, Su Ruiqing directly said that it was a grievance for her to live in a palace outside the West Palace like Qixiong Palace. There were not many people in the palace, and no one would be allowed to enter her palace. Qixiong Palace is where the virtuous concubine lives. It is a first-class good place. It was renovated again in recent years when the virtuous concubine was promoted. It is indeed exquisite after the renovation. Zhang Xian has been in the palace for many years. He knows all the palaces well. Yongshou Palace has few rooms. There were more people living in Ikuan Palace before. The rooms are a bit old after all. When it comes to the palaces in the West Palace, Aunt Zhou is also well versed. She feels a little sorry. Originally, Jing'an Palace and Chengqian Palace and the East 6 palaces were good. But later, Concubine Jin had an accident, and Chengqian Palace became less auspicious. Jing'an Palace is now for the new queen to live in. Lin Miyue thought it was okay. After all, the East Palace was indeed a bit crowded. She was fine as a concubine. She lived in a side hall with 5 rooms. The concubines and the talented people lived in a small courtyard. But there were only 3 rooms. Not to mention the low-ranking women in the back who lived in the house that was originally for the palace people. It's okay. You can live anywhere. If your highness lives in the Yongxin Palace, then the 6 western palaces will be more important than the 6 eastern palaces. Lin Miyue calculated the distribution of the palaces in the palace and knew that if Emperor Fengtai did not move, Su Ruiqing, the heir emperor, would have to live in the Yongxin Palace. If the emperor lived in the west, then the honor of the 6 palaces in the east and west would be reversed. The palaces in the inner road of the 6 palaces in the east were fine. But the palaces in the outer road were actually close to the palace administration department and the 6 Shan bureaus. There were people coming and going all day long. So it was bound to be a bit noisy. It was not a very good place to live. Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou thought about Lin Miyue's words. And they thought it was the case. So they didn't mention anything about Qixing Palace. The concubines were gradually moving now. And Lin Miyue could send some things to the warehouse of Qixing Palace in advance for storage. After thinking about yesterday's division of the palace, Lin Miyue watched the people around her packing things. She was also a little emotional as she watched the various boxes and boxes filled with various things. When the queen chose Yun and Yao as the newcomers to enter the East Palace, she once lamented that she did not have a lot of fabrics to reward people like the crown princess. Now, watching Zhang Xian and the eunuchs carrying in and out, she had no impression of many fabrics. However, after sitting for a while, Lin Miyue heard the sound of the door curtain of the main room. And a few breaths later, she saw Xingye, the maid beside the queen, come in. Xingye was beaming with joy. After entering and paying respects, she announced the good news to Lin Miyue. Greetings to the queen. I congratulate the queen. The queen has ordered me to invite you to Cunning Palace. There are palace affairs for you to handle. Among the palace maids in the queen's palace, Lin Miyue is familiar with Xingye, and today's job of delivering messages was exchanged between Xingye and someone else and the Eastern Palace. These days, the queen has been very busy, and the crown princess Li Wancheng has also been called over and has been busy, so the queen thought of Lin Miyue, who was in charge of the Eastern Palace when the crown princess was pregnant, so after asking Li Wancheng's opinion, she sent someone to ask Lin Miyue to help. Lin Miyue knew that Xingye was thinking that since the queen was now looking after the concubines in the Eastern Palace, her status as a future imperial concubine might also rise. So she was so happy for her. Therefore, although Lin Miyue didn't really want to work, she still quickly thanked the queen for her grace and asked Xingye to wait for her to change her clothes before going to Cunning Palace. As soon as she entered Cunning Palace and saw the queen and the crown princess, Lin Miyue was about to pay her respects when she was interrupted by Queen Yu. Queen Yu had someone give Lin Miyue a stack of account books and directly instructed, "No need to be polite in front of me. These are the account books for needlework, candles, etc. in each palace. You can take a look at them yourself. If there are any errors or too many omissions, write them down. If there are no errors, the accounts will be sealed after they are checked." Lin Miyue looked at the accounts in Yun Xiao's hand, and then saw that Queen Yu and Li Wancheng were both busy with their own affairs and had no time to take care of her. So she could only follow Xingye's guidance to a room next door and start to look at these account books with determination. It was said to be a book for needlework, candles, etc. But when Lin Miyue opened it and took a look, she found that it was a book for the expenses of the 6 palaces in the east and west. She flipped through the records with a headache. After reading the book, Lin Miyue felt dizzy and couldn't help thinking that as she was in charge in the future, she would definitely change the way of accounting. The recorder of the Shandong Bureau and others were also busy in Cunning Palace. Li Wancheng glanced at Lin Miyue, who was working in another room. Somehow, she seemed to feel that the things in her hands were not so annoying. Empress Yu's current task is mainly to review the various procedures of the abdication ceremony and the ceremony of conferring the title of Empress. Since the Emperor abdicated the throne while he was still alive, The abdication and succession ceremonies of the previous dynasty were held together, and the people in the harem did not have to wait a year for the ceremony due to mourning. They directly held the ceremony of conferring the title of empress and consort. With two extremely important ceremonies together, the complexity of the affairs can be imagined. And the most terrible thing is that there is no precedent for this kind of thing in this dynasty. Empress, you could only work with the help of officials from the Ministry of Rights, and the female officials in the harem. A group of people worked together to create a new process, and also told the female officials to allocate personnel to practice the various procedures on the day of the ceremony. The harem was constantly busy. And Su Ruiqing, the crown prince and future emperor, had no time to rest. Since Emperor Fengtai announced that the crown prince would be the regent, he had completely delegated power to his son. After the New Year's Day, he even stopped asking about government affairs. Therefore, Su Ruiqing himself had not really ascended the throne yet, and had not received the treatment and title of an emperor. Instead, he really did the emperor's work every day, and was buried in the palace reviewing memorials all day long. Although he ordered the cabinet to pick out all the memorials of greeting and flattery in advance, so that he didn't need to read them again. The prince rubbed his wrists after reviewing the thick pile of memorials and asked eunuch Wang, "Is it almost time?" Su Ruiqing has been more diligent in paying respects to Emperor Fengtai these days, and he basically goes once every other day. When eunuch Wang saw his master asking, he hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Are you going to leave?" Thinking that today's work was almost done. If there were any important memorials in the evening, it would be in time to review them after dinner. So Su Ruiqing told eunuch Wang, "Then order someone to bring the sedan chair. I am going to pay respects to my father." Unlike his wife and son who were busy, Emperor Fengtai was very leisurely these days. Although he abdicated, Emperor Fengtai felt that his life now had not changed much except that he didn't have to work. After all, no one in the palace dared to treat the emperor with disrespect. On the contrary, because he had left all the state affairs to his son, he was able to enjoy the fun of raising children for a while. When the prince went to pay his respects, the old emperor was also nagging to the eunuch beside him. "The child of Wenhong's family is good-looking, and looks like a sister. I think she has the style of Wenhong when she was a child. Princess Wenhong, as the eldest daughter of Emperor Fengtai, is indeed a good sister. No matter which of her brothers and sisters, she always takes care of them." Now looking at the granddaughter born by his daughter, Emperor Fengtai also thinks everything is good. Eunuch Xiao also said with a smile, "That's right. Your Highness Princess was so young at the beginning. She would think of her brothers and sisters whenever she had something good. No wonder your Majesty felt sorry for her." Su Ruiqing also heard this when he came in, as a younger brother who was taken care of by the elder sister. He said after paying his respects, "Eldest sister is indeed so virtuous. I always think of her well." Emperor Fengtai smiled when he heard this, and said casually, "I have seen that the edict you ordered the cabinet to draft has not been announced to the world to appoint the prince." Su Ruiqing paused when he wanted to take the teacup to drink tea, and gently put the teacup on the table. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yes. I still can't make up my mind. The son of the queen is the eldest son. Qing, you shouldn't hesitate." Seeing his son lowering his head, as if the prince was still young, Emperor Fengtai called his son Qing'er. Su Ruiqing was shocked. Although his father was not in charge of the affairs now, his orders could still be known to him. Hearing his father's words, he stood up and knelt in front of his father. "My son is not hesitant because of the concubine. It's just that in terms of the qualifications of the two children, you is better." Emperor Fengtai knew this. The performance of the two children in front of the emperor made him vaguely realize Qingyo's intolerance. However, as an emperor, Emperor Fengtai also knew the current situation. In order to ensure the stability of the succession of the imperial power, he could only say good things to his eldest grandson. "You are biased in what you said. They are just children. What can you see? Yura is smarter in studying, but Yura is also outstanding in riding and shooting. Those old guys have come to me to praise him many times." Su Ruiqing knew that he had been favored by his father for so many years because he was the legitimate heir of Empress Yuan, and that was why he could firmly occupy the position of crown prince. Now it was Su Ruiqing's turn to take the throne. He had thought about changing the crown prince several times, but he knew it was extremely difficult to accomplish. So he was just hesitating and not directly appointing the crown prince in the imperial edict at the succession ceremony. When Su Ruiqing heard his father say this, he could only say, "Your son knows what your father means." But as your father said, the children are still young, and there is still room for maneuver if the crown prince is not appointed now. Emperor Fotai sighed and said, forget it. The world has been passed to you, and you still have to make your own decisions on these matters. Su Ruiqing nodded to his father and said in a sullen tone, it's not that I don't want to reassure you, but I just want to think about it for a few more days. That's all. Seeing that his father didn't say anything, Su Ruiqing didn't stand up either. He just knelt for a while and suddenly asked his father again. Great-grandfather has decided the generation name of his children and grandchildren. From the son's name, it is Ruiqing Xinping. However, Li's name also has the word Cheng. Logically, she shouldn't have been the son's wife. Being backlit, Su Ruiqing couldn't see his father's expression. He just felt that after he finished speaking, his father's straight back bent for a moment, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in fatigue. Eunuch Wang had just rested in the side room for a while when he saw a young eunuch beside the prince running out. Grandpa Wang, it seems that His Highness has already paid his respects to His Majesty. Would you like to go and wait earlier? Thinking it was strange, Eunuch Wang wondered why the prince had only talked to His Majesty for a short while today, and hurried out to wait at the door. When Su Ruiqing left the Qianqing Palace, Eunuch Wang saw that he did not come out with a smile like usual, and his heart skipped a beat, not knowing what had happened. So he walked up to him carefully and said, Your Highness came out quickly today, but are you going back to review memorials or to the Eastern Palace now? After talking with his father today, Su Ruiqing also felt much more tired. Let's not go over yet. You accompany me to the Imperial Study. Chapter 62. Among the children, who are still studying in the Imperial Study, there are only the 6th and 7th princes left among the princes of Emperor Feng Tai. The others are the children of the clans, who stayed in the capital. The highest is the descendants of the princes. So apart from the 2 who are still princes, the 2 children of the East Palace have the most noble status. Cheng Yu and Qing Yu are both young, so they also sit in the front to listen to the teacher's lecture. Qing Yu is quite interested in listening, but Cheng Yu is staring at the book, not knowing what he is thinking. The weather was not good today, and the horse riding and archery class that was originally scheduled was rescheduled. So the older princes and grandsons of the emperor could still practice in pairs in the palace. But the 2 children of the Eastern Palace and the younger children of the royal family could only continue to study indoors. So when Su Ruiqing came to the Imperial Study, he saw his own son sitting in the second row among a room full of little kids. One of them was looking at his master seriously, and the other was so distracted that he didn't know what he was thinking. After looking at his son for a while, Su Ruiqing sighed and went back to deal with government affairs. When Eunuch Wang saw the crown prince, he went to the study room of Xianan Palace with a gloomy face to see the 2 young masters who were reading. When he returned to govern, although his face was not as gloomy as before, he was in a bad mood, and his heart was beating fast. Although Eunuch Wang was arrogant and could say that he had served this young master since he was a child, the crown prince's power had gradually increased in recent years, and his mind had become much deeper. He himself was getting older, and sometimes he even thought of retreating. The position of the emperor's eunuch is tempting, but Eunuch Wang himself has no intention of taking power and intervening in politics. At such an old age, if he asks for mercy, Su Ruiqing will definitely respond. It is not a bad thing to be able to live in honor. After thinking about it, Eunuch Wang heard the prince suddenly say, Go to Concubine Lin and tell her that I will go to see her and you today. Eunuch Wang agreed, and saw that the prince continued to concentrate on his own work after he finished speaking. So he turned around and went out to tell the eunuch to go back to the East Palace to tell her. So after Lin Muyue had been busy in Cunning Palace for a day, she returned to her Yuta Hall and found another prince, who was also calm and seemed to be emitting the words comfort me all over his body. Cheer up. Lin Muyue approached Su Ruiqing. What's wrong with you? Your Highness? Is there anything bothering you? Su Ruiqing looked at Lin Muyue, who was still wearing a cloak, touched her face which was slightly red from the cold, and said with some heartache, Go change your clothes first. In the future, if you really can't do it in winter, you can use a warm sedan chair, and don't sit in the sedan chair anymore. Lin Muyue smiled. Warm sedan chairs were mostly used by the elderly, pregnant, or sick concubines in winter. For a young woman like her, forget it. While changing clothes, Lin Muyue called Yunxia over and said, Go get the osmanthus jam I saved and make a cup of honey water, and get some newly made Western desserts. The osmanthus honey was made by Lin Miyue and her people in the autumn. It had been stored in the ice cellar before. Now in winter, a cup of tea with the fragrance of osmanthus can best soothe her restless heart that arises from busyness. The Western desserts were the cream recipes and several cake recipes that Lin Miyue received as gifts from Westerners. She ordered the people in the small kitchen to try to make some cupcakes. She thought they were good after eating them. At this time, she also felt that these desserts were very suitable to comfort the prince. After Lin Miyue had cleaned herself up, Yunxia came in with the honey water and snacks she had ordered. So the master and servant went into the inner room together. Yunxia arranged the things before leaving again. Your Highness, would you like to try it? This is also a new recipe I came up with. Lin Miyue handed a cake on the small table to the prince and motioned the prince to try one. Su Ruiqing looked at the snack Lin Miyue handed to him, and after taking it, he commented, "It looks like butter-soaked snails," before taking a bite. Lin Miyue added some raisins and chopped nuts on the cupcake she made. The texture of these things mixed with the cream, and the cake base is richer than the traditional butter-soaked snails alone. Su Ruiqing took a bite of the cake and drank a sip of the not-so-sweet but fragrant osmanthus tea. As Lin Miyue had predicted, the depression on his body gradually dissipated. After eating, the prince looked at Lin Miyue, who was smiling at him, hugged her in his arms, and sighed again. Lin Miyue was sitting peacefully when the prince suddenly hugged her. She was actually a little puzzled, but she thought that the prince was in a bad mood today, so she endured it. She moved herself to find a comfortable position and treated herself as a human pillow. When Chengyu came back, the couple separated as if they were scalded. They coughed once each before leaving, facing the son, who came in and looked at his parents, who were not relaxed. Su Ruiqing said, "You're back? The weather outside is not very good today. Come here and let Dad see if you are frozen." Lin Miyue rolled her eyes quietly. How could a mother like her freeze her son? The prince's ability to find something to talk about is really poor. He stepped on a landmine. Chengyu actually liked talking to his father. He eagerly approached Su Ruiqing to show himself to his father. However, he still said truthfully, "I wasn't frozen." "Did you get frozen when father came back?" Su Ruiqing patted his son's shoulder and replied with a smile, "Father is fine. Come and tell me what you have learned recently." After a period of rushing and busying in the palace and outside the palace, the auspicious day predicted by the Imperial Astronomical Observatory finally arrived. The abdication ceremony and the Empress conferring ceremony were carried out step by step according to the new etiquette and procedures prepared by the Ministry of Rites and approved by Emperor Fengtai, the Empress, and the new Emperor Su Ruiqing. Because the Emperor was still alive, the Ministry of Rites finally sent someone to ask the Emperor Fengtai and Su Ruiqing for their opinions in private. It was finally decided that there was no need to ask and decline 3 times. The new Emperor Su Ruiqing did not have to accept the request of the subjects to ascend the throne, and then decline 3 times, like the previous crown princes. He could only ascend the throne after receiving the decree 3 times. The day before the ceremony, Su Ruiqing ordered his clan members and officials from the Ministry of Rites to report to the heaven and earth, the ancestral temple, and the state, and report to the gods and ancestors about the succession of the throne. On the day of the ceremony, Su Ruiqing wore a full set of imperial robes. Because the emperor was still alive, he first bid farewell to the Emperor Fengtai and the Empress Yu in the Qianqing Palace, and bowed 5 times, and kowtowed 3 times to bid farewell to his father and mother. Then the new emperor went to Fengtian Hall to personally offer sacrifices to the heavens. In Fengtian Hall, incense tables and offerings were set up. After Su Ruiqing offered sacrifices to the heavens, he did not go to Fengtian Hall to worship his ancestors. At this time, the etiquette officer once again announced the imperial edict that Emperor Fengtai abdicated the throne and ordered the crown prince to ascend the throne. After receiving the imperial edict, Su Ruiqing, the new emperor, knelt down to worship his ancestors in Fengtian Hall. After offering sacrifices to heaven and ancestors, Su Ruiqing returned to Qianqing Palace to listen to the teachings of the retired emperor. After performing the grand ceremony again, he returned to Fengtian Hall. He ascended the throne in Fengtian Hall to the elegant music played by the Jia Fangxi. He received the 5 bows and 3 kowtows from the civil and military officials. At the same time, Yan Gulao, who supervised the Ministry of Rites, personally presented the emperor's seal to the new emperor. At this point, the ceremony was completed. Everyone called him Your Majesty, and Su Ruiqing also called him I. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he issued an imperial decree to the world. The etiquette officer from the Hanlin Academy went out from the left gate of the Fontaine Hall, and the Genii waited in front of the Meridian Gate. The ceremonial canopy was set up on the city gate. The etiquette officer from the Hanlin Academy announced the first imperial decree issued by the new emperor. The content of the imperial decree first announced that the reign of Emperor Fontai would continue to be used, and the reign would be changed to Yongan from next year. It also announced that although the new emperor ascended the throne, he would still respect the emperor and the empress, and the subjects of the world should do the same, to show the new emperor's filial piety, and at the same time, he would enthrone the Yuan Fei and others when he was enthroned as the Qing Palace. At the same time as the coronation ceremony of the new emperor of the previous dynasty began, Empress, you bid farewell to the retired emperor in the Qianqing Palace, and returned to Cunning Palace to wait for the ceremony of the empress's coronation and the ceremony of enthroning concubines in the harem. The new Empress Li Wenchenggu was in front of the main hall of Cunning Palace. The envoys and etiquette officials personally came to Cunning Palace, with Su Ruiqing's edict to enthronize the empress, the empress's edict, and the empress's seal. At this time, Si Yan, Si Zan, and Si Bao female officials guided the empress to receive the edict and perform the ceremony. After the reading was completed, the empress listened quietly to the teachings of the retired empress, and the ceremony was considered complete. Because the new queen lived in Jingren Palace, so after receiving the imperial edict of the queen's canonization, the queen went to Qianqing Palace to pay respects to the retired emperor. After that, she returned to her own Jingren Palace with the imperial edict and the imperial seal. After the concubines were canonized, she went to Jingren Palace to pay respects to the new queen with the ladies of the court. Lin Miyue knew that she would be canonized as a noble concubine, but she didn't expect Su Ruiqing to still ask the ritual officer to come to Cunning Palace. After the canonization ceremony of the new queen was completed, he canonized her as a noble concubine again in front of the retired queen, and asked the ritual officer to guide her to go to Qianqing Palace to pay respects to the retired emperor. After the whole process was completed, Lin Miyue went to Jingren Palace with the concubines, who were receiving the imperial edict and imperial seal in their respective palaces, and saluted the new queen Li Wencheng together with everyone else. Once again, beyond Lin Miyue's expectation, when the ladies in Jingren Palace finished saluting, the female officials guided the ladies to escort Lin Miyue back to her Qixiang Palace. And the ladies inside and outside the palace saluted the imperial concubine again in Qixiang Palace. All the masters who were ranked in the palace today were either saluting or receiving salutes from others. The new emperor himself knelt and bowed countless times today. Not to mention other people. After a whole day of work, Lin Miyue collapsed on her bed, feeling uncomfortable all over. I'm either kneeling or bowing. I'm really exhausted. Yun Xiao was packing up the hairpins that Lin Miyue had just taken off today. Hearing this, she quickly said, "It's a great day. Miss, there is no taboo in your mouth. Please don't mention this word." She hammered her aching waist and Lin Miyue responded weakly, "Okay. Let's stop talking. Everyone has worked hard today. You should go and rest after you finish packing." Yun Xiao also knew that everyone was very nervous both physically and mentally today. So she nodded and walked over to pull down the curtains beside the bed, letting Lin Miyue rest first before she went to pack up. As the Empress Dowager, Empress Yu was a mascot in the entire ceremony today. She only had to watch her son and daughter-in-law kowtow to her and say a few words of instruction. However, she was also full of emotion today. I am old after all. When I was crowned as the Empress, I was so worried that I couldn't make any mistakes. I didn't feel so tired after going through the whole process. Xiao Gongeng, as the female official of Cunning beside the Empress, was relieved of her burden today. At this time, she smiled and said, "Your Majesty is not old at all. I think you are more elegant than when I met you that year." Although it was a compliment, Empress Yu was very pleased. She smiled and joked with Xiao Gongeng for a few words before taking a rest. Chapter 63. The Emperor in the Imperial City has changed. The officials and subjects in the capital don't mention it. The candidates who are going to take the imperial examination this spring are all eager to try. This year is the year of imperial examinations. After the new emperor ascended the throne, there was no special examination. So this batch of students is the first batch of students of Emperor Yongan. Su Ruiqing. The climate in the capital is not very good, although some places in the south are already in full bloom in March. It is a good time to enjoy the spring, but the late spring cold in the capital has made these weak scholars suffer a lot. The soldiers of the garrison were guarding the Dragon Gate of the Imperial Examination Hall. All candidates had to undergo a body search before they could enter the imperial examination hall. The candidates were shivering in the cold spring weather. After being searched, they could wrap themselves up and enter the courtyard. Jiaju's lips turned purple from the cold. Fortunately, the Jia family was well prepared. Jiaju put on his cloak and took out a copper kettle filled with hot water to warm his hands. After a while, when the clerks in the hall began to distribute the papers, his whole body had warmed up. All these years of studying hard were for this opportunity. Jiaju took a deep breath, read the questions carefully, and began to think quietly, and began to take the Dragon Gate test. In addition to the imperial examination, the selection of concubines after the new emperor ascended the throne was another major event. Since the emperor was still alive, Su Ruiqing, the new emperor, did not have to observe mourning for another year. After the Ministry of Rites asked the new emperor for his opinion, it was decided to start the selection in May. Su Ruiqing was unwilling to go to great lengths. He meant that it was already extravagant to hold a grand ceremony this year. It was also the year of the imperial examination. The Ministry of Rites also had to organize a banquet for honors, and the Ministry of Revenue had to allocate money to the new scholars. Officials were already exhausted from doing one thing after another, and they also spent a lot of money, so there was no need to spend manpower and material resources on the selection. However, when the Emperor and Empress Dowager mentioned the idea of not holding a beauty contest, Emperor Fengtai, who was already the emperor, made the final decision on behalf of his son. You only have a few people in your harem. Even if you don't want to hold a beauty contest in the future, you shouldn't skip the beauty contest for the first time after ascending the throne. Since you feel that you have a lot of things to do recently, then arrange the beauty contest in May. Su Ruiqing complained that your birthday was in May. If the beauty contest was arranged in May, it would still be busy at the same time. However, just when he wanted to say a few more words, even Empress Yu did not stand on her son's side and advised him. You do have fewer people in your harem. This time, you can choose some young and lovely ones. It will also expand the royal family. Empress Yu simply thought that it was better to have more children. So she followed her husband's advice and persuaded her son. Emperor Fengtai persuaded his son to choose a concubine with other intentions in mind. And Empress Yu followed suit. Both Buddhas spoke, and Su Ruiqing had no choice but to respond to the request of the Ministry of Rites and arrange the first concubine selection after the new emperor ascended the throne in May. After Emperor Fengtai abdicated, Empress Yu spent more time with her husband. The Qianqing Palace and Cunning Palace were originally separated by the Jiatai Hall. Now the old couple have unloaded their burdens. One does not have to deal with government affairs, and the other does not have to deal with palace affairs. Therefore, Empress Yu often goes to the Qianqing Palace to talk to her husband. Emperor Fengtai recovered relatively well. But after all, it was a rheumatism. Although he recovered, he still had some inconveniences. When Empress Yu was alive, she never asked others to do small things for her husband, and always served her husband with water and meals. It was also comfortable to get along with his old wife. When Emperor Fengtai and Empress Yu first got married, they also had a period of couples marriage. Now, decades later, looking at the white hair on his wife's temples, Emperor Fengtai was also moved. So he was taken care of by his wife, and no longer saw other concubines on weekdays. When the Empress returned to her cunning palace that day, Emperor Fengtai and the eunuch Xiao beside him sighed. I always worried about state affairs before, but now I have let it go and don't feel anything. Eunuch Xiao was not a eunuch who was keen on power. But once the master he followed became the emperor, he, the eunuch beside the emperor, could not get involved in the affairs of the previous dynasty. Hearing Emperor Fengtai's sigh, he smiled and said, Your Majesty is enjoying life now. Emperor Fengtai squinted at the dim light in the room, but his eyes were not as cloudy as those of ordinary old people. The emperor is unwilling to select concubines. I originally thought it was because of Lin, but today the empress and I persuaded him a few words and he agreed, which made me hesitate. Eunuch Xiao didn't dare to respond. He just shrank his neck and put his whole body in the shadow. Fortunately, Emperor Fengtai was just thinking about his own things and didn't insist on a response. Emperor Fengtai thought for a while, and then instructed Eunuch Xiao. When the Ministry of Rites sends the list, you should also convey my order to ask for a copy. Although the selection is scheduled for May, this is the time when Emperor Su Ruiqing will select the concubines. In fact, after the examinations and palace examinations are over, it is time to start selecting the list and let the concubines' families prepare it. After hearing this, Eunuch Xiao responded, "Yes, I know. The new concubine Lin Muyue in Qixing Palace has been living a happy life recently. After all, she has her own palace, which is completely different from the past, when everyone was crowded in the East Palace. She lived in the main hall. The back hall was turned into a storage place. The East Side Hall was given to her son to live in, and the West Side Hall was turned into a study room for both mother and son. Even the kid in Sanhua is much happier now, playing parkour in various places in the palace every day, which is much freer than when she was in the East Palace and could only stay in a small place. In the early days of moving into Qixing Palace, Lin Muyue spent almost all her time decorating her new palace. Because although Qixing Palace was beautifully decorated, it was not really to her liking. When she first moved in, Lin Muyue looked at the palace and its decorations and sighed. This Qixing Palace is the residence of Concubine Xian, and it is so gorgeous. I can't imagine what Chengqian Palace looked like when it was at its peak. Lin Muyue was a concubine in the Eastern Palace before, and she didn't have many opportunities to visit Concubine Jun in Chengqian Palace. Now she feels satisfied with Qixing Palace. I wonder how luxurious Chengqian Palace was when Concubine Jun was at her peak. However, after hearing this, Aunt Zhou looked at the decorations in the palace for a while and said, "This Qixing Palace was renovated by His Majesty. Many of the furniture and decorations do not look like the things that the concubine Xian used to live in. They seem to be new gifts from the inner court and the 6 bureaus to the concubine Xian." Lin Muyue expected this move from Su Ruiqing. That's what I thought. It's not good to be so wasteful. Aunt, please remove the overly luxurious fabrics and decorations in the palace. After Lin Muyue spoke, everyone was busy. Yun Xiao watched people take down a pearl curtain. It was a pity. This curtain is quite beautiful. It would be a pity if your majesty took it down. Yume was also taking down a colorful brocade decorative screen. She carefully put away the brocade tribute from Nanjing. She smiled and said, "Your majesty was first appointed as a noble concubine. Now it is time to keep a low profile. I know that too. It's just a pity to waste such a good thing." Yun Xia also knew these things. But these ornaments are fine. However, the bead curtains and fabrics will lose their luster after being stored for a long time. When you take them out in the future, they will not be as bright as they are now. Zhang Xian was promoted along with Lin Muyue's title of Imperial Concubine. Now she is the 5th-ranked Yinjin, the same level as the head of the 6 bureaus of the 5th-ranked female officials, who start with the word Shang, only below the Empress Dowager, and the 4th-ranked female official Gong Shun of Cunning, who is beside the Empress. Now this newly promoted Yinjin is also busy watching the maids of Qixing Palace packing up their things. Yu Tao, as a maid who starts with the word Yu, is now also receiving the share of a first-class maid, but she is still young after all, so she buries her head in work and instructs the young maids, and does not participate in the idle chat between the master and the servant. Don't feel sorry for it. These things can be kept and given as birthday gifts to some concubine in the future. Zhang Yinjing had an idea after hearing Yun Xiao's words. Things in the palace were exchanged like this. Now these things in Qixing Palace can be considered presentable. Finally, Lin Muyue looked at the new palace that was in line with her aesthetic taste after being cleaned up by the capable female officials and palace maids, and was very satisfied. She took the opportunity to give everyone a reward. However, Lin Muyue disliked the luxury of the furnishings in the palace. But she was very careful in preparing the new 4 treasures of the study and various stationery for her son. The officials outside the palace also sent gifts for her consort, including specialty stationery from various places. She happily took her son to open them for an afternoon, and gave many of them directly to her son. Recently, the most important topic outside the palace is the imperial examination. But the women in the palace don't pay much attention to this, except for Lin Muyue's family, whose cousin's child will take the imperial examination this year. None of the other concubines have relatives taking the examination. So after the gossip about the new emperor's concubine selection spread, some people started to hold small banquets in the imperial garden when there were basically no flowers blooming in spring, and the harem became lively again. The banquet of concubine Rong will be on the 8th day of the 1st lunar month, and the banquet of concubine Ma will be on the 12th day. Yun Xia said to Lin Muyue while holding the invitation sent by the various palaces. The new emperor originally had few concubines when he was the crown prince. The former Liang Di Zhu Yanfu was named Rong Fei, Ma Kairan was named Guipin, except for Lin Muyue. The side concubine, these 2 people had some background. So after Li Wancheng, the new queen, held a banquet, according to the order. Since Guifei Lin Miyue did not want to honor any family members, and had no relatives to bring into the palace, it should be these two who continued to hold banquets. Lu Jiaoyi, Yun Zhaoyuan Yao Xiu Yuan. The three ladies did not hold any small banquets. Yun Xia saw Lin Miyue nodded, and continued to add. Lu was timid, even though she was given the title of Jiaoyi, the head of the 9 concubines. She was not a person who liked to stand out. Lin Miyue also knew Yun and Yao. These 2 concubines who were promoted from palace maids were smart, and not respected by their families. So they had no intention of holding a palace banquet. It was not surprising that they did not hold a palace banquet. It's okay for concubine Rong. Her family has many old friends. Why did Ma join in the fun? Lin Miyue took the 2 notes and looked at them carefully. Then smiled and put them on the table. Concubine Rong was born in the Earl's mansion. When the prince asked her family to do something before, she also worked hard. Now that Zhu Yinfu was newly appointed as a concubine, she was naturally proud. So even if her family did not send their daughters to the palace in this selection, there were many old friends who wanted to follow the path of concubine Rong. Yun Xia smiled. It is said that the censor is upright. But if there is an imperial concubine in this family, wouldn't she try her best to gain personal connections? This is referring to the family of Ma Kairan, the former Ma Guipin. Ma Guipin's father, Ma Yushi, is now giving gifts to several officials and the families of the sea teachers, hoping to transfer out of the inspectorate and join the 6 ministries. It is not easy to live in a big city. And how can a small censor support such a big family? Lin Miyue curled up in the brocade quilt on the kong, with a pillow under her elbow, reading a book. Do you still remember how the censor impeached our master? It's the same now. It's really despicable. Yun Xia didn't forget how this family impeached her, and she couldn't stop talking to Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue didn't care. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. You can go to concubine Rong's banquet, but forget about concubine Ma's. You can choose some things and send them to her palace. Yun Xia nodded. Yes, I will tell someone to do it now. Seeing Yun Xia go out, Lin Miyue put down the book in her hand and sighed. When the old people in the East Palace were canonized, except for the Queen Mother, only she, the concubine, received the worship ceremony from the ladies inside and outside the court, which also attracted the attention of the court and the people. Now she has to be cautious and give in when she acts. Your Majesty persuaded His Majesty to hold this year's talent show, which was indeed the right move, Mrs. Wang said to her daughter with a sigh when she entered the palace before. At that time, Su Ruiqing wanted to cancel this year's talent show, but when he talked to Lin Miyue about it during a chat, she persuaded him instead. Later, Lin Miyue knew that the retired emperor and his wife also had the same intention, and she knew in her heart that she had done the right thing. Thinking back to her mother's words, Lin Miyue was now thinking about why Emperor Fengtai, who had given up power so decisively at the beginning, was now so concerned about his son's harem affairs. This was not very reasonable. Chapter 64. The Lin family has been flourishing recently. Lin Feng knew that his daughter, as the prince's concubine, would be initially conferred the title of the 4 concubines. But he thought that the new emperor would restrain himself and confer his daughter the title of the first-rank concubine, and keep the only first-rank imperial concubine for the future. Unexpectedly, the new emperor Su Ruiqing was straightforward and directly conferred the title of imperial concubine on his beloved concubine. On the day of the canonization, he asked all the ladies to pay their respects to the imperial concubine after paying their respects to the queen. When the Ministry of Rites submitted a memorial, it originally asked His Majesty whether to hold the abdication ceremony and the empress conferring ceremonies separately. At that time, His Majesty said that there was no need to waste money, and finally they were held together. Mr. Lin had previously worked in the Ministry of Rites. Although he has now been promoted to the position of Junior Secretary of the Taichung Temple, he is now well aware of these matters. Lin San was a Hanlin, and he also served as a ceremonial officer this time. He recalled the entire process of the abdication ceremony and the ceremony of conferring the empress in the harem and frowned, saying, "The enthronement of the empress is a major event in the country. We should have offered sacrifices to the heaven, earth and ancestors in advance before the ceremony. Even though our dynasty does not require the empress to receive the courtesy of all officials, it was indeed perfunctory this time. When Su Ruiqing sent people to offer sacrifices before ascending the throne this time, he also included the process of conferring the empress, when the ceremony of conferring the empress and the ceremony of conferring the concubine began. He only looked at the process of conferring the empress and the imperial concubine. Except for the imperial edicts and the imperial seals given to the empress and the imperial concubine, the basic process was no different. Lin Feng was also worried. In this situation, I'm not worried about anything else. But I'm afraid that the emperor and the empress dowager will have a problem with Muyu. Lin Yiri was lying on his seat, fanning himself. But the petition from the ministry to ask His Majesty to select a concubine was rejected. So you don't have to worry too much, brother. The emperor himself was a man with many concubines, which meant that before he ascended the throne, all the children born to the concubines were daughters. So Su Ruiqing, born to the empress dowager, was the eldest son. Unlike his elder brother, Mr. Lin felt that the two retired emperors would not dislike a concubine just because of her son's favorite concubine. Lin Feng sighed. It's not just about the concubine. Logically speaking, Your Majesty and the Queen's first son is now old enough to go to school. Your Majesty should have appointed the crown prince and let him go out to study after ascending the throne. But now there is no news at all. Lin Ling was silent when he heard what his elder brother said. Mr. Lin was talking about the new battle for the throne. Their Lin family is really embarrassed now. Master Lin San is now a lecturer in the Hanlin Academy. He is now the person who can see the emperor the most besides his eldest brother. In addition to seeing the emperor, he can also see the eldest prince and the second prince born to his niece. At this time, he couldn't help but say, although I am Muyu's uncle, I am not praising my own people for this. If you only look at his studies and character, he is indeed the best prince of Muyu. Staring at his younger brother who said this, Master Lin Feng of the Lin family also had a headache. You said this too. You have been living a good life for too long. Master Lin Er saw his younger brother being scolded by his eldest brother, and he covered his face with a fan and laughed secretly. His younger brother was the most upright. When he was a child, he didn't worry about studying and serving as an official later. It's rare for him to be scolded by his eldest brother. Being taught a lesson by his elder brother, Third Master Lin Jun did not take it seriously, and even persuaded his elder brother. Brother, you don't have to be like this. This matter will be on the table sooner or later. It's okay for me and my second brother. But you, the elder, will definitely not be able to escape it. Second Master Lin Ling nodded and agreed with his younger brother, saying, very, very much. After all, the princes are young and there is no rush. Besides, no matter what we plan, it won't count. In the end, we still have to ask Muyu in the palace for her opinion. Second Master Lin added this sentence at the end. Lin Feng nodded helplessly. My Lin family didn't want to cling to the royal family. It's just a coincidence now. I've delayed you two in the end. As the eldest brother, Lin Feng actually felt a little sorry for his younger brothers. In addition to a few young people who just joined the 6 ministries, the second Master Lin used to work in the Ministry of Rites. Now he is transferred to the more idle Taichung Temple with the help of his eldest brother. The third Master Lin is a Hanlin, which means he is noble, but in fact he was just like that before entering the cabinet. The Hanlin Academy also is Hanlin who studied for decades and finally retired. Lin Feng sometimes felt that it was not a good thing for his daughter to be selected into the prince's palace. Otherwise, his brothers would not care about how to get official positions. But at least they could do some practical things for the people and the country. Unlike now, when they are idle in the government office. The second Master Lin said, What are you thinking? Brother? Are my third brother and I not members of the Lin family? The third Master Lin Jun also shook his head and said to his eldest brother, My brother is fine now. Don't say these things, brother. The 3 masters of the Lin family were worried about their daughters and nieces. There was also a family in the capital who was not happy because of the new emperor's appointment of the queen. Li Wancheng is the new queen. Her stepfather and father are both here. After all, Mr. Li has never fought against his own father. The Li family still hangs the sign of Li's house. However, Su Ruiqing still gave face to the Yu family. Although the old man of the Li family declined the title of Cheng Gong, he still gave Mr. Li the honorary title of Xinjiapan Ronglu Dafu. Mr. Li is doing luck in his room every day. He is too lazy to even go to the courtyard to report for duty these days. Fortunately, the Hanlin Academy cooperated with the Ministry of Rites before, and everyone is very busy now. Except for a few bachelors of reading and teaching who still have to go to the palace as usual to give lectures to the new emperor and the princes. Everyone else is now fishing for 3 days, and drying the net for 2 days. Li Shuesher is not noticeable now. The queen is really, now she is the queen, and no matter how much you try to persuade the old man, it won't work. Mr. Li said that he would not turn his father, but now he has the nerve to blame his daughter. Mrs. Mai was sitting on the side, and when she heard this, she boldly defended her daughter. The queen is also in a difficult situation now, and we, as sons and daughters-in-law, should just listen to the old man's words. Hearing his wife's rebuttal, Mr. Li got angry and scolded loudly. It's all because you, as a mother, don't know how to teach your children. Now the queen is the queen, and you don't even take care of the family. I don't know how Han Fan will be appointed as an official after the exam this year. Mrs. Mai didn't say anything after being scolded by her husband, and just sat aside sullenly. When Mr. Li saw that his wife was so boring, he snorted, and slammed the door, and went to the backyard. Nani Zhong, who was following Madame Mai, saw that the master had gone out, and hurried to Madame Mai's side to comfort her. Madam, don't be angry. The master is just angry, and he doesn't mean anything else. Nanny Zhong was Madame Mai's dowry, and she watched Miss Li Wancheng of the Li family grow up and enter the palace. At the beginning, Master Li didn't want his daughter to study, and only allowed Madame to teach needlework and other skills. Now he dislikes his daughter for not being able to speak in the government. The emperor gave the family benefits, and Nani Zhong looked down on this son-in-law. But such words were not something that an old lady like her could say. So she could only sigh at the tearful Madame Mai, and go out to ask the maid to bring in hot water for Madame Mai to wash up. Madame Mai had just finished dressing herself when a little maid named Heezy came in and said, Madam, the eldest lady brought Luo Gur to pay her respects to you. Li Wancheng's elder brother married a young lady from the same family. By sure, this eldest lady by now had a little boy named Li Luo, who was now well raised by his mother. Madame Mai also loved her daughter-in-law and grandson. Seeing her daughter-in-law and grandson coming over, Mrs. Mai smiled and told the little girl to let someone in quickly. After entering the house, Grandma Bai greeted her mother-in-law and watched Mrs. Mai ask someone to bring snacks and flour due given by the empress in the palace to her grandson. After her son Luo Gur finished eating and drinking, she spoke to her mother-in-law. Madam, will you come to the palace soon? The master said that he got some new things recently and wanted to give them to the empress and the prince in the palace. Mrs. Mai's biological children in the Li family are only this son and Li Wancheng, who has become the queen. So the relationship between the two siblings is not bad. I originally thought that my daughter-in-law was here with her grandson to talk to the madam. But when I heard that Grandma Bai mentioned the empress and the prince, Madame Mai herself was fine. But Grandma Zhong next to her glanced at Grandma. Mrs. Mai hadn't yet reacted to what her daughter-in-law meant. She was very happy to hear that her son still cared about his sister and nephew. She smiled and said, I will have to go to the palace in a few days. The queen is busy during this period, so it's not good to go to the palace to disturb you too often. Seeing that her mother-in-law didn't understand what she meant, after Grandma Bai said a few words that it was not easy for the queen to be the mother of the country now, she made up her mind and asked directly. The queen's eldest prince and Luo Gur are about the same age. Can you ask the queen for your opinion and let Luo Gur go to the palace to accompany the prince in a while? Luo Gur is now in school. He was very happy when he was brought to see his grandmother by his mother and got delicious food from his grandmother. Now, seeing his mother talking for a while, his grandmother stopped talking and her original smile disappeared. She immediately put down the things in her hands and was a little at a loss. Madame Mai had just been talking about the empress and the prince in the palace. When she heard what her daughter-in-law said, she was speechless. After a while of silence, she said, This is also for Luo Gur's good. I know. You go back first. After that, she didn't listen to her daughter-in-law anymore and just patted her grandson. Madame Mai closed her eyes and waved her hand, signaling her daughter-in-law to take her grandson out. Grandma Bai bit her lip, but for the sake of her son's future, she had to continue even though she had offended her mother-in-law today. So she signaled her son to say goodbye to his grandmother, and then took her son back to her own courtyard. Nani Zhong looked at the exhausted Madame Mai and sighed slightly. Madam, take a rest. I'll call you later. Madame Mai was fine after being scolded by her husband just now. Now she saw her daughter-in-law coming over and wanted to get some benefits from the empress in the palace. She felt exhausted physically and mentally. Seeing Nani Zhong's concerned eyes, she forced herself to be energetic and shook her head and said, It's okay. The old family is also for Luo Gur's good. However, this matter is not up to me. It must be reported to the master and the old master. Nanny Zhong also knew the situation of the Li family, and knew that Madame Mai could not make the decision. Now she also blamed the grandmother. The master could just go to the master and the old master to mention this matter in person. Why let the grandmother come to talk to the madam? But seeing her wife's expression, Nanny Zhong swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth, and only said, "This matter concerns Luo Gur. I believe the master will not be unwilling." "Madam, don't worry." Chapter 65. The queen in the palace didn't know that her family had started to think about her again, and she was still excitedly preparing gifts for her family. My mother had entered the palace many times before for the family's inheritance of the title. Li Wancheng was a little embarrassed that she failed to persuade her grandfather in the end. So after being busy for a while, she quickly packed up some good things and sent them home. "This is for grandfather and father, this is for mother and sister-in-law, and some are for my eldest brother and Luo Gur to prepare for school, Kong Sheng. Find a time to ask someone to send it to the Li family." Queen Li Wancheng looked at the things that Fu Yu had packed up, and told the eunuchs waiting beside her. Mr. Li's things were precious books hidden in the palace. Li Wancheng had some hand-copied and given to her grandfather. Mr. Li's things were ancient paintings given by Su Ruiqing in the past. She knew her father liked these things, and after asking Su Ruiqing for his opinion, she chose a landscape painting of the Tang dynasty. Mother and sister-in-law's things were some head ornaments and unmounted gems, pearls, and birds' nests and other nourishing foods, and brother and nephew's things were some writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. Li Wancheng actually didn't like to use eunuchs in the past because of the Li family. The previous dynasty was destroyed by eunuchs meddling in politics. Mr. Li disdained these eunuchs who used their status as eunuchs to cause chaos in the palace and block the emperor's ears. But Li Wancheng was already the queen at this time, so she had to deal with the outer court. So she thought about asking Wang, the eunuch beside Su Ruiqing, for a young eunuch named Kong Sheng, and let this eunuch try to do something. Kong Sheng was Wang's apprentice, who had worked for a long time. Now he had the opportunity to work for the queen. Now was the time to be loyal and do things for his master. When he received the queen's order, he quickly responded, "Yes, I know." Fu Yu was also very happy to see her master packing up her things. She was a servant of the Li family. Seeing that the queen and the Li family were doing well, she felt that life was getting more and more promising. Seeing Kong Sheng taking orders and leaving, Fu Yu smiled and said to Li Wancheng, "Although the old master declined the title, His Majesty is also looking after the queen and the mansion. The master finally got a first-rank official, and the wife is now a first-rank lady." The queen nodded when she heard it. She also felt good now. Mr. Li was now awarded a first-rank honorary title. My brother had passed the imperial examination before. Although he did not pass the imperial examination and become a Jinsher, he also participated in the joint examination this year. I heard from my mother that my brother felt that his essay was not bad this year, so he should have a chance of passing the exam. After giving instructions on what to do, Li Wancheng took out a small golden pocket watch from her sleeve, looked at the time and said, "I'll go take a rest. If there's anything important, wake me up in advance." Fu Yu replied crisply, "Yes," and then helped Li Wancheng change clothes and rest on the couch in the inner room. However, when Li Wancheng lay on the couch, she sighed as she looked at the main hall of Jingren Palace, which was not much different from the original palace of the Eastern Palace. As the queen, she felt a little awkward now. Since the reign of Emperor Taizong of Qing, the empress has lived in Cunning Palace. The Empress Dowager is no different. Now the Emperor Taizong is still in the palace. Empress Yu, the Empress Taizong, is not in a good position to go to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. Therefore, Li Wancheng cannot live in Cunning Palace. She dare not say anything on the surface, but she always feels that it is not appropriate for her to live in the East 6 palaces. Lying on the couch, thinking about things, Li Wancheng can't fall asleep, so she can only suppress her mood and close her eyes to rest. A few days later, in Xianan Palace where the princes and royal relatives study, it is almost time to leave school. Qing Yu packed his things and did not let Maokai come in to serve him. Cheng Yu was watching his brother on the side. The eunuch beside him was holding Qing Yu's book box with books and stationery. The two children walked together to their respective mothers' palaces. Qing Yu was closer to Qixiang Palace, but Cheng Yu had to go a long way to get back to the Queen's Jingren Palace. So the two children now had less time to walk together than before. When Lin Muyue's son returned home from school on the first day after the palace was moved, She realized that Qixiang Palace was so close to Xianan Palace. She thought that Su Ruiqing might have thought of this when he divided the palaces. Unlike the previous silence, Cheng Yu spoke first today. Looking at his younger brother beside him, he asked, "Did your mother tell you whose child she found for you to study with?" Cheng Yu heard his elder brother's question and turned his head to say, "Not yet. My younger brother hasn't heard from my mother about this." Cheng Yu fooled his elder brother by saying this. Although Lin Muyue hadn't mentioned this yet. His uncle was among the teachers who were giving lectures in the study, and he had already told him about this. But now the eldest brother only asked whether the mother had said it. Little Sesame Bun Cheng Yu thought for a moment, and just said that the mother had not said it. After the eldest uncle of the Li family told his grandfather and father about wanting to send his son to the palace to accompany the prince and nephew, Mr. Li could not object anymore. After all, the lecturers in the palace school were all Hanlin, which would also be good for his great-grandson. Mr. Li heard that his grandson could go to the palace to get along with the prince and grandson, and no one disagreed. So Madame Mai finally went to the palace and told Li Wancheng about it. When Queen Li saw her mother's embarrassed look, she knew that her mother was having a hard time at home now. After thinking for a while, she felt that it was nothing. There were 2 places for companions, and it was not unusual to give one to her mother's family, so she agreed to it. Cheng Yu was not very happy after hearing the news. He was more fond of fighting, and wanted the 2 children of the Wu family to enter the palace. However, Luo Gur, the child of the Li family, was a seed of learning, which made him feel unhappy. In addition, he was a prince and was naturally majestic in front of his companions. However, Luo Gur of the Li family was 1 year younger than Cheng Yu. So the queen also specifically ordered her son to take care of his younger brother. The Lin family had more children of the same age as the prince than the Li family. Cheng Yu felt that since his mother did not tell him about this, she probably did not want to find a brother or younger brother from her family to be his companion. Seeing that his elder brother looked even more depressed after hearing what he said, Cheng Yu changed the subject and said, "The horse riding and archery course will start tomorrow. I still have a lot of things I don't understand, so I'd like to trouble you to teach me." Although Cheng Yu didn't necessarily like his younger brother very much, among the children of similar age, Cheng Yu's performance in the horse riding and archery class was indeed the best. Now seeing his younger brother asking for advice, he glanced at his younger brother, who was almost half a head shorter than him, and said proudly, "No problem. Just follow me." Qixiang Palace was indeed close to Xianan Palace. While the 2 brothers were talking, Cheng Yu had already arrived at the place. So he saluted to his elder brother in front of the palace gate and said, "I'm here. Take care, elder brother." Seeing his younger brother saying goodbye to him, Cheng Yu nodded and got on his sedan chair, and returned to the queen's Jingren Palace with the palace maids and guards around him. Sitting in the sedan chair, Cheng Yu still didn't like his cousin coming to the palace to study with him. But thinking of the earnest look in his mother's eyes when she gave him instructions that day, he still resisted the idea of making a scene to ruin the matter. Cheng Yu now lives alone in a side hall, but he used to like to be with his mother. So after school every day, he usually went to the main hall to talk to Lin Muyue. However, when he came back and brought Aunt Jing and Mao Kai into the main hall that day, he only saw Aunt Yunxia tidying up his mother's dressing box in the hall. But his mother herself was not in the room. Seeing the little prince coming back from school, Yunxia, who was still working, glanced at the clock on the table next to her and realized that it was already this time. She hurriedly stepped forward to pay her respects to Cheng Yu, and then said, "Today, the queen and Yun Xiaoyuan went to visit Yao Shouyuan and the little princess together. They haven't come back yet. I guess the ladies were so happy chatting that they forgot the time. Your Highness, do you want to go to the study to read for a while? Or should I bring some snacks to your Highness?" Cheng Yu was not hungry yet, so he just said, "Then I will go to the study to review my lessons for a while, and I will come back when my mother comes back." Yun Xia smiled and nodded, and personally sent Cheng Yu to the West Side Hall, and ordered someone to send some non-crumbly snacks and a cup of hot milk tea in. After seeing that everything was carefully arranged, she went back to the main hall to continue the work at hand. A quarter of an hour later, Yunxia had already tidied up the messy dressing table where Lin Muyue had put things randomly. But Lin Muyue still hadn't come back. Just when Yunxia was wondering, a newly promoted maid named Qingmu, who was promoted to Imperial Concubine, came back to pass on a message. "Sister Yunxia, the queen sent a message saying that she would have dinner at Yao Shouyuan's Yonghe Palace today, and asked you to ask the young prince what he thought. If the prince is willing to go, You can go and have dinner together. I know. Don't go back yet. Wait until I ask the young master what he thinks. And then you can go back and give me your reply. Yunxiao was not surprised to hear Lin Muyue's order, and just asked Qingmi to wait for her to ask Qingyu what he thought. In the West Hall, Cheng Yu was reading the sentences in the book with his eyes closed. Yun Xia did not dare to disturb him after entering. After seeing Cheng Yu finish reciting the passage and open his eyes, she said, "Your Highness, the Queen said back that she will have dinner at Yao Xiaoyuan's place tonight. Would you like to go with her?" Hearing Yun Xia's words, Cheng Yu glanced at the books on the table. "I still have some homework to do. It's still early before dinner time. I will go after I finish reviewing the books." Expecting Cheng Yu to say this, Yun Xia smiled and said, "Yes, then I will ask Qing Miao to report to the Queen." Lin Muyue heard the maid's reply and smiled and said, "That's what this child can say." Yun Danyuan was envious. I wish my child could be like this. Sister, you know Qingluan is almost old enough to go to school. But I want him to study every day. But he can't sit still for half an hour. As if there are nails on his seat. Hearing Yun Danyuan talking about Qingluan, Lin Muyue turned around and said, "I envy your child. Qingyu is always motionless when studying. I always want him to exercise more." In fact, Qingyu wanted to ask his elder brother for advice on horseback archery. This was also Lin Muyue's idea. She saw the awkward atmosphere between the two children, so she told her son to take the initiative to ask his elder brother for advice on horseback archery. Today, after Qingyu asked his elder brother, as expected, he agreed, and Chengyu didn't say anything more to his younger brother. Qingluan saw his mother talking about him in front of the two close mothers. He made a bitter face and signaled his mother with his eyes, and pulled the corner of his mother's clothes. Yun Xiaoyuan stopped talking when she felt her son's action. Yao Xiaoyuan held her daughter and listened to Lin Muyue and the others talking. At this time, she smiled. The troubles of the two ladies are really enviable. But my daughter won't let me have such troubles. Looking at Yao Xiaoyuan's daughter, Lin Muyue was also a little envious. She also wanted a daughter, and the court took good care of the princess. When the princess grew up, she also had a female minister in the inner study, and the female scholars taught her to read. After getting married, she would open her own house and live with her husband, and the husband could also serve as an official in the court. So the talented people in the capital were also proud to be the princess. Today, she and Yun Xiaoyuan did not come empty-handed. Among her new jewelry, there was a bell bracelet. She herself did not want to wear such lively jewelry, but she asked someone to make 2 pieces for the little princess. So today, she and Yun Xiaoyuan came to Yao Xiaoyuan's place. After a while of chatting and laughing, someone came in and said that the second prince was coming. Yun Xiaoyuan's Qingluan heard that his brother was coming, and he stood up as if he had found a savior. He bowed to his mother and 2 mothers and said, "Wait a moment. Mothers, I'll go to greet my brother." Qingyu had just entered the palace gate when he saw his younger brother rushing in like a cannonball. He staggered after being hit by his younger brother. Qingyu touched his younger brother's head and said, "Why did you rush out like this?" Qingluan raised his head and grinned. "I sat with my mother for the whole afternoon, so I came out to look for my brother first." Qingyu shook his head, knowing that Qingluan was probably scared by Aunt Yun's scolding again. But he didn't expose Qingluan. The 2 brothers went into the main hall of Yonghe Palace together to pay their respects to Lin Muyue. When Lin Muyue saw someone coming in, she smiled and said to the 2 children, "You are in for a treat. Your mother, Concubine Yao, has ordered people to prepare a table of delicious dishes. Go and clean up for dinner." Cheng Yu nodded in agreement, then took his brother to wash his hands. The group had a pleasant dinner together. Chapter 66. After Lin Muyue settled down recently, there was another important matter in front of her, that is, it was time for the children to be vaccinated. She was a little confused about the current vaccination technology and whether the children could go through the whole process safely. Vaccination is to prevent and treat smallpox. Lin Muyue knew that smallpox, as a highly contagious disease, was regarded as a scourge in many countries. And modern people got rid of the threat of smallpox after Edward Jenner, a British doctor in the 18th century, discovered cowpox and developed a vaccine. The matter of vaccination was brought up by Li Wansheng after a short chat when the concubines were paying respects to the queen one day. The princes and princesses in the palace are now old enough to be vaccinated. His Majesty has asked the Imperial Hospital to prepare. Let the children be vaccinated in batches while the weather is not too hot. When Lin Miyue heard the word vaccination, she suddenly woke up from the drowsiness she had felt when she came to pay respects early in the morning. She looked at the queen and listened carefully to see if Li Wancheng would say anything else. "Excuse me, Your Majesty. What did His Majesty order?" The princes and princesses were all vaccinated together. After hearing what the queen said, Lu Jiaoyi, who usually kept silent, spoke first, and asked Li Wancheng with a little concern. Queen Li also knew her concerns, and comforted her. It was based on age. First, my daughter Yu and the 2 princes of the imperial concubine and Yun Zhaoyuan were vaccinated. Your princess was the second batch. Hearing that her daughter's vaccination time was staggered with the queen and the imperial concubine's 2 princes, Lu Jiaoyi didn't show it on her face, but she felt a little relieved in her heart. So she hurriedly thanked the queen. "Yes, as a mother, I am too concerned, and I made you laugh. I hope you will forgive me." Lin Miyue knew that Lu Jiaoyi was worried that if her daughter was vaccinated with the princes of the 2 queens above, both the imperial doctors and the palace servants would go to take care of the princess first. So she said this. Li Wancheng naturally wouldn't care about this, and she comforted Lu Jiaoyi, saying, "I personally checked the palace maids, who will serve the children this time. If there are any maids or palace maids in your palace who have had smallpox, you can send them to serve them when the time comes. Your Majesty is so kind. This makes us feel a lot more at ease." Lin Miyue was grateful when she heard the queen say this. Originally, when the princes and princesses had smallpox, they were all sent to the palaces outside the palace to recuperate, and the mothers were not allowed to go with them. Now the queen said that everyone could send someone to take care of them, and she felt that Li Wancheng really cared about it this time. The queen's own son is the oldest, so he has to take the lead this time. Li Wancheng can't help but pay attention. However, she is still very happy to hear Lin Miyue say this. She thinks that the imperial concubine is quite sensible. So she also said modestly, "I am the children's biological mother, so I naturally have to consider the children." After paying respects, Lin Miyue and the concubines with children returned to their respective residences with full of worries. She knew that Anzhou was older and had more experience, and she decided to ask Anzhou about the vaccination of the royal children in the palace. When Your Majesty went to get vaccinated, the Empress Dowager was also worried day and night. The palace also worshipped the goddess of smallpox and other gods to pray and bless day and night. Anzhou recalled the old things, and she felt sympathetic. Seeing Lin Miyue's worried look, Anzhou pulled herself away from the past and quickly made amends. The masters of the Imperial Hospital are all masters of medicine, and the methods they use are also the methods that have been implemented for many years by doctors of all generations. Your Majesty does not need to worry too much. Although she heard Anzhou's comfort, Lin Miyue was secretly worried. Now vaccination uses human smallpox. Although it is a method that the imperial doctors are familiar with, human smallpox is always dangerous. She knew a better and safer way, which was to vaccinate against smallpox. But she was a little confused about how to tell him about it. Fortunately, the queen said that she wanted to vaccinate, and it would take some time for the imperial hospital to prepare. So Lin Miyue took advantage of this time to think about how to act. Lin Miyue knew that cowpox was first invented by Westerners, because in the 18th century Westerners were keen on drinking milk, and there were already large-scale ranches and cattle, and milkers, but the Easterners of the same era did not have this eating habit or the habit of running factories. However, there are many missionaries and Hui people who raise cows and milk in the capital of Zheng dynasty. Lin Miyue saw that the officials and families in the capital also loved these dairy products. So she thought about whether she could start with the missionaries from the West and the families who raise cows and milk them, and find an opportunity to promote cowpox. After all, since raising cows and milking them means that someone must have been infected with cowpox. As long as this situation can be discovered, Lin Miyue is confident that she can get things done. Over the years, Lin Miyue actually has a friendship with a missionary, Father Lapu. The various snack recipes in Qisheng Palace are basically obtained from this priest. However, after Lin Miyue tried to communicate with the priest, she was a little disappointed, because when Father Lapu replied, he praised the human smallpox method popular in Beijing, and told Lin Miyue that his motherland had sent doctors across the ocean to learn the method of vaccination. As for cowpox, he himself did not know, but was willing to inquire for her. This foreign monk is also quite interesting. Yunqiu was watching Lin Miyue reading the letter, and looking at the words on the letter. She felt that Father Lapu was also quite interesting. A foreigner could actually learn the language of the dynasty. And the words and sentences in the letter were also very exquisite. Originally, Lin Muyue and this priest were not very close. But since Lin Muyue became a concubine, this priest began to ask the Lin family to send letters from time to time. And sometimes also attach some Western food recipes and small gadgets. Foreign monks also want to chant sutras. And the ladies in the palace like to discuss sutras and Taoism. This is also known to everyone. After listening to Yunxia's words, Lin Muyue smiled and said to her, "The missionaries have been persistent for so many years. But it is a pity that whether it is Emperor Fengtai or Su Ruiqing, they only summon them when they need them. And when they don't need them, they stretch these people and only allow them to move around in designated areas in Beijing. So these priests also deliberately interact with high-ranking officials and nobles in Beijing." Father Lapu was originally a friend of the second uncle of the Lin family. Lin Muyue knew this person when she was a child, and the two of them knew each other. Now that Lin Muyue is the harem of the new emperor, the priest thinks that she is very worthy of friendship. Lin Muyue was not discouraged after hitting a wall here. The children in the palace are actually fine. Even if she is worried about her son, she thinks that with her son's physique and the ability of the imperial physician in the palace, even if it is human pox vaccination, it will not cause a big mess. But although her son may not be able to catch up this time, Lin Muyue remembered the cowpox vaccination. Not only did she mention it to Father Lapu, she also talked to the imperial physician several times under the guise of a missionary. Animals or parts of animals are often used as medicine in traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, the old doctor just frowned after hearing this. She did not say that she was fanciful. She just said that she would try it later. After dividing up the things, Lin Muyue felt that she had done her best. What would happen next would depend on fate. She really wanted to tinker with cowpox, mainly for more children from ordinary families. After all, not all families could afford to hire doctors with sufficient experience in vaccination at this time. If cowpox could be taken seriously, the threat of smallpox would be greatly reduced. As for the process of the prince's vaccination, it was exactly as Lin Muyue expected. On weekdays, the children were healthy. Even Chengyu, who looked thin, was fine. But looking at her son's thin face after the illness, Lin Muyue sighed and felt that her son should exercise more. Chengyu looked at his mother's concerned eyes and the tears she was holding back, and buried himself in his mother's arms and whispered, "I know, Mother. I will definitely work hard to practice with the masters in the riding and archery class in the future." Although he was still a child, Chengyu did what he said. After resting for a period of time after the vaccination and resuming his previous studies, he not only did not fall behind in his studies, but also did not try to avoid the riding and archery class like before, but took it seriously. Lin Muyue, however, saw her son like this and wondered if she had put too much pressure on him. After being persuaded by his mother, Madame Wang, she followed her son's wishes, but she also strictly controlled the time he spent studying and the intensity of his martial arts training. The influence of the capital and the imperial city on the local officials was not big, nor was it small. Other officials did not mention it. Lin Hai had boarded the prince's ship before and cleared himself of all charges. Now the prince has transformed himself into the new emperor. Now he has gained favor in the eyes of 2 generations of emperors. The princes were successfully vaccinated, which was also a happy event. The officials who were close to the royal family or held special positions also submitted greetings to Su Ruiqing and congratulated him. When reviewing the memorials, looking at Lin Hai's memorial, Su Ruiqing sighed with the eunuch Wang beside him. "I listened to the imperial concubine's words and chose this man to try. I didn't expect that he really did a good job." After hearing what Su Ruiqing said, the eunuch Wang smiled and responded, "Your Majesty cares about your Majesty. And Lord Lin also works hard because of your Majesty's promotion. In the end, it is because your Majesty is a wise monarch that you have virtuous concubines and ministers to accompany you." Su Ruiqing was speechless, and the hand holding the red pen paused. "Wang Banban is getting better and better at saying nice things to please me. This is all from the heart. How can I say it to please your Majesty?" Eunuch Wang smiled and bowed to Su Ruiqing. "Forget it. Even if it's just to make me happy, I'd like to hear it. What Banban said about the virtuous concubine and minister is true." Su Ruiqing replied to the memorial with his own hand, and felt a little satisfied. The director and judge of the Imperial Hospital are quite capable now. You go and convey my oral order. Reward the director and the 2 judges with 3 months' salary. And reward the imperial physicians, who serve in the palace with 1 month's salary. I hope there will be no mistakes when the eldest princess and the little princes are vaccinated. I will also reward them when the time comes. Su Ruiqing read a few more memorials, and thought for a moment before saying to Eunuch Wang. After receiving the order, Eunuch Wang arranged for someone to convey the order. Su Ruiqing felt that after he had criticized the imperial hospital, these doctors should be able to work hard. The palace maids would be rewarded by the empress and the mothers of the heirs. The reason why Su Ruiqing attached so much importance to rewarding the imperial doctors and palace maids was because of the old palace affairs. If the princes and princesses in the previous dynasty had smallpox at the same time, the princes would have a higher chance of being fine, and the princesses would have a higher chance of dying young, because the palace maids who took care of them were partial to the princes. Therefore, this dynasty attaches great importance to smallpox vaccination. Su Ruiqing also personally summoned the high court to discuss this matter face to face, and asked him to strictly control the people in the imperial hospital and not allow the previous dynasty to happen again. After worrying about the smallpox vaccination of his children, at the end of April, the Emperor Su Ruiqing would be preparing for the first palace examination after his accession to the throne. The world's talents gathered in the Fontaine Palace, and the results would be known after today. Chapter 67. Although Mingzhou City is not far from Yangzhou City, the customs of the 2 places are very different. Lin Hai lived in Mingzhou City for a period of time, especially after he and his wife Jiamin went to the beach to play. When they had nothing to do, the couple felt that the world was so big that they could put aside all their worries and pains in the past, and no longer worry about their children. The affairs of the Maritime Merchants Administration Office have gradually become more efficient under Lin Hai's management, especially after Su Ruiqing ascended the throne. The nobles of various families tacitly stopped, and no longer dared to cause trouble for Su Ruiqing, who was already the emperor. Lin Hai is not as busy as he was when he was the salt inspector. Salt administration is a major national issue. Even more so than the maritime affairs he is in charge of now. When he was in Yangzhou City, he could be said to be working day and night. The pressure was beyond imagination. After coming to Mingzhou, the people who can really work in the Maritime Affairs Office are all trusted by the royal family. They know how to deal with Lin Hai, a parachuted boss. They all know that Lin Hai, who can transform from a salt inspector to the head of the Maritime Affairs Promotion Department, must have someone to rely on. Lin Hai's own ability is also enough to suppress the people in the department, so the official duties are not as heavy as before. Although it is not the time to go to the beach to play in the water at the end of April and the beginning of May, Lin Hai and his wife went fishing in the sea when the weather was fine. Mingzhou City is not short of excellent seafood all year round, but eating what you catch yourself still has a special flavor. Jia Min and her husband are getting more and more comfortable in Mingzhou. Not to mention the happy events that have been reported in the Jia family during this period. Her own health is much better than before. I didn't expect there would be such a good time. In the distance, the sky is high and the sea is vast. And in sight, there is clear water and fine sand. Thinking of these days, Jia Min and her husband sighed, seeing that his wife had smiled more recently than in the past in Yangzhou, and her body had gradually recovered, no longer looking weak and frail. Lin Hai also held his wife's hand and said, "It's good that you like it here, but you can't live with your parents in Beijing. After all, it's because of me." Jia Min smiled. "Not at all. Although I can't see my mother, brothers and sisters-in-law often. But now I can always receive letters from home. Knowing that everything is fine at home is enough. I don't know if it was the gods and Buddhas who showed their power. But not long after Jia Min talked with her husband today, she received good news from home again in May. Zhu Gur, the daughter of her second brother Jia Zheng, passed the imperial examination this time, and ranked 50th in the second class. Now the family is so happy that they don't know what to do. And they also hurriedly sent a letter to the aunt to announce the good news. Unlike the young master of the Jia family who passed the imperial examination, the child of Lin Muyue's family failed this time. Therefore, when the news came, the atmosphere in Qixing Palace was solemn. The palace people spoke and acted carefully, fearing that Lin Muyue would be unhappy. However, Lin Muyue herself did not feel anything. Her child was still young. If he did not pass the imperial examination this year, he would only be 20 in 3 years. Even if he waited for 2 more years, it would not be a problem. Even several elders in the family said that this child was just watching the scene. After all, the questions in the palace examination can only be written if you have something in your stomach. Although the young master of the Lin family is familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, he is still too young and his knowledge is not broad enough. Moreover, it has been too smooth along the way. It is good to hit a wall and temper his spirit. I'm not such a mean person. You are too careful. Lin Miyue was speechless as Yunxia tried to comfort her in a roundabout way. Yunxia smiled. I know the young lady's character, but not all the people in such a large palace are old people. It's understandable. After putting the last stitch on the purse in her hand, Lin Miyue looked at the little thing for a moment and said, Forget it. It will be time for the concubines to enter the palace in a while. You will all be busy by then, so you don't have to pay attention to whether you will take the imperial examination or not. The princes need to use a ring to practice riding and shooting. Qingyu was impatient to wear it except when practicing. So Lin Miyue planned to make a purse for her son, so that he could put the ring in it when he was free to avoid losing it or finding it hard. The front of the purse is embroidered with a kitten and 3 flowers, and the back is embroidered with cranes and cloud patterns. It actually looks a bit out of place, but because it was made by her mother, Chengyu liked it very much after receiving it and basically only used this one. There have been a lot of lively things in the palace recently, in addition to the selection of talents, which has attracted everyone's attention and energy. The concubines who have sons and daughters are now more concerned about choosing a master and a companion. After realizing that Emperor Feng Ai seemed to pay close attention to her, Lin Miyue tacitly ignored her son's choice of a companion. Even when Su Ruiqing asked her privately whether she wanted to promote a child at home, she declined. The princes and boys of the royal family in the palace all studied in Xianan Palace, and the girls also studied in Lanji Palace. The palace would select teachers and companions for these princes and princesses. The princes were easy to deal with, as the Hanlin Academy was full of talented people and had no shortage of teachers. Moreover, even if they did not select companions, it would be lively to take classes with the royal family. The princess's choice of teachers and companions was more concerning. On the one hand, if there were no older and more talented Hanlin scholars in the previous dynasty to teach the princesses, the royal family would hire talented women from the public to serve as female officials in the palace to teach the princesses poetry and etiquette. Secondly, it was not a good idea for a daughter of a royal family outside the palace to study in the palace, and it was not easy to force a daughter of a royal family to stay in the palace. So they selected women from the government and the public who were familiar with etiquette to study with them according to the standards for selecting female officials. Su Ruiqing saw that although the daughter born by Lu Jiaoyu was well fed, she was not generous and dignified. So when he selected a study partner for his sons this time, he also ordered people to convey the order to select female officials who could serve as the princess's teacher and study partner, intending to let his daughter study in advance and separate from her mother. However, the Jia family was involved in the matter of choosing a teacher and a study partner for the princess. When Lin Miyue received the letter, she felt speechless. She wondered why the inertia in the book was so strong in Yuanshan. When her family broke up the marriage between Jia Lian and Shifeng, it was not so bumpy. The new Jinshi sister of the Jia family is going to enter the palace as a female official? On the day when she received the letter, Lin Miyue's Qixiang Palace Wilwan Hall was quite complete. Zhang Genjing, Aunt Zhou and Yunxiao were all there. Seeing that Lin Miyue had finished reading the letter, Zhang Genjing was also speechless by this family. The girl from the Jia family was originally selected as the 5th princess consort. Why is she coming here to choose the princess's master now? This is the daughter of the duke's mansion. My brother just passed the imperial examination. It is the best time for girls to choose a husband. Why is she so difficult with the palace? I think the selection of the imperial concubine was the idea of the old lady of the Jia family. This time, it may not be the case. Lin Miyue thought about the current situation of the Jia family. I think the selection of the imperial concubine should have been the work of grandmother Jia, or at least tacitly approved by grandmother Jia. Now it may not be the case. After all, Jia Zhu has been selected now, with a ranking of 50 in the 2nd class. He can try to take the examination for the Imperial Academy to select Shijishi, or the position of the 6 departments. Even if neither of them works out, plus the relationship between Jia's relatives and friends, he should not leave the capital to serve as an official. So such a young official in the capital is extremely valuable. Lin Miyue thinks that since Jia's grandson has such a promising future, she may not send her granddaughter to the palace to fight for a good status. As Lin Miyue expected, this time the idea was taken by Mrs. Wang, But although she was still worried about her daughter's future marriage at this time, she wanted Yuan-chun to enter the palace not because she had to marry a prince, but because she thought that if she could enter the palace to be the princess's teacher, then her daughter's status would be raised when the princess got married in the future. Jia's mother was also troubled after knowing her daughter-in-law's idea. The princess is so young. But Yuan is already old enough to marry someone else. Why don't you think about how Yuan will be able to marry after the princess gets married? Even if the princess gets married after she reaches the age of 15, it will be 10 years later. Yuan-chun will be 23 or 24 by then. Even if it is popular for wealthy families to keep their daughters before marrying, this age is too old. Not to mention that the royal family will not marry the princess off so early. Mrs. Wang nodded in silence. Now she realized that what she did was wrong. However, the list had already been submitted. Now, no matter how angry she was, Jiamu could do nothing about her daughter-in-law. She could only wave her hand and let her go. Ju Er had grown up a few days ago. I saw that she was able to deal with her old relatives and interact with other families. How could she do such a stupid thing again? Seeing Mrs. Wang leave the house in disgrace, Jiamu asked Yuanyang to help her calm down, and said with a sigh, Yuanyang also felt that the second wife's behavior of acting first and reporting later was not authentic. Now there was no room for reversal. If she took the initiative to apply, it would be inconvenient for Jiamu, the old duke's wife, to ask again. After all, she is a child who has been raised since childhood. Grandmother Jia was choking up as she spoke. Now Zhuge has made a good career. I just hope that Yuan Yata will find a good family, but I didn't expect that this child would go to the palace after all. Seeing Grandmother Jia like this, Yuan could only comfort her. This time the palace is selecting a teacher for the princess. Although the young lady is excellent, she is still young after all. Maybe the palace wants to select some older ladies. Old lady, don't be too anxious. Yuanyang's words also make sense. In fact, when selecting female officials in the palace, when the country was founded, basically only elderly widowed women without children were selected, because such women can work hard in the palace, and the palace will also provide these women with old age care. But later, there were examples of young and clever palace maids serving as female officials. And there were also examples of female officials with good looks being chosen by the emperor as concubines. The number of times female officials were selected gradually decreased, with only occasional exceptions. Now this time, a female official is selected for the princess to serve as a female minister as a teacher. So it is more likely to select an older female official with virtue and talent. When Yuan-chun went to apply for the selection of female teachers, her chance of being selected was not particularly high. When Jiamu heard Yuanyang's words, she just sighed. I hope so. However, Wang Furen's decision at this time must not be just her own idea. Jiamu's eyes were heavy, and she felt that her second son now had his own thoughts. Jiaju and his wife, who were busy returning to their hometown to worship their ancestors, were also anxious when they learned about what their mother had done. But they were young after all, so they couldn't say anything. If you really don't want your sister to enter the palace, I will go to the palace to ask the queen mother. Li Wan saw that her husband was worried about her sister, and finally said what she had thought about for a few days, thinking about the relationship between his wife and the queen in the palace. Jiaju's eyes lit up, and he was about to say something, but was interrupted by a voice outside. Brother. A little girl at the door lifted the curtain, and Yuan-chun came in and said with the worried eyes of her brother and sister-in-law, I know what my brother and sister-in-law mean, but there is no need to trouble my sister-in-law to go to the palace to bother the queen mother. Don't be polite to me. If you really enter the palace at your age, I don't know when you can get married. It will delay your life. Li Wan saw Yuan-chun's refusal and thought she was being polite, so she quickly persuaded her a few words. Yuan-chun shook her head. I know how worried my mother is about me. Entering the palace is also a way out. There were also female ministers in the previous dynasty who left their names in history books with their talents. If this is the case, I will have no regrets in my life. She wanted to persuade her sister, but after hearing Yuan-chun's words, Jiaju and his wife were speechless. In the end, Yuan-chun passed the preliminary selection and entered the palace. Chapter 68. The Jia family is from Jinling. Although the first generation of Dukes Jia Yin and Jia Yuanqi lived in Beijing because of their titles and official positions, the Jia family had a clan temple in their mansion, and they also worshipped their ancestors at home during the new year. Some relatives also lived in the capital and depended on the two mansions. But the ancestral tombs of the Jia family are still in the ancestral land of Jinling. After Jia Zhu passed the exam, he got a holiday as usual. After discussing with his grandmother and father, he decided to take his wife back to his hometown to pay respects to the ancestors. Since Li Wan married into the Jia family, she has never had the opportunity to return home. Now that her husband said he would take her back home, she was very excited and packed a lot of things for the family. Not only going back to Jinling, this holiday is rare. Grandmother wants us to go to Mingzhou to visit Aunt Min and Uncle Lin. Jia Zhu was reading a pile of articles, watching his wife directing the family and maids to pack their bags, and said to Li Wan. Li Wan was not surprised to hear that they were going to Mingzhou. Uncle Lin was now in an important position, and it would be good for her husband to visit aunt and uncle. Do we need to pack some things as a gift? Do the old lady and madam have any instructions? Li Wan heard her husband say this, and asked. Jia Zhu smiled. The old lady has ordered Yuan Yang and the others to prepare everything. Just take them with you. While talking to his wife, Jia Zhu's hands did not stop. He was correcting his brother Jia Lian's homework with a pen. Just looking at this paper gave him a headache. Jia Lian was not young anymore. Under the arrangement of his grandmother, he arranged a marriage with the family of Yang Zhushi of the Ministry of Revenue. He did not choose the families of the old relatives, who were close to the Jia family. Not counting Jia Jing, who passed the imperial examination but gave up fame and practiced Taoism. Jia Zhu, the fourth-generation son of the Jia family, was a Jinsher, which meant that if nothing unexpected happened, the Jia family would be more and more successful in changing their status. Among the families that were related to the Jia family, or that they often interacted with, some still had titles and were still useful as the head of the family, while others were left with only empty shells and grandchildren who could not support the family. Now that the Jia family had a promising young man, although the families were of the same blood and looked after each other, it was different from the past. After careful consideration, Jia's mother did not look at the titles of the family, but chose a young lady from a real scholarly family as the wife of her eldest grandson Jia Zhu. The Yang family that was finally chosen was not a wealthy family, but had a clean family tradition. Originally, the Yang family did not want to curry favor with the Jia family and wanted to refuse the marriage proposal. But Jia's mother wrote a letter to the old lady of the Yang family, and finally she was able to get the young lady of the Yang family for her grandson. Although brother Lian has been much quieter these days, but this homework, after reading and correcting Jia Lian's homework, Jia Zhu also had a headache. Li Wan smiled. Jia Zhu himself has been reading books since he was a child, even if he didn't want to enter the imperial examination. He still loved reading, but brother Lian from the eldest house was not of this nature. Now he is being watched by his elder brother to study. It is already very uncomfortable that he can't behave like a handsome young man every day like before, and Jia Lian didn't have the boy's skills since he was a child. How could he write a decent article so quickly? But she couldn't say that about her brother from the next room. So she just said, Brother Lian is different from you. My husband? He has a title to inherit, so he's naturally not very keen on studying. When it comes to the inheritance of the title, Jia Zhu nodded. Grandmother just asked me to take him to study to temper his temper. There are some things that are not easy to say in front of his wife. Jia Lian, the eldest son of the first room, not only doesn't like to study, but is a playboy who fights cocks, walks dogs, and rides horses in the imperial court. Since the original wife of the first room passed away, Jia Shi and the later married Lady Xing didn't care much about this son Jia Lian, even if grandmother Jia wanted to manage. She was a woman from the inner house after all, and she couldn't reach so far to manage her grandson, who was already living alone. Secondly, she couldn't help but say some harsh words to her grandson, and when her eldest son heard it, he would say that she favored the second wife. She was always kind to her eldest grandson Jia Zhu, but she would scold her own son. So grandmother Jia could only forcefully deny her eldest son's idea of marrying her grandson from an old relative's family, and chose the young lady of the civil servant Yang family as her grandson's wife. Then she handed the second grandson to the eldest grandson. The elder brother, who had passed the imperial examination, guided the younger brother, and Jia Shi, the uncle, couldn't find any fault with it, so he stopped making trouble. Lang Gur, born to Li Wan, was still young. So before leaving, she entrusted the child to her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wang. The couple packed up their things and took a boat to the south. Although it was not the fireworks in March, the scenery of the south of the Yangtze River also made them intoxicated. The couple first went to Mingzhou to visit their aunt and uncle. Lin Hai and Jia Min of the Lin family had also received a message from the capital before, so they sent their family members to the dock every day to wait for Jia Zhu and his wife. Lin Jian, the second housekeeper of the Lin family, received the order from the master and the lady, and took the carriage and the family and servants to look forward to the boat in Beijing every day. Master Jian, look at that boat. Lin Jian was waiting in front of Mingzhou Wharf with his men as usual. He was dozing off at the tea stall with his neck hunched, and was woken up by a young servant with a loud voice. Picking up the hat on the table, Lin Jian stood up quickly, and said as he ran, "You go tell Lin Tong to go back to the mansion to inform the master and the lady, and the others come with me to welcome the young master and grandmother of the Jia family." Jia Zhu helped his wife get off the boat. The people of the Lin family were already waiting on the side. When they came out, Lin Jian stepped forward and greeted them. "Greetings to the young master and grandmother. I am Lin Jian, the second housekeeper of the Lin family. My master and the lady are looking forward to seeing you too." Seeing that the people said by Aunt Min and uncle were very polite, and the servants and maids beside them were also well behaved, Jia Zhu smiled. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, and also trouble this uncle." Hearing Jia Zhu's words, Lin Jian kept saying "I dare not," and asked people to serve the two distinguished guests of the Jia family to get on the carriage, and the group went to the Lin mansion. The carriage sent by the Lin family to pick them up was pulled by a chestnut horse. The carriage didn't look very conspicuous from the outside, but the interior decoration was also very well done. The couple sat on soft cushions. Inside the carriage, there were small cabinets and small tables inlaid on the walls, on which were mother-of-pearl snack boxes and bamboo containers for water. After entering the Lin residence, the nanny who served Jia Min when she got married personally greeted the two. Jia Zhu was also surprised to see the nanny, and took the initiative to greet her. "Thank you, Nanny Gu. How are you now?" Madame Gu smiled. "Everything is fine, come in quickly." Lin Hai and Jia Min were sitting in the main room waiting. Seeing Nanny Gu lead a young and handsome man and a gentle and quiet woman in, Lin Hai was still sighing that his uncle's son was also a delicate and elegant man, but Jia Min's beautiful eyes were already filled with tears when she saw her nephew who looked like her brother. After Jia Zhu and Li Wan entered, they bowed deeply to their aunt and uncle. Jia Min hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up. Zhu is already so big. Is this Zhu's daughter-in-law? I think she is quite friendly. We are all family. There is no need to be polite." After that, she took Li Wan's hand and gave her a bracelet. "Although I have never seen it before, I also know that you are cautious and hardworking. I don't have anything good to give you, so take this bracelet to play with." Li Wan wanted to refuse, but Jia Min didn't agree with her. Seeing her aunt like this, Jia Zhu hurried up. She went to say, "I haven't seen my aunt for many years. My grandmother, uncle, and father all miss my aunt. Now that my aunt and uncle are all fine, I will go back to report to my grandmother, uncle, and father, and they will be relieved." Jia Min was also touched by Jia Zhu's words. "It is my unfilial nature that I cannot enjoy the happiness of my parents. But seeing that you are so outstanding, I know that everything is fine at home. I have entrusted my elder brother and father to take care of my parents for so many years." When Jia Zhu heard his aunt say this, he quickly said that it was his duty to take care of his grandmother, and that his uncle and his parents were all fulfilling their responsibilities. After receiving the gift, Lin Hai remained silent, just watching his wife talking to his nephew and his nephew's wife. Seeing that his wife was not as excited as at the beginning, he coughed and said, "My nephew can stay for a few days this time. There is no rush to reminisce about the past. Now the young couple are tired. Let them rest first." Jia Min rarely saw her relatives from her mother's family. Now she saw her nephew and loved him so much that she had a lot to say. However, she nodded when she heard her husband's words. "Very good. The yard has been cleaned up for you. No need to be polite. Go and rest first." Jia Zhu and Li Wan saw that their aunt and uncle were not polite, so they declined and went to rest first, waiting to have dinner together later. In the guest house prepared by the Lin family, Jia Zhu sighed to his wife. "I haven't seen my aunt for many years. I thought I would feel a little strange, but I didn't feel that way after a day today." Li Wan still had the jade bracelet Jia Min gave her in the afternoon on her wrist. She smiled when she heard her husband's words. "After all, we are blood relatives. Uncle Lin and Aunt Min are both kind people." Jia Min and Lin Hai were also very caring during the dinner in the evening. The Lin family didn't have many close relatives now. So the four of them sat at the same table, and no longer separated men and women. At the table, Lin Hai and Jia Zhu talked about some articles and poems. And Jia Min asked Li Wan about the Jia family, especially her mother. The atmosphere was just right. Mingzhou City has a nice view. And Jia Zhu and his wife are comfortable living in the Lin mansion. However, one day when Li Wan went to pay respects to Jia Min, she found that the courtyard was a bit busy and Madame Gu was also looking serious. Li Wan had just entered the courtyard and saw this and hurriedly asked Madame Gu, "I came at an untimely time. But what's the matter?" Madame Gu saw that it was the grandmother of the Jia family. And she forced a smile and led Li Wan inside. "It's nothing serious. But the lady said she felt a little dizzy when she got up this morning. And she didn't want to eat much. She vomited after eating a bowl of white porridge just now. So I was a little busy to ask for a doctor. But it scared the grandmother when she heard Madame Gu say that her aunt was not feeling well." Li Wan hurriedly said, "How can I be scared? Madam, what you said is serious." After entering the house, Li Wan smelled a faint smell of medicine in the house. But Jia Min looked fine lying on the bed. So she put down her hanging heart. The two talked for a while. Li Wan saw that Jia Min was not in good spirits. So she did not stay for long. She just said that she saw her aunt was fine, and got up to leave. Lin Hai took Jia Zhu to visit famous people in the city today, and was not in the mansion. After Li Wan returned to the guest house alone, she thought of Madame Ji's strange look and her Aunt Jia Min's situation today. And suddenly an idea came to her mind. Chapter 69. May is the month of the Emperor's birthday, and the selection of concubines. This year, Emperor Fengtai declined the invitation of foreign ministers and envoys to pay homage to him on the grounds that he had advocated and did not want to hold a big birthday party. He only invited the royal family's close relatives to the palace to host a family banquet. Everyone gathered to celebrate the emperor's birthday. After the emperor's birthday, it was time to select concubines and female officials. Because these two things happened at the same time, Empress Li Wansheng was too busy to handle it, so the empress decided to assign the selection of female officials to Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue felt like she was being forced to do something that was extremely important. However, she also knew that the Empress Dowager was promoting her. So although she was surprised, she still worked diligently with Zhang Ginjing and the female officials of the Sixshang Bureau and the Inner Literature Institute to discuss the selection process and test questions. The female officials who taught the princess were called female Shangshu and female Xiucai. The former had a 5th rank official position, and the latter had a 6th rank official position, because they were female teachers who taught the princess poetry, books, and etiquette. They were also respected by the masters of each palace, other female officials, and the palace people. In particular, the status of female Shangshu in the palace was second only to the female officials of Cunning and the 6th Shang. The female officials selected as the princess teachers were not only judged by virtue, speech, appearance and merit, but also by their talent in reading and other skills. Lin Miyue looked at the examination questions prepared by the Empress Jiasheng of the former Taizu dynasty, and was not only shocked, but also felt that the questions were not inferior to the examination questions for men in the previous dynasty. Zhang Ginjing looked at Lin Miyue's expression, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, it's better to just look at the questions. There are also the examination papers of the female officials in the palace. If you take them and take a look, you will really know that women's talents are not inferior to men's. No matter what position the female officials held or where they served, they had to be able to read and pass the palace examination, although not all of them had taken such difficult examinations as the female ministers. They had also studied the articles written by their predecessors." Lin Miyue heard Zhang Ginjing say this with a slightly proud tone, and said with emotion, "If I had gone to select female officials in the past, I might not have been able to pass such an exam. It's hard to imagine how they recruited so many talented and virtuous women from the people. The mountains and rivers in the south nourish people. Not only do southerners dominate the imperial examinations every year, but the imperial court also selects female officials in the south. However, many talented women have emerged in the capital in recent years. I heard that there is a Jia in this session. Although she is still young, she is upright, steady and very elegant." Zhang Ginjing talked about the selection of female officials in the palace before, but the next sentence took a detour and teased Miss Jia, who was mentioned before. Lin Miyue knew that Jia's Yuanchun had passed the preliminary selection and was studying etiquette and preparing for the exam in the palace. However, she looked at the list of candidates and felt that Yuan Shun was not old enough to be a female minister. But she should be able to be a female scholar. Everyone has their own ambitions. But now they are just studying and learning etiquette. It depends on the final exam results. Lin Muyue said at last. Young ladies raised in high-ranking families must be skilled in etiquette. Although Yuan Shun is outstanding now, she is only better than others in her demeanor. However, the selection of female teachers depends most on the final exam, which can be said to be a decisive test, which is somewhat similar to the imperial examinations of the previous dynasties. But gossip aside, Lin Muyue flipped through the book at hand, and really couldn't think of a question. The female officials were now being tested while studying, and their skills in music, chess, calligraphy and painting were only evaluated and graded by the female officials. She, the imperial concubine, was the only one who came to watch the last game. Therefore, the most important exam had to be set by Lin Muyue. She didn't know what questions to set for a while. While she was having a headache, she glanced at the crystal ornament that Cheng Yu had received from his father. And suddenly she had an idea. When Cheng Yu came back from school that day, she asked her son with a smile. "You is back. How far have you been studying recently? Come and tell me." Cheng Yu knew that his mother had never asked much about his homework, and he was a little confused when he was asked today. However, he did not dwell on it. He just answered his mother's question. "I have learned the 3rd chapter of the Great Learning." Lin Muyue was naturally familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics. She silently recalled the 3rd chapter of the Great Learning and thought about it for a while and got a sentence. So when these women who were preparing for the female official sat in a room in the 6th Shang Bureau to prepare for the exam, the test paper they were handed out contained a sentence from the Great Learning. A gentleman honors his virtuous and loves his relatives. A villain enjoys his happiness and benefits his benefits. This will never be forgotten. Jia Yuanchun was born into a noble family. After seeing this sentence, she was slightly stunned and thought of something else. However, she calmed down, thought for a moment, and then began to write again, and began to draft on the straw paper. Emperor Fengtai, who was still living in the Qianxing Palace, heard Lin Muyue's question, and smiled and said to the eunuch Xiao beside him, "This child is quite interesting." Hearing that the emperor called the imperial concubine quite intimately, Zhao Taijian observed his words and said, "The subjects of the world are all grateful for your majesty's kindness. The question of the imperial concubine can select people with high ambitions and talents, and who are grateful for the emperor's grace." The emperor also nodded. "Lin is really good this time. The palace is busy, and the queen is also busy and hard-working now. You can share some of the miscellaneous profits. Give the matter to Lin and ask her to assist from the side." Eunuch Xiao's mind moved. This is to divide the power of the queen to the imperial concubine. Before Eunuch Xiao could figure out why the emperor was doing this, he heard the emperor order again. "Go to Cunning Palace and tell the Empress Dowager about this matter, and let the Empress Dowager issue an imperial decree to inform the 6 palaces of this matter." Li Wancheng was also busy with the selection of concubines. After receiving the imperial decree from the Empress Dowager, she was a little confused. But seeing the smile on the face of Zhao Gongneng who was announcing the decree, she could only put on a smile and accept the decree. Back in the house, Li Wancheng sat quietly with a teacup in her hand. Fuyu felt a little distressed when she saw her master like this, but she didn't know what to say to comfort him. But after a while, Li Wancheng recovered and said with a sigh, "There are still many things to do. The palace affairs are indeed a bit busy. It will be easier for me to have Lin to assist. In fact, it is common for concubines in the harem to assist the queen. But it is different for such things to be done by the queen, and by the queen mother or the current queen dowager." Therefore, Li Wancheng knew that the queen dowager praised Lin Muyue. Although she was not very happy, she was actually relieved that someone was helping her. Fuyu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the queen had come to her senses. So she said, "Your Majesty is wise. You have been so busy these days that you have lost some weight. It would be nice to have someone to help you take a break." After Lin Muyue finished her work as a female official, she immediately went to Jingren Palace to report every day, and worked with the queen on various matters related to the selection of concubines. She also had to visit Chushio Palace from time to time to inspect and visit the concubines on behalf of the queen to see how they were doing after entering the palace, and to see if the female officials and aunts who taught etiquette and the maids were doing their best. Lin Muyue came out of Yunhua Palace, where the concubines lived that day. although she looked normal while sitting on the sedan chair. She was already in a state of not being able to complain. She strongly suspected that Li Wancheng had changed bad over the years, and sent herself to Yunhua Palace instead of the female officials around her. Seeing the concubine's timid expressions and inquiring eyes every day, Lin Miyue felt that every few days was like a year. In fact, before the imperial concubine Lin Miyue personally came to Yunhua Palace, the concubines really made some troubles. Su Ruiqing did not hold a large-scale selection, so the concubines in the palace were all daughters of officials and civilians in the capital. But they were of different origins. Lin Miyue sent a young lady from the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Works to serve. This girl was also brainless. It was not uncommon for a low-born lady to rely on a high-born lady. However, this young lady actually used the young lady in the same room as a servant and asked the daughter of the Xiang family, the ambassador of the Ministry of Revenue, to serve her. Although there were palace maids serving in Yunhua Palace, they only served as food and water delivery men. The young ladies could only take care of themselves. The young lady from the Jiao family, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, ordered the young lady Xiang in the same room to serve her in washing and combing her hair. It was a coincidence that Miss Jiao was domineering and Madame Xiang was weak. The two lived in the same room, and the ants in Yunhua Palace did not notice it. One day, Lin Miyue suddenly went to Yunhua Palace and found that the two people living in the same room, the one with a high family background was very clean, while the one with a low family background had messy hair and looked lazy. She felt something was wrong. She did not get angry at that time, but only told the ants in Yunhua Palace to pay attention to this matter. Later, when the matter was exposed, Lin Miyue was speechless. She felt that these young girls were really bold, and they dared to do such things even in the palace. Although this matter was outrageous, it involved two girls after all. In order to protect the poor girl who was being used as a servant, Lin Miyue found another excuse to send Miss Jiao, the daughter of the Minister of Works, back home. After this incident, the more sensitive ladies in Yunhua Palace all found some clues. Although it was indeed Miss Jiao herself who had problems, the imperial concubine Lin Miyue still left some shadows on everyone. After this incident, Lin Miyue felt that it was not a good thing to take care of the concubines. Fortunately, the day of the palace election was getting closer and closer, and she would be able to unload this burden soon and only have to do some ordinary palace affairs. The palace election was naturally attended by the Emperor Su Ruiqing himself. The Empress Dowager and the Empress usually accompanied the Emperor in this election, but Su Ruiqing was a little confused. The Emperor and Empress Dowager were both present, so in the end, the Empress and the imperial concubine Lin Miyue accompanied the Emperor in this election. When Lin Miyue knew about this arrangement, she was stunned for a moment. She felt that it was really not easy for this batch of girls to be selected. After passing the preliminary selection, she had to go through 5 levels and 6 generals to reach the palace election. She could not see the Empress Dowager, her mother-in-law, and could only face the number 1 and number 2 boss of the harem. The rows of beauties in the palace were all wearing the same palace dress without any makeup. The eunuchs called out the names of the beauties, and they came forward to pay their respects. The Emperor, Empress, and imperial concubine Lin Miyue each had a list in their hands, which recorded the performance of the beauties in Yunhua Palace and their skills, such as calligraphy and painting and needlework. Su Ruiqing was not interested. He had originally held this selection to please his father and mother. Now he was just perfunctory when looking at the women in the hall. After several rounds of selection, he didn't keep a name. As a concubine, Lin Miyue had no duty to advise, and just sat aside to watch the show. When one round of beauties went down and another group prepared, Li Wancheng could only speak under pressure. Your Majesty, the list of beauties has already passed half. And you haven't met anyone you like yet? I already have a queen and a concubine, and I think the harem is already very good. These ordinary beauties are not in my eyes. After looking at the queen next to him, Su Ruiqing said lightly. However, after all, among the beauties behind, he still looked at the list in his hand carefully and selected a few to complete the task. It will take some time for the newcomers to enter the palace. After the selection of concubines, the queen had a lot of free time, so Lin Miyue only took charge of some palace affairs in the end, and she tacitly did not touch the important parts. She was only in charge of some tributes and distribution. When Li Wancheng was the crown princess, she did not enjoy extravagance. She would deliberately give the best rewards to the concubines. Now that she sees that Lin Miyue only takes care of these things, she feels that she is more measured in her actions. Chapter 70. After she was free, Lin Miyue resumed her previous life rhythm, and often went to her familiar sisters to kill time. This day, she was enjoying the goldfish in Yun Xiaoyuan's fish tank. She raised a cat, Sanhua, so there were no other small animals in the palace. If she wanted to see something else, she could only come to Yun Danyuan's place to feast her eyes. When the crown princess in the East Palace gave Yun and Yao a room, there was a tank of goldfish in the main room, but at that time, the tank only contained some ordinary species, which were not the same species as the precious fish that Lin Miyue was looking at in front of the fish tank now. Looking at the black and white goldfish in the water. The fish tail is like ink, and it seems like an ink spirit when swimming. Lin Miyue loves it very much. The people in the flower and bird department are quite skilled. This fish tail is very beautiful. Yun Xiaoyuan was tending to a pot of orchids nearby. Hearing this, she said, I think your kitten is also quite spiritual. It must be obedient. If you really like it, why not raise one? Cats are naughty by nature. Lin Miyue thought that such a large open fish tank should not harm the small fish. So she just said, forget it. Forget it. After all, it's still a kitten. It's the nature of Sanhua to eat fish. I'd better not add to its evil deeds. Sister has been a little absent-minded today. What happened? Yun Danyuan finished taking care of the orchids, motioned Xuxing to pack up the tools, and turned back to ask Lin Miyue. Seeing that Yun Danyuan had figured it out, Lin Miyue did not hide it. She said with some distress, you figured it out after all. It's Qingyu's business. Speaking of her son, Lin Miyue had to admit that each person was born very different. Qingyu was good at studying and knew how to read people's expressions. It was obvious that his IQ and EQ were quite high. However, he was really not good at martial arts. Even if Qingyu tried hard, he was only average. This made the child a little frustrated now. It would be fine if he was just in a bad mood. But Aunt Jing, who was taking care of Qingyu, said that Qingyu seemed to have many purple scars on his body, as if he was accidentally left when practicing martial arts. Knowing her son's strong character, Lin Miyue knew that this must be because her son felt that he did not do well. So he increased the intensity of practice. It was not that she felt sorry for her son's hardship as a mother, but that the child was still young after all. It was not good for the body to practice like this now. And it would be a big deal if he hurt his muscles and bones. So Lin Miyue wanted to find a way to enlighten her son again. But she didn't know what to say. Today, she strolled into Yun Danyuan's palace and thought about how to mention it to her sisters. But she didn't expect that she was seen first and asked a question. It's not good for this child to be too steady, especially after he has studied. He is even harder to comfort. Lin Miyue felt that Qingyu became more and more like a little adult after he entered school. So she couldn't decide what method to use to comfort her son. Yun Danyuan smiled when she heard this. Sister is a mother, and naturally worried about you. But the situation is confusing. I don't think you is that serious. If you want to comfort your son, just say it out loud. Lin Miyue thought for a while, and felt that Yun Danyuan's words made sense. So she said, yes, it's true. What are we mother and son talking about that can't be said openly? However, although it was said openly, Lin Miyue still ordered someone to bring her son's favorite dishes that day, and planned to have a good talk with Qingyu after they were prepared. After Qingyu came back that day, he went in to pay his respects to his mother first, and then he cleaned himself up and went to the study to read. After that, he went to the main hall to eat at dinner time. During the meal, Qingyu saw that there were many more dishes that he liked to eat. He didn't think there was anything wrong. Lin Miyue was familiar with the tastes of people close to her. Not only the emperor and his son, but also the ladies around him. Aunt Yun Xia and others. She knew what they liked to eat. Sometimes she would specially ask for some dishes to reward them. After dinner, Lin Miyue set a rule that after resting for a while, he should take a walk in the palace or the imperial garden, and play for half an hour. This was to prevent her son from doing homework all day. Today, Qingyu didn't want to go to the imperial garden, so he took Mao Kai and the young eunuch to play shuttlecock in the courtyard. Lin Miyue sat in the corridor and watched her son playing with others. She felt that only at this time did her son, who was not yet 10 years old, act like a child. Lin Miyue was not very good at making clothes before, but after so many years of making clothes for her son, she was no longer as clumsy as before. After Chung Yu entered the inner hall, he saw his mother carefully cutting off a piece of thread with a pair of small scissors, and then called him over. "Come and try it. If there's anything wrong, I can modify it for you." Lin Muyue made this dress on and off for a long time, because she was busy before. She finished it from the end of the year to the beginning of the year when the weather was getting hotter. The quilted dress became a single piece of clothing. "Thank you, Mother." Chung Yu didn't need help from others. She took the dress and took a look at it, then took off her coat and put it on. This was a round-necked robe, but Lin Muyue didn't like those complicated patterns. She only chose a piece of material with dark patterns, embroidered some patterns on the cuffs, and finally sewed some silk pieces on the hem. "Not bad, it's getting hotter these days. You wear this just right, if it gets cold." Add a cloak. Lin Muyue looked at her son, and said with a bit of satisfaction after letting her son turn around. Yun Xiao also sighed on the side. Miss pricked her finger with a needle back then. "I didn't do anything." But the old lady and the lady were very distressed. Now not only has she practiced embroidery skills, it's not hard to make a whole dress like this. I think it's better than the embroiderers in the Shanfu Bureau. Knowing that Yun Xiao was giving a sedan chair to her son, Lin Muyue didn't refuse the compliment, but just said to her son, "This dress is also neat. You can wear this when you practice martial arts. Don't worry about the clothes. Mother is not so busy recently, so I will make a few more for you." Chung Yu heard his mother talking about practicing martial arts. The joy of getting new clothes faded a little. Touching the new clothes, she said reluctantly, "Son, you should wear old clothes to martial arts class. It won't be a big deal." Touching Chung Yu's head, Lin Muyue gave Yun Xia a look to signal her to take the people in the room out. When only the mother and son were in the room, she asked her son to sit next to her and asked directly, "What do you want to do in the future?" Looking up at his mother, Chung Yu was a little confused. Women in the palace were actually very reluctant to talk about the future in front of children, especially princes. After all, there was only one position in the end. After thinking for a while with his head down, Chung Yu decided to tell the truth. "I haven't made up my mind yet. But no matter what, I will protect my mother." As the first son of a concubine who was granted imperial title and favored by the emperor, Chung Yu gradually felt something different these days. In the past, when he was in the East Palace, although the palace servants were more respectful to him because he was the son of a concubine, there was not much difference compared to Yun's younger brother. Now that he and his younger brother are both princes, Chung Yu clearly feels the different attitudes of the palace servants and his master towards him. Moreover, his great-uncle was also a Hanlin, and whenever he saw him, he always told him to study hard and win face in front of his father, so that his mother could be happy. So in fact, although Chung Yu behaved well and sensible in front of his mother when he was in the East Palace, he still looked like a child. Now that he has become a prince with a more noble status, he is not as willful as before. Listening to her son's words, Lin Muyue sighed. Su Ruiqing's hesitation made people inside and outside the palace feel uneasy. But she knew why the emperor hesitated. Could she persuade him herself? Besides, what her son wants to do in the future should not be determined by her choice as a mother. Lin Muyue didn't know whether her son, at his age, could understand what the throne meant. But when she heard her son say that he wanted to protect her, she felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. "You is still young. It's not you who should protect your mother. It's your mother who should protect you," Lin Muyue said with a smile, pinching her son's chubby face, breaking the expression of Chung Yu. But both his father and his great-uncle said that it was Yu who wanted to protect his mother. Chung Yu tilted his head to look at his mother, thinking back to what he had been told before. But he looked at his mother's smile, and still didn't say what was in his mind. He was touched by his son. After rubbing his son for a while, Lin Muyue finally remembered that she wanted to persuade her son not to hurt his body due to excessive martial arts. After letting Chung Yu go, she coughed and said, "Chung Yu, what do you think of your father? Children of this age think that their fathers are omnipotent. Su Ruiqing is at least a good father in front of Chung Yu." The father and son spent a lot of time together. Among the Hanlin scholars who taught the prince, there were also teachers who had taught Su Ruiqing. When these Hanlin scholars praised the little prince for his good studies, I don't know if it was to flatter the emperor, they always said that the little prince was as smart as your majesty in the past, etc. So when he heard his mother's question, Chung Yu replied to his mother without thinking, "Father is very powerful. I also want to be as powerful as father." Seeing that Chung Yu took the bait, Lin Muyue smiled slightly and felt that her son was still young, so she said, "Then you see that the teachers all say that you are like your father, and your father is not very proficient in martial arts. Chung Yu is still so young now. Why should he suffer so much? You have bruises on your body, and mother and father will be worried." Chung Yu was confused by this logic for a while. But after he came to his senses, he heard Lin Muyua's words that his parents were worried about him. He swallowed his words that he wanted to say that his grandfather was a superb martial artist. He just promised his mother, "Your nose," and he will be restrained in practicing martial arts in the future, and will not hurt himself again. After the mother and son talked that day, Chung Yu did restrain himself a lot. Although he was still serious in class, he no longer added extra homework to himself. He just completed the moves and homework assigned by the martial arts masters. Although the emperor had previously asked his son to follow the rules in this election, he did not get angry or say anything about his son not selecting many concubines. However, when the empress mentioned the selection of female officials for the princess, she mentioned that Jia, the granddaughter of the late Duke Rong, aroused the emperor's interest. The emperor was also able to ride a horse and bend a bow in his time, and Duke Rong was also a military officer he once relied on. When he heard that the granddaughter of his old minister was entering the palace to participate in this election, he became interested and personally read Yuan Chuan's test paper. It is a word of loyalty and love. But she is still young, and has not read enough books or deeply enough. The emperor used to personally read the essays of the top 3 Jinshi candidates during the palace examination every year. Now, according to this rule, he read Yuan Chuan's essay and found some problems. The empress smiled. When Princess Wenhong and the others were choosing their teachers, there happened to be an elderly Hanlin who could enter the palace to teach the princesses. When selecting female officials, they were not as careful as this time. Nowadays, even if these women are talented, most of them should be in poetry and lyrics. Naturally, their skills in writing these articles are shallow. At this age, it is already good. These articles have been reviewed by Hanlin. Your Majesty has read the comments above, and they all say that they are good. The emperor only talked about it. After reviewing the article, he asked the empress, "How old is Jia this year? I think she should be a little girl around the age of 15. How come she is so young? Entered the palace to participate in this election?" Since her son ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager had not paid much attention to the affairs outside the palace. When asked by the Emperor Dowager, she only said hesitantly, "It seems that the child's brother had just passed the imperial examination and became a Jinshi, and the family sent their daughter to the palace out of gratitude for the Emperor's grace." Seeing that the Empress Dowager said only respectable words, the Emperor Dowager stroked his beard. This Ronghua mansion has been a mansion for 2 generations. Even if the son of this generation who inherited the title is not good-looking and only inherited the title of a first-class general, it is still a family of generations of meritorious military generals. Now not only has a Jinshi appeared among the sons, but the girl in the family is also so promising, which is quite interesting. Glancing at the eunuch Xiao who was waiting beside him, the emperor asked him, "Does he have a child of the right age in his family? Can he enter the palace to accompany the prince in his studies?" Eunuch Xiao bowed and thought for a moment before replying, "It seems that there is a little boy, but he should be younger than the eldest and second princes. Even the third prince should be older than that boy. He is indeed younger. But the third prince is not in a hurry to go to school. Let's talk about it next year." Hearing that the Jia family did have a boy but he was too young, the emperor felt a little regretful. However, it was rare that he had the idea of showing favor, so he would just let it go if it didn't work out. Chapter 71. The emperor's intention to select a son from the Jia family as a companion to the prince was only spread once in the palace, and the palace maids in front of the emperor did not dare to let out the palace band. So the Jia family naturally did not know about this. However, it was a foregone conclusion that Yuan Chun would be selected as a female scholar to assist the female ministers to teach the princess. When Yuan Chun returned home, the eunuchs in the palace also came to the Jia mansion to announce the decree. This time, the palace selected 3 female ministers and 5 female scholars for the princess. The female ministers were the princess teachers and taught the princess, and the female scholars assisted from the side and had the right to guide and advise the princess, and could be called half-teachers. Most of these women responded to Zhang Genjing's words, and most of them were from the south. Therefore, Li Wancheng gave these people home leave according to the rules. After everyone returned from leave, The princess officially started classes in Lonji Hall. When the eunuch announced the decree, the whole Jia family knelt to receive the decree. Jia Mu looked at her granddaughter who was kneeling in the front, with a smile on her face, but still pity in her heart. Eunuch, please sit in the front hall for a while. Drink some tea and come back. Jia Mu stood up and said to the eunuch who announced the decree with a smile. And another housekeeper came forward and handed over a purse. The eunuchs from the Imperial Household Department announced the decree, but they were quite respectful to the Jia family. Hearing what the old lady of the Jia family said, the eunuch surnamed Jiang also politely replied, "Thank you, old lady, but I am busy in the palace, so I won't bother you anymore." Jia's mother's words were originally polite, and she expected the eunuch to say so. So she asked her son to politely send the person out and took everyone back to her own courtyard. When the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict came back, everyone returned to the house and sat down. Grandmother Jia took her granddaughter's hand and said, "Come and stay with Grandma these days, and let Grandma take a good look at you." Seeing her grandmother like this, Yuan Chun did not forget to comfort her grandmother and deliberately said some witty words. "Granddaughter will have a day to leave the palace after entering the palace this time. Grandmother, please don't despise your granddaughter for being the only one staying at home." Mrs. Wang was sitting on the chair at the bottom at this time, and suddenly she felt a little sad. She always wanted her daughter to enter the palace to make a career. But when her daughter really had to enter the palace, she realized that once you enter the palace, it is like a deep sea. Even if her daughter is not a concubine of the emperor, she will have to live in the red walls forever, and will not be able to see her relatives. She didn't feel anything when she was scolded by her mother-in-law before, but now she saw her daughter being held in the arms of grandmother Jia. And as a mother, she could only sit aside. Mrs. Wang lowered her head and clenched her handkerchief. A sour feeling welled up in her heart. Seeing her daughter-in-law sitting there in silence, grandmother Jia couldn't bear it, so she pushed her granddaughter aside. "Your mother has been very worried about you during this period. Your brother and sister-in-law have returned to their hometown to worship their ancestors and have not come back. You should go to your mother more often during this period to see your brother and nephew." Mrs. Wang looked up when she heard it, and saw that her daughter seemed to have tears in her eyes after what she had just experienced. She also stepped forward and hugged her daughter. The mother and daughter cried a lot. Wang Furen's younger brother Baoyu was also there. Seeing his mother and sister crying in each other's arms, he went over and tugged at his sister's clothes, looking at them with worried eyes. Seeing her younger son like this, Wang Furen stopped crying. Yuan Chun also loved her younger brother. She had often taken Baoyu to study and practice calligraphy in the past. The relationship between the two siblings was good. Therefore, seeing her younger brother like this, she also suppressed the sadness on her face, bent down and picked Baoyu up. "You are heavier again. I won't be able to hold you in a few days." Baoyu didn't refute when he heard his sister say this. He just waved his hand to wipe her tears. "Don't cry, sister. Baoyu will leave today's cheese to you." After all, he was still young and didn't understand what happened today. So Baoyu just acted according to his own thoughts and took out his favorite cheese from his share to coax his sister. Yuan Chun smiled, teasing Baoyu, saying, Okay, don't cry, sister. I'll take your cheese." Seeing Lady Wang and Yuan Chun sighing, Jia Mu saw that Baoyu knew how to comfort his mother and sister at such a young age, which also overshadowed her loss and sadness. After saying a few more words, she sent the others back, and turned into the inner room with the maids and servants. "Go back with your mother first, and come back to have dinner with me in the evening." Jia Mu was happy to see her granddaughter and grandson getting along happily. So when she saw Yuan Chun wanted to help her take a nap, she hurriedly said so. Although the Jia family was somewhat reluctant to let Yuan Chun enter the palace, but entering the palace as a female official was a happy event in the eyes of outsiders. It was just the family that was sad. However, after a period of time, the Jia family actually received another piece of real good news. Jia Min, the jewel in the palm of Jia's mother's hand, was pregnant after many years of marriage. At this age, she was diagnosed with pregnancy and had a child. Jia Mu was already so old that she already had grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren. She was so happy to hear the news. She said to Yuan Ang in private, "I had already given up on this matter. But once I let it go, the good news came. It can be seen that things in this world are really coincidental." The wind was a bit strong the night before yesterday. After Jia Mu got up, she felt a little uncomfortable in her legs. Yuan Ang was now massaging Jia Mu's legs. Hearing this, she replied, "My aunt is naturally blessed, and the old lady can rest assured." When they married their daughter, Duke Rong and his wife knew that the Lin family had been a single-line family for several generations, and the family was not prosperous. However, at that time, Jiamu thought that her own children were prosperous, and she thought that her daughter should be able to do the same. Therefore, she did not worry too much about her daughter's offspring after marriage. However, Jiamin had been childless for so many years, and she was worried about it. Now she heard the good news and felt relieved. The female officials entered the palace later than the concubines. But the female officials were the royal officials after all, so it was easier to arrange for them. Therefore, after arranging the rooms and servants for the female officials, Li Wancheng called Lin Miyue, the imperial concubine, to discuss the positions and palaces for the concubines. Lin Miyue knew that the queen was being polite, so she didn't say a word about the positions, and only said that it was up to the queen to decide. Later, she said a few words about the arrangement of the palace. Su Ruiqing finally selected 4 girls this time. There were many vacant palaces in the 6 east and west palaces, so it was not difficult to arrange people. The one who entered the palace with the highest position in this selection was Miss Pan, who was awarded the second-class marquis and led the first-class governor of the 5 military governors' office. She was conferred the 4th-class concubine. Li Wancheng also thought that this person's background and initial position made it very likely that she would be promoted to the position of the head of the first palace in the future. Therefore, after discussing with Lin Miyue, she was arranged to live in Yongshou Palace. The other 3 people also had decent backgrounds. There were Miss Luo from the Shutian Prefecture's Chung family, Miss Kai from the Beigo Zijian Sai family, and Miss Gu from the Xingbu Longzhong family. All 3 were given the title of beauties of the 5th rank and were assigned to Rongfei, Lu Jiaoyi, and Yun Xiaoyuan's palaces respectively. Among the 4, Concubine Pan had a high background, but her appearance could only be considered delicate. On the day of the selection, she did not look very outstanding without makeup. However, Miss Kai from the Sai family had the best appearance and was quite knowledgeable about music. The other 2 were also rare beauties. The newcomers entered the palace on an auspicious day selected by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Li Wancheng sympathized with the newcomers and allowed the 4 to bring their own servants into the palace. She also said that they could rest for 3 days before paying respects. So 3 days later in Jingren Palace, Concubine Pan led the other 3 newcomers, and the 4 of them all performed 5 bows and 3 kowtows to the queen, Li Wancheng, when they then paid respects to the other concubines, except for the 1 bow and 3 kowtows to Lin Miyue. The other main positions only received 1 kneeling and 1 bow, and the non-main positions only received the blessing ceremony. Today, when I met the newcomer Lin Miyue, I realized that although Concubine Pan was a daughter of a military general, she was just an ordinary beauty when she was selected. Today, she was dressed up with a bit of pure and elegant fairy spirit, which made people feel bright. Kai was wearing only a standard palace dress today, and her makeup and headgear were not outstanding, so she did not look that outstanding. Everyone greeted each other, and today's greetings were a big deal. After the 4 new concubines sat down, everyone chatted for a while, and Li Wancheng considerately let everyone go. Lin Miyue has been with the prince for so many years now, and she no longer plays the drama of being sad because he favored the newcomers. Instead, as she grows older and more senior, she shows more tolerance. She was generous in rewarding the 4 newcomers this time, and she also took care of Concubine Pan who lived next door to her. In front of the Jingren Palace, the concubines left in sedan chairs according to their rank. Lin Miyue was used to taking a sedan chair when she paid her respects, so she was the first to leave with the ladies, palace maids, and eunuchs. Today, the 4 newcomers watched everyone send Lin Miyue off in a sedan chair. Concubine Kai, who was hidden in the crowd, looked at Lin Miyue with some envy. Concubine Kai was also born with a beautiful face. To be precise, she was the same as Concubine Lin. Her facial features, especially her eyes, were the same as Lin Miyue's. Therefore, when she was selected and lived in Yunhua Palace, many people flattered her openly and secretly. But today, after meeting the imperial concubine, Lady Kai saw Lin Miyue in a gorgeous dress, and the head ornaments on her head were also exquisite. Then she looked at what she was wearing and felt a little depressed. However, Lady Kai didn't think she was inferior to the imperial concubine in appearance. She just thought that she was not dressed well because of her low status. The newlyweds were divided into different places by the queen and Lin Miyue. And Concubine Kai lived in the E6 palaces by herself. After waiting for the ladies to leave in the sedan chair, Concubine Pan, who had the highest rank among them, said, "Sisters Luo and Gu and I live in the west, so we will leave first. See you later, Sister Kai." Concubine Pan's voice was as light and pleasant as her, but she was 2 ranks higher than the other beauties after all. Concubine Kai came to her senses and heard what she said, and quickly replied, "Sister Pan, please wait. We will talk again when we have time." Regardless of their inner personalities, Concubine Luo and Concubine Gu were both silent and gentle. When they heard Concubine Pan speak, they exchanged greetings with Concubine Kai and followed Concubine Pan back to their respective palaces in the West 6 palaces. The 3 of them were also bored as they walked together. Among the newcomers, only Lady Kai was more lively. On the way back to the palace, the 3 of them gathered together. Except for the necessary polite words, when they just said goodbye, no one talked nonsense during the whole process. When they finally returned to the east side hall of Yongshou Palace, Pan Concubine gave Bai Hui, the maid she brought into the palace, to serve, a look, and Bai Hui said, "You go out first. Bai Shu and I will serve the master here." Pan Concubine had a high position, and she brought 2 maids with her when she entered the palace this time. The ones she brought to pay respects today were Bai Hui and a maid Chunru, leaving Bai Shu to work in the palace. Everyone in Chunru, who was beside Concubine Pan, heard the order, and thought that the master had returned tired and needed to rest. So they all went out according to Bai Hui's order, and went to do their own things. Seeing that everyone had left, Concubine Pan fell on the couch without any image. Finally, this time has passed. Bai Hui was used to her young lady's temperament, but Bai Shu was still a little uncomfortable with it. She hurried over and took off the jewelry on Concubine Pan's head, and scattered her hair while she was lying. "Miss, be careful. Don't be afraid of scratching yourself." Concubine Pan looked cold, but she was actually a simpleton inside. The 2 maids brought into the palace were carefully selected by the Marquis's wife from the entire mansion, hoping that there would be 2 smart maids in the palace to protect her daughter. Therefore, Bai Hui served Concubine Pan since she was a child, and Bai Shu was a child born in the Pan family. After Bai Shu took off the jewelry on her head, Pan Xiafeng fiddled with taking off her coat, rolled over the thin blanket on the couch, closed her eyes and said, "I'm tired. Let's sleep for a while." Bai Hui was still thinking about the young lady's previous words about going to the next door to pay respects to the imperial concubine. Seeing that the young lady was sleeping like this, she hurriedly said, "Didn't the young lady say that she was going to pay respects to the imperial concubine? Why did she sleep like this?" Hearing what her maid said, Pan Concubine opened her eyes and looked at the clock. "Nothing. I can go in the afternoon." Seeing that her young lady had made up her mind, Bai Hui could only go over to pick up the coat that Pan Concubine had thrown aside, and pulled Bai Shu to lower the curtain and go out. After the newcomers were settled, it was almost June, and the palace had to prepare to live in the garden. The new emperor had few concubines, unlike the East Palace, where they had to choose who to take with them. This time, everyone in the palace could go to the garden to cool off. Jia Yuanchun herself was a Beijinger and entered the palace early, and she did not stay at home for long before she quietly entered the palace on the day. However, being a female teacher for the princess was a noble job, and it was not easy to get involved in the private affairs of the harem. Jia's mother was still relieved, but she still gave her granddaughter many words in private, teaching her not to compete for everything, but to take care of herself and do the work she should do. Yuanchun has been very smart and restrained since she was young. Now she always responds to her grandmother's instructions, so as not to make her worry about herself. There are rows of houses next to the palace administration office, and the 6 shang bureaus for female officials and palace servants to live in. Yuanchun now lives there. Female scholars live in a room with 2 people, but her other roommate has not yet entered the palace, so she lives alone now, after being selected as a female scholar and entering the palace. Yuanchun did not start work immediately, because several female officials from the south had not yet entered the palace. So she only learned etiquette every day with the female officials or aunts who taught etiquette, and read in the library of Lonji Palace in her spare time. She lived a carefree life. "Sister Yuanchun, this is the book you wanted." Yuanchun had just arrived at the library today, and the young eunuch on duty inside, Xingxing, hurriedly greeted her, pointing to a pile of books. It took a lot of effort to find them, but no one has wanted to read them for many years. Yuan-chun gave Xingxing a purse filled with candy. How old are you? And you've been talking about such things for many years. Xingxing chuckled. He was indeed just a young eunuch, but he could really say that. My master was working here at the beginning, not only the literature. Princess Hong and several princesses of His Majesty the Emperor. He also served several princesses of Iran. Hearing Xingxing say this, Yuan-chun smiled. I am short-sighted. No, Sister Yuan-chun. You can read here. I still need to count the books in the library today. Yesterday when Xingxing was looking for books for Yuan-chun, he found that some books in the library were moldy and yellowed. So today he wanted to sort out these problematic books and make a list, so that he could apply to the higher authorities for repair or retranscription. Jia Yuan-chun nodded, and found a table to read a book. Xingxing also went into the storehouse to work, before all the female officials entered the palace. It was already time for the royal family to go to the garden to escape the summer heat. The biggest difference between this year and previous years was that Su Ruiqing still lived in the old residence with his father and mother, and he moved into Jiulongsheng with the queen, the imperial concubine, Rong Fei, Lu Jiaoyi, and several children. Lin Miyue passed the jade disc, and next to it was the roundabout duty room. She looked at the rows of houses and felt that they could indeed accommodate the palace servants and eunuchs brought by these people today. The garden was renovated, and the house was spacious. After Su Ruiqing ascended the throne, he ordered a slight expansion, but it has not been completed yet. Jiulongsheng was built according to the layout of the palace and the palace, but because it was built on a mountain, it has a different style from the palace. The palace and the scenery are more livable and exquisite. There is also a small garden and a pond with reeds and new lotus inside. As the emperor, Su Ruiqing lived in the main hall Changlong Hall. Li Wancheng, the queen, lived in the east side hall Mingji Hall. Lin Miyue lived in the west side hall Chongqiu Hall. Rong Fei and Lu Jiaoyi lived in the back Dongxian Hall and Xincheng Pavilion. Living like this is also interesting. It's just that a few children are together. I feel that I can already foresee the situation in the future. Lin Miyue had lived alone in the East Palace for a short time. Now she is a neighbor of the queen, and she finds it interesting. The concubines selected by Su Ruiqing to live together all have children. The scene of so many children getting together and making noise makes Lin Miyue feel a little scary. However, there are gardens and ponds to the north of her Chongqi Palace. So from the north window, Lin Miyue can see a wide range of greenery and various brightly blooming flowers. She still likes this kind of scenery. So she threw the previous idea out of her mind and concentrated on appreciating the beautiful scenery to the north. Yun Xiao looked at the window over there and said, "The windows of the temporary palace are still covered with tribute paper. In the summer, we are by the water, so we should install green screen windows. The green locust trees and tall willows swallow the new cicadas, and the fragrant breeze just enters the strings. The water is heavy with smoke under the green screen window, and the sound of chess disturbs the daytime sleep." Lin Miyue thought of this sentence when she heard Yun Xiao talking about the green screen window. Just arrived at the garden. Su Ruiqing, as a father, would not be so cruel to let his sons go to school immediately. So Chengyu stayed by his mother's side today. When he heard his mother chant this sentence, he was very good at grasping the key points. Mother and you play chess. Although Lin Miyue learned needlework in her life and learned a few skills to kill time according to habit, she learned everything else well. But among the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, only chess was really not good. When her son asked her to play chess at this time, she felt a little headache. Chengyu learned how to play chess from his father Su Ruiqing. Lin Miyue rolled her eyes, called Yun Xiao over and told him, "Go to the main hall to see how His Majesty is resting. There shouldn't be anything important in the government recently. If His Majesty is still here, he should have some free time." Yun Xiao received the instructions and left. Chengyu heard his mother ask and Yun Xiao to ask his father, and knew that his mother wanted to send him to play chess with his father, so he sat back on the couch with satisfaction. But Yun Xiao came back after a while, and said to Lin Miyue, "Your Majesty has just got some time. Your Majesty, do you want to send the little prince over now?" Chengyu got off the couch when he heard Yun Xiao's words. Lin Miyue glanced at her son and said, "I'll take him over and pay my respects to your Majesty." Su Ruiqing was wearing casual clothes today, and was reading on the Luohan bed under the window. When he saw Eunuch Wang leading Lin Miyue and the others in, he said without waiting for them to greet him, "Come and sit down. Have you finished your business? Why are you here at this hour?" Lin Miyue sat on the Luohan bed when she heard that she didn't need to be polite. Qingyu, however, still paid his respects to his father according to the rules. Hearing Su Ruiqing's question, Lin Miyue smiled and said, Qingyu and I were just causing trouble when we were packing up. Seeing that everything was fine with His Majesty, I brought you here. The child wanted to play chess with His Majesty. Su Ruiqing also knew that Lin Miyue was a bad chess player, but he thought that his son was smart and willing to play chess with Qingyu. So he patted the seat next to him and said, "You're, come here. Let's play a few games together." Making room for his son, Lin Miyue watched the palace servants in front of the emperor set up the chessboard and took out the small jar containing the chess pieces. The father and son began to play chess to relax. Chapter 72. Jiulong Shengjing is not big. Lin Miyue took her son to the main hall. But after a while, other people living together knew about it. Li Wancheng was watching her son doing homework. She didn't even raise her head when she heard Xiaomon's message. She looked at her son, who was doing homework, and said, "I know. I will take you to pay my respects to you in the evening." Qingyu is different from Qingyu. Even when he came to the garden, Qingyu never did his homework perfunctorily during the preparation period. So the first few days in the garden were like a real holiday. Qingyu had been feeling wild when he heard about the holiday. Not only did he show his writing to the masters, even Li Wancheng thought it didn't make sense. Seeing her son start to move around after hearing that his brother went to his father's place, and his writing became more and more floating, Li Wancheng said lightly, "I don't understand the content of the homework, but at least you should write your words neatly. Do you feel embarrassed to bring such homework to your father?" Qingyu straightened up after being scolded by his mother. Son knows. But son also misses his father. The princes saw that the most educated people in Su Ruiqing's emperor were Qingyu and Qingyu. Li Wancheng knew that her son was just making excuses to soften her heart. So she didn't accept it. "That's right. You write your work carefully, and bring it to your father in the evening to make him happy." Seeing that his mother was hard-hearted, Qingyu could only respond with a low eyebrow. "Yes," and then lowered his head and continued to linger on his homework. Concubine Rong and Concubine Lu, who lived in the back, heard that the imperial concubine brought her son to pay respects to the emperor. Concubine Lu was of a low birth and had a daughter. After the palace maid came in and finished speaking, she sent the maid away. She said to her daughter in a low voice, "You're, be good. Wait until your father summons you before you go to the main hall to pay respects. Come with your mother to talk to your mother Concubine Rong first. Okay?" The little princess was named Lingyu. She was not yet of marriageable age, so she had not yet been given a title. Like Concubine Lu, the little girl was quiet on the surface. When she heard her mother's words, she just replied obediently, "Okay." Concubine Rong lived in the East Xian Hall in the east. Concubine Lu personally led her daughter there with an umbrella. She saw Zhu Yanfu with the palace maids and the nanny who took care of her son, and seemed to be going out. "It's a bad time for me to come. Sister, you have to go somewhere." Looking at Concubine Rong and her group, Lu Jiaoyi felt a little disturbed, and said with a bit of apology, looking at the little princess standing obediently beside Lu Jiaoyi. Zhu Yanfu smiled brightly. "No, I just went out for a walk because I was bored. Do you want to come with me?" When they were both talented people, Lu Jiaoyi had mustered up the courage to talk to Zhu Yanfu and asked if she could go to the palace together to escape the summer heat. Because of this, the two of them had some friendship. Later, Lu Jiaoyi had a princess, and Zhu Yanfu loved the only girl in the East Palace at that time. So the relationship between the two became closer, and they felt like friends when they got along. Seeing Zhu Yanfu's invitation, Lu Jiaoyi smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Sister, I also want to take Yuna out for a walk. The palace is exquisite, and there are many places to visit. There is a great place to appreciate magnolias next to Jiulong Shengjing." The two discussed it, and decided to go there for a walk, drink the dew of magnolia in the morning, and eat the fallen petals of chrysanthemum in the evening. Magnolia, as one of the flowers that symbolize wealth and nobility, has always been favored by the palace. However, the palace is small, and there is no such beautiful scenery as the magnolia forest in the garden, where the flowers and leaves embrace each other. Magnolia is soft and beautiful, but it will only look good against the background of pine and cypress. Rong Fei and Lu Jiaoyi took their children and palace maids to a pavilion to sit for a while, looking at the magnolias in full bloom in all directions and sighed, smelling the rich fragrance brought by the breeze. Lu Jiaoyi also responded, Literati all focus on the elegant and soft posture of Magnolia, and write poems and lyrics for it. But your opinion is quite different. Sister is talented. Do you have any palace lyrics to praise it? Zhu Yanfu heard Lu Jiaoyi say so, and asked with a smile. Lu Jiaoyi's father was a student of the Imperial Academy. She watched her father and brothers read books at home. Although her family did not teach her to read and write, she gained some talent from the influence of her parents. After entering the palace, she had more time to read. Li Wancheng was always kind to everyone. She would allow Lu Jiaoyi to borrow books from the library in the East Palace. Therefore, Lu Jiaoyi read more books after entering the palace. After hearing Zhu Yanfu's question, she thought carefully for a while, and then recited. The colorful clothes are newly made up in the evening, and the white clothes are graceful in the Jade Palace in spring. The red clouds have already been slightly rosy, so the dew is used as fragrant dust. The first two lines of this poem have a court atmosphere, but the last two lines are a bit lonely. After chewing over it again and again, Concubine Rong sighed. Sister's words have improved again. Lu Jiaoyi's princess also praised. Mother's poems are well written. Lu Jiaoyi was a little shy when she was praised by Concubine Rong and her daughter. She lowered her head when she was praised. No, I just picked out some words, which is nothing. Concubine Rong also knew Lu Jiaoyi's temperament, and did not say anything more. She only asked the people around her to arrange the snacks and drinks they brought on the table in the hall, and invited Lu Jiaoyi and her little princess to enjoy them together. Lin Miyue was not good at playing chess, and did not like watching others play chess. The father and son played happily. After a few games, Qing Yu was facing away from his mother, and it was okay. But Su Ruiqing watched the person opposite him go from nodding and dozing off from time to sleeping soundly against the partition next to him. So after another game, Su Ruiqing threw the chess pieces back into the ceramic chess basket. The clanging sound startled Lin Miyue next to him. She yawned with a round fan covering her face, and glared at Su Ruiqing, who was deliberately doing so. Su Ruiqing liked to see Lin Miyue's lively appearance, unlike other concubines who were all dignified and unimpressive in front of him. Stay here for dinner tonight. I'll have someone serve you, and here are some dishes you like. Lin Miyue nodded. Yura is changing teeth recently. Your Majesty, please serve some softer dishes that are not too oily, salty or sugary. Cheng Yu pricked up his ears when his parents mentioned dinner. He listened to them while arranging the remaining chess pieces on the chessboard. When he heard his father say that he would serve his mother and his favorite dishes, his hands moved more quickly. When he heard his mother say that she would prepare dishes specially for him, his hands paused again. Seeing her son's little action, Lin Miyue was also a little helpless. The child was just beginning to change his teeth. In order to protect her son's teeth, she spent some time thinking about it, and made a pig bristle toothbrush for her son in advance, and improved the toothpaste from ancient recipes. Not only that, Lin Miyue now strictly limits the amount of sweets and sweet dishes her son eats every day, just so that her son can have a good set of teeth after this period of time. Cheng Yu also knew that his mother was doing this for his own good, but he usually only paid attention to his food besides studying. The food he ate these days was a little tasteless. He finally got a word from his father today, but was ruthlessly rejected by his mother. After hearing what Lin Miyue said, Su Ruiqing also looked at his son. He reluctantly agreed with Lin Miyue under his son's expectant gaze. Okay, I'll do as you say. Yours teeth are important. At night, a table of light vegetables was served, and only 3 or 4 Beijing-style dishes with thick oil and red sauce were placed in front of Su Ruiqing and Lin Miyue. None of the 3 liked to be served during meals, and they were freer in the palace, so the 3 of them ate like ordinary people. Su Ruiqing picked up a piece of fish meat with a serving chopstick, and seeing Lin Miyue carefully using a spoon to scoop up the soup, he quickly added the meat to his son's bowl, and Cheng Yu quickly stuffed the sweet and sour meat into his mouth, putting the bowl of soup next to Su Ruiqing. Lin Miyue also turned a blind eye to the little actions between father and son, pretending not to see anything. After dinner, Lin Miyue also wanted to take his son out for a walk, so after resting for a while with Su Ruiqing, he said, I'll take you here to take a look. Your Majesty, do you want to go with us? Just now, Eunuch Wang came in and reported that the queen would bring the eldest prince to pay respects later. Lin Miyue actually heard this report, so this sentence was just a polite remark. As expected, Su Ruiqing shook his head. I'll just walk around the small garden later. When you take Yura out, remember to buy him a piece of clothing. The wind is stronger at night. Lin Muyu nodded, laughing in her heart that Su Ruiqing was more nagging than her mother, and then took her son to leave. In the afternoon, she spent time with the imperial concubine and her beloved son. In the evening, Su Ruiqing spent time with the queen and the eldest son. Unlike Lin Muyu, the mother, who brought her son to play with his father, the queenly Wancheng asked her son to bring his homework. So after paying respects as soon as he entered the palace, Su Ruiqing sat behind the desk. Cheng Yu waited beside his father, and Li Wancheng sat on the armchair at the bottom of the study, looking at his son's homework. He did not make much progress in terms of content, but his handwriting was indeed much neater after being taught by the queen. Su Ruiqing did not hesitate to praise his son. Not bad. It has improved a lot compared to before. Looking at his son, who was obviously relieved, Su Ruiqing decided to encourage him again. There is also an enclosure next to the palace. If you can complete your homework well these days, I will take you to the enclosure in a while. Cheng Yu has been chased by his mother to do his homework for so many days. Today, when he heard his father promise that he could go to the enclosure, he was very happy. He didn't even listen to the previous conditions carefully, and directly said loudly and happily, "Thank you, Father." Looking at his son's happy look, Su Ruiqing shook his head, put his homework on the table and nodded. "Don't be too happy too soon. If I find out that you took things to perfunctory the master, you won't be able to go. Son knows, I won't be perfunctory with homework anymore." After hearing his father's words, Cheng Yu also knew that his previous affairs were probably known by his father, and he touched his head a little embarrassedly, and then he made a careful promise to his father. Seeing that her son and the emperor got along well, Li Wancheng kept silent. It was only after Su Ruiqing sent her son to be taken by eunuch Wang to see the bows and arrows prepared for him that she hesitated and said, "You are still young after all. Isn't it too early to go to the enclosure now? I'm always a little worried." Su Ruiqing smiled. "Nothing. I will take him with me personally. There are so many guards with us. Nothing will happen." Seeing that the emperor said so, Li Wancheng could only nod and suppress her worries about her son. In addition to caring about the empress, the imperial concubine, and their children, Su Ruiqing often asked Lu Jiao's little princess to stay with him. The female officials selected for the princesses were about to enter the palace. So Su Ruiqing recently began to instill in his daughter how interesting reading is, so that his daughter would not be afraid of reading. Yuan Chun, as a female official who had already entered the palace, came to the temporary palace this time in a blue cloth sedan chair. The temporary palace was spacious, and Su Ruiqing also pointed out a new place called Jiashu Hall for the princesses to study. The ladies also lived there. Jia Yuanchun herself was assigned an independent residence. Jiashu Hall was built on the water. The name was taken from the meaning of rain brings life to all things. When it rains, listening to the rain and watching the lotus is the most artistic. Yuanchun likes it very much. Thousands of miles away in Mingzhou City, Jia Min was diagnosed with pregnancy before, and the whole Lin family was surprised and happy. The naughty Lu Ma, who served Lin Hai and is now Rong, asked her grandson to drive to the Lin mansion, saying that she wanted to congratulate the master and the mistress. Jia Min's reaction in the early stage of pregnancy was quite obvious. When she first learned that she was pregnant, she alarmed everyone in the yard. At that time, Li Wan also saw the clues. Seeing that everyone was nervous, she was very nervous. She also reluctantly accepted everyone's kindness. Everyone treated her as a national treasure. When Jia Zhu and Li Wan saw the Lin family like this later, they were also happy. However, Jia Zhu still had to return to his hometown to worship his ancestors, so the two did not stay in the Lin family for too long. After congratulating his uncle and aunt, they said goodbye and returned to Jinling. It was already June. Although Jiamin had lost some weight, her appetite and the baby in her belly were fine. Lin Hai specially invited a doctor from Hangzhou for his wife. The doctor was also a famous doctor in Jiangyan. After checking Jiamin's pulse, he said that everything was fine and there was no need to take too much tonic. "What are you thinking about, husband? You are so absorbed in it. I called you several times just now." Mingzhou was already very hot at this time. Jiamin sat on the bamboo couch and fanned herself gently with a round fan. Seeing her husband sitting at the desk staring at her, she stood up and waved the round fan in front of her husband and said, suddenly coming back to his senses. Lin Hai saw that his wife now had some of the lively look on her face that they had only seen when they were just married. He took the fan and fanned his wife and said, I'm thinking about what to name the baby in your belly." Hearing this, Jia Min was stunned and her face turned slightly red. "It will take many months to know the gender of the child. Why do you want to name it so early?" "I'm not thinking about it now. I have been thinking about it for a long time." Seeing his wife like this, Lin Hai smiled and said, unexpectedly. This remark aroused other thoughts in Jia Min's mind. She sighed and said, "I finally got pregnant. But I don't know whether it's a boy or a girl. Isn't the master worried?" Hearing his wife's question, Lin Hai quickly put the pen back in his hand. "How can you say such a thing? Whether it's a boy or a girl, it's a treasure given to us by God. I hope madam don't think so. Your Lin family has been a single-line family for generations. I finally got pregnant. If it's not a boy, will the master really not blame me?" Jia Min was still dissatisfied after hearing Lin Hai's reply, and continued to ask another question. Lin Hai stood up and helped Jia Min back to sit on the couch. He also sat beside her and fanned his wife. "Having this child is already a blessing. I had already given up on this thought. Now, no matter whether the baby is a boy or a girl, it is my own flesh and blood. How can I think about these things and blame anyone?" Jia Min had been thinking about what she said today for a long time. After she said it today and saw her husband's reaction and reply, she finally felt at ease. So she smiled. "I feel at ease after hearing what my husband said." Chapter 73. The summer heat is unbearable. The little princess is not very comfortable sitting in Jiashu Hall to study. Even though it is surrounded by water, she still feels a little uncomfortable. The female minister Zhong, who was giving a lecture in front, felt a little distressed when she saw that the princess was a little depressed. She gave a look to Yuan Chun next to her, indicating that she should order someone to add more ice to the ice basin. Looking at the ice basin with only the remaining ice left, Yuan Chun nodded, quietly stepped out and ordered someone to get some ice. "Qianer, go get some ice. I don't know what's going on these days. Why is it so hot?" The little maid called Qianer nodded. "Yes, I also think it's strange. The princess has not had a good appetite these days. And she is also listless when she comes to class. The sun outside is so strong and accompanied by the chirping of cicadas. It makes people dizzy and noisy." Jia Yuanchun has not felt any discomfort in the past few days since she entered the palace. Only these days when the weather gets hot does she feel a little uncomfortable. At home, she was the mistress of the young lady, loved by her grandmother, cared for by her mother, brother and sister-in-law, and she could do whatever she wanted when the weather was hot, but after entering the palace, she had to serve the princess and treat her superiors with respect. Although the princess was easygoing and got along well with several female ministers and female scholars of the same level, but it was nothing compared to home. Watching the little palace maid go to get ice, Yuan Chun was sweating after being out for a while. She waited in front until she was refreshed before entering the main hall of Jiashu Hall, and continued to serve the princess in reading. Teaching the princess is different from teaching the princes. The princes only follow the 4 books and 5 classics in class. Although each Hanlin has his own opinions and views on learning, they still follow the annotations of the great scholar Luan Mingxian. When it comes to the princess, Su Ruiqing means that there is no need to teach the princess any female books. Teach some serious books in the morning and some calligraphy and painting skills in the afternoon. Try at first to see what the princess is interested in and make adjustments later. Because the emperor ordered this, these female teachers carefully discuss the content of the daily lessons. Yuan Chun is good at playing the zither and got the opportunity to teach the princess the zither art. The little princess is also very interested in this. Therefore, Yuan Chun occupies the first place among the female scholars and is respected by others. After a period of classes, the princess was still young and couldn't sit for long. So the lecturer, the female official Zhong, announced a break, allowing the princess to relax in the hall for a while. Lingyu stood up and asked the maid beside her to bring the things prepared by her mother. Soon Sinyan brought in a food box, which contained some snacks, bayberry drinks, rose drinks, etc. "Masters, please share some too." Lingyu did not enjoy it alone, but invited the masters to share some to cool off. The things inside were prepared by Lu Jiaoyi, and they were originally brought for the female teachers, so she generously shared them with everyone. The female teachers who taught the princess were also used to the princess bringing some things to everyone from time to time. After the leader, the female official Zhong, who had just given the lecture, spoke. Everyone thanked the princess for her kindness and took some things they liked. The windows of Jiashu Hall were all hung with gauze curtains. At this time, A breeze was blowing, making the gauze float. The women were chatting and laughing together, which was a rare and beautiful thing in the hot summer. The atmosphere in the princess class was good. But the study room, where the princess studied, was not like this. Even in the hot summer, the arrangement of the princess studying in the morning and practicing martial arts in the afternoon did not change. Su Ruiqing just asked someone to prepare a cool empty room for the princess to practice martial arts. Even a child like Cheng Yu who likes martial arts can't help but be reluctant to move in such hot weather. Would you like to go swimming after the party ends? Cheng Yu is practicing martial arts here, and the tutor beside him should follow. At this time, the masters didn't pay attention to this side. Cheng Yu whispered to his tutor beside him. The queen arranged for her nephew to enter the palace as her son's tutor and take up a seat. Cheng Yu's other tutor is Guan Ziming, the grandson of Duke Shuang, who was selected by the emperor. This man is also a man who doesn't like to study and is extremely bold. It can be said that he and Cheng Yu have similar tastes and can be called a confidant. It was hot these days, and there happened to be many lakes and ponds in the palace. Cheng Yu often bravely took his tutor to swim to cool off. Guan Ziming and Cheng Yu hit it off immediately. Only Li Luo, the youngest brother of the Li family, felt that it was inappropriate. However, he was threatened by his cousin the prince not to tell him the secret. Even if he didn't go into the water, he had to keep watch for the two people. Seeing that Cheng Yu was going to swim again today, Li Luo said in a bitter voice, "Your Highness, don't go. Last time, you almost let yourself be deceived in front of the queen. It would be even worse if the queen knew about it this time." Every time Cheng Yu went to swim, he would get rid of the nannies and maids and secretly take his tutor and eunuchs with him. He just said that it was inconvenient for the nannies to go because he was practicing horse riding and archery. The emperor had promised to take him to the hunting ground before, so the maids believed the prince's words without any doubt. But if you do it too much, it is inevitable that you will be exposed. Last time, Cheng Yu wet his clothes while swimming, which aroused the suspicion of the queen and the maids. He said that the eunuch spilled the water when he was washing and made a fool of himself. Since then, Li Luo has been more and more afraid of being exposed. So he urged his cousin the prince not to do it again. "Don't say it. It's not up to you to go or not." Cheng Yu has not replied yet. Guan Ziming went over and hooked Li Luo's neck, smiling and blocking his next words. Li Luo saw that the instructor had already looked over, so he could only swallow his words helplessly. After school, Cheng Yu wanted to practice archery with his brother, but he saw Cheng Yu and his two study companions running away like the wind, so he could only turn around and ask the two study companions beside him. "My mother said that she would go fishing today and asked me to go back later. Today we can go to the garden or play with anything you want to do." Cheng Yu's two study companions. One is Ji Yuan, the legitimate son of Ingbo Marquis, who was appointed by the emperor, and the other is Yin Hankai, the grandson of Yin Ge, the chief minister selected by his father, Su Ruiqing. Both children are older than Cheng Yu, although the two children are one literary and one martial. They are both serious. Ji Yuan, the child of Ingbo Marquis, is born in a family of military generals and is more lively. However, his riding and archery skills were taught by his father and grandfather since he was a child. Although he is young, he is extremely strong and can shoot a two-stone bow. Su Ruiqing praised him when he came to see his son and his companions riding and shooting. The grandson of Yan Golao looks inconspicuous and does not reveal his edge. But after getting along with him, Cheng Yu also knows that he is a man with a deep heart. He just hides his edge on the surface like a giant sword and a heavy crossbow, hiding his edge inside and showing a dull appearance. Ji Yuan thought for a moment after hearing the prince's question and said, "Why don't we practice archery for a while? Didn't His Highness say that His Majesty would take us to the enclosure in a while?" Su Ruiqing had promised his eldest son to take him to the enclosure before, and he was not going to take only the eldest prince, but all the children in the study room. So Cheng Yu also heard the news and told his companions, "Forget about it today. I saw that you were so hot while studying here just now. How come you were so excited when you mentioned riding and shooting?" Yin Hankai took a folding fan, opened it with a swish sound, fanned it, and squinted his eyes as he looked at the still very hot sun outside and said. Everyone walked out slowly for a while. Ji Yuan also smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, but it's not good to waste such a rare leisure time. Your Highness, do you have any place to go to play for a while?" Cheng Yu pondered for a while. Why not find a shady place to watch fish and birds? Han Kai is especially good at painting. So let him draw a picture. Because Lin Muyu liked to draw a few strokes from time to time. Chung Yu was also interested in this. So after Chung Yu accidentally knew that his companion was also good at painting, he would find opportunities to let Yin Han Kai draw something from time to time. He would then take it back to show his mother. And the mother and son would enjoy and comment together. Your Highness, are you going to use my drawings to please the imperial concubine again? Yin Han Kai smiled helplessly. However, he really liked the feeling of drawing quietly. In his heart, the imperial examination was more important than this painting. He was the youngest grandson of the old man Yin, so his family didn't force him much. After entering the palace, he thought that the prince would dislike his hobby. But Chung Yu didn't care about it. He even often encouraged him to draw and showed it to his mother. In the minds of the ministers of the previous dynasty, imperial concubine Lin was a person who was not worth mentioning. After His Majesty ascended the throne, he broke the precedent and granted the imperial concubine a treasure. He also asked the ladies inside and outside the palace to pay homage to the imperial concubine. He didn't make the eldest prince born by the queen, who had already studied and entered school, the crown prince. In fact, every matter was a big deal. Under such circumstances, the former court would inevitably have some remonstrances. But after a minister tried to test the above, he was sent back by the cabinet or the imperial household department without even receiving the imperial seal. In addition, the father of concubine Lin was one of the 3 assistants in the cabinet and was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. Seeing the age of the first and second assistants, what good would it be to offend the concubine and the cabinet elders at this time? Therefore, under such circumstances, the former court was unusually silent. Yin Hansai's thoughts turned several times in his mind, and he finally agreed to Chung Yu's request, and took Ji Yuan, who was a little uninterested, to the place Chung Yu found. Chung Yu led people to a pond. This small pond looked small, but it was rich in reeds, calamus and other water plants. There were also water birds such as swans, mandarin ducks and other water birds leisurely strolling and feeding their young. It is quite wild. Yin Hankai liked the lively scenery. He spread out paper in the hall beside the pond and began to sketch carefully. Ji Yuan looked at the many birds and said, "There are so many birds here. It must be a place with abundant fish and shrimps. You stay here. I'll go to the pond to catch some fish and shrimps." Stopping Ji Yuan, who was eager to go into the water, Chung Yu said, "No. Forget it. I knew you couldn't sit still. Let Maokai get the fishing rod and the small bamboo basket." Looking at the things Maokai handed over, Ji Yuan smacked his lips. "That's fine. At least it's better than watching Han Kai drawing there." Yin Han Kai, who was painting, pretended not to hear Ji Yuan's words, and his movements were not affected at all. Chung Yu himself took the fish food and fed the fish comfortably in the pavilion, leaning against the railing. The 3 of them had their own things to do, but they chatted from time to time. Chung Yu was also looking forward to going to the enclosure in a few days. "I haven't been to the enclosure yet." "Ji Yuan, has Marquis Yingbo taken you hunting?" Ji Yuan looked like a man who couldn't sit still. But he was actually very calm when fishing. He was concentrating on the float at this moment. He was a little distracted when he heard the prince's question. "Dad took me to my family's farm, and it was also on the mountain. I have a piece of land to raise some common animals. I even shot a fox." After this, the 2 people next to him were a little envious. Chung Yu also said, "Then it's up to you to show your skills this time." Yin Hankai was about to say something when he heard a commotion not far away. Chung Yu was a little surprised. This place is remote and few people come here. Besides, the palace has never allowed palace servants to make noises without reason. Something must have happened. "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Ji Yuan put down everything in his hand, walked to the small pavilion, and asked Chung Yu with a frown. Chung Yu listened carefully for a while and said, "It seems that someone fell into the water. Ji Yuan and I will go to take a look. Han Kai, you take Mao Kai and go to call for help quietly." At this time, Chung Yu only brought 2 companions and the eunuch Mao Kai with him. After thinking for a while, he took Ji Yuan to see if he could help, and then asked Han Kai to take Mao Kai, who was familiar with the terrain and routes in the palace, to find someone. Yin Han Kai nodded and hurriedly took Mao Kai to look for someone. Chung Yu also went with Ji Yuan to look for the place where the sound came from. When they arrived at the place, Chung Yu was surprised. The person who fell into the water was actually his elder brother and the eldest prince's companion, who was related to him, Li Luo, the son of the queen's mother's family. The eldest prince's other companion, Guan Ziming, was anxiously circling on the shore. The eunuch who usually served the eldest prince was nowhere to be seen. It was estimated that he had also gone to call for help. The two people were hidden by the rockery, and had not been discovered by the people in front. Turning his head to look at Ji Yuan, Cheng Yu asked in a low voice, "How good are you at swimming? Can you save them?" Ji Yuan was already taking off his clothes and accessories. Hearing this, he smiled confidently. "Your Highness, please help me get these things. I will go to save them now." Cheng Yu nodded. "You go. It is estimated that it will take some time for Han Kai to bring people here. The eldest brother looks fine, but his companion seems to be sinking." The two looked at the pond in front of them. The eldest prince was indeed fine. Cheng Yu also knew that his eldest brother was brave, and had secretly swam in the summer. At this time, he was still soaking in the water, probably to save his companion. Soon Ji Yuan was only wearing his inner clothes. He walked quickly to the edge of the pond and jumped into the water. Cheng Yu was exhausted from saving Li Luo. He was struggling with whether he should just swim up by himself. While he was still hesitating, he saw a man swimming past him on the shore. He grabbed Li Luo, who had floated to the center of the lake, and swam back. "Your Highness, are you okay? Do you want me to help you?" Ji Yuan asked respectfully as he passed Cheng Yu, holding Li Luo. Seeing that Li Luo had been rescued by Ji Yuan, Cheng Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. "No need. I'm fine. You can take him to shore." Ji Yuan nodded. "Then I will take Master Li to shore first." Guan Ziming, who was on the shore, saw that someone had rescued Li Luo, and he also breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly helped Ji Yuan carry Li Luo to shore to check if he was okay. Later, Cheng Yu also swam to the shore slowly, and went to see his cousin with his tired body. "Is he okay?" Li Luo was still awake, and was spitting out the mud and sand in his mouth under Ji Yuan's command. Hearing the eldest prince's voice, he could still weakly reply, "Ahem. It's okay." Guan Ziming helped him sit on the stone beside him, and Cheng Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. Cheng Yu was also waiting for people to come up on the shore at this time. Seeing that everyone was on the shore safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. He first went over and handed the clothes to Ji Yuan and asked him to put them on quickly to avoid being frozen. After that, he thought about it again, went over to his elder brother and bowed to him. "Is elder brother okay?" He looked up at his younger brother, and Cheng Yu was also grateful for him bringing his companion to save people today. So he spoke awkwardly. "I'm fine too. Thank you very much." Chapter 74. Cheng Yu and his tutor came here to play swimming today. Originally, he just wanted to let Li Luo go out for a walk as usual, but Guan Ziming wanted to play a trick on Li Luo. The position of the tutor of the eldest prince was considered a good position in the officials' families in Beijing. Guan Ziming was able to enter the palace to serve the prince because of his birth as the grandson of the duke's family. Therefore, he looked down on Li Luo, who was also a tutor but was selected by the emperor. After entering the palace and getting along with the princes, Cheng Yu was Li Luo's cousin after all. Even if he had a more compatible temperament with Guan Ziming, he still took better care of Li Luo than Guan Ziming. Cheng Yu and Guan Ziming had a great time at Fushui today. When they came ashore, they saw Li Luo looking at them with a slightly disapproving expression. Guan Ziming suddenly took the man into the water, and then he came ashore again and laughed. Cheng Yu saw the two companions quarreling but didn't care. It was only after a while that he saw Li Luo still struggling in the water that he realized something was wrong. Guan Ziming also stood by dumbfounded. Cheng Yu jumped into the water to save people. The eunuch Zhan En who followed him was like an ant on a hot pot when he saw the prince jumping into the water to save people, and shouted for help loudly. Guan Ziming came back to his senses after hearing Zhan En shout. He hurriedly asked Zhan En to find someone, and he continued to shout loudly in the hope that someone would pass by and save them. Now that everyone was safely on the shore, Zhan En came over with his men, bringing the guards from the garden. The deputy captain of the guards, who led the team, was originally handing over his shift. When he heard the eunuch say that the prince fell into the water, he was like a bolt from the blue. He rushed to the place where Zhan En said, praying in his heart that nothing would happen to the prince. But the place Cheng Yu chose was indeed remote, and it took a while for everyone to arrive. Fortunately, everyone was already safe and sound on the shore. Seeing this, Deputy Captain Hao hurriedly went up to greet the prince. "Greetings, your highnesses. I am late. Qingyu did not say anything. But Chengyu spoke up. No need to be like this. Get up. Deputy Captain Hao had just run over, and his face was covered with sweat. He saw that the prince was soaked, and he opened his mouth to speak. But before he could say anything, footsteps were heard again. Qingyu turned around and saw that it was his mother who came hurriedly with people. Lin Muyue was fishing leisurely. Yume had sharp eyes. She saw a group of guards running in a hurry in one direction and felt a little strange. Not long after, she saw Mao Kai and Qingyu's companion Yin Hankai coming here. Yin Hankai was also a young boy. He hurriedly followed Mao Kai all the way. He was a little out of breath when talking to Lin Muyue. However, he still followed the etiquette. To the Imperial Concubine. Ahem. The Imperial Concubine. I pay my respects. Goodbye. Why are you so anxious? What happened to Qingyu? Lin Muyue quickly excused herself. She knew that this child was the most stable one among the three. He would never do this unless something serious happened. So she asked with a lingering heart. The second prince is fine. It was the first prince and his tutor Li Luo who fell into the water. The prince took Ji Yuan to rescue them and told me to come to the queen for help. After a breath, Yin Hankai quickly explained the situation and reported the matter to Lin Muyue. Hearing that her son was fine, Lin Muyue felt relieved. However, when she heard that the queen's son and his tutor were in trouble, and that her son took his tutor to rescue them, she stood up again. Where are they? Hankai. Don't rush over. You take Mao Kai to rest. I will go over to take a look first. Mao Kai also replied. The prince and the others are at Guanyutang. The queen went there to watch birds before. Lin Muyue nodded and took the group of people around her over there, leaving Yin Hankai and Mao Kai, who had come quickly, to rest. Now that everyone saw Concubine Lin, the people on the shore began to bow and apologize. Chengyu also went up to bow with a tense face. Greetings to Concubine Lin, thanks for coming here. Knowing that today's incident was bound to get out of hand, Chengyu was also complaining in his heart. But now it was the Concubine Lin who came instead of his own mother, so he was relieved for the time being. After all, the Concubine Lin would still save face for him outside. If the queen got angry and taught her son outside, then Chengyu would be really embarrassed. Just as Chengyu thought, Lin Muyue saw that Chengyu and Li Luo were both soaked, and only Ji Yuan looked better. She hurried forward and said, You may bring your cloak over. Dear boy, you must be cold. In fact, the sun was still hanging in the sky, and the temperature was still quite high. Chengyu didn't feel cold, but since the Imperial Concubine said so, he had to thank her for her kindness and let Yume help him take off his wet coat and put on the cloak to wrap himself up. Li Luo was also helped to put on his cloak. He had been splashing around in the water for a while. Actually, he could swim a little. However, he was pushed into the water and swam farther and farther. He was a little shocked after a while. Now, Yu Tao, who was beside Lin Muyue, was helping him. He could not help but hold Yu Tao tightly, which made Yu Tao a little helpless. Lin Muyue also saw that Li Luo looked a little absent-minded. So she squatted down and adjusted the straps of the cloak for the two children. She signaled Mao Kai to pick up Chengyu. Let's go back together. Yu Tao, you hold the young master of the Li family and take him back to Jiolong Shengjing first. Although Lin Muyue came out in a sedan chair, it would take a while to walk back. She felt that if the children who had entered the water sat in the sedan chair and were exposed to the wind, they would be more likely to catch a cold. So she told people to hold the children back at Jiolong Shengjing. The queen had obviously received the news. But to Lin Muyue's surprise, Li Wancheng did not come out to pick up her son. Instead, Chia, the queen's female official, was waiting in front of the gate. After seeing Lin Muyue, she hurriedly bowed and thanked the imperial concubine, and then took the eldest prince and two companions to meet the queen. Lin Muyue let the queen's people go, and waited for Chia to lead people through the screen wall door. And then she took people back to her Changshu palace to arrange for a few children. Ji Yuan, drink one bowl. If you two want to drink, go get one bowl too. After entering her room, Lin Muyue asked someone to bring in a big-bellied pot filled with ginger soup, and personally poured a bowl for Ji Yuan. Chengyu and Yin Hankai looked at each other, thanked Lin Muyue for her kindness, and said that it would be fine if only Ji Yuan enjoyed this bowl of delicious soup. Lin Muyue laughed, but she didn't force the two children, and only watched Ji Yuan drink the ginger soup before she stopped. The ginger soup was just the right temperature to drink. Not too hot. Ji Yuan looked at the two disloyal friends with a bitter face, held his breath, and drank it all in one gulp, and was then led by Mao Kai to change clothes. After letting her son and Yin Hankai sit down, Lin Muyu asked, I didn't ask you in detail just now. What happened? Chung Yu heard her mother asking, and without asking her tutor, she told her mother what happened today. After listening to her son's explanation of the cause and effect, Lin Muyu sighed and said, It's none of your business. It's right to help save people today. The place where the eldest prince and his tutor secretly went swimming today was not far from where Chung Yu and his friends spent their time. If Chung Yu heard the call for help today and didn't go, if something really happened to the eldest prince, Chung Yu and his friends might not be able to explain it clearly. So after listening to Chung Yu's words, Lin Muyu only praised her son and the two companions, and did not say much. She just ordered, Yunxia, you send them back in person, and ask the servants over there to watch over Ji Yuan at night. It would be bad if he gets a fever at night if there is nothing to do now. The companions lived in the house next to the study. There were also elderly aunts and eunuchs serving there. But the aunts were only responsible for managing things, and the eunuchs were not as careful as the palace maids. Therefore, Lin Muyu gave this order. Seeing Yunxia sending the two back, Lin Muyu said, Mao Kai and Yutao have both been tired today. You should go and rest. Let Mingji help you study tomorrow. Everyone was frightened today. Mao Kai was exhausted from running around. Qingyu also knew that it was better to let people rest. So she nodded and listened to her mother's words. Li Wancheng was also very anxious when she heard that her son had an accident. However, she had been feeling unwell recently. As soon as she got the news, she felt dizzy for a moment, and her feet went soft, and she fell on the couch next to her. Fuyu was so scared that she lost her mind. It was the courtesan Qi who was able to remain calm. She asked the imperial physician to diagnose the empress's pulse, and asked Fuyu and Xiaoman to take good care of the empress, while she went to welcome the eldest prince back. So after Chung Yu entered the room, he found that when his mother saw him coming back, she only asked Aunt Fuyu to take him, and Li Luo to change clothes in a hoarse voice, and she was not as angry as he had imagined. He wanted to go over to care for his mother, but he was still uncomfortable with his body soaked through, so he followed Fuyu to change clothes first. The two companions also followed him. After all, they went to the water secretly, and got into trouble. Li Luo was lucky that he was a victim. Guan Ziming bit his lip, and began to feel scared. After changing clothes, the two companions were sent back to the study room. Only Chung Yu went back to his mother's inner room in silence, and knelt on the soft carpet, waiting for his mother to speak without saying a word. Li Wancheng felt distressed and angry when she saw her son like this. However, after she fainted just now, the imperial Dr. Yin, who was invited, came with a worried look, but congratulated the queen after taking her pulse. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your pulse is as fast as a rolling ball, which should be a happy pulse. The imperial physician breathed a sigh of relief, and said to the queen with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the imperial physician added, Your Majesty didn't realize that she was pregnant before. She was tired from traveling and busy with palace affairs. She was already a little weak and lacked blood. Just now, I saw that your pulse showed that your mood was fluctuating. The dragon fetus seemed a little unstable. I hope Your Majesty will take care of yourself. Li Wancheng was angry about her son's matter just now, but she was not happy to hear the imperial physician say that she was pregnant again. She still felt dizzy and her mind was not very clear. So she just said to the imperial physician, In this case, I will trouble Mr. Yin to prescribe some prescriptions. As an imperial physician, Dr. Yin was naturally very good at observing people's expressions. Seeing that the queen's face was not very good, he hurried back after receiving the order, said, Yes, I will write a prescription for Lord Qi, and I will not disturb the queen's rest for now. However, when Dr. Yin left Mingji Palace and wanted to go back, he was stopped by Qi's female official again. Qi smiled and said, Please wait for a moment. Doctor, there is still something for you to do. So when she saw her son kneeling there without saying anything, Li Wancheng said first, Go sit on the couch over there. Qi, go and call the doctor in, and check his pulse too. After Dr. Yin came in, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was even weirder. The queen was now fully dressed and sitting on the armchair. But the queen and the eldest prince were both silent, and the other palace servants were so uncomfortable that they dared not breathe. so he just bowed and greeted without saying anything else. After checking the pulse of the eldest prince, he replied to the queen, "The prince is fine, Your Majesty. Don't worry." Although Fu Shui went to save people again, Cheng Yu was indeed in very good health. Now he had nothing to do after tossing and turning for the whole afternoon. After checking the pulse, Dr. Yin felt that he didn't even need to prescribe medicine, but just told the queen the truth. The queen nodded, and Dr. Yin followed the female official Qi out to receive the reward, and then returned to the duty room of the imperial hospital in the palace. After the imperial physician left, Cheng Yu got off the couch and knelt on the carpet again. However, before the queen could speak, a voice of the emperor has arrived came from outside. Su Ruiqing entered the queen's inner room with a gloomy face. Li Wancheng and Cheng Yu had never seen him so angry. Cheng Yu, who wanted to apologize to his mother, saw his father like this, but he didn't dare to speak. Today, Su Ruiqing was discussing political affairs with the ministers in front. But Eunuch Wang came in hurriedly and quietly reported that the eldest prince and his companion had fallen into the water and were now rescued and sent back to Jiulong Shunjing. Feeling anxious and angry, Su Ruiqing was still worried about his son. He pushed aside the government affairs on hand when he heard the news, hurriedly asked the ministers to leave, and hurried back to Jiulong Shunjing. Seeing that his son was fine, Su Ruiqing was relieved. But once the worry was suppressed, his anger was raging. After circling around his son, Su Ruiqing still couldn't bear to hit the child. He had to sit on the chair next to the queen and slap the table. "Rebellious son, how dare you be so bold? If something really happened today, do you want me and the queen to send our son off?" Just now, seeing her husband seem to want to hit her son, Li Wanqing's heart was hanging, and she saw that Su Ruiqing didn't hit him, so she put her hand back. Li Wancheng wanted to teach her son a lesson, but now that she saw the emperor was furious, she could only persuade her husband. "Your Majesty, calm down. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. You should take care of your body when you teach you a lesson. There's no need to take care of your body. As long as this evil creature doesn't get angry with me anymore, that's enough." Su Ruiqing was still upset, and pointed at his son and said heavily. After hearing what his father said, Cheng Yu could no longer remain silent. He quickly knelt a few steps to the side of his father and kowtowed, saying, "It is my fault. You can punish me in any way you want. I hope your father will calm down." After all, he was the child he had loved for so long. Seeing his son, who used to be brave, now cowering, Su Ruiqing was angry but couldn't bear it. "Forget it. Don't stand around me. I feel annoyed when I see you." Seeing the emperor like this, Li Wancheng quickly winked at her son again. Cheng Yu stood up, took the tea handed over by the chief female official, gave it to his father, and then went down with his head down, watching his son go out. Su Ruiqing also went down the slope. After drinking a sip of tea offered by his son, he asked the queen, "What happened?" Wang Banban said that Cheng Yu and his tutor fell into the water. "I don't think this evil creature looks like he has been in trouble." Li Wancheng had to smile bitterly. "You just went to swim secretly. The one who really fell into the water was his tutor, Li Luo, my child from my mother's family. You went into the water again to save Luo Gur." Su Ruiqing frowned. "So that's it. But I remember that your child has always been sensible and obedient. How could he have fallen into the water?" She never thought that the matter between her son and his tutor could be concealed. Li Wancheng took advantage of the time when her son and his tutor were changing clothes to ask the eunuchs around her son about the cause and effect of the matter. Now she can't help but ask the eunuchs around her son about the cause and effect of the matter. He could only tell the truth. It was the official's child who wanted to play a trick on Luo Gur, but he didn't expect that something bad would happen. After hearing what the queen said, Su Ruiqing's anger, which had just subsided, began to erupt again, but this time it was not directed at his son. However, he could not vent his anger in front of the queen. He could only hold back his anger and say, "I know. You should take care of him more. Give him some calming spices, and let the nannies watch him more at night." Seeing that her husband no longer pursued her son's affairs and was concerned about the child, Li Wancheng also nodded. "I know." Fu Yu and Xiao Man were standing by, and seeing that His Majesty and the Queen had finished talking about their young master, they began to worry about when Li Wancheng would tell His Majesty that she was pregnant. At this time, when she heard His Majesty say that he wanted to give the eldest prince some calming spices, Fu Yu suddenly came up and said, "Just now, The queen was not feeling well, and asked the imperial physician. The queen was worried about your health, and asked the imperial physician Yin to check the pulse of the little prince. The imperial physician said that he was fine. After hearing this, Su Ruiqing really stopped paying attention to her son. She just looked at the queen with concern and said, "Why did you ask the imperial physician? I see that you are not as good as before." What did the imperial physician say? Knowing that Fu Yu and Xiao Man were worried about her and brought up this topic to attract Su Ruiqing's attention. Li Wancheng smiled and said when she heard his words, "I am fine." But the imperial physician said that the pulse seemed to be a pulse of pregnancy. I had no choice but to listen to the imperial physician's advice and take care of myself a little during this period. Chapter 75. The news that the queen was pregnant spread throughout the palace like a gust of wind. And the incident of the eldest prince and his tutor falling into the water was suppressed quietly. But later when Cheng Yu went to school and saw his elder brother, Cheng Yu's tutor was only Li Luo. And Guan Ziming had been sent home. After the emperor ascended the throne, the first woman in the harem to become pregnant was the queen. The court and the harem were all happy, but with the queen's pregnancy, the 4 new concubines who had just entered the palace became less noticeable. Because both Concubine Rong and Concubine Lu were brought to Jiulong Shengjing by Su Ruiqing, then after arriving at the temporary palace, the empress simply put the 4 newlyweds in one place, which was the Yuchia pavilion planted with apricot blossoms. The season for apricot blossoms is past, and the 4 women in Yuchia pavilion, who are more beautiful than flowers, have also been feeling depressed and bleak recently. Lady Kai sighed as she looked at the scenery outside the window. This place is really boring. People say that the scenery in the garden is beautiful. But not only do we live here, it's not easy to go out recently. It's better to stay in the palace and pay respects to the concubine Joey and talk to her. Seeing that Lady Kai was not very happy, Huailing served her master a plate of snacks. "Master, would you like to try it? It was sent by the kitchen. It's something I haven't seen before. The queen has been pregnant and unwell recently. Not only did she not have to pay respects, but even the power of the palace was handed over to Concubine Lin. The new concubine wanted to please her. And even the things the kitchen had made recently were all weird. After taking a look at the snacks brought by Huailing, Lady Kai didn't like them very much. But she didn't have the ability to ask the kitchen to please her. So she had to use a silver spoon to scoop a piece and put it into her mouth. However, she was a little surprised after eating it. After eating a small piece, Lady Kai wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. "It looks weird, but it tastes okay." Seeing that Lady Kai's mood gradually improved, Huailing continued to ask, "Now the queen is also safe. If the master feels bored, it's okay to go around." Seeing that Lady Kai was interested, Huailing continued, "When the master was in the palace, he lived with the concubine Joey. Why not go and find someone now? What is the queen saying?" But Lady Kai is not a fool after all. The Queen Jiaoya is in Jiulong Shengjing now. There is no need to disturb her if there is nothing important to do. Forget it. Let me do my makeup. I will go to the main hall to talk to Sister Panpin. Panpin in the main hall feels that she has been living a good life recently. The palace is magnificent, but the rules are too strict. After arriving in the garden, the queen was exempted from paying respects because she was pregnant. So the concubines below are much freer. She was now in charge of the affairs of a place by herself. And her subordinates were very flattering because of her family background and position. So she lived a life of luxury. At this time, she heard Bai Hui report that Lady Kai came to pay her respects and talk to her. So she casually said, "Please ask her to come in. And bring some cool drinks." Lady Kai was not empty-handed either. She knew what Concubine Pan liked. And when she came, she brought some amber candies made by her maids. However, Lady Kai came at a good time. Not only was Concubine Pan in the main hall, but Lady Gu, who lived with her, was also talking to her. The 3 chatted for a while. Pan Concubine was not very enthusiastic and didn't say much. Gu Marin was not as dull as before. She took the initiative to bring up the topic and talked about something. "I heard that your majesty has been going to Dongshan recently," Gu Marin said casually during the chat. Pan Concubine was unmoved and just said lightly, "It's close to the enclosure of the palace. Maybe your majesty wants to hunt." Pan Concubine's family has been a family of scholars for generations. There are many ancestors who have served the retired emperor and even Taizong in hunting. She is also familiar with the places for hunting and entertainment in the palace. When she heard what Gu Marin said, she knew what Su Ruiqing wanted to do recently. Lady Kai felt a little envious after hearing this. Sister Pan is still very knowledgeable. But we don't have the opportunity to participate in any hunting. Originally, when everyone was in the palace, it was common for the ladies to hold banquets and gather together to listen to operas. If the concubines had the face, they could also ask people from the Jaya Fangxi to come and listen to music or watch variety shows. But after coming to the palace this time, the ladies of high positions basically lived in the same place. And even the ladies who lived elsewhere had children. And they were not as idle and bored as the newcomers. I heard that the queen's birthday is coming soon. There will be entertainment and banquets. It was Pan Concubine who stopped Concubine Gu from talking and talked about the queen's birthday. I think that the queen's birthday will coincide with her pregnancy, so we can celebrate it properly. In Fengming Kuni, Rong Fei said to the Empress Dowager with a smile. The Empress Dowager no longer cares about the affairs of the harem. But when she heard this, she asked Lin Miyue, "How is the queen's health these days? If we organize a banquet, can she still hold on?" Lin Miyue smiled and replied, "The queen is much better now. Today, I went to pay my respects to the queen with Rong Fei. The queen is already in good spirits." Rong Fei also said at the right time, "I also mentioned the matter of the 1,000 Years Festival to the queen. Although the queen is simple and does not want to hold a big banquet. But she also said that she could take this opportunity to have fun with her sisters in the palace, and her body would not be a problem." Cheng Yu was studying, but the prince born by concubine Rong was still young at this time, and was also brought by his mother to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. When the little prince heard the adults talking, he also imitated the adults and said, "Have fun." "Oh, our brother wants to have fun too. Okay, then make it more lively." When the Empress Dowager heard her grandson talking, she immediately laughed, and said so after holding her grandson over, and Lin Miyue smiled and said yes. Organizing the Qianqiu festival for the queen was a big deal. Lin Miyue was tied up by various palace affairs. After a few days of management, she felt that it was not going well. If she had to handle so many palace affairs by herself, it would take a lot of effort. So after asking Li Wancheng for permission, she conscripted Rong Fei and Lu Jiaoyi, who lived with her, into the army. She handed over the matters that needed to be coordinated on the scene to Rong Fei, and the trivial matters that needed to be handled carefully to Lu Jiaoyi. She only listened to people's replies and approved the requests from various ministers. Although it's not a birthday celebration, it's also an honor for the queen to celebrate the Qianqiu festival when she is pregnant now. Zhang Qian said with emotion as he watched Lin Miyue approve a note and motioned Yume to send it to the 6 ministers so that they could open the warehouse and prepare things. The queen is pregnant for 1,000 years, but our queen is the one who suffers. Yun Xia was also helping Lin Miyue deal with the paperwork. At this time, she said something unfair. Looking out from the pile of books, Lin Miyue said helplessly, "Okay, I know you feel sorry for me. I will give you more monthly allowance after the work is done." Yun Xia helped to sort the things sent by various departments. Hearing this, she said, "Alas, I just feel sorry for the queen. Queen Li has never been as favored as the imperial concubine. But she didn't expect that after the new emperor ascended the throne, the queen would take the lead and announce the good news before the imperial concubine." While the palace was congratulating the queen, some people started gossiping, saying that the imperial concubine was not blessed, and that she was only favored by the emperor because she was young and pretty, and that there would definitely be a new favorite who would surpass the imperial concubine in the future. Although the imperial concubine now held the power in the palace, the clear-headed and well-known people in the palace regarded these words as the crazy talk of those confused people. But some unclear or young palace maids were still keen on saying these little things. Yun Xia accidentally heard it once and was very angry. But it was not easy to get angry directly, so she later found some other mistakes to punish the 2 palace maids. From my perspective, it seems that someone has a purpose to spread this rumor, and is trying to curry favor with the queen by stepping on you. Young lady, Yun Xia has lived for so many years, and can see at a glance that there must be someone behind this matter. There are only a few people who can do this. And since you know the situation, you can return it when you find a chance. The new emperor's harem is relatively peaceful, and Lin Miyue finally felt a little fresh when she heard these words. For so many years, even Li Wancheng, the crown princess and the queen, mostly avoided the limelight. Now that someone bumped into her, Lin Miyue felt that this person was not very smart, and even felt a sense of freshness and challenge. Tired day by day, Lin Muyue felt sore in the waist and back after finishing her work, and asked Yunxia to prepare hot water for her to take a bath to relieve the tiredness in her body. Su Ruiqing was busy dealing with the affairs of the previous dynasty recently. Although he lived with 4 wives and concubines, he had more time to rest recently. So after a day of hard work, Lin Muyue took a bath as usual, and then fell asleep in a daze on the bed. Unexpectedly, not long after Lin Muyue fell asleep, she felt as if she had come to an open space. There was a monk and a Taoist sitting on the ground. Seeing her coming, the monk asked angrily, "You are a visitor from outside the region. It is rare to have such an opportunity. Why do you want to reveal the secret?" Lin Muyue was confused by the question. But she saw that the 2 people were a monk and a Taoist priest. She looked closely, and saw that the monk had scabies on his head, and the Taoist priest was unkempt. She was shocked and heard the 2 people's questioning words. She was speechless for a while. Seeing that Lin Muyue didn't say anything, the Taoist priest said in a gentle voice, "Believers are originally outsiders. Why should they get involved in the affairs of the people in the mortal world? It's better not to hear it with your ears, and not to see it with your eyes." Although the 2 men are sitting now, and only the monk's head is seen, and the Taoist's broken feet are not seen, how could Lin Muyue not know their identities? Knowing that these 2 are really capable immortals, Lin Muyue also knows that the things in the Red Mansion are inevitable for the immortals to reveal their secrets, and fiddle with the fate of mortals. As for Baoyu and Daiyu, their fate is also predestined. It is the cause and effect of the reincarnation of gods and immortal grasses that led to their marriage, which was predestined by the alliance between wood and stone. However, Lin Muyue thought about the questioning of the 2 people now. She smiled and asked boldly, "Although the immortals have their own magic, I am the family of the Emperor of the world. Now I guess, because I came here, the previous relationship between the attendant Shining and the immortal grass of the Crimson Pearl has been disturbed. And now the fate of the 2 is different." Seeing that Lin Muyue was not in a hurry, and even asked the 2 people in return, the monk and the Taoist priest were both stagnant. After a while, the 2 of them no longer had the feeling of anger just now. Although the monk did not answer her question directly, he also said in a calm tone, "In any case, the donor only focuses on his own business." Seeing that the immortal opposite did not answer her question directly, Lin Muyue had a bottom line in her heart, knowing that her current arrangements could indeed change the opportunities and fate of everyone. So she stopped listening to the 2 people. Seeing that the person opposite him was indifferent, the Taoist priest showed his true colors again and said loudly, "I have been talking to you for a long time, so I will show you some skills." But as soon as he finished speaking, a golden dragon flew over and broke through the illusion. Lin Muyue opened her eyes, and saw that she was still on the bed in the room. Yunxia was also resting on the couch opposite. She raised her hand and looked at it, thinking about the golden dragon in her dream. After thinking for a long time, she had no idea. So she sighed and fell asleep again. Chapter 76. After returning home, the new scholars were given official positions. Jia Zhu was not able to fight his way out of the other scholars and enter the Hanlin Academy to study as a scholar, but he was also given the position of a secretary in the household department. The Jia family has been doing well recently. Grandmother Jia is in high spirits when things are good. She was even happier to see her grandson come home and bring things her daughter prepared for the family. The queen in the palace celebrated the Thousand Autumn Festival for the first time, and she was pregnant. Su Ruiqing issued an order that all the ladies inside and outside the palace should come to the palace to celebrate the queen's birthday this year. A banquet was held in the temporary palace to entertain the ladies of each family. In the Jia family, starting from grandmother Jia, the wife of a super-ranked duke, there were also 2 wives in the first and second rooms, who each had an imperial decree. Jia Zhu's wife was also able to enter the temporary palace to pay her respects because of her relationship with the queen. Therefore, the Jia family has recently been preparing to go to the palace to pay tribute and present a birthday gift to the queen. Although the Jia family has lost 2 pillars in recent years, the neighboring Ming mansion has not mentioned it. But fortunately, the Rong mansion has the next generation to support the family. Jia Mu thought that since the first house has a title and the second house has Jia Zhu, who has a promising future, if the 2 families support each other, there will be a time to repeat the glory of the family in the future. The gift for the queen must naturally be in the name of the entire Jia family. In the Jia mansion, only the eldest grandmother Li Wan has a closer relationship with the queen. So Jia Mu called her granddaughter-in-law to come and discuss what gift to give to the queen. Your Highness didn't like gold and jade when she was young. When I went to the palace to pay my respects to you, I didn't see many luxurious things you used. Li Wan said after thinking carefully when she heard her grandmother-in-law speak. Although Li Wancheng always paid attention to her status as the crown princess and queen, it was just that. She didn't like those gold and silver vulgar things, and her past dress was not luxurious. But after all, it's your Highness's last birthday, so I don't know what gift to send to the palace. Jia Mu sighed, and was also a little worried about what to send. When the Emperor and Empress Dowager celebrated their birthdays and eternity, each family would send some treasures and ancient paintings to the palace as gifts. And local officials could also send local specialties to Beijing. Now is the first year of the new Emperor and Empress, and each family is worried about whether they can keep a good pulse. And they are afraid that the gifts they send will offend the Emperor and the Empress. However, Li Wan said when she saw Jia's mother like this, the Empress is kind, and will not blame you for this. The old ancestor just needs to prepare according to the gift for the eternity of the Empress Dowager. And there is no need to worry too much. Mrs. Wang also said when she saw this. If so, my daughter-in-law can also take care of it. So there is no need for the old lady to worry about it. The weather has been hot recently. And I heard from Yuan Yang that the old lady had a poor appetite. Is she okay now? Hearing what Mrs. Wang said, Jia's mother also nodded. I'm fine. It's just a bitter summer. It's not a big deal. Then prepare a gift according to the example of preparing a gift for the Empress Dowager. When the others were discussing the birthday gift, Mrs. Xing remained silent. When they saw that the matter was finished, she spoke a few words to show concern for Lady Jia's health. And then everyone dispersed. After returning to the room, Kai Bo, the maid beside Mrs. Xing, helped her lie on the couch. Madam, why didn't you ask the old ancestor for a job, and prepare a gift for the Empress together with the second wife? Mrs. Xing saw her sister-in-law talking to the younger daughter-in-law. It's not that she didn't want to interrupt, but she didn't have the power of a housekeeper, and she didn't have any friendship with the Empress, so she could only be a gourd with a sawmouth. When asked by the maid, she thought the maid was just asking about something irrelevant, and changed the subject, saying, the old lady will take care of the madam's affairs. You can go and ask about the gifts prepared for the Yang family, and take care of your own affairs. After Lin Miyue had that strange dream before, she was worried for several days, but the dream was finally dispersed by the golden dragon. She knew that she was right. Even if she was a fairy in heaven, she had to abide by the rules of the mortal world, and could not take the initiative to do anything to mortals. After this incident, her preparations for the Empress's Qianqiu were almost complete. Lin Miyue no longer thought about these things, and just waited for the Qianqiu festival to arrive. Because there were two empresses in the palace, one was the Empress of the retired Emperor, and the other was the Empress of the new Emperor, so the ladies of the inner and outer court first went to Fengming Kunyi to pay their respects to the retired Empress, and then went to pay their respects to Empress Li. It was not easy to arrange a banquet in Jiulong Shangjing. After asking the Emperor and Empress, Lin Miyue arranged the part of everyone paying their respects to the Empress at Hongba Heranju, which was a place facing the water and had a theater. After paying their respects, the ladies of the inner and outer court could sit down to watch the banquet and the theater, so they didn't have to run around in the palace in the hot weather. The Empress Dowager did not come in person today, but asked Zhao Gonglong, who was beside her, to come and congratulate the Empress in person, and gave her own rewards. The concubines did not attend the birthday ceremony of the new Emperor, and only sent the female officials around them to present the gifts to the Empress. So Empress Li was the only focus today. The Empress Mother, Madame Mai, was also sitting next to her daughter. Opposite her were several princesses and princesses. She was happy to see her daughter wearing the dress prescribed by the Empress, and being congratulated by everyone today. The princes who went to school were also given a holiday today. Empress Li had said before that the princes who were studying Anlingyu, the princess who had already entered school, could each present a poem or a pair of calligraphy to celebrate the birthday. The younger princes and princesses only needed to kowtow and pay their respects today, and there was no need to prepare birthday gifts separately. Therefore, a row of little kids now stood in order of age, and saluted the queen together. Your son wishes your mother a long life of prosperity, happiness and health. Queen Li also smiled and asked the children to stand up, and then ordered everyone to start the banquet, and let the artists from the music bureau come on stage to perform. The birthday plays were nothing more than those few plays. Although Lin Miyue was not the birthday star today, she was surrounded by a group of people, and toasted many glasses of wine. Soon, She was too drunk and left the table on the pretext of changing clothes, and took Yunxia, Yume, and 2 little palace maids to rest in other palaces here. Her Majesty, have a bowl of hangover soup. Yunxia and Yume helped Lin Miyue sit down. Yume quickly ordered someone to take out the prepared hangover soup and handed it to Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue took the small porcelain bottle and drank the soup inside. She rubbed her forehead and said, I really didn't expect that so many people would come to force me to drink on the Queen's birthday. Her Majesty, please rest here for a while. Yume was helpless, and could only persuade Lin Miyue to rest here and not go back. The palaces here are all small. After Lin Miyue and her companions entered the room, they closed the door and only opened the window at the back for ventilation. After a while of fresh air, Lin Miyue felt her mind was much clearer. So she said, Yunxia, please go back and ask your mother to come over. I guess other people have left the table to change clothes and talk. After the new emperor ascended the throne, both the royal family and officials were busy. Lin Miyue's mother, Madame Wang, did not have so much time to visit her daughter in the palace. Especially recently, Lin Miyue was busy with the queen's affairs. Although Madame Wang missed her daughter very much, she had not been to the palace for a long time. Queen Li didn't care whether the imperial concubine was there or not. On the contrary, when Madame Mai saw that the imperial concubine and Madame Wang had left the table, she quietly asked the queen beside her, the imperial concubine and her mother are gone, won't the queen send someone to check on them? She knew that Madame Mai was doing this for her own good, but Queen Li was speechless when she heard these words. She also whispered to her mother, It's okay, the imperial concubine and Madame Wang are both sensible. After sitting alone for a while, Lin Miyue also sorted out what she wanted to say in her mind. What she was going to say later was of great importance. She had to be more sober before talking to her mother. What's the matter? Madam? Why did you insist on asking me to come here today? Mrs. Wang was a little confused after she came here today. She knew her daughter was always cautious. Why did Yunxia insist on calling her here under such circumstances today? Lin Miyue signaled Yunxia and Yume to take people to guard outside, and then said to her mother, His Majesty told me that the Emperor is planning to let our family give birth to a child to accompany the eldest prince. Hearing her daughter say this, Mrs. Wang's mind was blank for a moment, and she found her voice after a long while and said, This? When did His Majesty tell you this? The incident of the eldest prince and his companion falling into the water was over. But after Guan Ziming returned home, the eldest prince only had one companion by his side. According to the rules, they did have to add a new one. But how did this matter affect their family? They had to choose a child from the imperial concubine's family to be a companion for the prince born to the queen. Even Mrs. Wang, who went from being the daughter of the Grand Chamberlain to the wife of the Grand Chamberlain's wife, didn't know how to say this to the Grand Chamberlain. Hiding her disrespect for the Grand Chamberlain, Mrs. Wang hurriedly asked, Why did the Grand Chamberlain choose our child? Has His Majesty agreed? When Lin Miyue learned about this, she admired the Grand Chamberlain's ability to match couples at random. Su Ruiqing himself was a little helpless. But he was a son after all, and it was not easy to disobey the Grand Chamberlain on such a matter. So he could only awkwardly tell his beloved concubine the result. Yes, His Majesty said that it has been decided, and he will go to the family to announce the decree in a while. Lin Miyue brought the message to her mother today, and only told the family to be prepared. In fact, the Lin family did not have the right to refuse. It's just that you haven't decided which child it is yet. You mean to let the family choose a suitable child? Mrs. Wang caught a point after hearing this, and hurriedly asked her daughter. Lin Miyue nodded. Yes, His Majesty told me the matter first. That's what I meant. Mother will go back and discuss with my father today. See if any family can choose a child. The Lin family currently has 3 branches and descendants, which is quite prosperous. It is not difficult to choose a child of similar age to accompany the prince. However, the emperor's intention behind this is not just because they have many children, but to tie the princes born by the Lin family and the queen together. I understand. I will go back and discuss this with your father and uncles. Mrs. Wang could only say this helplessly. Such matters still need to be issued by imperial decree. The Lin family got the news in advance. When Lord Lin came to the palace to meet the emperor, he privately discussed the candidate with Su Ruiqing. Therefore, the one who was finally selected was the grandson of the second master of the Lin family, a child named Lin Jinghuan. Chapter 77. Because Lin Jinghuan is a descendant of the Lin family, The second prince and the eldest prince had inexplicably become closer brothers because of the incident with Fu Shui, and they all lived in Jiulongsheng. After he entered the palace and paid his respects to the queen and the eldest prince, he also received the queen's order to come to Lin Muyue's Changshu Hall to pay his respects to his aunt in the next room. Jinghuan pays his respects to his aunt. The child of the Lin family is not very old, but he is calm. Lin Muyue secretly thought that this child was not as lively as his second uncle, and should be like his cousin and cousin's wife. Get up quickly, you can see them often in the future. Lin Muyue also liked the child. After greeting, she asked Jinghuan to sit next to her to talk. Is everything okay at home? It's been a long time since I last saw my second uncle and second aunt. After Lin Muyue entered the palace, she still saw her mother often, but she saw other relatives less often. When she was young, she had things from the west. When she grew up, she had fresh headwear and materials from the south. Uncle Lin was the most popular relative in the family, so when she saw this child, Lin Muyue couldn't help asking about his second uncle and second aunt. Everything is fine at home. Grandfather and grandmother are also thinking about aunt. Lin Jinghuan was not afraid of strangers. He was born with a pair of smiling eyes. Now he was smiling when he spoke. His eyebrows were curved and very handsome. Lin Muyue couldn't help pinching her nephew's cheek. The queen is kind and gentle. The eldest prince is a noble and has a temper. But he is not unreasonable. You should serve the prince with respect and abide by the rules of being a minister. But if you suffer any other grievances, the queen and I will take care of it for you. You don't have to avoid it too much. Jinghuan was shocked by his aunt's sudden kindness. He showed a bit of childish helplessness. But when he came to his senses, he whispered, "Thank you, aunt." After the previous swimming incident, Lin Muyue thought about letting her son learn to swim. After all, more skills are better. Isn't it common for modern primary school students to go to the swimming pool to learn swimming during the summer vacation? Cheng Yu was not surprised to hear his mother's wild idea. He responded to her words lightly. Among the two companions, Ji Yuan knew how to swim and was happy to have the opportunity to play in the water. The other Yin Hankai was honest and was always told not to go into the water by his family. However, they were ruthlessly suppressed by 2-1. All three children learned to swim from the martial arts master that Su Ruiqing found. Originally, he wanted to take the two beloved princes to Dongshan to hunt. But Su Ruiqing felt that his eldest son's temper needed to be tempered after such a thing. So he only took his second son and the military officer. The brothers went to Dongshan to have a good time for 3 days. Cheng Yu didn't seem very happy after he came back. Lin Muyue thought it was strange. Not to mention Ji Yuan. Even Yin Han Kai from the civil servant family became visibly more lively after coming back from playing. Why did her son become so depressed? What's wrong? You are not happy after playing outside. Cheng Yu had already lain down in the evening. Lin Muyue herself walked over to her son to talk. Cheng Yu opened his eyes and saw his mother walking over carefully with a candlestick. He stood up helplessly and whispered, "Auntie." Aunt Jing quickly came over and took the things from the imperial concubine. Seeing Aunt Jing being sent to rest by her mother, Cheng Yu saw that only her mother was there, and said with some entanglement, "I was happy at first, but I felt uncomfortable watching those small animals being shot by arrows." There were many concubines in the palace who kept pets, but only Lin Muyue kept a kitten. Cheng Yu usually spent a lot of time with Sanhua, and Lin Muyue could see that her son liked these little things very much. Cheng Yu didn't care at first, but Su Ruiqing's second brother, Prince Jian, shot a fox with an arrow. He felt uncomfortable when he saw the fox struggling, and then he stopped thinking about hunting. Others just thought that the prince was still young and not very good at bows and arrows, but they didn't suspect anything else. Unexpectedly, after returning to the garden, his mother saw through it. Cheng Yu felt a little embarrassed after he finished speaking. After all, he was a prince. Now, if he kept thinking about such things, would his mother think that he was too indecisive? Unexpectedly, his son would have such thoughts. Lin Muyue was stunned for a moment and said, It's good that you have this intention. However, the saints only said that fishing should not be done with nets, and hunting should not be done with bows. As long as there is no indiscriminate killing or extermination, hunting is also a normal thing." After thinking about his mother's words, Cheng Yu nestled in his mother's arms and said sullenly, "I know." Lin Muyue hugged her son. She felt that he was still a child after all, and it was normal to have such thoughts. However, such problems could only be thought about slowly by her son in the future. Moreover, if he wants to reach that position, not only the prey in these enclosures, but also the lives of billions of people in the world depend on the emperor alone. It is good to have good intentions for the survival of the people, but the emperor will inevitably have a cold and iron-blooded side. After handling the Chinchou festival, Lin Miyue began to plan to use the power in her hands to find out who spread the gossip before. After the queen became pregnant, it seemed that the pregnancy was not good, and the palace power was handed over to the imperial concubine little by little. Lin Miyue felt that as she could not kill the chicken to scare the monkey now, there would be no less such things in the future. Although it may not have any impact on her, it is disgusting to be gossiped about behind her back. So she still plans to find out who this person is. Such things are easy to investigate. Lin Miyue was too lazy to do it herself, so she just called the people from the palace administration office to give a few words. Soon, a female official in charge came to the imperial concubine of Jiulong Shengjing and reported the whole story of the imperial concubine in detail. Looking at the detailed testimony and process in her hand, Lin Miyue was also impressed by the methods of the palace administration office. So what does female official Zheng mean is that this matter was done by concubine Ma. Female official Zheng, who was standing below, saw that the imperial concubine was not in a hurry to ask questions, and she spoke softly and slowly about the incident. The two palace maids who were gossiping were called Fang Yin and Fang Wei. These two were originally the lowest-ranking maids in the palace. So how could they say such things? Lady Zheng led her subordinates to carefully inquire about the two maids' years of entry into the palace, their hometowns, and their qualifications. They found a maid named Manqing under concubine Ma. Manqing was just an ordinary maid in concubine Ma's place. Lady Zheng did not treat concubine Ma with courtesy, and directly arrested her for interrogation. Later, Ling Song, one of the senior maids beside concubine Ma, was implicated. Lady Zheng went to the door politely again, and took the maid away under concubine Ma's sullen face. There must be a reason to harm someone. Ma's words involved both the empress and me. What is she trying to do? After listening to Zheng's story, which was similar to the signed testimony in her hand, Lin Miyue asked with a smile. Zheng, who had always been calm, hesitated when she heard the imperial concubine ask this question. This? I don't know. Lin Miyue chuckled, put the things aside and said, I don't care about this, but this rumor has spread so widely and involves the empress. If I don't ask about it, will the Gongling division just think they have no ears and no eyes and don't care at all? After saying this, Lin Miyue's smile disappeared. When Zheng heard the imperial concubine ask this question, she couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly knelt down and replied, It's our incompetence. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Gongling division knew about this rumor, but it was just to please the empress. The highest official of the Gongling division was the cunning female official beside the empress. Although it was a concurrent position, the Gongling division regarded itself as the empress's direct subordinate. After hearing the rumor, Zheng's superior thought about it and didn't care. But who would have thought that the power of the palace would be in the hands of the imperial concubine in an instant? The whole department had to live by the imperial concubine's mood. Zheng was pushed out to clean up the mess helplessly. She just thought that the imperial concubine had behaved very decently in the past. She prayed that the imperial concubine would not do anything to her if she got angry today. And Lin Miyue's words were interesting. Although the rumor praised the queen and disparaged her as the imperial concubine, she seized on the rumor involving the queen to clear herself of it. However, Lin Miyue was just trying to warn the palace administration office this time. After all, even if she did not have the power in the palace, she was the only imperial concubine in this dynasty. How could these people use her as a raft to please the queen? She left Ms. Zheng alone for a while, and then slowly said, I will report this matter to His Majesty. How could Ma have the imperial edict to make a ruling? You should take care of yourselves. Seeing that Ms. Zheng was no longer as calm as she was at the beginning, Lin Miyue said something heartbreaking in her usual tone. If the emperor's concubine Zhen was involved in something like this today, I don't believe that the palace administration office would do the same. After Lin Miyue dealt with the matter, she really did not punish anyone herself. The maid who said the gossip was dealt with by the palace administration office, and concubine Ma was demoted to concubine by Su Ruiqing's decree after being stripped of her position as a concubine. Suddenly, when facing Lin Miyue, everyone in the palace showed a bit of awe that they had not had before. After the beginning of winter, the emperor's health was not good again. After returning to the palace, Everyone was careful in their work, fearing that something might go wrong. Lin Miyue was now in charge of the palace, and she was even more cautious in every step. She usually did things according to the example of the Empress Dowager in the past, and did not take charge of things herself. Emperor Su Ruiqing was also busy for a while, because of the occasional small group of Ong people threshing straw in the north in autumn. After the beginning of winter, he had to serve his father frequently because of the emperor's poor health, and he was also busy every day. Only Empress Li escaped all these things because of her pregnancy. Recently, she has been living a leisurely and comfortable life. She even went out for a walk in the garden. After returning to the palace, she basically stayed in Jingren Palace, and did not go out except to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, this pregnancy was already difficult, and the Emperor Dowager is also. Li Wancheng was not feeling well again last night. When she woke up today, the dark blue color under her eyes was very obvious. Xiaoman muttered to herself while putting makeup on the Empress. But before she could finish her sentence, Li Wancheng interrupted Xiaoman. Be careful with your words. Xiaoman also knew that what she said just now was taboo and inappropriate. When she was interrupted by the queen, she quickly knelt down and apologized. It was my fault. Queen Li looked at her makeup in the mirror and found that there was no problem. She turned to Xiaoman and said, Get up. It's time. When they lived in the temporary palace, the newcomers were eager to compete for the emperor's favor. But unfortunately, the queen's pregnancy took away most of the emperor's attention, and the rest was basically given to the imperial concubine. The newcomers didn't have as much time to see the emperor as when they first entered the palace. The newcomers were always diligent in paying respects to the queen. So before the other concubines arrived today, they all sat down and chatted. Lady Luo wore a cloak today, although it was also a brocade with a circle of white fur. The fur looked very much like fox fur. After entering the house, she didn't have time to take it off. She was immersed in the snow-white fur, looking soft and sweet, although she was selected by her father, except for concubine Pan, who entered the palace because of her family background. The other three concubines can be said to have their own merits. Lady Kai was charming, Lady Gu was beautiful, and Lady Luo was also sweet and lovely. Looking at the things on Lady Luo, Lady Kai felt that they were not ordinary things sent by the Shangfu Bureau. None of the ladies had such good things as white fox fur. But before she could ask, Lady Ruan Guipin, who was a noble concubine, came in. Everyone bowed and greeted her again. Lady Kai swallowed her words. Ruan Guipin was the most invisible person in the palace. Although she was an old person in the palace and had a prince by her side, she neither flattered the queen nor depended on the concubine. She basically didn't say a word when she greeted her. Now that concubine Ma has been demoted, there are fewer and fewer people in the main position in the palace, so she is now the target of flattery by the newcomers and lower-ranking concubines. But concubine Ruan is really not good at dealing with such situations. She talked to the newcomers for a while, and saw that other people came one after another. The newcomers turned to pay their respects to the ladies and the 9 concubines, and she was relieved. Chapter 78. But seeing that the palace attendants beside the queen had all come out, everyone saw that the first chair on the left was still empty, and they all wondered why the imperial concubine had not come today. Li Wancheng saw that Lin Miyue had not come to pay her respects today, but her face was normal. The emperor had not been feeling well since winter, and the queen was not doing well because of this. Lin Miyue had been busy serving the emperor and the queen recently, and she had caught a cold due to her hard work. This morning, she sent Yunxia to ask for leave, and said she would not come to pay her respects. When everyone saw the queen coming out, they all lowered their voices and greeted the queen together. After Li Wancheng received the greeting, she asked everyone to stand up and sit down. After a while, Fu Yu entered the main room and whispered in the queen's ear, Your Majesty, Wang Dabin, who is beside His Majesty, has come and said that he has something important to report. Wang, the chief eunuch beside Su Ruiqing, is now the top figure in the palace. If there is no important matter, why would he bother this Buddha? Li Wancheng's face was stern, and she frowned slightly and said, Please come in quickly. Seeing that Wang Dabin's steps did not change, but the anxious look on his face could not be concealed, Li Wancheng's thoughts turned around and settled on the option that the emperor might be in trouble. As expected, when eunuch Wang saw the queen, he knelt down and said, Your Majesty, there is news from the Palace of Heavenly Purity that the emperor is ill. Please go over. Li Wancheng was prepared when she heard this, so she just nodded. I know. There are many things going on over there. Please go back first. The news had been reported to the queen, and Eunuch Wang was relieved. Hearing this, he said, "Yes, it's cold outside. His Majesty also said that your Majesty should take care of yourself and put on more clothes." He also told the servants to ask the eunuchs who carried the sedan chair to go back. Watching Eunuch Wang retreat, Li Wancheng saw so many people in the main room looking at her. And she also ordered seriously, "You all know what's going on. Recently, if there is no imperial decree, you should stay in the palace. Concubine Rong, you should also control the concubines and palace maids. If there is any trouble, His Majesty and I will not let it go easily after the incident." Concubine Rong and Concubine Lu both stepped out to greet her. Li Wancheng then let everyone disperse, and she hurriedly took the palace maids to the Qianqing Palace. When they arrived at the Qianqing Palace, Su Ruiqing and the Empress Dowager were already there. The atmosphere in the Emperor's bedroom was unusually solemn. The director and judge of the Imperial Hospital were busy beside the dragon bed. Seeing the Empress enter the room, Su Ruiqing waved his hand to indicate that the Empress did not need to bow. "Go sit over there." The Empress Dowager also sighed as she looked at Li Wancheng's belly. "If it's not a big deal, I don't want to trouble you to come here. Go sit over there." Li Wancheng thanked the two of them, and with Fu Yu's help, she walked to the couch beside her and sat down. After she sat down, she looked at Fu Yu and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Soon, Lin Miyue also came with Yunxia. Li Wancheng was not surprised that the Emperor notified her. She just felt a sense of sympathy when she saw that the person who was paying respects was coughing from time to time despite trying to endure it. Su Ruiqing personally pulled up the person who was paying respects and shook Lin Miyue's hand. "Why is it so cold? Are the children settled?" Lin Miyue turned her head and coughed twice, then took her hand out and stepped back a few steps, saying, "I have not recovered from the cold. Your Majesty, please leave." After retreating to the side, Lin Miyue continued, "The children are settled, and I have also instructed that other things be prepared before." The Empress Dowager couldn't pretend not to see it. She coughed lightly and said, "The Imperial Concubine has been working hard recently, and you seem to have lost some weight. Thank you for your concern." "Mother, I am fine. Mother, you should take care of yourself." Lin Miyue smiled at the Empress Dowager and tried to persuade her. When the Emperor and his wife were young, they had lived in harmony. But since the Emperor ascended the throne, he gradually only respected the Empress. Lin Miyue did not expect that the Emperor's health was getting worse, and the Empress Dowager would be so sad. As they were talking, Gao Yuanzheng also finished checking the pulse with trepidation. However, he did not speak first after coming out, but knelt on the ground directly. "Your Majesty, the retired Emperor. I'm afraid he is not well." The retired Emperor had a sudden attack of wind before, but Gao Yuanzheng felt that he was fine after checking his pulse. His life was not in danger at that time. Now, after he and the two judges took turns to check his pulse, they all felt that something was not right. Su Ruiqing did not lose his composure when he heard the words of the imperial physician. He was also prepared. Since he returned to the palace after the Mid-Autumn Festival and the weather became colder, the retired emperor's health has been getting worse. After the first winter snow, he was bedridden. So when he heard Yuanzheng say that, he just said, "Gao Yuanzheng, please arrange the prescription for now. It is most important to keep my father healthy." Gao Yuanzheng breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I will definitely do my best to treat the emperor." Lin Miyue, the imperial concubine in charge of the affairs of the harem, had prepared a series of things according to the emperor's instructions. When she heard Su Ruiqing say that, she knew that she would be busy again. However, as the queen, Li Wancheng could not stay out of it at this time. If the funeral of the emperor was handled by the imperial concubine, even if the queen was pregnant, it would be hard to avoid discussions inside and outside the court. So Li Wancheng also quickly stood up and said to Su Ruiqing, "I have been feeling much better recently, and I am willing to share your majesty's worries." Su Ruiqing looked at her belly, but he knew what the queen was worried about. So he could only say, "Okay, just don't work too hard. The imperial concubine can help. And Rong Fei is also capable. So ask her to assist you." Li Wancheng also knew that she was in poor spirits now, and it would be helpful to have someone to help with such a big thing. So she also said, "Yes, I understand your majesty's meaning. Even if he was a master of traditional Chinese medicine, It was difficult to fight against the sky. Even if the two judges of the high court tried their best with their medical skills, they could not save the emperor for long. Before the end of the year, the capital was covered with mourning, and everyone was mourning for the death of the emperor. When the late emperor was still conscious, Su Ruiqing happened to be the only one guarding him. Perhaps it was the last moment, the drowsy emperor finally became more alert. Ahem. Ahem. Chinger, the emperor was lying on the bed at that time, and the weakness in his voice could no longer be concealed. Su Ruiqing was dozing off on the side, and he woke up instantly when he heard his father calling him. He hurried to the bedside and asked Eunuch Xiao to call someone over. Unexpectedly, the emperor stopped Eunuch Xiao, but only asked him to go out and guard the door, as he had something to say to his son. I am about to leave. I have been dreaming about your royal grandfather these days. I think one day in the underworld, he will be able to praise me for my good management of the business. The emperor took a breath for a long time, and said this first. Su Ruiqing knelt beside the bed. He felt a pang of pain in his heart when he heard this. Emperor Taizong was quite good to his grandson, especially after the succession became clear. He stood out from the other grandsons, and was often summoned to the palace by Emperor Taizong for instruction. Now when he heard his father talking about his royal grandfather, he could not help but shed tears. Seeing his son's appearance, the retired emperor was very calm. Why are you crying? I am lucky to see you so steady, and the government affairs have not been in trouble. This son is good in every way. But he was too soft-hearted and a little naive before. When he first entered the court, he got angry and quarreled with his father because the officials did not treat the victims attentively. However, the retired emperor himself knew that only such a son would treat his brothers well after his death. I am still young. Father. Su Ruiqing felt a pang of sadness when he heard his father say this. The emperor closed his eyes and asked again, Your children are not young anymore. Are you still worried about the throne? Unexpectedly, the emperor took a sudden turn. Su Ruiqing was stunned for a moment. He hesitated whether to speak, but finally said, Your son just thinks Chengyu is more suitable now. Besides, my son is still young, and I don't want to be too involved in this matter. The emperor was not the eldest son, but Su Ruiqing became the crown prince because of his status as the eldest son. In the end, he ascended the throne as the crown prince. However, the father of the emperor, Su Ruiqing's grandfather, who was lying on the bed, was not the eldest son of the emperor, but fought out from his brothers with his own ability and won the throne. The Gui dynasty has been passed down to this day, although both the emperor and the previous dynasty have tacitly accepted the identity of the eldest son. It has not been like this for every generation. Although Su Ruiqing's two sons are divided into the eldest and the youngest. The second prince is born to the imperial concubine, and there are not many younger and older princes. He is partial to the imperial concubine, so the position of the crown prince is indeed uncertain. Knowing that his son is partial, the emperor can do nothing about it. I can't control it. But you have to know that your hesitation may harm the two children or even other princes in the end. Su Ruiqing remained silent. He knew in his heart that the emperor who did not establish a prince was the founding emperor. Even if the ministers used the ancestral family law, he would have something to say. He felt that as long as Chengyu could still maintain his current intelligence and spirit after adulthood, he would not issue an edict to establish a prince even if he faced opposition from the entire court. He would just wait for him to leave a will after 100 years to order his son to ascend the throne. The conversation between the father and son ended unpleasantly, but the emperor finally arranged for the eldest grandson to be surrounded by the Lin family. No matter which child ascended the throne in the future, he hoped that the relationship between the eldest prince and this companion and the relationship with the Lin family would prevent the two grandsons from killing each other. Su Ruiqing also made up his mind. He was unwilling to establish a crown prince during his lifetime. Instead, he had to fight against the ministers and the clan law for decades to create a path to success for his favorite son. He thought about the current situation of the Lin family. By the time the princes grow up, Lin Miyue's father will probably be the prime minister. Even if Lin Feng is retired, the third master of the Lin family should have been transferred to a ministerial position or entered the cabinet. It is natural that a prince with his own bloodline will ascend the throne. Lin Miyue covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed for a while. Yun Xiaoyuan, who was kneeling behind her, hurriedly helped her to breathe. After Lin Miyue finished coughing, she turned around and gave her a thankful look. The emperor passed away. There was constant crying in the palace. The queen had to come to mourn despite being pregnant. not to mention Lin Muyue, who was just suffering from a cold. However, everyone was kneeling in the Renji Hall in the middle of winter. The door was open, even if there was a charcoal basin in the hall. It was so cold that everyone wrapped their cloaks tightly. Lin Muyue even specifically instructed the clothing bureau to prepare new capes and cloaks for all the concubines, regardless of their rank. Everyone was grateful for the imperial concubine's kindness. At the end of the day, Lin Muyue felt that her knees were almost numb when she lay on the couch. Yun Xia took out the medicated oil and prepared to rub Lin Muyue's knees with heartache. "Miss, bear with the pain. You have to rub it until it melts." Although she was well prepared, Lin Muyue also groaned in pain when Yun Xia rubbed her. However, she also knew that if she didn't apply the medicine, she would probably not need her knees anymore after this period of time. So she could only bear the pain and let Yun Xia tinker with her knees. The torturer was given medicine. Lin Muyue thought of something. "You should also prepare another bottle of medicine for you. He has no easier day than us adults." Yun Xia nodded and smiled. "It's been prepared a long time ago. The servants from the little prince's side have been given to Aunt Jing. The throne has been decided after all." Although the death of the emperor made everyone busy for a while, it didn't cause much trouble in the end. Su Ruiqing is now the emperor, who sits firmly on the Diaoyu Island. The Lin family also made great efforts at this time. Many things in the previous dynasty were suppressed by Lin Feng. Chapter 79. The emperor passed away. Although Su Ruiqing had ascended the throne, he still had to observe mourning. According to the custom of the emperor, the mourning period was 27 days instead of days. The Empress Dowager officially became the Empress Dowager. After the mourning period of the late emperor ended, she decided to move to the Xineng Palace, where the Empress Dowager should live. The late emperor finally left a secret oral order to execute the late consort Zhen. The remaining concubines were arranged by Su Ruiqing. They were either moved out of the palace to be taken care of by their sons, or their palaces were redistributed. They all lived in the Rinshou Palace. Li Wancheng fell ill after all the matters were settled because she was pregnant and had to take care of the funeral of the late emperor. The imperial physician said, after checking her pulse, that the empress should rest and protect the fetus. Therefore, Su Ruiqing, whether out of concern for the empress's health or some other considerations, did not move the empress to another palace in the end. He still lived in the Yongxing Palace, and did not move to the Qianxing Palace. Now the two most noble palaces in the palace are both vacant. The new year in the palace was also boring because of the death of the late emperor. Except for the inevitable events such as offering sacrifices to heaven and ancestors. Other links such as paying homage to the emperor and empress were cancelled by Su Ruiqing. On the night of New Year's Eve, everyone in the palace stayed up late in the palace and did not hold a banquet to celebrate the new year together. To be fair, in the last years of the late emperor, he was quite good to his children, and Su Ruiqing's princes were much closer to this emperor. Cheng Yu was also in a low mood for a while during the new year, especially when he saw the painting that the emperor gave him. The palace tradition is to stay up all night on New Year's Eve, but now it's not easy to laugh and have fun. Lin Muyue had to prepare some food for everyone to enjoy, and everyone gathered together to talk and kill time. It will be fine after a while, when spring comes and flowers bloom. Fortunately, your majesty is still able to keep things stable in the past. Unlike when the late emperor ascended the throne, when it was really difficult. And Zhou accompanied the Empress Dowager into the palace that year, and she still felt scared when she talked about the past. The people in the room were all confidants, so they were not so cautious when talking. Yun Xia saw that her young lady was also interested, so she asked, and said that it was difficult back then. But what happened? And Zhou glanced at Zhang Ginjing, who smiled and said, "Okay, let me tell you." Zhang Ginjing was peeling a walnut in her hand, and Maokai cleverly went over to take what she was holding. And she said, "At that time, Emperor Taizong left a will ordering the third son to. It was the previous emperor who ascended the throne. But at that time, the last will of Emperor Taizong before his death was witnessed only by the emperor's attendant and the old man Tang. The old man Tang, so the eldest prince, the deceased Prince Anrong, gathered a group of people to make trouble. The third brother said that the emperor left a will, but one of the people in this garden is a dog who has already surrendered to the third brother, and the other is your pawn for you to drive. You can change this will at will." The eldest prince scolded the emperor's attendant and the old man in the palace with one sentence. The old eunuch kept silent. But Tanggul Lao was not a pushover. Hearing this, he immediately said, "The late emperor left a will, and the handwriting was indeed written by your majesty himself. And there was also a jade seal on it. The eldest prince is saying this now. Is he trying to force the palace to rebel? So in the end, the eldest prince still didn't make a fuss. But at that time, both the former court and the harem were extremely difficult. And the Empress Dowager was also troubled by Taizong's concubines at that time. And Zhou said at the end. Lin Muyue listened with great interest. Beside her, Cheng Yu was also concentrating on listening to Aunt Zhou's words. So after Lin Muyue looked down at her son, rubbed his little head and asked, You seem to be enjoying listening here too. Well, it's New Year's Day already, go and have a rest. After all, Cheng Yu was still young, and was sleepy at this time, so when he saw his mother speaking, he also said to her obediently, Your wishes mother a happy new year, good luck and good fortune, and then followed Aunt Jing, Maokai and others back to Duxin Hall where he lived, watching the child leave. According to Lin Muyue's usual rules, the rest of the people should also disperse. Yunxia asked the young palace maids to pack up their things, but Zhang Genjing did not leave. Instead, he followed Yume and Lin Muyue into the inner room. Zhang Genjing personally helped Lin Muyue take off the hairpins on her head one by one. When Lin Muyue took off her earrings, he asked, Your Majesty would not let the little prince hear these things in the past. Now you have an idea. Lin Muyue threw the earrings into the dressing box and said with a smile, I still can't hide it from you. It's just that it's not my decision. It's just that His Majesty has already made up his mind. After a few days, thousands of miles away in Mingzhou City, the Lin family was in a happy mood. Jiamin also gave birth to a daughter in February. But Lin Hai was still happy, and did not feel lost because it was not a boy. Jiamin was also a thoughtful person. Although she had received her husband's assurance before, she was relieved now that she saw that Lin Hai really loved the child. My husband wrote on the good paper a few times before. But what did he write? What good name did he give our daughter? Jiamin held her daughter herself, and asked her husband with a smile. Lin Hai stroked his beard, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, You only have a nickname. How about calling me Dayu? Dayu? Jiamin repeated it a few times, and thought it was a good name. So she smiled and coaxed her daughter. You will be called Dayu from now on. The couple coaxed their daughter for a while. And seeing that the baby had already started to yawn, Jiamin asked the wet nurse to take the child to rest. And asked her husband, What are you worried about? I can't hide it from you. Recently, these people have sent a lot of things over under the pretext of Dayu's full moon. Lin Hai was not surprised that his wife saw what he was worried about recently. And he directly told her the problem. Although the late emperor had just passed away, Lin Hai was not a high-profile person. He only celebrated Dayu's full moon ceremony with the family members in the mansion and the relatives of the Lin family. However, the daughter of an official was born, and he was in charge of a place like the maritime merchant's office. So the gifts sent by his subordinates were still very generous. Jiamin smiled. The queen has just given birth to a princess, and your husband can just select some good ones and send them to the capital. Lin Hai's official position was arranged by the new emperor privately. He was considered a close minister of the new emperor. Now was a good time to show his loyalty to Su Ruiqing. The excuse that the queen gave birth to a princess was ready. It is not good for the Lin family to keep the rare treasures, but it is very appropriate to secretly send them to the capital to present to the royal family. Lin Hai also thinks his wife's idea is good. It is interesting. So many things have been sent. Su Ruiqing looked at the two memorials sent by the Mingzhou Maritime Merchants Administration. One was sent by the cabinet, and the other was presented by the eunuchs of the garrison and the garrison. The first memorial contained ordinary gifts and congratulatory messages. If it were not for the special status of this government office, Su Ruiqing would have approved it without even reading it. The latter one was full of brocade. Lin Hai first recounted how he had been favored by His Majesty, and was able to hold this position. Now he had to sacrifice his life for His Majesty to repay His Majesty's grace. Lord Lin is a loyal man. He was promoted by His Majesty. Now he will do his best to repay His Majesty. Eunuch Wang smiled, and said something good to Lin Hai. The things sent here are really good. You should pick some good ones to send to the queen and the imperial concubine, especially the box of South Sea white pearls. Send them all to the imperial concubine. Su Ruiqing glanced at the things on the list, and told Eunuch Wang to divide the things. Eunuch Wang sighed in his heart that the imperial concubine was still the most favored by the emperor. He said yes, and then went to arrange the treasure sent by Lord Lin. Empress Li Wancheng was a little tired when she was pregnant, and then the emperor passed away. The delivery was not smooth. and the princess was not well. The imperial hospital and the royal female doctor tried their best to keep the empress and the princess safe. Although it has been more than a few months now, Queenly still needs to drink tonic soup every day. Fuyu carefully brought the soup in and handed it to the queen, who had just finished her nap. Your Majesty, the medicine is ready. Li Wancheng looked at the bitter medicine without blinking, and drank it as soon as it was handed over. After drinking it, she frowned and said, Water? This medicine is too bitter. Fuyu handed the queen water to rinse her mouth, and put a small dish of candied fruit on the table. Good medicine tastes bitter. Your Majesty will get better faster after drinking the medicine. Hearing this, Li Wancheng paused for a moment while picking up the candied fruit with a small fork. Recently, she had given birth to a child, and her health was not good, so she had been drinking medicine to recuperate. The power of the palace has always been in the hands of the imperial concubine. Now the palace people in Jingren Palace are vaguely anxious. Where is Shiro? Why hasn't the wet nurse brought her here yet? Li Wancheng didn't respond and changed the subject. She asked Fuyu why the wet nurse and the nanny didn't bring the princess to her today. The little princess was very small when she was born. Su Ruiqing, the father, frowned at his soft little daughter and named her Shiro. Although the little princess was a little weak, she recovered well in the future. Now she seems to be just a little thinner than an ordinary baby. The queen herself is still not well, but she still asks about her daughter every day. It's a bit strange to see that her daughter hasn't been brought here when the time comes. Today is the day to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. I have already reported to her in the morning. The nurses will take the princess to pay respects in the afternoon. Knowing that her master was in low spirits, Fuyu quickly replied. Li Wancheng nodded, smiled a little embarrassedly. I forgot about it. Don't bother when you come back. The child needs sleep now. Bring him back when he is awake and energetic. Fuyu smiled and replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you want to go out for a walk after taking the medicine? The imperial physician also said that it is good for your health to go out for a walk when the sun is good. Looking at the good sunshine outside, Li Wancheng was in a good mood. Even though she was not a person who liked to move around on weekdays, she was tired of staying in the house for so many days. Now that the imperial physician finally gave the okay to go out for a walk, she was happy to go out. Chapter 80. A group of people surrounded Li Wancheng. Although they were going out for a walk, the queen was not in good health and could not walk far. They just walked in the courtyard of Jingren Palace. I am not in good health, so I neglected to pay my respects to the queen mother. Li Wancheng squinted her eyes and looked at the sky. The spring sunshine was very comfortable on people. After she came out, although she was still wearing a heavy cloak, she felt much lighter. Fuyu supported the queen and said comfortingly, Your Majesty has made great contributions to giving birth to the heirs of the emperor. Now you just need to take good care of your body. The queen mother is kind, and has instructed Lord Qi and the servants to serve you well. In fact, since the death of the retired emperor, the queen mother's own health has not been very good. The imperial doctors are also busy with the health of the two palaces. Gao Yuanzheng is about to be split into two people. Fortunately, the queen mother was just overly worried. Su Ruiqing asked the princes and princesses to pay respects to the Xining Palace. Gradually, the queen mother's mood improved and her health naturally improved little by little. On the contrary, the Queen Li Wancheng's health had not been good until recently. Because Jingren Palace was to be the queen's bedroom, Su Ruiqing also ordered it to be renovated. At this time of year, the peonies in the courtyard have begun to sprout branches. Li Wancheng brushed a flower bud on the branch and felt a little emotional when she felt the touch from her hand. When this flower blooms, I guess I will be almost well. I can also hold Shiro to watch the flowers together. The prince's homework is heavy, and Chengyu is restless. After school every day, he basically takes his companions to practice archery and horse riding. Li Wancheng now misses the time when her son was still young, and she could see him every day. In the Xining Palace, Empress Dowager Yu looked at her grandchildren sitting obediently and laughed heartily, especially the little princess, who was babbling and couldn't speak yet. Empress Dowager Yu personally held her granddaughter and coaxed her. Our Shiro is so beautiful. She really looks like your mother. The children below didn't see the shadow of their mother on their sister's face. When Yun Zhaoyuan's Qingluan heard this, he ran to the front of the imperial grandmother, looking up at Empress Dowager Yu. Grandma, do I look like my mother? Empress Dowager Yu loved her grandchildren in general. Seeing Qingluan running over like this, she smiled and said, Oh, our Lunar also looks like mother. He will definitely be a handsome young man in the future. But after saying this, Empress Dowager Yu seemed to remember something, turned her head slightly and asked Xiao, the female official beside her, "Is Qingluan going to school this year? Has the emperor said when he will start school?" Now that Lady Zhao has been dismissed from her position as the head of the palace, she has also been granted the position of the fourth-rank palace lady. When the Empress Dowager asked, she quickly replied, "Yes, His Majesty said that the little prince will be allowed to go to school in a while." Qingluan pouted when he heard this, shaking the Empress Dowager's sleeve and whispering coquettishly, "Lunar doesn't want to go to school yet. Can Grandma talk to father?" Looking at his brother's appearance, Qingyu felt a little helpless. He walked over and grabbed his brother and carried him to the chair. "Grandma is holding my sister. You are so clumsy, come back quickly." Being ruthlessly suppressed by his brother, Qingluan returned to his seat, pinched a piece of kidney bean cake and stuffed it into his mouth, and laid down on the table decadently. Empress Dowager Yu laughed at the two grandsons. After carefully handing her granddaughter to the wet nurse, she said, "Qingyu is becoming more and more like a brother." Qingyu looked at his brother and smiled with a headache. "It's not that my grandson is acting like a brother. It's that Qingluan is really a worry. After a year of going through so many things, Qingyu is indeed more like a big boy than before. And there is basically no trace of childishness in his behavior." Empress Dowager Yu has been in the palace for many years, although she is not very familiar with the affairs of the court. As a mother, how can she not know some of her son's thoughts? But she was not an empress or queen mother who could influence the emperor and play with power. Now she could only love her grandchildren equally and ignore everything else. This year should have been changed to Yong'an. With the arrival of spring, the atmosphere of the new dynasty gradually emerged, when the emperor abdicated and passed the throne to his son. Su Ruiqing, the emperor, naturally did not change his father's way. But now that the emperor has passed away, he has begun to unfold his own ideas and actions. Nowadays, the military commanders in the court, whether they are the commanders of the Beijing camp or the generals guarding the various places, are mostly from noble families. In order to train these military officers' children, there are also martial arts schools in the capital to teach military tactics and martial arts. The noble families who want their children to be given real positions in the future basically send their children to martial arts schools for training. However, the military commanders trained in this way, many of them are good at talking about war on paper, but few can go on horseback to fight. Su Ruiqing has long disliked these people, but the previous emperor treated the nobles generously, and he couldn't disobey his father. Now that the government is becoming more stable, and the Ang tribe in the north is eyeing them covetously, he has the intention to rectify martial arts and strictly investigate the military examination. Lin Muyue became interested when she heard Su Ruiqing talking about the military examination. She did not ask him in person, but asked her family about the process of the military examination in private. Lin Feng was already used to his daughter's strange requests from time to time. After receiving the letter, he showed it to his third brother and asked Mr. Lin San to sort out the relevant information and send it to his daughter. These classics were clearly recorded. Lin Jun had been in the Hanlin Academy for many years and was familiar with all kinds of classics. He sorted out a copy in a short time. Mr. Lin San is now teaching the princess to read, so he gave the things to Cheng Yu after the day's class. Cheng Yu was a little surprised when he received the things. "Is it for my mother?" Lin Jun nodded. "It's some books and other things that the queen wants. I have already reported it to His Majesty. It's not a taboo." After hearing what his great-uncle said, Cheng Yu nodded and took the things. After saying goodbye to Lord Lin, he returned to Qixing Palace. Qingluan is also studying now. Seeing his brother being called away by the master, he was curious about what it was but knew his limits and didn't ask. Instead, Qingyu took the initiative to say, "It's some books for my mother. Nothing interesting." Hearing that it was books, Qingluan was no longer interested. "It's a book for Aunt Lin. My mother said that Mother Yao prepared delicious food. I guess they are in Yonghe Palace again. Should we go directly to Yonghe Palace?" Qingyu hesitated, but Maokai next to him said, "The third prince is right. The queen sent a message this afternoon. It is said that His Highness can go directly to Yonghe Palace after school." Since it was his mother's order, Cheng Yu did not hesitate, and raised the book in his hand to his brother. "I will go back to Qixing Palace to pack my things first, Cheng Luan. You take people to Yonghe Palace first?" Cheng Luan did not want to be separated from his brother. "Then I will accompany you to put the books away, and then we will go to Yonghe Palace together." Lin Muyue looked at Yao Shouyuan's princess with some envy, but she did not want to have another child. So she was just like Rong Fei did to Lu Jiao's princess, and brought gifts for the little princess every time she came. Thank you for spending money again, sister. Yao Xiaoyuan felt a little embarrassed when she saw the fabrics and headgear that Yun Xia brought. However, every time she refused to accept them, Lin Muyue would directly ask the Sixshang Bureau to give them to her under the pretext of her share of the money. So now she didn't refuse. The color of Zai Guanghong is mixed with gold and silver threads, which is shiny. It is only suitable for little girls. However, this material is not very soft. It can only be used to make clothes for now. Not summer clothes. Lin Muyue pointed at the fabrics and smiled. There was no point in leaving these fabrics there. When she led people to sort out the warehouse, she divided a batch of fabrics suitable for little girls between Lu Jiao and Yao Xiaoyuan. Yun Xiaoyuan was drinking tea nearby. Looking at the material, she felt that it was suitable for Yao Xiaoyuan's little princess. There were 3 princesses in the palace now. The queen's 3rd princess had just been born and had no personality to speak of. Lu Jiao's eldest princess was gentle and honest on the surface, but she had her own ideas inside. Now that she had entered school, she showed her smartness. Yao Xiaoyuan's 2nd princess was a lively sweetheart. Although she was still young, she had inherited her mother's gentle and talkative personality. The little princess was playing with a doll nearby. When she heard her mother's talking about her fabrics, she also came to Lin Muyue's side and thanked her, making Lin Muyue laugh. When the 2 brothers Qingyu came in, they saw their sister acting like a spoiled child in Lin Muyue's arms. Both brothers loved their sister. So after entering the house and paying their respects, Qingluan went to Lin Muyue's side and made a face at his sister. The little girl was not scared by her brother, but giggled as usual, and said to Qingluan, "Brother, hold me." Seeing that his brother really wanted to hold him, Qingyu quickly went over to take his sister. The little girl didn't care which brother it was. She was happy to be held anyway. Qingyu was afraid that his sister would fall, so he quickly sat down on a chair next to him. Yao Xiaoyuan said with some embarrassment at this time, "Today I invited the imperial concubine to come. Also for this girl's matter, I took this child to Lanji Palace to see the eldest princess before, and after returning, she insisted that I send her there as well." At this point, the little princess raised her head and glanced at Lin Muyue, and said seriously, "I want to go to school and play with my sister." Looking at her daughter helplessly, Yao Xiaoyuan continued to say to Lin Muyue, "I originally thought she was still young, and wanted to wait until the eldest princess was old enough to enter school before sending her there. But I didn't expect that this child would remember this matter, and always chasing me for a sister." Lin Muyue looked at the dancing little princess, and then looked at her son, who was nervous for fear that his sister would fall. It's not difficult. The princesses have different personalities. Jilan Palace teaches reading in the morning and teaches other things in the afternoon according to the princess's interests. You just send her there in the afternoon. When she is older and can sit still, send her to school. It is common for 3 or 4-year-old children to attend interest classes in Lin Muyue's opinion. There are so many female ministers and female scholars in Lanji Palace. But now they only focus on the eldest princess. The eldest princess is not very interested in many people's expertise. She thinks it's good to send a little princess there. Chapter 81. Yuan Chun got herself ready in Lanji Palace and went out. Behind her was a palace maid holding the zither. Starting this afternoon, Yao Xiaoyuan's 2nd Princess Enian would also come to take lessons. So the Shangshu who was in charge of Lanji Palace ordered everyone to come in the afternoon to show the princess their skills. The eldest princess loved the zither very much. Yuan Chun had already decided to teach the eldest princess. But when the 2nd princess came before, it happened that Yuan Chun was teaching the eldest princess to play the zither. Shang Shuzhong saw that the 2 princesses had a good relationship. The little princess seemed to like Yuan Chun very much, so he asked Yuan Chun to come today. Meet the princess. Yuan Chun arrived 2/4 of an hour early, but when she entered the Jilan Palace, she found that the eldest princess Ling Yu had already arrived. She was a little surprised that the princess came so early, but she still hurried forward to greet the princess. "Sister Jia is here. My 2nd sister is coming today, so I came a little early. Since the eldest princess came to study, her temperament has become more generous and gentle instead of the gentleness and silence before. Now that she feels that her younger sister is coming to study, she has consciously assumed the responsibility of the eldest sister, and has to wait for her younger sister first." When Yuan Chun saw the eldest princess like this, She thought of her younger brother at home and the time when she taught him to read and write. So she smiled. The princess loves her younger sister, and the sisters are a model of unity. The eldest princess felt a little embarrassed when she was praised, and suddenly she seemed to remember something, and handed a piano score on the desk to Yuan Chun. It's the score I said I would give to you before. I brought it today. Yuan Chun was good at playing the piano, and she kept honing her skills in order to teach the princess after entering the palace. When chatting with the princess, she mentioned a music score of ancient people that she had always been interested in. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu said that she seemed to have seen this score, and she could find a day to show it to Yuan Chun in the future. Thank you, princess. Yuan Chun bowed and thanked the princess. She was not a piano fanatic, but after learning the piano for so many years, she felt it was a blessing to get such a score to study. But I borrowed this score, and I had to copy it myself. I had to send it back to the noble mother. Ling Yu felt a little embarrassed when she said this. Lin Miyue mentioned this score when everyone was chatting before, and Ling Yu remembered it. The concubines in the palace loved the princesses very much, so when she went to borrow it in person, Lin Miyue also agreed very readily, and soon sent someone to find it and lent it to her. After hearing this, Yuan Chun smiled and replied, I know. It was originally the music score of the imperial concubine. I will copy it down when I go back and return it to the princess immediately. Ling Yu nodded, and just as she was about to say something else, she heard the sweet and clear voice of a little girl from outside. Sister, I'm here. The second Princess Enian entered the room in a flash, followed closely by the wet nurse and the nanny. Seeing the sisters coming, Ling Yu began to greet her younger sister. Seeing her colleagues coming, Yuan Chun also retreated back to the crowd. Lin Miyue knew that Su Ruiqing was going to rectify the military examination. Now, after seeing the documents sent to the palace from her family, which were a combination of classics and current procedures, she felt that the current military examination was a bit too strange. Just as martial arts emphasized Confucianism, the current military examination actually emphasized literature. The weight of policy essays was higher than the requirements of martial arts. One even had to pass the policy essays before demonstrating martial arts. Although the military examination paid more attention to military-related policy essays than the civil examination, the situation of emphasizing literature over martial arts was also confusing. So one day when Su Ruiqing came to Qisheng Palace, Lin Miyue curiously asked him how he planned to change the military examination. After all these years, she was the only one in the palace who would discuss these things with the former prince and the current emperor. Su Ruiqing was also used to discussing these political affairs of the previous dynasty with her. It's not that I thought of it, but there was a chief official in the Ministry of War who submitted a memorial. After reading it, I think there are several feasible methods. Su Ruiqing was also very interested in talking about this matter. The chief official was now promoted to a doctor by him. It was obvious that he had caught the emperor's eye. I don't know where that person came from, but he can actually say a few words about gunpowder and artillery. Su Ruiqing took the small bowl of fresh fruit handed to him by Lin Miyue, and added, This is rare. Your Majesty is also going to adopt this gentleman's opinion. Lin Miyue also came to the emperor with a bowl of homemade fruit, and continued to ask, It's not that I accept everything. After all, it's a big matter that needs to be discussed by all the ministers. But that frame is good. I also think firearms are a good thing. Su Ruiqing shook his head when he heard it. There were many missionaries in Beijing, and now that the Maritime Business Office has opened, exchanges with various countries have also increased. And he also keenly discovered the importance of firearms. The military official named Huijin proposed to overthrow the existing military examination, and to examine the officials and soldiers who wanted to enter the court through military skills in 3 subjects: martial arts, firearms, and military tactics. However, after Su Ruiqing read the detailed memorial he submitted, he felt that if someone could pass these 3 examinations and get good grades in all of them, he would be more than qualified to be a general, although he could not be a marshal who controlled the troops of the whole country. Therefore, he discussed with the ministers, especially the military generals who were really capable, and decided to make some changes to reduce the difficulty. Lin Miyue was not surprised that Su Ruiqing could foresee the importance of firearms now. Su Ruiqing had been close to missionaries before, and was also the one who was committed to opening a maritime business office. It was not surprising that he had such an idea. Your Majesty is so interested in firearms. Is it related to the Ong people in the north? Lin Muyue thought about it for a while, and found a reason. The capital of this dynasty was chosen a little to the north. In fact, Emperor Taizong also thought about moving the capital to Nanjing, which has the natural barrier of the Yangtze River. But it did not happen in the end. The late emperor was diligent in his work, although he was a bit extravagant in his later years. With the new income source of maritime merchants, he also left his son a fairly full treasury and a court full of wise men. Therefore, the most important thing in the court now is to deal with the neighbors in the north. Su Ruiqing himself also had the idea of clearing the grasslands again. But it was easy to get a large army. But it was difficult to find a good general. There were indeed very few people who could lead the army in the court now. I can't hide it from you. If it's just to defend the enemy outside the city gate, the border soldiers can do it now. But if it's to drink water on the grassland, there is no such good general in the court. Su Ruiqing sighed. But this was something that could not be rushed. He felt that he was in his prime now, and there should be such a day. And then, he could hand over a peaceful and prosperous world to his son. Lin Muyue nodded after listening to it. It is a blessing that His Majesty can sympathize with the border subjects and soldiers. Good generals are hard to find. But with this method of testing people, there is no need to worry about not having people with superb martial arts and the ability to deploy troops. After the Dragon Boat Festival, there was good news from the palace. Luo Marin in Rongfei's palace felt unwell. After asking the imperial physician, it was diagnosed that she was pregnant. Lin Muyue now holds the power of the palace, so the news about Rongfei was not only reported to the emperor and the two palaces, but also to her Qixiang palace. Since she is pregnant, Lady Luo's position should be changed. According to the rules, she was given clothing materials, treasures, medicinal herbs, etc. Lin Muyue also thought of other things. Originally, the newcomers should have been promoted in the next year. But it happened to coincide with the death of the emperor. So the newcomers were left alone for a year. Zhang Ginjin listened to Lin Muyue's words and agreed. Very true. Your Majesty is thoughtful. Yun Xiao was also helping Lin Muyue sort out the account books sent by the palaces. Hearing this, she said, this Lady Luo has a long history with the Lin family. Her family and our second master are good friends. So your Majesty remembered this matter. Zhang Ginjin didn't know about this relationship, but she still felt that Lin Muyue was methodical in her work. After all, although there was such a rule, the Queen Mother was not in charge of the affairs of the harem, and the Queen was also sick. If the imperial concubine Lin Muyue didn't think about this matter, it was estimated that Lady Luo's promotion would be in question. Concubine Luo in Equine Palace was also relieved after receiving the decree of promotion. Empress Rong comforted me before that the imperial concubine was careful and would definitely ask the Queen Mother and His Majesty for the decree, but I was always worried before I received the decree. Dai He, who served Concubine Luo, handed Concubine Luo the medicine to protect the pregnancy, as long as the child is born. According to the current situation in the palace, the master will definitely be the head of the palace. The imperial concubine is now asking for a title for the master, just to reassure you. The women in the palace are either busy with palace affairs, and have no free time every day, or they are idle, and have nothing to do, especially the concubines without children. Now the etiquette of paying respects to the queen has been changed to every 5th day. Going around the palaces to chat and talk is also a pastime. But Luo Marin, a newcomer who has just entered the palace, has no close friends. So she is not very willing to go, just talking to Rongfei in the main palace from time to time. After the pregnancy was reported to the emperor, Su Ruiqing, who now has many children, was thinking about the affairs of the court. He only visited Luo Marin a few times, and did not think of promoting her. Luo Marin is a person who likes to think about everything, so she has never been very down to earth. She is so worried that the old doctor in the imperial hospital prescribed her a few doses of medicine after taking her pulse for routine safety. The former dynasty was peaceful, and the harem was stable. The news of Luo's pregnancy was like a stone thrown into the lake, which only caused a little ripple, and then passed. Even Lin Muyue didn't expect that there would be something else waiting for her. One morning, when Lin Muyue was having breakfast alone, she saw Zhang Ginjin coming in with a slightly anxious step and bowing, saying, Your Majesty, Empress Rong of Equine Palace sent someone to say that Luo Ronghua didn't feel well when she got up this morning. After asking the imperial physician, it was said that the dragon fetus in her belly was not good. These days, the queen's greetings were not once a day. Lin Muyue was not very impatient to get up too early in the morning to eat breakfast. Now she was also mechanically putting food into her mouth one spoonful at a time. After hearing Zhang Ginjing's words, she was sober because she scalded herself with the porridge. What? You said Luo Ronghua was in trouble? Chapter 82. When Lin Muyu arrived at the Ikuan Palace, Concubine Rong was anxiously waiting in the main hall of Luo Ronghua's side hall. She was relieved to see Lin Muyu coming, and hurried forward to pay her respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you for coming so early in the morning. As the head of the Ikuan Palace, Luo Ronghua was in trouble now, and Concubine Rong was also very worried, fearing that she would be implicated. Now that the concubine who held the power of the palace had come, she wanted to report the matter to Lin Muyu as soon as possible to get herself out of it. Lin Muyu waved her hand to signal Concubine Rong to stand up. No need to be polite. I am also worried about Lady Luo's pregnancy. I am young and inexperienced. This morning, Dai He, who was beside Luo Ronghua, suddenly reported that something happened, so I immediately sent someone to ask for your help. Your Majesty. Although Concubine Rong wanted to push the responsibility away, she had to be more tactful. When Luo Ronghua got pregnant, didn't she send an experienced imperial physician to check her pulse on a regular basis? I looked at the pulse records sent by the imperial hospital, and they all said that Luo Ronghua and the dragon fetus in her belly were both fine. How did something happen suddenly? The imperial physicians and female doctors were busy in the inner room, so Lin Muyu could only frown and ask Concubine Rong. Concubine Rong was helpless, and could only carefully reply, "This? I don't know. It's just that when the imperial physician hadn't come yet, I went into the inner room to take a look, and it seemed that it wasn't good." Although Lin Muyu knew that there was a chance of spontaneous miscarriage during pregnancy, the imperial physician had always said that Luo Ronghua was fine. So how could something suddenly happen? After asking this question, she could only know that Concubine Rong was indeed confused. So she just kept silent and waited for the imperial physician to come out. The imperial physician who took Luo Ronghua's pulse was also a senior member of the imperial hospital. Although he was only an 8th rank imperial physician, he was proficient in gynecology and was the chief imperial physician of this department. Therefore, Lin Muyu arranged for him to take Luo Ronghua's pulse to help her stay pregnant. After declining Concubine Rong's invitation to sit down and wait for a while, as well as the tea and snacks offered by the palace servants, Lin Muyu stood there for a while before the imperial physician and came out from the inner room and said, "Greetings to the imperial concubine and the imperial concubine Rong. Luo Ronghua is safe, but the dragon fetus is still not saved." As soon as the imperial physician finished speaking, there was a dead silence in the room. Lin Muyu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened her eyes again, staring at the imperial physician and asked, "What's the reason? I remember the news that the imperial hospital reported to me at the beginning, but it always said that both mother and child were safe. How could something go wrong suddenly?" No one had ever seen the imperial concubine's face so gloomy and without a smile. The whole room was filled with people, including Concubine Rong. They all knelt on the ground. Dr. Ng could not hold his ground. He replied with a trembling voice, "From Ronghua's pulse, it seems that she has eaten something that harms the fetus. But Ronghua's diet and medications, which I and the female doctor have just checked, should be fine. So, I am incompetent. I hope the royal concubine will forgive me." Although Lin Muyu was angry, her mind was also very clear. She knew that there must be someone behind Luo Ronghua's accident. The imperial doctor only checked part of the diet and medication. It was normal that he could not find out what went wrong. Such a matter must be carefully checked by the experienced female officials and nurses in the palace administration department to find out the clues. "Everyone, get up. It's just that I can't help but disturb His Majesty and the Empress for such a big event." Lin Muyu thought about who this incident was directed at. She glanced at Concubine Rong, who looked unhappy next to her, and suddenly said this. After Concubine Rong got up, she took a deep breath and said, "There was a problem with Luo Ronghua's pregnancy. I am also responsible. I am willing to go with the Empress." Lin Muyu looked at Concubine Rong and felt that she would not be the one to do such a stupid thing. So she nodded and said, "The Empress is not in good health now, and should not work hard. Although I want to report this to the Empress, I think it is better to go to His Majesty for advice first." Although she didn't know who did it, Luo Ronghua, who had just entered the palace, certainly couldn't say how much hatred she had with anyone. Lin Muyu felt that the person behind this should not have designed this because of jealousy because of her pregnancy. It must be someone else. She didn't want to think of the Empress so badly, but she had to be on guard. Hearing the music and knowing the meaning, Concubine Rong also readily agreed. Your Majesty is wise. The Queen's health has not recovered yet, so we should not disturb her too much. No one knows where the investigation will go, and whose head it will be investigated. Concubine Rong also knows that the Imperial Concubine is trying to prevent the fire from burning herself. Besides, His Majesty has always been tolerant in front of the Imperial Concubine. Now that the matter has been reported to His Majesty, even if Su Ruiqing is angry about the loss of an unborn child, he will not punish the Imperial Concubine. And she, as the main seat, will also suffer less. Glancing at the clock in the room, Lin Muyue said, I guess His Majesty hasn't left the court yet at this hour. Let's go in and see how Luo Ronghua is doing. Concubine Rong herself is also pregnant. She felt a little uncomfortable when she thought of the expectation and gentle smile on Luo Ronghua's face when she talked about the child after she became pregnant. Yes, it's hard for her. I don't know how painful it must be. One of Lin Muyue's colleagues in her previous life had a miscarriage. She remembered that female colleague who was gentle and always smiling at ordinary times. But she no longer had the happy smile on her face since she came back from leave. Now Luo Ronghua was probably framed and lost her child. The concubines of this era basically regarded their children as their lifeblood. She was also a little afraid that Luo Ronghua would be upset after knowing that the child was gone. Before the two came in, the imperial physician had already prescribed a prescription, and the female physician also gave Luo Ronghua acupuncture and massage. So when the two came in, they both saw Luo Ronghua with disheveled hair and a haggard look. Miscarriage is also very harmful to the body. After Lin Muyue entered, she smelled a faint smell of blood mixed with the smell of herbs in the room. She looked at the person lying on the bed again, and remembered the Luo Ronghua who had come to her palace to thank her before. It was clearly the same person, but his spirit was completely different. I don't know what to say. Fortunately, Luo Ronghua was staring at the embroidered curtain above the bed with a dull look in her eyes. She didn't say anything. Only a few palace maids were helping her drink some medicine. Seeing the two ladies coming in, Daihe wiped her tears and tidied herself up. She hurried forward to greet them. Hello, ladies. My master can't greet you now. I hope you will forgive me. Luo Ronghua didn't respond when she heard others talking. Lin Muyue knew that she was still immersed in sadness. So she said softly, It's okay. Your master just lost her child. You should be careful and watch her so that she doesn't make any more mistakes. Daihe's eyes were filled with tears when he heard this. Seeing that she couldn't hold it back anymore, she confessed her guilt and then choked up and said, Yes, but I also hope that the queen can find out the matter as soon as possible and give justice to our master. Although she knew that it was presumptuous to say this to the imperial concubine, Daihe grew up with Luo Ronghua since childhood. Seeing the young lady enter the palace and get pregnant, she saw that things were going to get better. Now, she lost the child. So although she knew that she was rude and might even be punished by the imperial concubine, she still said this. Lin Muyue would never argue with her about this. Seeing that she was so sincerely worried about Luo Ronghua, she felt it was rare. She didn't say anything else, but only told her, Take good care of your master. Rong Fei was closer to Luo Ronghua. She went to sit beside the bed and comforted her. Although she saw that she didn't respond, Rong Fei could only say a few words of comfort. Seeing that the time was almost up, after watching Lin Muyue give a few instructions to the imperial physician and the female physician, the two of them went to the Yongqing Palace together. In the Yongqing Palace, Su Ruiqing had just changed into casual clothes and was about to handle government affairs. He was a little surprised when Eunuch Wan came in to report. At this time, you said that the imperial concubine and concubine Rong are asking for an audience together? He had just learned about Luo Ronghua and the dragon fetus from the imperial concubine, and Eunuch Wan was now choosing his words carefully. Yes, the imperial concubine said that she had something to ask His Majesty for his judgment, and she is waiting outside now. Although he was a little confused, but when he heard that Lin Muyue came to the Yongqing Palace and did not go to the side hall to wait for him to come back, but waited outside, Su Ruiqing frowned slightly. The weather is not good yet, and the wind is still strong. Go and let the imperial concubine come in. Lin Muyue and concubine Rong came in together. After she arrived at the Yongqing Palace, she respectfully greeted him. Su Ruiqing rarely saw her behave so politely in private, but at this time, he also knew that there were other people around, so he coughed and said, "Why do you come to see me so early, so early?" Lin Muyue went straight to the point. Looking into Su Ruiqing's eyes, she said as calmly as possible, "This morning, there was news from Luo Ronghua. Now, Luo Ronghua has had a miscarriage." After Eunuch Wang left, Su Ruiqing remembered that he had reported that the Imperial Concubine and Concubine Rong were asking for an audience together, and he had a secret idea in his mind. Seeing that Lin Muyue's clothes and makeup were obviously not in line with her usual exquisiteness, he also vaguely guessed what had happened. After hearing Lin Muyue's words, he just asked in a deep voice, "What did the Imperial physician say?" Lin Muyue also bowed and apologized. The Imperial physician said that he checked Luo Ronghua's recent diet and the medicine she took to maintain pregnancy, and there was nothing wrong. "I have ordered people to seal up the things she had taken in and used recently, and I hurried to ask your majesty whether to check and how to check." Seeing the Imperial concubine like this, Rong Fei also hurriedly leaned down and said, "This is also my fault. Luo Ronghua is a person in my palace. Now that she has been in trouble, I am panicked and hurriedly reported it to the Imperial concubine. Please don't blame the Imperial concubine." Su Ruiqing came over to help Lin Muyue up, and motioned Rong Fei to get up. "Since there is a villain, just catch this person. That's good. You two are busy with palace affairs and raising you. And Linger and the other two are already hard-working. There's no need to say such things." After that, he turned around and told Eunuch Wang, "The palace administration office didn't mention it. You should also select people who can do the job to help investigate the case, and you must get to the bottom of this matter." Eunuch Wang nodded in agreement. After Su Ruiqing ascended the throne, he did not reject the use of the factory guards, but he valued the guards more than the factory. The West factory has now been abolished, and the factory master of the East factory is only the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Administration. Except for him, the old eunuch given by the Empress Dowager, Su Ruiqing doesn't seem to want to promote anyone who serves the Emperor. This time, if he gives the opportunity, he can also see that this matter will be handled in a big way after it is passed on. Chapter 83. Compared with the 6 female officials, there are 24 eunuchs in the palace, and the eunuchs have wider powers and more people. Among the 12, the most valuable is the Saligian, and Eunuch Wang is also the commander of the Saligian. With the title of the 4th rank, Su Ruiqing values Eunuch Wang the most. Except for this old eunuch, the others who serve him are all his apprentices and old friends. It can be said that other eunuchs are looking forward to the emperor promoting others. The Imperial Horse Bureau is an inconspicuous place in the south of the East Palace. Although the chief eunuch of the factory is no longer working here, the eunuchs and young eunuchs inside are still talking about it when the news from the emperor comes. Grandpa Wang is old after all. Your Majesty is relying on him now, but he must be granted a life of honor outside the palace. I think if Eunuch Qiao can handle this matter now, he will have a chance to serve your Majesty." The 2 eunuchs whispered, talking about the gossips between the imperial eunuch and their superiors. "I think although the eunuch wants to show his face in front of your Majesty, the power of the East factory is not inferior to that of the Imperial Household Department. It depends on how the eunuch chooses." Another eunuch had a different idea. The Imperial Household Department has its own advantages, but the East factory is in charge of the prison and can work outside, which is also impressive and rare. Eunuch Qiao didn't know that the children below had already started arguing about their future, but he was also happy that the emperor finally remembered them. "Your Majesty has entrusted the matter to us this time, so we must do it well," said Eunuch Qiao, the head of the West factory, looking at the young eunuch standing respectfully below. "This is the matter of the inner palace, which can only be handled by the eunuchs." Eunuch Qiao also felt a little regretful, but he had his own way. He gave a few detailed instructions and waited for the result. Normally, if something happened in the palace, especially in the harem, it shouldn't affect so many people. However, Su Ruiqing and his concubines from the Eastern Palace to the present can be said to be harmonious. Even if there are occasional disputes, there has never been any harm to babies. Although he did not show his anger in front of Lin Muyue and Zhu Yanfu at that time, the words passed on to Eunuch Qiao later were more severe than the last. Since the child was suddenly gone, the first thing to do is to find out where the mistake was. Luo Ronghua's palace was turned upside down. The people around her, including Dai He and Dai Pu, who she brought into the palace, were taken away for questioning. But in the end, after searching again and again, they didn't find anything at all. The person who came back from the palace administration office was still Ms. Zheng. "We are incompetent. We have only checked it roughly, and found nothing. Now, Eunuch Xiao has sent people to disturb Concubine Rong and Luo Ronghua in Equine Palace again. Lin Muyue looked at the list she handed over, which included in detail all the utensils Luo Ronghua had used recently, the food he had eaten, and even the rooms of the palace servants who served him. Everything that had been checked was written on it. This is strange. Does the palace administration have any other ideas? Lin Muyue also felt that this matter was beginning to be strange. She originally suspected that it was not the work of a high-ranking concubine, but now seeing that this matter was not perfect but also made the experienced palace administration feel frustrated, it always felt a little strange. In addition to the close servants, there are also some eunuchs and palace servants who live in a row of houses in the north. Now that there is no problem with the people around Ronghua, I will ask the queen if you want to search the corridor as well. Although it is now an investigation, it is also controlled in the 6 palaces, especially the Equine Palace. If the people in the corridor in the north are searched, the matter will be blown up and Ms. Zheng is afraid that the imperial concubine will not agree. Lin Muyue thought for a while. The people living in the north corridor are all servants from all over the palace. Even if they serve in the same Equine Palace, they may not live together. If they search it, it will be a lot of trouble. Don't rush this matter. There is still a letter from Eunuch Xiao. Let's see if there is anything to find out. Lin Muyue not only heard Su Ruiqing instructing Eunuch Wang to select people to do the work in front of the emperor, but also got the confirmation when the two met privately. It is said that if the palace administration office can't find anything, Eunuch Xiao can also investigate later. Lady Zheng knew that she hadn't really brought anything out today, and it was expected that the imperial concubine would disagree. So she apologized and said, "There is one more thing I need to tell the queen. The imperial physician checked the pulse of Master Ronghua once every 10 days. So after the imperial physician's examination this time, he said that Master Ronghua might have been exposed to something that caused the dragon fetus to be damaged." Lin Muyue thought about it. "I still think that she ate something. Even if the food that harms the fetus is made into a fragrant bait, it may not be effective after 10 days. Maybe she missed something in the food." Zheng. After hearing what Lin Muyue said, the female official also felt that it made sense. So she continued, "Since we have Eunuch Xiao to help, I'm sure we can get some information from him. I can only interrogate the palace maids in detail, and Eunuch Xiao will have to investigate the eunuchs again." Lin Muyue also knew that it had always been like this in the palace. When the little palace maid started gossiping, the palace officials quickly caught the person behind it. That was because the female officials and the palace maids were originally part of the same system. This time, the matter involved more people, and Eunuch Xiao would need to help with the eunuchs. So she nodded and asked female official Zheng to go back to work. Seeing that the person had left, Yun Xia hurriedly came in with a tray, which contained the heat-reducing tea that Lin Muyue had ordered before. Lin Muyue took the tea and drank it slowly. Yun Xia was about to say something but hesitated. Looking at Yun Xia's expression, Lin Muyue turned around and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say. You have nothing to be embarrassed about in front of me. I was thinking, this matter, maybe it was done over there." Yun Xia pointed to the east, and although her tone was hesitant, she finally said it. "Why does she have to do this? This matter won't do her any good." Lin Muyue actually knew who Yun Xia wanted to talk about before she said it, but she didn't think it was the queen who did it. Before the two of them finished talking, Zhang Yinjing walked in anxiously. "It's bad. Queen, Eunuch Xiao just went to Changchun Palace and took away Shuxing and Yueshing who were with Queen Yun Zhaoyuan." Yun Xia was also very surprised, but Lin Muyue felt like she had finally come. Looking at everyone, she said, "After all, it's for me. Yun Zhaoyuan's move is probably just the first move." Zhang Yinjin originally came in to ask Lin Muyue's advice, wondering if his queen should go meet Yun Zhaoyuan and discuss countermeasures together. But he didn't expect to hear Lin Muyue say that this matter was aimed at her. However, she was also used to seeing all kinds of secrets in the palace, and she reacted in an instant. "What does your majesty mean? That the person behind the scenes wants to use your majesty's people to point out that your majesty has a problem?" Shuxing was someone Yun Zhaoyuan picked up from the flower and bird bureau by chance. At that time, Yun was still an inconspicuous concubine in the East Palace, and it was not the case that someone would think of inserting a nail at that time. When Lin Muyue heard Zhang Yinjing's words, she knew that the little eunuch Yueshing who took Shuxing's name must have a problem. After Eunuch Xiao found out about Yun Zhaoyuan, he felt something was wrong. As a eunuch, His greatest ability was to understand the emperor's intentions. Now the emperor favored the imperial concubine, and anyone with eyes could see it. Now he found out about Yun Xiaoyuan, the imperial concubine's best friend in the palace. He thought that if the two eunuchs said something about the imperial concubine, then the result of his investigation might not be what the emperor wanted to see. Unfortunately, it was not what he wanted. A few days later, Eunuch Xiao looked at the confession on the table, and no longer had the joy he had when he first got the job. Instead, he looked worried. His disciple Bai, who was beside him, saw his master's face wrinkled, as if he had swallowed coptis root, and quickly spoke up to share his master's worries. "Master, but do you want to present this confession to His Majesty?" "Present it to His Majesty. How dare you show His Majesty such a confession?" Eunuch Xiao glared at his disciple, and slapped Bai on the head. Holding his head, Bai exaggeratedly shouted ouch. Ouch. After his master slapped him a few more times and calmed down, he said, "Master, since all these things are heading for Qixing Palace, then you can just hand them over to His Majesty. Isn't it His Majesty who is worried? Whether it is to protect the imperial concubine or not. It all depends on the emperor's judgment." Eunuch Xiao knew this truth, but he couldn't show his ability by doing so. He still wanted to get things done before handing the results to His Majesty. "It's easy for you to say, kid. Forget it. I'll think about it." Eunuch Xiao was also having a headache. After driving his apprentice out, he planned to think about what to do. However, Eunuch Xiao underestimated the emperor's attention to this matter. Before he could come up with a solution, Eunuch Wang in front of the emperor came to him in person and took away all the evidence. "What is it that you need to trouble me with?" Eunuch Xiao was respectful to Eunuch Wang. After all, his seniority and relationship with the emperor were there. Although everyone in the palace knew that Eunuch Wang would probably retire in the next 1 or 2 years, they couldn't afford to offend this Buddha now. "It's just a matter of Master Ronghua. Your Majesty heard that you found something here, so you asked me to come and take a look." Before, it involved Yun Xiaoyuan's palace. Su Ruiqing just frowned after receiving the letter. He always knew Yun's character, and thought that this would not be done by her. So he continued to order people to investigate in detail. Unexpectedly, after a detailed investigation, it was even more fatal. It directly touched the emperor's reverse scale. Now it's just that kid's mouth is not clear, and he is making random accusations. It's not good to let these dirty words pollute the emperor's ears. Seeing that the emperor was interested in this matter, and wanted to investigate it more thoroughly before reporting, Eunuch Xiao tried a few more words in front of Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang shook off the dust lightly. "This is the emperor's personal order, and I can't compromise it." Hearing this, Eunuch Xiao also knew that this matter could not be delayed, and he could only ask his subordinates to go to the back hall to pick up the person, while continuing to speak well of Eunuch Wang. "I didn't handle this matter well. I'm afraid the emperor will blame me. I hope you can give me some advice. Now this matter involves 2 high-ranking concubines with sons. Eunuch Xiao only thinks that if it is just the concubines who secretly harm each other, it will be fine. But if it involves the heir and the throne, then his life will not be enough." Eunuch Wang glanced at Eunuch Xiao. "Although I have taken the person away today, it is still up to Eunuch Xiao to decide how to investigate the case later." Eunuch Xiao immediately understood. No matter what the final result is, this result is not what the emperor wants to see. So they have to give the emperor a satisfactory answer. "I don't need to worry about it. Eunuch, take care." Through Eunuch Wang's words, Eunuch Xiao also immediately understood the emperor's intention. Seeing that the 2 people involved in the case had been brought to the hall, he saw Eunuch Wang out attentively. Chapter 84. Eunuch Wang took Shuxing and Daoxing back to the Yongxin Palace, but Su Ruiqing didn't even look at the confessions, but only stared at the 2 eunuchs kneeling below. Although Shuxing was just a low-level eunuch bullied by his peers, he was really useful to Yun Xiaoyuan for so many years, and he had met Su Ruiqing several times on weekdays. Although he was arrested and tortured in the East factory, Eunuch Xiao was afraid that if the emperor wanted to ask these people to meet, it would be bloody and ugly, so he looked fine on the surface, and was stable now. The one who was promoted was a new one. He was talking dirty, and dragged Zhao Yuan and Guifei to the palace. Although he withstood a round of punishment, he was now stared at by the emperor's gloomy eyes, and trembled as if he had something to hide. "I have summoned Zhao Shandong, who is beside the Queen Mother, to come. You go and explain the matter to her in detail, and then tell Qiao Bing to continue to investigate." Su Ruiqing looked at the 2 eunuchs below, and without saying much, He directly told Wang the eunuch to continue to work. A few days later, the queen, the Guifei, and Rongfei and Yun Xiaoyuan, who were involved in the matter, all arrived in the Yangxin Palace, followed by Luo Ronghua and Gu Meiren, who lived in the same palace with Yun Xiaoyuan. The eunuchs and palace maids involved in the case were also brought before the emperor. Daoxing looked at the beautiful figure behind him, and his body trembled slightly. Concubine Gu and the others saluted Su Ruiqing together, but did not even look at Daoxing and the other two kneeling beside them. After saluting and standing up, his hand unconsciously pinched the tassel of the jade pendant hanging from his waist. Su Ruiqing lowered his eyes and told eunuch Wang, "Go and summon Zhao Shanggong and Xiao Bing to come together." He had previously handed the matter over to the palace administration department and the eunuchs, but privately summoned Zhao Shanggong, who was beside the queen mother, to investigate together. So today these two people came to answer together. Murdering the dragon fetus and concubines is a serious crime, and it is not possible to settle the case with confessions. After all, it is necessary to have key evidence. Daoxing worked in the internal weaving and dyeing bureau before he served Yun Xiaoyuan. Eunuch Xiao asked the eunuch in charge of the internal weaving and dyeing bureau to talk. As expected, a eunuch Tai Miao, who had a close relationship with Daoxing, was found. Something was found in that person's house. After Daoxing was arrested, he accused Shuxing, saying that it was Shuxing who instructed him to do so. And behind the scenes, Yun Xiaoyuan and the imperial concubine were not virtuous and did not want to see the new bride pregnant. So they caused such a thing. Zhao Shanggong looked at everyone and said slowly, "Daoxing and Taimu from the Internal Weaving and Dyeing Bureau have an old relationship." Taimu took advantage of the convenience of the Weaving and Dyeing Bureau to secretly hide some other medicinal materials when purchasing dyes. These were all things that eunuch Xiao had found out before. Daoxing did not refute when he heard this, but said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, these are all the instructions given to me by Empress Xiaoyuan through eunuch Shuxing. I dare not disobey." Everyone had different expressions when they heard this. Yun Xiaoyuan immediately knelt down and said, "I was blessed by heaven to enter the palace, and it was also granted to your majesty by the Empress Dowager. Now I am also the 9th concubine. The position of concubine is already filled with Luoner. Why do you need to kill Luo Ronghua, the new concubine and the dragon fetus in her belly? I hope your majesty will understand. Yun Danyuan has a bit of a character that would rather break than bend, and she refused to say a soft word at this time." Lin Muyue looked at her back, which was still straight even though she was kneeling, and felt that she had implicated her. But before she could speak, Su Ruiqing signaled eunuch Wang to help her up. "I also know your character and heart, get up. Please continue." Zhao Shanggong. When Yun Xiaoyuan stood aside again, Su Ruiqing signaled Zhao Shanggong to continue. "After careful investigation, I found that Tai Miao had a lover, Shir, who served Ronghua. Zhao Shanggong had been in the palace for a long time, and she looked calm when talking about the lover. Tai Miao crushed the medicinal materials into powder and gave it to Shir. Ronghua liked to eat persimmons these days, so she smeared the stuff on it. Then, Zhao Shanggong directly told the method of drugging by this group of people. The things in the palace were exquisite. There were 4 persimmons in a box, and Luo Ronghua could only eat 1 or 2 at a time. The rest were given to people around him. Shir observed that Luo Ronghua always picked up the one in the lower left corner to eat, so she only put the stuff on that one. So when everyone checked later, they did not find anything wrong. Sierra didn't do anything after getting the stuff. She was promoted to serve in the inner room these days, and then she took the medicine. After the medicine was used up, there was no more left, so she escaped the initial round of search by Zheng. Eunuch Xiao just listened to what Zhao Shanggong said quietly, and added, although Daoxing said that Shuxing instructed him, he had no other evidence except for one oral testimony. I followed this clue and asked the people from the palace administration department to check again among the eunuchs and palace maids in Changchun Palace. It was found that there was also a suspicious relationship between Daoxing and Yen Zan, the palace maid beside concubine Gu. So I brought that person to go. Now he has confessed. Suspicious property was also found in Daoxing's room. Some of the silver nudes were given by concubine Gu to her relatives according to their patterns, and they were not things that other palace maids in Changchun Palace could get. The weight of the silver nudes should be given to Yen Zan. Eunuch Xiao was the head of the Ease factory during the reign of the previous emperor. He had handled several major cases in the court. Before, Su Ruiqing was a little flustered because he was anxious to get a result. Later, he was given time to investigate the case. So he calmly investigated the case. Zhao Shandong waited for eunuch Qiao to finish speaking, and continued, I have asked Shuxing, Daoxing and Taimu several times, asking them to explain in detail when the handover took place, and where the plan was made. Shuxing has always tried to prove his innocence, and said nothing else. However, there are inconsistencies in what Daoxing and Taimu said, especially the day when Taimu said the handover took place among the three in a panic, which was also the day when the third prince followed the second prince to deliver the music score to the grand princess. The person the third prince brought that day was Shuxing. Before, the grand princess borrowed the music score from Lin Muyue. Originally, Lin Muyue wanted Yu Tao to deliver it, but Qing Yu and Qing Luan happened to be with her that day. So she volunteered to take the task of delivering things to her sister, and went with them. The people they brought were Maokai and Shuxing. Concubine Gu couldn't stand hearing what eunuch Qiao said just now, and she knelt down to argue. Now that Zhao Shandong had finished speaking, she was speechless. She could only stand up and struggle with tears, saying, I am a palace servant of Empress Xiaoyuan, and I would never do such things. Besides, I and Sister Luo entered the palace in the same year. So why would you harm her? Luo Ronghua had just recovered a little, and she came to the Yongqing Palace with all her strength. When she heard the word friendship, she sneered. You had instigated Sister Pan and Concubine Kai to compete for favor before, and now you can't help it when you see I'm pregnant. It's a pity that the palace is not a place where you can be so unbridled. Last year in the garden, Concubine Gu talked about the emperor's whereabouts during a casual chat. Before Concubine Kai could react, Concubine Pan blocked her words back. Later, Lady Kai also talked about this matter with Luo Shi, who was also a beauty at the time. Luo Shi also remembered Lady Gu in her heart at that time. Su Ruiqing was not angry when his words were interrupted. Seeing that Lady Gu had been asked speechless, he asked Zhao and Qiao again. If that's the case, why did Daoxing work so hard for Lady Gu? Zhao Shandong glanced at eunuch Qiao, and he replied knowingly, the eunuch in charge of Chongqing Palace is Shuxing. But Daoxing is proud of his talent, and thinks that Lady Yun Xiaoyuan is ignorant, and does not know how to use people. So he has long been resentful. It is estimated that Lady Gu saw this. So she privately sent Yin Zan to contact her, and promised to promote him to be the eunuch in charge by her side later. After eunuch Qiao finished speaking, Zhao Shandong added, and Yin Zan is the most useful palace made by Lady Gu's side, and also her confidant brought from outside the palace. The whole family is. Being in the hands of her master, she will naturally work hard for him. Su Ruiqing nodded, suppressed her anger, and said to eunuch Wang, Gu harbored grudges, and killed the imperial concubines. She is demoted to a commoner, and sentenced to death. Take her away. The emperor has always been known for his kindness. When Lady Gu heard Su Ruiqing say this, she widened her eyes in disbelief. She only reacted after the eunuchs in front of the emperor held her arms. She screamed, Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. Your Majesty, please look into it. Hearing that Lady Gu was still quibbling, Su Ruiqing's expression became even darker. He turned a deaf ear to her shouting. However, eunuch Wang was alert, and quickly gestured to the eunuchs, who were taking people out to move faster. The queen sat on the sidelines, and watched such a scene. She had received news that this incident seemed to be related to the imperial concubine. Somehow, she thought of the time when Lin Muyue and Su Ruiqing, who was still the prince, were in love. It happened that Yun was pregnant at that time, and Lin Muyue did not do anything to the child. Seeing that the people had been taken away, Li Wancheng said, in addition to Luo's loss of the child, the imperial concubine and Yun Xiaoyuan were also wronged. Your Majesty should also comfort them. Lin Muyue was also shocked to know that this matter was caused by concubine Gu. She was already impressed that there was a bold Miss Jiao from the Minister of Works among the concubines. Now this Gu Marin is just a little beauty, but she dared to murder the concubines who entered the palace in the same year and tried to frame others. She was so audacious that it made people speechless. After hearing the words of the queen, she reacted, and stood up and said without waiting for Su Ruiqing to reply, I am not talented and learned enough. It is a big mistake to make such a big mistake when I was in charge of palace affairs. I dare not say this as the queen. Su Ruiqing sighed. How can this be considered as your negligence? It is difficult to guard against the intention to harm others. You have been in charge of palace affairs for so many days without any mistakes. Even the concubines praised you for your good management. There is no need to say such things. Watching the emperor say a few words, and then make the matter, The story was over. Li Wancheng felt bored and didn't want to watch Su Ruiqing and Lin Miyue talking anymore. But she smiled and said, I am tired. Today's business is over. I will take my leave now. Su Ruiqing then looked at the queen with concern and said, Since that's the case, let's go. You all should go back first. Lin Miyue went out with everyone. But after thinking for a while, she waited for a while after leaving the Yangxing Palace and asked Yunxia to invite Eunuch Wang to come out. After the concubines left, Su Ruiqing sat on a chair by himself. His fatigue became more obvious. He rubbed his sore eyes and said, Light the incense to calm the mind. I want to calm myself down. The one who responded was not the old eunuch he was familiar with, but Chun Lai. He heard Su Ruiqing's order, lit the incense to calm the mind and left. Chun Lai was originally the apprentice of the eunuch Xiao, the most trusted eunuch around the late emperor. When the prince was behaving himself, he often spoke well of him. Now that the late emperor was gone, his master had left the palace to retire. He took the position of the junior eunuch of the imperial household department in a low-key manner, and still served in front of the emperor. Chun Lai had just walked out of the door when he saw Eunuch Wang leading the imperial concubine back. He was a little surprised but still hurried up to greet her. Hello, imperial concubine. What are you doing? Lin Miyue looked at an inner room covered by a screen. I'm here to talk to the emperor. Eunuch Wang and Chun Lai were both shrewd people in the imperial court, although Su Ruiqing had just said that he wanted to be alone. But the imperial concubine was here now. How could they not let anyone in? Hearing footsteps, Su Ruiqing thought that it was Eunuch Wang who came in again. So he said with some displeasure, Didn't I say I didn't want to be disturbed? Seeing Su Ruiqing lying on the bed, with his arms covering his eyes, Lin Miyue walked over and gently massaged his head, saying softly, I'm here. Su Ruiqing smelled the familiar scent of jasmine, and he relaxed at this time. I was just wondering if you would come back. Luo Ronghua will not feel comfortable after losing a child. And I know that you, as a father, will also feel uncomfortable. Speaking of the person who knows Su Ruiqing, the new emperor, best, besides the queen mother in the Xinang palace, it is Lin Miyue. So after everyone dispersed today, she thought about it and decided to go back to comfort him. Su Ruiqing didn't answer, but his hand unconsciously grabbed Lin Miyue's hand. When I was a child, my father had a favorite concubine. She was already 7 months pregnant. At that time, she lived in the garden. Somehow, she fell into the water. I was bored with studying at the time, so I secretly went out for a walk and saw this incident. Lin Miyue didn't know these things, but she was relieved to hear Su Ruiqing was willing to talk. Then, what happened later? Later, it was just like today. We only found out about a little noble lady, but I also saw my mother sighing at that time. The child beside her. The aunts only advised the queen mother to just get the result and not to investigate further. After Su Ruiqing finished speaking, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Miyue. I always feel that this matter is the same as before. It doesn't seem to be something done by a beauty. When Lin Miyue heard this, Your Majesty, are you suspecting me? Su Ruiqing seemed to be choked by this and squeezed Lin Miyue's hand. Only you dare to make such a joke. Forget it. It's hard to say who did it at this time. Su Ruiqing thought of the helpless look on his mother's face at that time, and now he has to make such a decision. Chapter 85. Since Luo Ronghua lost her child, the palace has calmed down again, but bad news came from the empress's mother's family. The Li family. The empress's grandfather, Li Zhuyong, died on June 13th. When the news of the death reached the summer palace, the empress had just recovered not long ago, but she was bedridden again because of the bad news. When she went to the palace again, this time, the late emperor had passed away. Although Su Ruiqing felt that Jiolong Shengjing was comfortable and did not change his place, he still followed the empress dowager to live in Shouhuachunaway and let the empress go to Fengmingkuni. It is now the end of June. Fengmingkuni should have been a time when all kinds of rare flowers were in full bloom, but because the queen's grandfather passed away, all those rare flowers were moved away by the queen's order. Your Majesty, don't be too sad. Our wife handed over a sign, saying to come visit. Fuyu looked at the queen who was still dressed neatly in a long gown in such a hot day, and was worried in her heart. But she still had to smile to comfort the queen. The queen had just seen the little princess brought by the wet nurse, and knew that everyone around her was worried and wanted to comfort her. I don't know how hard mother has been working these days. Even when Luo Gur came back to pay his respects to me some time ago, I saw that he had lost a lot of weight. Because of the funeral of Grandpa Li, the Holy Family was working hard and holding back their grief. Fu knew that Li Wancheng was not feeling well. So she hurried over and handed the queen a bowl of cherries. Fresh tribute. Please have some. Your Majesty. After eating a few cherries, Li Wancheng felt her appetite better. This is sweet and sour and delicious. Has yours sent it? Yes. The Shangshi Bureau said that a lot of it was sent this year. If your Majesty likes it, you can ask someone to get it at any time. Fu replied with a smile. How could there be so many of these tributes? Li Wancheng knew that Lin Muyue had specially ordered this. But she didn't mention it and just said, Mother likes it too. Let's ask someone to get some on the day she enters the palace. However, on the day, it was not the queen's mother, Madame Mai, who entered the palace, but her sister-in-law. Bye. Li Wancheng was a little confused when she saw her sister-in-law bowing to her. But she quickly called her up and said, We are all family, so there is no need to be polite. Please sit down. Sister-in-law, thinking that it was Madame Mai who came to the palace. The queen also prepared the tea and snacks that her mother liked. At this time, she could only say, I didn't know it was my sister-in-law who came. The preparations were not thoughtful enough. Bai was not picky at all. She took a look at the things on the table, and knew that these were all things that her mother-in-law liked. So she smiled and said to the queen, Everything in the palace is good. Thank you. Mother. Mother. After eating a piece of tongue biscuit, Bai said after a few polite words, Thanks to your Majesty. Luo Gur has never been well behaved at home. Now he serves your Highness. I hope your Majesty and your Highness will tolerate him. Although she said this in a self-deprecating way, the latter sentence was asking her to tolerate him. However, Li Wancheng didn't care much about this. She just said, Luo Gur is our child. How can he be bad? Sister-in-law, you are worrying too much. The queen personally brought a small teapot to refill a cup of tea for her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you have been tired these days. Our father, mother and brother okay? Li Wancheng thought that her mother was not able to enter the palace today because she was tired from taking care of the family affairs. So she made plans to send her out of the palace after a while of politeness with her sister-in-law. However, she still missed her family and wanted to ask about the family affairs through her sister-in-law. When the queen asked about family matters, Mrs. Bai's eyes began to evade again, and she said hesitantly, It's all fine. But I came to the palace today because the master asked me to ask. Now that grandfather has passed away, can the master still bestow the title? Li Wancheng knew that her sister-in-law was always dignified and could handle things. Seeing that she was always a little restless when she spoke just now, she knew that she must have a purpose for coming to the palace this time. Now that she heard what Mrs. Bai said, it was also within her expectations. However, it was not her decision. Li Wancheng was in a dilemma. When my grandfather passed away, His Majesty wanted to confer a title and posthumous title. However, when my grandfather refused the title, he had mentioned in his memorial that he did not need the emperor's favor after his death. Now His Majesty has not mentioned the title of our family. When Bai heard what the queen said, she asked again, Your Majesty, can you mention it to His Majesty again? Your Majesty also knows that your husband only passed the imperial examination and was not able to stay in the capital. If your family had a title, it would be better. Li Wancheng said nothing. With the current situation in the court and the palace, she felt that her position as queen would be in question if her grandfather passed away. Her family actually wanted her to persuade His Majesty to confer a title on the Li family. The queen looked at her sister-in-law, who became even more uneasy after she finished speaking. She suddenly felt very tired. She knew that she was probably forced by her father to come to the palace to tell her these things. I understand. Sister-in-law, please go back first. I am not feeling well now. The imperial physician also said that I need to rest more. Li Wancheng picked up the teacup and felt the warmth coming from it. She said softly to Bai. Seeing the queen like this, Bai wanted to say something, but she didn't know what words to say after trying to open her mouth. She could only say awkwardly, Then the queen should also take good care of her body. I will take my leave. Li Wancheng dismissed everyone around her during their conversation. So Xiaoman was still wondering why Bai left in a hurry after coming here. When she said Bai out, she also asked a few questions. Madam, won't you stay a little longer? The queen has prepared some fresh fruits for me to take back to the mansion. Bai knew that what she said just now might have annoyed the queen. Now she was worried that she would not be able to report back. So, Then he forced a smile and said, "It's not good to bother the queen, so I'll go back first." Xiaoman quickly called a young eunuch and a young palace maid. "Go and get the things that the queen prepared, and then send the lady out." Xiaoman was still entertaining Bai, but the queen in the house called Fuyu. Women from other families had to hand in their badges in advance to enter the palace. Bai was still a commoner, and her brother's official position had not been granted to her. Madame Bai was a first-rank official, and the procedures for entering the palace were different. Fuyu should have known that the Li family had replaced someone to enter the palace, but she did not tell the queen in advance. Fuyu also knew that she had done something wrong. After entering the house, she knelt beside the queen. "Your Majesty." Li Wanchun looked down at her. "Why did you help my family to deceive me?" The highest-ranking female official around the queen was Gong Zheng. But there were other positions that could be appointed. Fuyu and Xiaoman were both brought from her family. Xiaoman was loyal, but not so good at dealing with people. Although Li Wanchun trusted her, she valued Fuyu more. She had originally planned to promote Fuyu to Xi Zheng, but she didn't expect that this most trusted girl would secretly help the Li family. When Fuyu heard his own queen questioning him, he leaned over and said, "Your Majesty let the imperial concubine take charge of the palace affairs on the grounds that your Majesty was weak and needed to rest. The Sixshang Bureau also spread rumors that your Majesty seemed to want everyone to check the etiquette of the previous dynasty to confer titles on the imperial concubine. Your Majesty, even if it's not for the sake of your family, you should mention the matter of conferring a title on the master for your own sake." Li Wanchun leaned on the pillow. "If your Majesty is willing, there is no need for me to mention it. Forget it. You should go down first." The previous dynasty had mentioned the issue of the crown prince several times, but Su Ruiqing had blocked it. Now that the queen's grandfather has passed away, the scholars in the court are regretful, and some have the intention of supporting the legitimate heir. They are preparing to ask the emperor to appoint a crown prince after a while. Among them, the most excited were young officials who had just entered the court. Jia Zhu had originally accepted the invitation of his colleagues to have a drink, but he did not expect to hear such deadly words during the meal. He just kept silent and watched the people at the table speak passionately. On the way back, everyone said goodbye one by one. Jia Zhu said to Zhuanghe, who was also a classmate of the same year and the Imperial College, "Brother Jingmu has hurt me badly today." Zhuanghe also smiled bitterly. "Don't blame me, my dear brother. I didn't expect Brother Yunhui to do this today. Brothers Wu and Brother Tang have always been good friends. How could they not know about this?" Jia Zhu didn't believe it. These newcomers came to the court. Everyone thought that they had the ability to save the country, and thought about advising the emperor all day long. But Jia Zhu was born in a noble family and understood the emperor's mind best. If the emperor was determined to delay the appointment of a crown prince, then all these books would be useless. Brother Yunhui did this only for his majesty, and he was loyal and loving. Although what happened today was indeed my fault, Brother Hebe. Don't you have the intention to advise his majesty? The two got on the carriage, and Zhuanghe expressed his thoughts again. Jia Zhu looked at the slightly stubborn look on the opposite side, and said sincerely, "I know that you are all loyal men, and you risked your lives to write for the sake of the country's history. But I also want to advise you that the affairs of the royal family are not so easy to control. Although the emperor is not showing his power now, he is not a king who can be manipulated by his subjects. Your brothers and others' writing will not have any results. It is because these scholars have no real ability, and the only way they can think of is to write letters. Which is why Jia Zhu did not leave the table today. Although his family had not been involved in the affairs of the Jin family, he had seen his old relatives end up in a miserable situation. He knew that unless they had no choice, it was not easy for a minister to get involved in the royal succession struggle. Zhuanghe was silent for a while. The only sound coming from the carriage was the sound of horse hooves. Jia Zhu did not insist on his response and recognition. He had already said his words, and it was other people's business whether they listened or not. As Jia Zhu expected, Su Ruiqing did not care about how these ministers of the previous dynasty wrote to him. But because of the pressure of the previous dynasty, he was unable to make Lin Miyue an imperial concubine or depose the queen on the grounds that she was too sick to be a role model for the queen mother. From Emperor Su Ruiqing to his concubines, and all the civil and military officials in the court, everyone thought that the battle for the throne would be a tug of war. However, no one expected that the battle for the throne in the Yong'an dynasty would end with the emperor dying of illness in his prime. And he could not hold on under the watchful eyes of the Yong tribe in the north, and the pressure from the previous dynasty. In order to stabilize the court, Emperor Yongnan issued 2 edicts to establish the eldest prince born by the queen as the crown prince to inherit the throne, and named the second prince born by the imperial concubine as the king of Wu and sent him to Jiangnan. Chapter 86. Your Majesty, please use some things too. You have been taking care of His Majesty day and night these days. You should be careful not to get tired. Yun Xia is now a 6th-rank official beside Lin Miyue. Originally, she had stopped doing these things to serve others. But the emperor was not in good health these days, so he only summoned the imperial concubine to take care of him. Since then, Lin Miyue has lived in Yangshan Hall of Yangxin Palace, and has not returned to her own palace for several months. There is no east wind or west wind in this palace. For so many years, I have seen that only the imperial hospital and the imperial pharmacy are the most useful. Lin Miyue took the bird's nest handed by Yun Xia, and ate it with a frown as if taking medicine, while saying this leisurely. Yun Xia laughed. In the past few years in this palace, the emperor needed to take care of his body. The director of the imperial hospital worked so hard that he lost countless hairs. Later, the queen was pregnant and not in good health, which tied up the energy of many imperial doctors and female doctors. Before Empress Dowager Duanxi passed away 2 years ago, the imperial hospital was reprimanded by His Majesty countless times. After Lin Miyue used something, she put the bowl back on the table. She felt that it was not easy for the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital. Yun Xia felt relieved when she saw that Lin Miyue finally used something. She signaled the little palace maid to clean up the table. And then she personally tied up Lin Miyue's hair. The emperor was ill, and Lin Miyue had no mood to dress herself up. She only put on a white jade and yellow jade rabbit worshipping the moon hairpin on her head, and casually put on a half-new amber yellow skirt and a yellow shirt, and went to the bedroom connected to the hall of the Yangxin Palace. The former director of the imperial hospital had retired and returned to his hometown, and the current director was a middle-aged imperial physician named Luo Shuyu, who was promoted by Su Ruiqing. After entering the bedroom, Lin Miyue watched the imperial physician Luo giving Su Ruiqing acupuncture, and she sat beside him and waited quietly. Knowing that the imperial concubine had come in, Dr. Luo's movements were still unhurried. He didn't put away the needle until he had finished the whole set of movements. He went to greet Lin Miyue. When Lin Miyue saw the imperial physician coming, she directly exempted him from the courtesy. There is no need to be polite. Imperial physician, how is your majesty now? Dr. Luo was originally a famous doctor in Jiangnan. He learned his medical skills from his family. His family had a long history with the former court judge Fu. Therefore, he was recommended to the palace after the old imperial physician and the court director retired. He has been relied on by Su Ruiqing for many years. Dr. Luo had been practicing medicine outside the palace for many years. Even though he had entered the palace and became a royal doctor, he had not learned the euphemistic way of speaking of royal doctors. Although he was a little hesitant when he heard Lin Miyue's question, he still told the truth. Your humble servant is incompetent. Your Majesty is not feeling well. Your Majesty should be prepared. Although she knew that Su Ruiqing had a sudden chest pain in the court and was sent back to the Yangxin Palace by important officials, guards, and eunuchs, Lin Miyue had expected it after so many days. But seeing the familiar person gradually weakening, lying drowsily on the bed, and the wise doctor who had high hopes for her saying such words to her again, Lin Miyue still felt dizzy. Seeing Lin Miyue suddenly lose her balance, Yun Xia hurried over to support her. Madam, are you okay? With the dizziness in her head and blackness in front of her eyes, Lin Miyue came to her senses and found that she had fallen on the table. She supported her head and raised her body, looking directly into the eyes of Dr. Luo and asked, I'm fine. Dr. Luo, I want a definite answer. Did your Majesty suffer from chest pain due to overwork? Or was there any other reason? Lin Miyue knew that Su Ruiqing had been concerned about the government and wanted to be a wise leader. He had worked hard to govern the country over the years, changed the Liang tax, changed the military system, and almost dealt with the nobles in the capital who had been eating for free and borrowing money from the national treasury and not paying it back. Before the incident, I told her that the foreign varieties that were tried to be planted in the imperial farm this year seemed to be growing well. If they can be promoted, the soldiers on the border will not have to worry about food and grass. Your Majesty is not yet 40 years old this year, and the imperial physician has always been checking your pulse. How could you suddenly become so seriously ill? When she looked up again, although Lin Miyue did not shed tears, Her eyes were already red. Imperial physician Luo was silent for a while. Now that the queen knows, can she still go against the public opinion and search the 6 palaces? At the beginning, Su Ruiqing was treated by a director and 2 judges of the Imperial Hospital. One of the 2 judges was Imperial Physician Jiang, the apprentice of Director Gao, and the other was Imperial Physician Song, who was promoted according to his seniority and medical skills. But Lin Miyue always suspected that there was something wrong with the Imperial Physician, who was promoted by the Empress. So she simply ignored the opinions of the crowd and left only the director of the hospital to diagnose Su Ruiqing and prescribe medicine. In the Imperial Pharmacy, Yun Xia, who was beside her, was also asked to personally supervise the attendants and medical officers in the pharmacy to get and boil the medicine. As soon as Lin Miyue made a decision, the queen led several concubines to intervene. But she confronted the queen directly for the first time in so many years, and still insisted on her decision. After hearing what Luo Tai said, Lin Miyue also knew the result. She turned her head to look at the person on the dragon bed and laughed at herself. Yes, now someone outside the court has contacted the queen under the instruction of the Prime Minister Pegu Lao. And I, the Imperial Concubine, am useless now. When Su Ruiqing was still conscious, it was decided in front of the ministers and the queen that the Imperial Concubine would take care of him alone. Now the guards guarding the front of the emperor are relatively obedient because of this. But it is difficult to do more other things. Dr. Luo didn't dare to interrupt after hearing this. He stood aside and thought for a while before saying, "If the queen is willing to let me use some other medicine, His Majesty should be able to wake up. And you are not without a chance." Before Lin Miyue could answer, Yun Xia bit her lip and said, "Your Majesty, I will help you contact your family. The master and his family will definitely help us succeed." Lin Feng is now the second assistant. The third branch of the Lin family has a relative who is now the commander of the Beijing Guard Command. If he can get the help of the queen in the palace and obtain the emperor's will, the Lin family will use the power of the entire clan and relatives to push the second prince to the throne. And there may be a possibility of a comeback. Lin Miyue folded the handkerchief she had been holding in her hand neatly. What will happen after it succeeds? The Ang tribe in the north is eyeing us covetously. They are waiting for the country to be in turmoil and then march south. Even if the eldest prince ascends the throne, he will inevitably be busy with this. The border is likely to be a tragic victory. Not to mention that there will be new chaos in the capital over the issue of the crown prince. This is not what your Majesty wants to see. Looking at the pattern of the jade rabbit sleeping under the osmanthus tree embroidered on the handkerchief, Lin Miyue suddenly thought of her 30th birthday. She and Su Ruiqing were enjoying the moon and drinking in the garden. Su Ruiqing gave her this jade rabbit hairpin. At the same time, he also formally told her that he wanted their son to succeed to the throne. Since then, the Lin family has once again restrained its edge, and only followed the emperor's will to move forward and backward. Dr. Luo, please take good care of His Majesty. I'm tired and want to go back and rest for a while. Lin Miyue staggered after getting up, and slowly returned to Yangshan Hall with Yun Xia's hand. Dr. Luo looked at Lin Miyue's back. The sunlight in the bedroom was not very good. He was dazzled by the sunlight when the door was opened. He watched the woman disappear in the light and shadow. After a creak, the room became dark again as before. That night, Chengyu, who was already a young boy, came to the Yongxing Palace to pay respects to his father and mother. He felt very uncomfortable looking at his father lying on the bed, with a thin body and a sullen face. After learning a few words about his father's condition from the imperial physician, he came out of the main hall and went to the back to pay respects to his mother. "Your Highness is down. The queen just got up and is practicing calligraphy. Please go in quickly." The two places on the left and right of the bedroom behind the Yongxing Palace are not big. Lin Miyue seemed to feel like she was back in the East Palace. And now she was squeezed in front of a small desk to practice calligraphy. After Chengyu came in, Lin Miyue put down her pen and asked her son to sit under the window. "Have you seen your father?" "I have. Mother, my great-uncle gave me a letter today. Do you want to read it?" Chengyu sat down, took out a letter from his sleeve, and placed it on the table, and looked at his mother. Lin Miyue sent everyone out, leaving only the mother and son in the room. She opened the letter and read it carefully. After reading it, she laughed. Although this letter is written in the tone of the third uncle, the content was probably drafted by father and second uncle. Chengyu also laughed when he heard his mother talking. Grandfather and the two uncles have very different temperaments. But they love mother and me in the same way. Turning to look at her son, Lin Miyue hesitated for a rare time. For so many years, your father taught you and you learned, all of which were about the way of being a king. In this situation, will you blame me? In addition to the fact that the Lin family had to send their daughter to the palace, every step that Lin Miyue took afterwards was helped by the Lin family. The letter that Lin Jun brought to Lin Miyue this time also showed the attitude of the Lin family. Even in the current situation, the Lin family is still willing to follow Lin Miyue's will. Chung Yu also expected the content of the letter, whether it is a country or a place, as long as the people can live in peace. My son has nothing to hate. Looking at her son, Lin Miyue also said with emotion, grown up, if Chung Yu was a child, she would have put her hands on her son's head and rubbed it. Now her son is a teenager who has started to tie his hair and wear a crown in advance. And it is not appropriate for her, as a mother, to do this. Chung Yu, who didn't know that he had escaped, thought that it was his answer that made his mother feel that he had grown up, and smiled and said, when my father told me Jingguan Zhengyao, my son liked the sentence, if you are greedy for the master, you will lose your country. And if you are greedy for the minister, you will lose your body. It is good to be the emperor and hold the power of the world. But if all the people in the world suffer because of my selfish desires, then I am willing to give in. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without competing, and stays in places that people hate. So it is close to the Tao. Mother especially loves Lazi and Shuangzi. So naturally her son is influenced by them. Chung Yu folded the letter and burned it on the candlelight. He turned to the desk and saw that Lin Miyue was writing the world has a long-term way in the biography of Lai Zi. He turned around and teased his mother. After the mother and son finished their conversation, Lin Miyue saw that it was already dark outside. So she sent her son back to rest. Chung Yu also knew that his mother was tired and told her to take care of herself. So he left with the others. After what happened today, Yun Xia still hesitated to speak at night. Before and after the imperial visit, Lin Miyue only brought her and Yume. Today, she took the initiative to ask to keep watch and let Yume go to rest. Lin Miyue laughed at her. Just say whatever you want to say. I feel embarrassed to see you holding it back like this. At this time, her own queen still had time to make fun of herself. Yun Xia was speechless, but still asked in a low voice, what does the queen mean today? Is there something strange about His Majesty's illness? The smile on Lin Miyue's face slowly disappeared. Your Majesty's sudden illness this time. I always think of the Luo family's previous incident. I suspected that there was someone else behind the Gu family, but I didn't expect them to be so bold that they dared to murder His Majesty. Yun Xia's eyes widened and asked with some stammering. Then, why didn't the queen expose this matter directly? Dr. Luo could give His Majesty acupuncture. If His Majesty wakes up, then the queen will be able to obtain His Majesty's imperial decree and be successful in everything. Whether in the palace or in the court, everyone thinks that Emperor Yong'an loves the imperial concubine terribly. But Lin Miyue always feels that Su Ruiqing only loves the throne and the world. He dotes on herself and Chung Yu. On the one hand, there is the friendship between the two. On the other hand, Chung Yu is indeed the son he loves more. Humble and respectful. Just like he was in the past. Your Majesty does not want to see turmoil. Even if he wakes up, he will not give such an order. Lin Miyue is not unwilling to move. But the situation in the court is really bad now. If there is no unusual movement in the north, she will naturally not be afraid of competing with the queen for the throne. However, the other party took action in the dark because they calculated this opportunity. They bet that the imperial concubine would not care so little about the soldiers and civilians at the border. Yun Xia heard Lin Miyue's words and suddenly had a question. This question made her feel cold all over. But she still asked with a trembling voice. The queen said that concubine Luo, the person behind the scenes. Lin Miyue's face was dark under the candlelight. After Yun Xia finished speaking, she smiled helplessly. Yes, it's her. Chapter 87. Back then, I thought she was a smart person. It was not her who did it. But after watching His Majesty's behavior in the previous dynasty for so many years, I realized that she might not have done it because of the palace affairs. Lin Miyue pulled a quilt from a pile of quilts and handed it to Yun Xia. Taking the quilt, Yun Xia said, after the previous incident, the queen also advised His Majesty to continue investigating. Then why did His Majesty give up? Back then, His Majesty took the daughters of the nobles into the palace to appease them. Now that His Majesty has received so many debts from the national treasury, it is a different situation. But no one thought they were so bold. Lin Muyue is also having a headache now. Although Su Ruiqing had anticipated the desperate behavior of the nobles after this final blow, he had also made arrangements and prepared for it. But the fact that they contacted the concubines in the palace to poison them was beyond his expectations, leading to the current passive situation. Yun Xia asked in confusion. But if that's the case, wouldn't Empress Defei worry about her own life? If His Majesty can wake up, even if the position of the Crown Prince remains unchanged, it would still be possible to leave a secret decree to say goodbye. Of course, the Queen can save her. I guess our Queen should have received the news a long time ago. Empress to help the Queen win over the previous dynasty. And the Queen also wanted to save Empress Defei's life, Lin Muyue said, staring at the tent. Recalling the past, Lin Muyue was also amazed at Zhu Yinfu's acting skills. She had thought about whether it was Concubine Pan's fault, but she was conservative in the end. Your Majesty was just suffering from chest pain at the beginning. The imperial doctors, who examined Your Majesty's pulse, did not find anything wrong. It was only later that Imperial Dr. Luo gradually realized that something was wrong. Lin Muyue recalled the situation after the Emperor fell ill. She also thought that Su Ruiqing had a heart attack or something like a myocardial infarction due to years of paperwork and lack of exercise. When she found out that something was wrong from Imperial Dr. Luo, it was too late, Yun Xia said sadly. What a pity. After so many years of planning, this is the end. For so many years, the Lin family has been working for the second prince. Only Lin Feng, the pillar of the Lin family, has entered the central government and has real power. The second master is still the fourth-rank Honglu Temple minister in the Honglu Temple. The third master Lin Jun had the opportunity to transfer to the supervisory office as the left censor-in-chief, but he turned it down and continued to work as a fifth-rank scholar in the Hanlin Academy. At this point, Lin Muyue could only say casually, "It's the time and the fate. There's nothing wrong with being a vassal. I haven't left the capital yet. Well, since you are leaving the palace, little Yunxia, if you fall in love with someone, tell me, I will secretly change your household registration." Yunxia rolled her eyes in the dark and said nothing to her immature master. When Lin Muyue heard Yunxia stop talking, her mind was also full of various thoughts. The situation outside the palace was too complicated this time, and it was a good thing that she could withdraw with her son. The turmoil in the north was a one-time event. After the new emperor ascended the throne in Beijing, she felt that the eldest prince's temperament and means might not be able to stabilize the affairs of the previous dynasty. How could the civil officials and nobles who had supported him let go of such a young king? As the mother's family of Queen Li Wancheng, they were not enough to help the eldest prince do anything. In Jingren Palace, the queen stood in the corridor and watched the busy palace servants in the courtyard. Standing next to her was Fu Yu, who had been given the surname Li, and was now called Li Gongzheng by everyone. "My queen," Kong Sheng sent a message in. "The elder has already settled the matter with Zhao Chunlai of the Imperial Household Department. However, as for His Majesty, if His Majesty wakes up, things will be difficult to handle." Fu Yu fanned the queen herself and carefully told her the news from the previous dynasty. In the current situation, if Emperor Su Ruiqing died in his sleep, the former prime minister and the inner minister of the inner court would jointly respect the queen's decree, and it would be easy to recommend the eldest prince to the throne. But Fu Yu was worried that if the emperor summoned important officials after waking up, if he said something else, the succession of the eldest prince would be in trouble. What did Concubine to say? Li Wancheng turned her head slightly to ask. After seeing what she said, Fu Yu's face turned ugly. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Yu still said, "Concubine just said that in the end, it is still up to the queen to take action. The people in front of the emperor are now firmly under the control of the imperial concubine. The only people who can serve closely are those brought by her. The medicine and food that His Majesty takes are all tested by the imperial concubine herself before being given to His Majesty. She caused the trouble. How can I clean up the mess for her? She was able to bribe the eunuchs in front of the emperor to do the job. Now she tells me that there is nothing she can do." Slowly walking along the corridor to a sheltered place, Li Wancheng slightly lifted the hem of her skirt and sat down. She did not intend to do things according to Concubine's wishes. Li Wancheng also felt a little helpless. Over the years, except for the loss of Luo, who was already a noble concubine, the palace was calm afterwards. After Luo, Concubine Kai gave birth to a princess. Among the old people in the East Palace, a noble lady named Qi gave birth to a prince. For this reason, She really thought that Luo's loss of a child was a crazy act of Gu's obsession. She didn't expect that Concubine De, who was still Concubine Rong, had set up the whole thing. When Fuyu received the news, she was speechless. Now she was relieved to see that the queen did not respond. Your Majesty is right. Now, no matter what happens, we just have to see what Concubine De does. I don't know whether the palace rules set by Empress Jiaosheng back then are to save people or harm people. Li Wancheng looked at the creepers winding up the corridor and sighed something else. Empress Jiaosheng couldn't bear the pain of separation between mother and daughter. So she set a rule that the child should live with the mother. And as long as the concubines raised the princes and princesses to adulthood, they could be granted the title of the head concubine. Unfortunately, in this dynasty, it became a reason for concubines to kill those who were different from them. Fuyu personally took the tea tray handed over by the little palace maid, put everything on the stone table, brewed tea and handed it to the empress. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the queen. We just sit back and wait. Li Wancheng lowered his head and looked at the tea leaves floating in the teacup. He was not so optimistic. But he couldn't say such words. In the Li family, the queen's father did not receive the title of Duke Cheng'an, but he also got the actual position of Minister of the Ministry of Rights after all these years. Master, there is a letter from the Anding Marquis's mansion. Li Tong, the second housekeeper of the Li mansion, came in and said to Master Li, who was playing with jade ornaments. After putting down the things in his hand, Master Li said slowly, "Show it to me, and you can go out." He slammed the table suddenly, and Li Wancheng was so angry that she couldn't help but smash a teacup. Ridiculous. Fuyu hurried to calm the queen down. My queen, take care of your body, and don't get so angry no matter what. Li Wancheng also patted her chest to hold back the pain. It's stupid. After my grandfather passed away, my father became more stupid. The reason why the queen was dragged into the water now was the result of Master Li's matchmaking outside the palace. It was originally just to make things convenient for Concubine Rong, but she and her family had big plans. In the end, it was difficult for Li Wancheng to suppress Concubine De just by the position of queen. But before the queen could make any move, news came from the Yangqing Palace that His Majesty had woken up and summoned important officials to the palace. Li Wancheng pondered for a moment, and although he was not summoned, he still led people to the Yangqing Palace. Your Majesty woke up without the help of Dr. Luo, which shows that these doctors have always been alarmist. Lin Miyue was reading a book, but when she turned her head, she saw Su Ruiqing open his eyes and was looking in her direction. So she hurried over to help him up. Su Ruiqing looked at Lin Miyue trying to help him up, and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't waste your time." He looked around and said somewhat expectedly, "Even Chunlai is their man." Lin Miyue handed over a cup of honey water. Do you regret promoting him? Chunlai was a eunuch left by the previous emperor, but he was loyal to Su Ruiqing when he was the crown prince. So Su Ruiqing gave him a chance after he ascended the throne. After Wang, the eunuch he trusted the most, retired, he also promoted a group of people to serve him. And in the end Chunlai stood out, and has become the most trusted eunuch around him over the years. But he's not such an ungrateful person. It wasn't him who gave you the gift, Lin Miyue said insincerely to comfort him. My father and I are surrounded by people who don't seek power. I always feel that I'm young and can control these people. Su Ruiqing felt better after drinking some water, and continued, the Quan Jian of the Siligian is called the internal minister. But the eunuchs Zhao and Wang who were around the late emperor and Su Ruiqing were not people who wanted to gain power. Eunuch Zhao was better, and would help the court officials with some small things. Eunuch Wang really didn't have much contact with the outer court. Is there any action at home? Seeing that Lin Miyue didn't say anything, Su Ruiqing asked again. Lin Miyue smiled. It's unnecessary to test me at this time. The letter from the Lin family was burned by Cheng Yu. The next day, Lin Jun didn't receive the prince's reply, so he knew what the mother and son meant. I'm sorry for you and your son. I made a mistake in the end. Su Ruiqing smiled when he heard Lin Miyue's answer, and knew what she meant behind it. I don't care. Have you thought about what you will do in the future? Lin Miyue didn't beat around the bush with him, and asked him directly, although she didn't want to fight for the throne anymore. Lin Miyue didn't want to fail to achieve her original goal. Su Ruiqing had to promise her the prince's position today. Otherwise, when the eldest prince ascended the throne, what would it mean for her and her son to have to look at people's faces in the capital? Su Ruiqing glanced at the woman in front of him and shouted, Shu Yu, bring the things here. All the palace servants in front of the emperor were driven to the duty room by Lin Miyue. So Dr. Luo could only do these small things. He took out a box from the cabinet and handed it to Lin Miyue. Madam. Lin Miyue opened it and took a look. There were 2 scrolls of imperial edicts quietly placed in it. I said I wanted to take you to Jiangnan. But it still hasn't happened after so many years. I think you will like the scenery of Jiangnan. Take her with you. Su Ruiqing looked at Lin Miyue. Although her voice was weak, she insisted on saying such a long sentence. Since your majesty has made a decision, I am fine. You need to summon the elders to the palace and invite the queen and the concubines and children to come. Lin Miyue stroked the 2 volumes of imperial edicts and asked Su Ruiqing on the dragon bed. While I am still in the Qingming festival. Go. But the queen doesn't need to come. You should release Chunlai and summon the ministers and princes to come. Su Ruiqing pulled the quilt himself. After watching Lin Miyue go out, he coughed violently for a while. Dr. Luo also rushed over and handed him a pill. He felt better after swallowing it with water. Su Ruiqing heard the door creak and knew that the person had left. He somehow thought of the time when the late emperor died. At that time, he was still so determined to let Cheng Yu take over the burden in his hands. But as time passed, he actually fulfilled the late emperor's prophecy. And in the end, he had to let Yu succeed to the throne. Chapter 88. Lin Miyue patted Yunxiao's back with one hand, and held a water cup with the other hand to hand it to her. Yunxiao was already in so much pain that she couldn't care about anything else. She bent over and vomited for a while, and then took the water from Lin Miyue's hand to rinse her mouth. My queen, I'm fine, you go and rest. Rest first. Yunxiao had just endured the dizziness for the whole afternoon, but when she smelled the food at dinner time, she couldn't help but feel nauseous again. Now that Lin Miyue saw her in such pain, she felt a little embarrassed, and wanted to hurry her queen back. Everyone took a boat to Jiangnan together. Other people were fine, but Lin Miyue didn't expect Yunxiao's seasickness to be so severe. She felt distressed when she saw her like this. I still have seasickness medicine. Shall I give you some more? You go and look for it. Dr. Luo had brought a bunch of medicine for Lin Miyue before, including medicine for seasickness. Now she saw Yunxiao in such pain, and suddenly thought of these bottles and jars, and quickly asked Yume to look for them. Yunxiao pulled Lin Miyue's hand. I've already taken it. It's useless. Your Majesty. Don't bother Yume. The things around Lin Miyue were packed by Yunxiao and Yume. Yunxiao naturally knew what medicine was brought. Dr. Luo gave things according to the number of people around Lin Miyue. Yunxiao had already taken the medicine, but it didn't work. Alas! I originally wanted to take a boat because it was faster to take the water route. But I didn't expect you to be so seasick. It's my fault. Lin Miyue also felt a little regretful. It would be nice to take the land route at this time of year. But she was curious about the ships of this era. And she felt that the dusty land route was uncomfortable. So she decided to take a boat to the south of the Yangtze River. It's nothing serious for me. Don't bother, Your Majesty. Yunxiao shook her head to signal Lin Miyue not to take it to heart. His Highness is not feeling well either. Your Majesty. Go see him. During the entire funeral after the emperor's death, Cheng Yu strictly observed the etiquette. And sometimes Lin Miyue felt distressed. But she kept persuading him several times. And the child was still immersed in the grief of losing his father, and was not happy until now. The river is wide. I think he should just look at it more. Lin Miyue knew that it was useless for others to persuade her son's current situation. Only when he came to his senses could it be resolved. However, despite saying so, Lin Miyue still found time to go to her son's room. She looked at the intricately carved wooden door in front of her and knocked gently. Cheng Yu's slightly puzzled voice and footsteps came from inside. Is it Mother? Cheng Yu was already in her prime. After opening the door, Lin Miyue saw that her son looked thinner and taller than his peers. She shook the food box in her hand. It was sent by the kitchen today. There is no meat or taboo food. Let's eat together. Cheng Yu took the food from his mother's hand, opened it, and put it out personally. There were 3 plates of side dishes, all of which were braised vegetarian dishes, and a sealed bottle of unknown drink. The son is still young. Lin Miyue would not let the child drink at this age. She twisted open the carved bamboo tube, and inside was ice sour plum soup. Sweet and sour taste. I remember you liked to drink this. Lin Miyue poured a large cup for her son, before pouring the rest for herself. Cheng Yu looked at the food on the table without moving his chopsticks, but took a sip of sour plum soup and said, My son made my mother worried. Lin Muyue shook her head. It's just eating something with you. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Muyue never forced this child to do anything since he was a child. So now he has grown up to be a person who can take it or leave it according to her idea. At the beginning, the mother and son didn't even say much about the throne. This time, when Su Ruiqing left, she did not expect such a big impact on the child. I just did not expect that those people could change so quickly, Chung Yu said after thinking for a while with the cup in his hand. He was so upset now. Not just because of his father's death, but more because of the sudden change of the people around him, which made him feel that things were no longer the same. Every time Pei Gulao saw me before, he would talk to me kindly about the new lessons I learned. And other important officials, who could be seen, were also respectful. Chung Yu looked out the window, and now he had reached the river surface of not only where there were no lights on both sides of the river, only the silver-gray moonlight sprinkled on the river surface, which made people feel lonely at a glance. But in front of the emperor had just left, and they dared to read out only one scroll of the will, trying to trap us mother and son in the capital. Speaking of this, Chung Yu's voice became softer and softer. At that time, after Su Ruiqing met everyone, he only left a few words and died in a hurry. After Pei Gulao read out one scroll of the imperial edict, he invited the queen to come in and preside over the funeral. Chung Yu saw that there were clearly two scrolls of the will in the wooden box containing the imperial edict. After seeing that the elder only read out one scroll, he immediately asked, but was blocked by Pei Gulao in a few words. After the queen entered the bedroom, Pei Gulao no longer looked at him. Finally, Lin Muyue came in and forced him to read the second volume with Lin Feng. Your Majesty has just left. Is Lord Pei thinking of bullying us orphans and widows? There are clearly two scrolls of imperial edicts left in the box. Are you so blind? Lin Muyue took out the second scroll of imperial edicts from the box and handed it to his father. He said directly to Lord Pei, after being scolded by the imperial concubine. Lord Pei's old face also turned red. But he quickly replied, Your Highness broke into the bedroom without being summoned. Are you still trying to threaten me now? The queen also scolded her. But Lin Muyue didn't care about what everyone said. She sneered. Just now, I went to ask someone to call you in. You dare to hide a scroll of imperial edict. There is no need to talk about other things here and force me to commit some crimes. Lin Feng now opened the scroll of imperial edict at the suggestion of his daughter, confirmed that the imperial edict inside was stamped with the imperial seal, and directly read out the imperial edict that ordered the second prince to be entheft in Mingzhou and the imperial concubine to go with her son. Lin Muyue looked at her son opposite her. In a trance, she seemed to see Su Ruiqing when he was young. At that time, Su Ruiqing, who was still the prince, always liked to come to her and talk about anything unfair in the court. He looked depressed but also a little angry. Just like Chung Yu now. She laughed secretly that she was old now and always liked to think about the past. She pretended to be sad and said, You were the invisible crown prince at the beginning, so it was natural for them to do so. Now we are leaving the capital in a hurry, new dynasty. New atmosphere. When Chung Yu saw his mother mention his father, although his tone was still joking, his eyes began to drift away. He quickly found other words to say. When we arrived in Mingzhou, there were many fun and delicious things. Mr. Lin, the supervisor of the Mingzhou Maritime Merchant Supervisory Office, I heard that he was also my mother's son. The talent recommended to the emperor? Now I can see her. Hearing this, Lin Muyue was really interested. I also heard that Lord Lin and his wife had a daughter. Although I don't know what the famous champion in the capital looked like. I think this little girl should be a beauty. Thinking that he could see Dayu in her childhood, Lin Muyue was looking forward to the day of going to Mingzhou. After all, there were many people in the world who were not curious about the beauty of the fairy girl, who was made of autumn water and jade. My son has been entheft. Lord Lin will naturally bring his family to pay his respects, and mother will be able to see the young lady of the Lin family. Chung Yu has always been liked by the sisters in the palace. As a brother, he also loves his younger sisters. Now when talking about the girl of the Lin family, he only thinks of himself as a brother. I heard that the child is very smart. Lord Lin has also found a teacher at home to let her study. She can really compete with your sisters. Lin Muyue knew the progress of the princesses in the palace in their studies. She felt sorry for the princesses in the palace. Su Ruiqing, the father, passed away too early, and the princesses lost their biggest support. When their brother became the emperor, the princesses could still receive the titles they deserved. the princess mansion and dowry after marriage according to the rules, but they could no longer get the private money that their father used to subsidize his daughters. Lord Lin is quite open-minded, although he was also curious about where his mother heard so many stories about other families, but when he heard that the Lin family was willing to let girls study, Chung Yu also felt that Lin Hai was not as pedantic as other men, and was quite good. In Mingzhou City, Lin Hai in the Lin Mansion side. He had submitted a memorial this year, and planned to report on his work and return to Beijing. With his age and qualifications, it should be easy for him to serve as a minister in the 6 ministries after entering Beijing. However, he did not expect that the memorial was submitted to the central government. But the emperor suddenly passed away. He, who was in Mingzhou, became a minister in the fiefdom of the vassal king. I thought that Dai Yu was already old enough not to be afraid of twists and turns on the road, and I could take you mother and daughter back to Beijing. But Lin Hai stroked his beard and sighed to his wife sadly. Jia Min also felt that things were unpredictable. It had been so many years since she and her husband left the capital. Now that her child had grown up, she had thought that she could return to the capital and be filial to her mother. However, her plan was disrupted again. The prince and the queen dowager are coming again. But your husband is in this position. How will you deal with them in the future? Jia Min had other worries. Mingzhou City had never been filled with royal aura. Even the mansion for the prince was built with money allocated from the capital by officials from the Ministry of Works, eunuchs, and officials from Mingzhou Prefecture. She was also a little unsure about how to get along with the prince and the queen dowager. I estimate the developments in the capital, and I think my position as the governor will soon be just a decoration. Lin Hai said this mockingly when he heard Jia Min ask this. The previous emperor always had the intention of innovation, but the new emperor might not. Now the newly enthroned emperor is still young, and the ministers who assist him in government affairs have their own ulterior motives. Lin Hai was worried when he thought about the things in the capital. Your Highness has always been famous for his virtue. In the past, all the words that came from the capital were good. In the letters between me and the previous emperor, I occasionally saw him talking about this second son, and most of them were praises. When it came to the prince who was about to come, Lin Hai had good words for him. He was also an important minister that Su Ruiqing relied on. At that time, in some of the memorials to the emperor's read comments also mentioned this son. The couple were chatting, and there was a message outside. After Lin Hai answered, a little girl in a peony pink dress came into the house. Although the girl was still young, she looked beautiful. Her movements were graceful and natural. As soon as she entered the room, she was as bright as a pearl, filling the room with light. When Lin Hai and Jia Min saw that their daughter had come, they immediately put all these troubles behind their minds. Jia Min went over and took her daughter's hand and let the child sit on the couch. She personally took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her daughter's forehead. Lin Hai, as a father, ordered someone to get some sweet-scented osmanthus cakes for his daughter, and asked someone to take out the tea and serve a pot of hawthorn water. Chapter 89. Although Lin Daiyu is young and has been loved by her parents since she was a child, she is not arrogant at all. She is elegant and graceful. And she is not only demure like an ordinary lady, but also has the elegance of a famous scholar. The two took good care of their daughter, and were a little curious about why Daiyu came to her parents' yard at this time. Lin Hai watched his daughter thank him and his wife, and eat a piece of osmanthus cake slowly before asking, "You came to pay her respects this morning. Why did you come again at this time?" Daiyu looked at her parents, knowing that her father was so busy that he forgot what he promised her. The master took a leave before, and is not at home today. Didn't Daddy say that he would teach me my lessons in person? I saw that Mom should have gone to the flower hall to manage the affairs before she came. Looking at her father, with a look of realization, Daiyu smiled again and said, "Father is busy with affairs. I will review my lessons by myself." Jia Min was watching the changes in the expressions of the father and daughter and found it interesting. She took out an exquisite pocket watch and looked at the time and said, "Nothing. Your father is done with his work. You can study here. I really should go to the management office." Daiyu watched her mother leave. Lin Hai watched his wife leave the yard and then took his daughter's hand to the study, took out the Analects she had read recently, and personally told his daughter a passage. Su Ruiqing went there in a hurry, and the construction of the palace was not that fast. When Lin Muyue's ship arrived in Mingzhou, Qingyu's Wu Palace had not been completed. "Your father is also generous. He gave you 5 palaces, which basically gave you a small half of the land. Lin Muyue looked at the map and found that Su Ruiqing basically gave several seaside palaces to his son, according to the convention of this dynasty. Generally, the fiefdom of a vassal king only has one prefecture or one state. Now that Jiangnan is such a prosperous place, Su Ruiqing said that he would give so much to his son, although the most prosperous place in the whole Jiangnan is not in it. Several coastal ports are also worth a lot of money and can continue to make money. If it weren't for the emperor's will, the elders would have opposed it at that time. Even if they haven't reacted now, my brother would probably reduce the power of the vassal states in the future. Cheng Yu also leaned over to take a look. He naturally knew the importance of Jiangnan, and was also shocked by his father's generosity. The mother and son were still talking before they got off the boat. Yun Xia knocked on the door again soon. "My queen, it's time to get dressed before we get off the boat." Lin Muyue looked at her son, who was almost ready and felt a little envious. But she still resigned herself to her fate and returned to her room, letting Yume and others get ready for her. Zhang Yinzheng and Yun Xia also put on their official uniforms. After everyone got off the boat, they and Maokai would lead everyone to pay respects to the prince and the concubine. After Lin Muyue entered the house, she heard Anzou's voice with some emotion. "After so many years, one day I will go back to Jiangnan with the queen. Sister Zhou is from Zhenjiang Prefecture, although it is not under the jurisdiction of a governor now. If you want to go back home, the queen should be able to agree to send you back to see your family." Zhang Yinzheng also said this after hearing Anzou's emotion. "I won't go back. At my age, it would only add to my sorrow. As long as I can still move my old bones, I will be able to see His Highness have a child someday. And that will be the end of my regrets." Anzou was quite open-minded. Her parents and brother had already turned into dust. There were only some nephews and nieces left at home. There was no point in going back. "I didn't expect that as a mother. I didn't even think of urging her husband to get married. I heard such a classic saying from Aunt Zhou first." Lin Muyue smiled secretly in her heart and pushed open the door and entered the house. After everyone packed up and got off the boat, Lin Muyue walked in front. Cheng Yu followed his mother half a step behind, and officials from all over the country also knelt to welcome the prince and the concubine. Seeing her son dealing with the people around him in a friendly and graceful manner, Lin Muyue was also happy. After she accepted the greetings from everyone, she got on the carriage and waited for her son to set off together. After the prince was in theft, he had guards. Su Ruiqing also gave his son the 3 guards and 5 stations set up at the beginning of the country. They were all drawn from the elite guards in the capital. The leader was one of Su Ruiqing's confidants at the time, Wei Su, the commander of the Jinui, and the number of guards who followed the king of Wu to the fiefdom was nearly 20,000. Now these officers and soldiers have already arrived at the vassal state, and they are only waiting for the prince and the concubine to get off the boat and then escort them and their entourage to the temporary accommodation. Seeing the prince being surrounded by officials and coming to the front of the carriage, Wei Su also hurriedly stepped forward to salute the prince. "I pay my respects to the prince." Cheng Yu personally helped Wei Su up. No need to be polite. There will be more ceremonial generals in the future. The place where everyone temporarily lived was a mansion offered by the wealthy Shen family in Mingzhou City. Lin Muyue looked at the lavish gate of the mansion and thought to herself that although this house only hung a plaque of the Shen family, it was not necessarily much smaller than the mansion of a duke or marquis. Everyone went in and settled down. Mr. Shen also accompanied the prince and the concubine to introduce. "This is a house that I bought in my early years. My family has never lived in it before, so it is relatively quiet. After it is cleaned up, it can be barely presented to your highness and the queen. I hope your highness and the queen will not abandon it." Lin Muyue glanced at her son. Cheng Yu smiled and said, "Mr. Shen is too modest. This house is as exquisite as the royal villa. Thank you for providing this house for me and my mother to stay." Mr. Shen bowed quickly. "I don't deserve your words. Your highness, please come this way." The imperial palace has red walls and glazed tiles. Even the summer palace cannot escape the customs. The gardens in the south of the Yangtze River are more exquisite and elegant, and the colors are also clear and elegant. Lin Muyue's journey was a feast for the eyes. The group of people who followed Lin Muyue out of the palace, except for Aunt Zhou, were all authentic Beijing people. And everyone else was also surprised by the beauty of this mansion that was different from the imperial palace. After everyone left the courtyard where they lived, Lin Muyue asked everyone to sit down and rest. "Finally, we are down to earth. Everyone take a rest first. I see that this house has everything. You don't have to work hard for now. Yun Xiao looked around. What the queen said is right. Except that Master Shen didn't arrange anyone to come. Everything else is well done. This time when Lin Muyue and Cheng Yu left the palace, they basically brought all the servants around them. So now there is no shortage of servants. And Master Shen tacitly did not send clothes servants in the mansion, but arranged some cleaning tasks to be served by servants who knew the Shen family well. After recuperating for a while, Lin Muyue also received a stack of visiting cards. She placed the cards in a row on the table and asked Cheng Yu, "Do you want to hold a small banquet to invite them to gather together? They will not feel at ease if they don't come here to pay their respects." Cheng Yu nodded. "You can arrange it. My son will entertain these adults. And I will also trouble you to entertain their families." Lin Muyue stood up and pinched her shoulders. "No problem. I have already handled these things. You can talk and arrange the banquet in Fengyu Hall in the front hall. And we will hold the banquet in Gi Hall. But Cheng Yu, you only need to take responsibility for a little bit. You have your own farm now. Your father has granted you the title of Marquis here, which means he has tacitly allowed you to get involved in the maritime business and tribute affairs. Don't promise them anything else." Cheng Yu nodded and said, "Son knows everything. It's just about the farm. I have another idea that I want to ask Mother. I don't know if it's feasible." "What is it? Is it about your father's previous plan to promote improved varieties?" Lin Muyue thought for a moment. This should be the only thing that can involve the farm and make Cheng Yu so obsessed. I can't hide it from my mother. It's this matter. Father, before he passed away, he took his son to do this matter. He originally said that he would try to plant it in the imperial farm near the capital next year. Cheng Yu also knew that his mother knew a lot about the affairs of the court, and was not surprised by her words. Things like this need to be done carefully. There have been many new vegetables obtained from overseas over the years, but food still needs to be handled carefully. The border troubles in the north have always been a big stone in Su Ruiqing's heart. Food and grass are a big problem. Therefore, when Lin Muyue saw that his son had taken over his father's unfinished work, he couldn't help but continue to give instructions. Cheng Yu replied seriously, "Mother is right, and I know my limits. But I left the capital in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring many talented people with me. The officials and military officers of the palace are fine. Father has arranged for Lord Wei and his soldiers for me. But there are still too many vacancies for civil officials. There are many famous people in Jiangnan who are not appreciated for their talents. Now, the candidates can be appointed as officials. You only need to pick some people who are capable and willing to serve. But you must be careful not to let people with ulterior motives get in." Lin Muyue also knew her son's difficulties. She was thinking about whether to transfer some people from the Lin family in the capital to help. After Su Ruiqing ascended the throne, he added titles to the Maritime Merchants Administration Office. Lin Hai is now a third-rank official, only half a rank lower than the left and right governors of the Provincial Administration Office. He also has the second-rank Zishan Doctor rank specially granted by Su Ruiqing. Therefore, today only the governor's family can be called equal to his family, and other local officials are also lower than Lin Hai's official positions. Lin Daiyu followed her mother out of the carriage. Everyone came according to the rules. When the mother and daughter got off the carriage, they happened to catch up with the carriage of the left governor's family. She and her mother went over to greet each other. The two families went in together in a friendly manner to pay respect to the imperial concubine. In the main hall of Gi Hall, several counselors, and the wives of Lin Hai's deputy were already seated. These ladies were of different ages, but they were accompanied by girls around 10 years old. Jiamin brought her daughter to greet the ladies. The ladies looked at Daiyu. Although many of them brought their daughters, they all secretly admired the outstanding Lin family girl. Not long after, Lin Muyue finished dressing and came to Gi Hall. She looked at everyone in the hall. After everyone sat down, she smiled and said, "Ladies, there is no need to be polite. The King of Wu and I will live here for a long time in the future. The King of Wu is still young. There are many things that need your help." After hearing this, everyone politely declined and said that they did not dare to accept the invitation from the Queen Mother and the Highness. Then, they started to talk about other topics. Lin Muyue herself didn't have a daughter, and she felt that all the girls brought by the ladies were good. She looked at everyone at the table, and was attracted by Daiyu next to Jiamin. After today's event, Lin Muyue privately said to Zhang Ginjing beside her, "The Xie family of the Eastern Jin dynasty once said that the orchid and the jade tree were beautiful. Today, when I saw the girl of Lord Lin's family, I realized that this was not an exaggeration. Zhang Ginjing smiled. The queen was also a rare beauty when she was young. The other queens in the palace were even more beautiful. I have seen them. But the young lady of the Lin family is not only beautiful, but also has a more rare temperament. She really doesn't look like someone from the mortal world. Lin Muyue smiled. That's not what I said. I liked that child as soon as I saw her. It just so happens that her master is working in Mingzhou City, so I can see her more often. Chapter 90. According to the rules, you need to have 2 left and right prime ministers and 2 left and right tutors when you become a vassal. However, the Empress Dowager and the new emperor hurriedly sent us out of the capital like a plague god. And the 2 prime ministers are still vacant. And the 2 tutors and the middle tutor have not been appointed yet. After Lin Miyue held a banquet in Giyi Hall before, she felt that this place was spacious and suitable for management. And it was relatively close to Fengyu Hall in front. So she handled various affairs here every day. Originally, the concubines and princes should have mourned for a year in the capital before leaving the capital. But the new emperor, the important officials in the court, and the Empress Dowager might be afraid of further twists and turns. Lin Miyue and Cheng Yu only observed mourning for the late emperor for a month. And Cheng Yu then issued an imperial decree to send his brother and stepmother out of the capital. Of course, the superficial reason was that Jiangnan was an important place. Although he had no choice, he could only let his brother go to the vassal state as soon as possible. My son is also worried about this. Some things should be handled by my son, but some official duties still need a capable person to coordinate. If my son has to do everything, I will be too busy to do it. Cheng Yu has been used to discussing political affairs with his mother these days, and many things are done under the guidance of Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue hesitated. If your grandfather goes to Beijing to make some efforts, he can also select some capable people. However, it would be a bit troublesome for him. Lin Feng is still the second assistant. Although he can't think about further advancement according to the current situation, he can still select some capable and inconspicuous people for the prince's grandson. The positions of left and right prime ministers are special. I only asked grandfather this time to trouble mother to help me send a letter. Cheng Yu also knew that since he had already been in theft, it would be better to have less contact with Beijing. But now he had no choice. After talking about talents, Lin Miyue thought of something else. You asked me for money a few days ago. I still have some private money here. Your brother also sent you the salary of the prince in Beijing. Now we don't lack money. How about the farm you mentioned a while ago? But breeding and recruiting people require money? Cheng Yu also frowned. The farm is fine. The planting has been completed this year. It's still in time to deal with next year's affairs. The agricultural officials are also promoted from the government office. They are also familiar with the local fields and climate. My son has seen that their documents are recorded well. After hesitating for a while, Cheng Yu told his mother the real purpose of his request for money. General Wei Su came to talk to me. The port in Mingzhou is now full of sea merchants and overseas merchant ships. It is guarded by the garrison and the local garrison, so it is safe. There are some small ports in other places, where fishermen and some private traders sail. And there are some pirates in those places. My son wants to train soldiers to help clear out these bandits. Cheng Yu looked at his mother and said what he was thinking. Training soldiers requires silver. And the soldiers they brought are all from the north, who are not familiar with water. If you want these soldiers to be familiar with sailing and troop formations on the water, they will need a long period of training. The warships of Mingzhou Weisua are not very new. And repairing these warships and equipment also requires silver. Why did you think of this? A few days ago, Cheng Yu went out with his guards. She originally thought that they went to the imperial farm to learn about the situation. Unexpectedly, her son mentioned the training of sailors again. Lord Lin said before that he once took his wife out to sea to fish. My son thought that my mother also liked fishing before, so he took people to the fishing village mentioned by Lord Lin before. Cheng Yu always remembered his mother's hobbies. After finally arriving at the coastal area, he was thinking about when to take his mother out to sea for a trip. So one day, he went to a small fishing village recommended by Lin Hai under the pretext of visiting the imperial farm. Master, the village should be in front. Wei Su selected the experienced soldiers from the garrison to guard the king of Wu. The one who left the city with Cheng Yu today was the captain Ma Yingliang. He rode his horse forward and asked Lin Jian, the second housekeeper of the Lin Hai family, who was leading the way. Then he returned to Cheng Yu to answer. Cheng Yu's determination to practice martial arts has paid off. He can now be said to be skilled in archery and horse riding. Today, he drove the horse himself instead of riding a carriage. This place is a bit remote. Wiping the sweat from his head, Chung Yu felt that if he brought his mother to this place, he would definitely have to drive a carriage. Master, although the village here is inconspicuous, old fishermen say that the sea here is calm, so it is a good place to go fishing. Seeing that the prince seemed not very satisfied with this place, Lin Jian also hurriedly made amends. Chung Yu smiled. I know, but I just think this place is remote, and it's not good to ask mother to come with us. But we can have a good time today. Lin Jian was relieved to see that the prince was satisfied and did not blame him. After thinking for a while, he said, if the madam came here, it would be tiring. But I know a town called Pingwang. Although it can't go to sea to sail, there are also excellent seafood. If madam comes, you can go there. Chung Yu nodded. No more talking. It's very hot today. Let's go to the village to see if we can get some water to drink. The fishing village is called Shouyuan Village, because there are many fishermen going out to sea to fish. There is no shortage of merchants coming to collect seafood. Therefore, although Chung Yu and his group are led by a young man, which seems a bit strange, they are not too conspicuous. But after they entered the village, Lin Jian noticed something strange. Captain Ma also frowned, seeing Lin Jian riding his horse towards this side. He asked, didn't you say that this village is very lively? Why haven't we seen anyone come after walking for so long? Lin Jian was also puzzled. It was not like this when I came here with my master before. But I know a village elder in this village. How about we go directly to their house? What do you think? Captain Ma looked at the village. There were not many families in this fishing village by the sea. He saw that there were no unusual footprints or wheel tracks on the ground. So he agreed with Lin Jian's idea. However, he still had to ask for the consent of his own prince. I will go and ask the young master first. You wait for a while. Chung Yu was not familiar with this place either, but he knew that Lin Hai was a trustworthy minister and trusted his old servant. So he agreed to go to the village elder's house in the village to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, the closer they walked to the place Lin Jian pointed, the more they could hear faint cries and people talking. Chung Yu stopped his horse and asked everyone to dismount before leading them to the village elder Lin Jian mentioned. You mean the fishermen were robbed on the island, and the people of Jing died because of it? Lin Muyu asked in surprise. The elder's surname is Wang, and they have been fishing in Shouyuan village for a long time. When we arrived at the house, we saw a white scene inside, and a white flag stood in the yard. It was the son of the elder who died under the knife of the thieves because he protected the people on the same boat. Chung Yu recalled the grief of the family, and he couldn't bear it and couldn't say anything. Maokai also went that day. Seeing that the prince looked unhappy, he knew that he was watching the pillar of the family go and leave behind his old father and young child. He was probably thinking of the late emperor. So he quickly replied. The prince also comforted his family at that time. He also learned from the village elders that in the past 2 years, because the ships of the sea merchants were escorted by the garrison, their small fishing village has gradually been robbed by thieves. It turned out that this is the reason. You don't have to worry about the money. You should listen to General Wei's advice. Training troops is not a one-time thing. If you want to wipe out these thieves, you can try the garrison station there. They are also familiar with doing such things. Lin Muyue was happy to know that her son was willing to pity the people, so she pointed out another trick for him. After Chung Yu left, Lin Muyue felt a little upset. If I hadn't encountered such a thing, I don't know how long it would take to deal with it. Yun Xian now had to deal with various affairs, and she also brought Yume and Yutao to help. So now she was served by the newly promoted Wen Huai and Wen Lu. Although these two people knew that the concubine had a good temper, they didn't dare to interrupt. Her son found a serious job for her, and Lin Muyue herself didn't want to be a concubine who was pampered in the backyard every day. So she also thought about whether she could do something. But before they could think of what to do, Lin Muyue and her son were startled by a group of unexpected visitors. Uncle, Aunt, why are you two here? Lin Muyue looked at her uncle and aunt and the cousins who followed behind her, and felt a little confused. The concubine's family had come. So Qingyu, the king of Wu, naturally had to accompany the guests. Lin Jun had been working in the Hanlin Academy and had taught his father, him and his brothers to read in the palace. So Qingyu and Lin Jun, his great-uncle, were also familiar with each other. After everyone had performed the state ceremony to the prince and the dowager, Chung Yu personally went over to bow to Lin Jun and his wife, and respectfully called them, "Meet my great-uncle and great-uncle." Lin Jun and Chung Yu had spent a lot of time together, and now that they were in private, he was more relaxed. His wife, Madame Liang, even took Chung Yu's hand and looked at him carefully after half a bow. "He looks a lot like your mother, but he's a boy after all, so he's more refined and handsome." Chung Yu also smiled and replied to this kind lady. She said, "If I had a sister or a younger sister, it would be worthy of my mother's elegance. But unfortunately I am a man." This made Mrs. Liang laugh. Lin Miyue, who was sitting next to her, also joked, "Aunt San didn't care about me when she saw him," which shows that we are relatives of different generations. Lin Miyue has a good relationship with her two uncles and aunts. Her mother saw them a lot when she was in the palace before. But the three sisters-in-law of the Lin family can enter the palace on festival days, so they are not too unfamiliar when they meet now. Although Lin Miyue was still curious and worried about why Uncle San came to Jiangnan, she glanced at the younger generations brought by Uncle San, and put aside the business, and called Yun Xia to settle Uncle San's family first. Chapter 91. The house provided by Mr. Shen is very big. Lin Miyue has circled a courtyard called Jingcheng Courtyard for the third uncle and his party to stay temporarily. This courtyard is spacious and has a garden. There are also two small courtyards, with 3 entrances on both sides. The main house in the main courtyard is naturally occupied by Lin Miyue's third uncle and his wife. The courtyard next to it is occupied by the grandson and granddaughter-in-law brought by the third uncle. Lin Jun looked at the neatly tidied yard and said to his wife, "You and Jingy take a rest first. I'll go talk to Miyue and the others." Mrs. Liang was also tired. She first asked her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to go and rest, and wait until the dinner to clean up before coming to the banquet. Hearing her husband's words, she nodded and said, "Miyue and you are both not easy. You go quickly." Hearing his wife calling his niece, who was already a mother, a child, Lin Jun was a little helpless. But he also loved his niece, so he personally watched his wife go to rest, and then went to the selected place with the people sent by Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue and Chung Yu were waiting in a small elegantly decorated study. The room was open on all sides, so bamboo curtains were hung to block out the wind, rain and sunlight. In the middle, there were windows and long windows. Now the breeze was blowing, and the bamboo curtain swayed like the sound of wind chimes, which added some elegance. The room was covered with bamboo mats, and in the middle was a small table with low legs. Lin Miyue brewed tea herself, and waited for Lin Jun to come and talk. Soon, Lin Jun came alone. Lin Miyue greeted him when she saw him coming. "Third uncle is here. Please sit down and have some tea. Let's chat slowly." Lin Jun didn't exchange polite words with his niece and nephew. He had just washed off the dust, and now he looked like a famous scholar in his wide-sleeved robe. "Your tea-making skills have improved a lot." Having been a bachelor in the Hanlin Academy for many years, Lin Jun read a lot when he was free, and his research on tea was also profound. It was really rare for Lin Miyue to get a compliment from his third uncle today. After all, it's the result of so many years of experience. Lin Miyue replied with a smile, and took out the snacks from the food box next to her. "Uncle, please have some more snacks. I have ordered the kitchen to have a banquet tonight at 12 p.m. So let's chat first." After watching his great-uncle eat some food, Chung Yu said, "Why did you come to Mingzhou? What happened in the capital?" Lin Jun glanced at Chung Yu. "I have received the imperial decree, and am now the left prime minister of your Wu Wang mansion. The eunuch who announces the decree is slower than me, but the imperial decree should be issued in the next few days." Chung Yu and his mother looked at each other, and he asked after he reacted, "My mother and I were going to write a letter to my grandfather, asking him to select some people for me, but I didn't expect you to come to me from the capital." Lin Jun looked at the shocked expressions of the two people opposite him. "Why? Do you dislike me? An old Hanlin scholar is not very capable, and can't handle such a mess in your Wu Wang mansion?" Lin Miyue was putting tea into her mouth, and she choked when she heard it. She covered her mouth and coughed. Chung Yu could only explain awkwardly, "No, I naturally know your great talent, but why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I didn't expect you to come in person." Pulling her son's sleeve, Lin Miyue finally stopped coughing and said to her uncle, "Niece's letter should not have reached your father yet. Is it his intention to leave the capital, or is there another reason?" "Half and half. You also know the situation in the court. After the late emperor passed away, although your majesty was talented, He was still young. Pei Golao and Anding Ho's family, one civil and one military, firmly controlled the court situation. When Lin Jun talked about His Majesty's talent, Lin Muyue looked like she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and hurriedly continued to drink tea to cover it up. Cheng Yu looked at his mother helplessly before saying, "Both of them have contributed to the enthronement of the emperor, so it is not difficult to guess that this situation would happen." Lin Jun also nodded. "We three brothers are not power-hungry people, but the current third assistant is old, and according to seniority, I should be the one to enter the cabinet. Lord Pei is naturally unwilling, and now he is pressing me step by step. I see that your grandfather is really working hard, so I asked to leave the capital. According to the original idea of the Lin family, Lin Feng should be the first assistant now, and when the third brother Lin Jun has enough seniority and popularity, they will cooperate with Su Ruiqing to let Lin Feng invite Lin Jun, who has retired, to enter the cabinet. It's just that the late emperor passed away suddenly, leaving the Lin family stuck in a position that is neither up nor down. Now that Pei Golao controls the government and Lin Feng, the eldest brother, is also in the center." Lin Jun became embarrassed. Lin Muyue opened her mouth to say something after hearing this, but Lin Jun looked at her and said, "No need to be like this. I also yearn for the flourishing literary atmosphere in Jiangnan. It's good to be able to help you in Chengyu." Lin Muyue was silent for a moment. "I won't replace wine with tea. There will be a lot of good wine and food at the banquet later. I will toast to my third uncle then. You are still the same." Lin Jun laughed, and he looked at his niece with emotion and said this. After talking with her third uncle, Lin Muyue also had a new understanding of the situation in Beijing. When she was washing up at night, she pulled Yunxia aside and said, "I met my father and uncles when I left Beijing. My father has gray hair on his temples and is no longer as high-spirited as he was in the past. Lin Feng is an official who is the prime minister and the teacher of the emperor. He has a daughter who is also the emperor's concubine and ranks first among all the concubines. His grandson is treated differently by his father and is entrusted with the care of the ancestral temple and the country. Therefore, he can be considered proud in his life. But now the sun and the moon have turned upside down, and the situation has changed. His beloved daughter and grandson are forced to leave Beijing. The future and fate of the Lin family are not clear. The pressure on him can be imagined." Yun Xia and Lin Muyue grew up together, so when she saw her sighing, she said, "I still remember when the young lady entered the East Palace. The old man also aged a lot overnight, and now he looks even more like this, although Lin Feng still looks like an elder outside." When she watched her daughter and grandson go away, Lin Muyue finally saw that her old father was hunched over and his back was no longer straight. Sighing, Lin Muyue put down the comb in her hand. "It is also because I am unfilial and cannot honor my parents, and now they have to worry about me." Yunxiao went over to support her shoulders. "The master, the lady and other people in the family are all relatives of the young lady. If there is trouble at home, you will do everything you can. Now that things have come to an end, you don't have to blame yourself anymore." Lin Muyue turned her head slightly and patted Yunxiao's hand. "Yes, it's useless to think too much. But the third aunt is here now. With her personality, she will have a lot of fun in the future." Yunxiao also knew the personality of the third lady very much. This time the third master and the lady came, and brought the young master and the young mistress of the cousin's family. The mansion will indeed be much more lively. In the evening, after having dinner with the prince and the queen, Wang Shifeng felt a little relieved when she and her husband returned to their own room. Looking at his wife's expression, Lin Jingyi smiled and teased his wife. "You used to be careful and bold. Why are you so nervous when you see your aunt today?" Lin Jingyi has now obtained the title of Juren, and Lin Jun loves his grandson, now that he has left Beijing and gone to Jiangnan, a place where many literati and scholars gather, and where there are many famous scholars in the academy. He also brought his grandson and his granddaughter-in-law with him. Wang Shifeng took off the velvet flower on her head. She had also drunk a few glasses of wine today, and now her face was stained with a thin layer of red. Hearing her husband's words, she also laughed cheerfully. "The queen is kind, but I met the queen once before, and I was a little restrained when I thought about my impoliteness at that time. Anne is not such a pedantic person. You will know it when you spend more time with her." Although Lin Jingyi had not spent many times with Aunt Lin Muyue, he often heard his grandmother and others talk about the only young lady of the previous generation of the Lin family. He knew that Aunt was a lively and humorous person. and was always gentle to the younger generations. I know, this golden hairpin was given by the Empress in the past. I saw the Empress took a few special glances at it during the banquet, so I think she recognized it. Wang Shifeng waved a ruby cloud-shaped hairpin inlaid with white jade and ruby in front of her husband, and said with some pride. Lin Jingyi laughed, but although he knew that his wife was deliberately trying to please her aunt, he also thought that her behavior was a little cute. He stepped forward to take the hairpin and looked at it. There are many exquisite jewelry in Jiangnan, and the style of this palace is a bit clumsy after all. After these few days, I will take you to the city for a walk, and pick out some new things to bring. Wang Shifeng avoided her husband's eyes when she heard his words. Although she was happy, she still changed the subject and said, "Well, it's getting late. Go to bed early. You still have to pay respects tomorrow." Lin Jun's arrival really expanded Lin Muyue's ideas for what she wanted to do next. She was holding the letter that her third uncle got from Father Rapp, which recorded the cowpox issue she had mentioned before. This old priest is really a practical man. Lin Muyue looked at the visits to the ranches in Beijing mentioned in his letter, and found that some people did have symptoms of pox after coming into contact with cows with pox. Through records, observations, and discussions with doctors he was familiar with, Father Lapu felt that this was similar to the process of vaccinating people after they had pox. The economy in Jiangnan is prosperous, and most of the people here are smart and talented in business. Lin Muyue himself has been going around the city more recently, and found that in addition to relying on the name of the palace to buy some imported goods from overseas, if he wants to do something else, he probably can't compete with these local residents. Therefore, after receiving the letter, Lin Muyue thought about whether she could promote the new method of vaccination against cowpox in the local area. However, this matter is related to human life, so she still planned to be cautious and take it step by step. Madam Yi is here to pay her respects to you. When Lu watched Lin Muyue finish reading the letter before coming in to pass it on, Lin Muyue smiled and said, "Come at this time. It seems that Third Anne has instructed you to do so. Please go and invite her in." Lin Muyue herself declined the rule of morning and evening visits. She usually got up at around 7:30, and she couldn't stand the people coming to pay their respects too early. Wang Shifeng waited outside the door for a while, and then she saw a pretty woman come out and invite her in with a smile. She knew that this must be the maid brought out from the palace by the concubine dowager, so she politely called her sister before following her in. Lin Muyue liked Shifeng's outfit today. She was wearing a red dress, and it looked even brighter, like a ball of fire leaping from a distance. Chapter 92. Although she was a familiar character in the book, the Shifeng in front of Lin Muyue was generous and straightforward, with a bit of a shrewd personality, but her conversation was more bookish, which showed that she was still influenced by the Lin family. However, it was beyond Lin Muyue's expectation that Wang Shifeng came today not only to pay her respects but also to ask for leave. She was going to visit the Lin family of the city's magistrate. The wife of the magistrate Lin's family had some relatives with my family. My aunt married into the family of Mrs. Jia, and now she is the head of his family. His old lady and aunt knew that I was coming here, so they asked me to bring some things. Wang Shifeng mentioned a lot of ladies in this paragraph, which made Lin Muyue think of Xiaohong in the book, who won Wang Shifeng's favor by replying a paragraph full of grandmother's words, which made her feel a little interesting. Since we have such a relationship, it is only right for you to visit. By the way, I just got a bracelet. You can wear it too. Lin Muyue agreed, and called Wen Lu to take out a small brocade box and handed it to Shifeng. The jewelry on Wang Shifeng's head during the banquet yesterday was indeed noticed by Lin Muyue, and she also prepared a gift for her today. Wang Shifeng wanted to politely refuse, but Lin Muyue really chose this thing for her sincerely. And seeing her politeness, she directly opened the box and put the bracelet on her. The color of this bracelet is not very good, but it is like a pool of water. It is not a precious thing. Just play with it. Wang Shifeng could not refuse. She looked at the jade bracelet. Although Lin Muyue said that the color was not good, but she only said that it was not the rich green color bracelet that people loved, but the color of spring. The purple color is very suitable for young women. So she smiled and thanked the concubine for the gift. Before Wang Shifeng left, Lin Muyue reminded her. His master has an old relationship with the headmaster of the academy here. Uncle said that he wanted Jingyi to study in the academy. You should be more polite when you go there this time. Wang Shifeng's eyes moved, and she became more careful. She bowed to Lin Muyue and said, "Yes, my wife. Don't worry about it. Thank you for your advice." She and her husband took the carriage prepared by Lin Muyue to Lin Hai's mansion. Wang Shifeng smiled and said to her husband beside her, "Our home is Lin's mansion. Now they are talking about visiting the Lin mansion again. I always feel weird." Lin Jingyi pondered for a while and said with a smile, "It is true, my father. Uncle, grandfather and great-uncle are all Lord Lin, and the one we are visiting today is also Lord Lin." Lin Jun also knew Lin Hai's talent, now that his family has arrived in the local area. Firstly, they naturally want to have a good relationship with the head of the Ministry of Supervision, and secondly, they want to borrow Lord Lin's relationship to send their grandson to school, so they took the excuse of Wang Shifeng's visit to let their grandson visit and get some guidance. Jiamin received the news in advance, and Daiyu's class was suspended for 1 day. When she saw her daughter coming, she said, "Today there is a sister from Beijing. You're come and meet her." Daiyu was curious about why her mother suspended her class today, and when she heard this from her mother, she asked curiously, "The sister from Beijing? Is she the sister from my grandmother's family?" Jiamin often mentioned the affairs of the Jia family in front of her daughter on weekdays. So although Daiyu had never met the relatives of her grandmother's family in Beijing, she was still familiar with the affairs of the Jia family. "Although she is not your cousin, she is related to your grandmother's family. She is your second aunt's brother's sister." Jiamin felt that the relationship was a bit complicated, so she explained it in detail. "But this girl from the Wang family is much older than you are. Now she is married to the Concubine's family, and came here with her husband's family." Lin Hai also knew that the young master of the Concubine's family would come to visit today. Today, he was also waiting for the lady, and planned to go to the front yard after seeing his daughter. Jiamin herself was older when she gave birth. Although Daiyu and Wang Shifeng who came today were of the same generation, they were actually quite different in age. After hearing what her husband said, she was also moved. "My daughter knows. It should be that my grandmother and aunt know that this sister from the Wang family is coming. And they brought something for my mother." Daiyu has always been smart. Now she thought about it and figured out the key. Jiamin smiled after hearing her daughter's words. "That was true before. Since you were born, wasn't everything your grandmother sent mainly for you?" Daiyu also knew that her grandmother loved her, and she felt a little regretful that she had never met this kind grandmother. However, she didn't want to say more and cause her mother to miss her hometown and relatives. So she changed the subject and said, "When will Sister Wang come? Mother must have prepared a lot of snacks, and I will have a good time today." When Wang Shifeng saw Jiamin, she also called her aunt. She always tried to please her elders, and soon she started chatting with Jiamin. "I felt close to my aunt the moment I saw her. The imperial concubine knew I was coming and said that my aunt's sister was like a fairy. I would definitely like her. Now I feel ashamed of myself when I see her." Wang Shifeng also liked Daiyu. The little girl in front of her was well-behaved and quiet. She was completely different from her own naughty sister, so she praised her without paying. Although Jiamin knew it was a compliment, she was happy to see people praising her daughter. She only praised Shifeng a few times. Daiyu felt a sense of inexplicable closeness when she saw this elder sister. So the atmosphere between the three of them was very good. Lin Muyue was also curious about how Daiyu and Shifeng looked when they first met. After all, the chapter in the book about Daiyu entering the Jia mansion was included in the textbook. It was a pity that such a classic plot was gone. But thinking about the ending, she felt it was still worth it. She specially invited the third aunt and Shifeng to have dinner together and gossip. Yuri is accompanying his great-uncle now, so we thought we would invite Annie to have dinner together. I don't have any bad rules here. Shifeng, come and sit together. Just treat it as if you were at home. Lin Muyue knew that her family didn't pay much attention to setting rules for the daughter-in-law, so she also invited everyone to sit down at this time. After dinner, Lin Muyue also talked to the two of them. "I have seen the wife of Lord Lin Hai, and I also met the wife of Duke Rong many years ago. I also met her occasionally at the palace banquet before. The temperament of the mother and daughter is indeed similar," Mrs. Liang recalled. "The old lady of Duke Rong's family is indeed graceful and kind. I have never seen Mrs. Jianao, but the current wife of her family doesn't go out much, so I don't know what she looks like. As a member of a marquis family, Mrs. Liang did deal with more nobles than other people in the Lin family. When she was young and unmarried, she met the wife of Duke Rong and Jiamin, who was still a lady of the Jia family, a few times. But later, the younger generations in the Rong mansion were not very promising, so she was not very familiar with the current general and his wife. Jingyi will go to Yushi Academy to study in a few days. He will live in the academy. Shifeng can invite Miss Lin to talk more often. Lin Muyue also wanted to use Wang Shifeng's excuse to invite Dayu to her home more often. Wang Shifeng also knew that her grandfather was going to be the prime minister. Their family was related to the prince and the concubine. Even if the palace was built in the future, they could live in it. Her husband went to the academy to study, and she didn't have any housekeeping work to do. She felt bored thinking about staying in the back house for a long time. But the concubine said that she could ask her new sister to talk. Although she felt that she didn't have any common topics with her younger sister, Lin Muyue's words allowed her to interact with the women of other families. So she was a little happy. Madame Liang put down the teacup and smiled. That's right. At this age, what's the point of staying in the mansion all day? There are so many beautiful places here. So it's worth going out for a walk. After Uncle Sen's family came for a while, Lin Muyue also put her work on the agenda. She changed into a silk shirt without any embroidery or decorations, which ordinary merchants wear, and only had 2 simple silver-plated gold hairpins on her head. Where are you going first? Madam? Are you going to the farm, where you asked me to raise cattle some time ago? Several people squeezed into an inconspicuous carriage. Yun Xiao watched the guards, who pretended to be the drivers, go all the way out of the city. So she asked Lin Muyue, who was sitting in the middle after lowering the curtain. Although the letter sent by the priest also contained detailed records, it was necessary to try it out by myself and get some results before promoting it. The Southerners did not like the Northerners, especially the people in Beijing, who generally liked to drink milk and eat dairy products. So Lin Muyue still spent a lot of effort to find some cows and raise them in a farm. Let's go and have a look first. These cows were just bought. We need to pick some people to take care of them. Also, we need to find a proper doctor to go to the farm together. Lin Muyue still took advantage of Dr. Luo. Although Dr. Luo had come to Beijing, his family was also a prominent medical family in the local area. So she also wrote a letter to invite a young doctor from his family. Arriving at the farm, the steward led Lin Muyue in. Dr. Luo was also waiting in the farm. He went forward to greet people when he saw them coming. Lin Muyue was always polite to doctors. Dr. Luo, no need to be polite. Thank you for coming to help. The farm was built in the fields outside the city, so the environment was naturally not better than that in the city. Lin Muyue had to deal with cattle. There was still some smell in modern farms, not to mention those of this era. I have studied medicine for many years. These things are not hard work. I have read the booklet you gave me carefully. If this thing can be done, it will be a great achievement for generations to come and a blessing for the people of the world. Dr. Luo was worthy of being from a family of doctors. He really didn't care about these external things. After reading Father Rapp's booklet, he felt that it was somewhat feasible. Now he didn't feel dirty to be in charge of this matter himself. Although the symptoms of people with this disease are milder than those of people with common pox, there are also people with high fever and convulsions in Beijing. So I asked you to come this time to see if this method can be improved a little bit. Lin Muyue and the doctor looked at the cows walking leisurely inside through the fence, and she also put forward her own request. Dr. Luo did not make any boasts, but said sincerely, the method of treating smallpox was also obtained through constant improvement, and its development context can also be seen from the medical books. Now, if this method can be a foolproof solution, I dare not promise. But if this method can reduce the risk of smallpox, I think it should be possible. Lin Muyue also admired his pragmatic and outspoken attitude. So she replied, then the affairs of the manor will be entrusted to you. I am not very good at medicine, but if you need anything, just tell the manager of the manor, and I will prepare everything for you. Vaccination and smallpox vaccine are 2 different things. Lin Muyue also knows that the emergence of modern vaccines requires not only medical progress, but also the further development of other scientific and technological technologies. So she stopped while she was ahead, and only hoped that there would be a more reliable way to prevent smallpox than vaccination. Chapter 93. Lin Muyue felt that Wang Shifeng was indeed a wonderful person. She could manage the affairs of the whole mansion when she married into the Jia family and became the housekeeper. Now she is the 3rd-generation granddaughter-in-law and can find her own position. In addition to worrying about the cowpox, Lin Muyue also wanted to build a glass workshop here. Before, because Su Ruiqing liked glass windows, after he ascended the throne, he replaced the Korean paper in the Yangqing Palace with glass. Now it is also popular in Beijing. However, Glass is a recipe and craftsmanship of the inner government, so not many officials can receive this honor and reward, and this trend has not spread to Jiangnan. There are some glass toys imported from the West, but most of them are just ornaments. I think Mr. Shen is also a wealthy man. This house is well built, but the windows are all made of window paper. Lin Muyue said to Wang Shifeng while looking at the window over there. Although Mrs. Liang is old, she can't stay idle here. Today, she took people to the famous Fatong temple to burn incense. Lin Muyue left Shifeng on the pretext of discussing something. Madam, do you want to open a workshop yourself? There are many wealthy people in Jiangnan who love novelty. I think your idea is very good. When Wang Shifeng heard what Lin Muyue said, she realized what she wanted to do. After she married into the Lin family, she also felt that the glass windows made the house brighter, and it was warmer in the wind and snow. So she also thought this was a good idea. Lin Muyue looked at the person opposite and said, I have other things to do. Although Zhang Yinjing and Yunxia can manage things in the palace, I think that someone should come to make decisions. Wang Shifeng grew up in her uncle's house. Although the Wang family did not pay much attention to their children's education, Madame Chung taught the girls the skills of managing the household. In this era, officials and their families all regard talking about business as vulgar and insulting to the civilized world. Most of the shops and businesses of each family are registered under the name of the lady and managed by the mistress. Although Wang Shifeng did not do these things easily, she had a set of ideas in mind. Madam, do you want me to try to do something? Although Wang Shifeng also prided herself on her ability to manage the household, she was still a little hesitant because she was asked by the imperial concubine. I think you are very good, and my aunt always told me that you are capable. So I will let you try. Lin Muyue had this idea mainly because the palace was built at this time, and someone reported that it was time to start doing some fine decoration work. After she went to see it once, she planned to use glass in the entire palace first, so she didn't care much about the profit and loss. And it was okay to just let the younger generation practice. You don't have to feel too burdened. The palace doesn't lack the money. Just take the test. Lin Muyue saw Wang Shifeng's eagerness to try, so she comforted her and handed the matter over to her. Although she was in charge, the workshop was a bit dangerous. In fact, Wang Shifeng only did some things such as selecting personnel and checking accounts. It didn't take long for her to get started. After the fall, as expected by Lin Muyue and Cheng Yu, the Northern Ong tribe invaded in large numbers. Under the leadership of the new Khan, they broke through the defenses of several important towns and looted them. Cheng Yu's face was full of anger when he saw the report sent from the capital. He slammed the report on the table. These parasites. The soldiers and horses of the important border towns were exhausted, and they actually let these bandits enter the pass, causing the people to suffer. The court did not think about sending troops, and they were still shirking responsibility. Lin Muyue and Lin Jun had also read the report. Lin Jun frowned and didn't know what he was thinking. After thinking for a while, he said, after all, there is General Ji in the north, so there won't be any big chaos. And this time it was just a test. But if the officials in the court do this again, it's hard to know what will happen next time. There is no natural barrier to defend in the north of the capital now. Only the pass. General Ji is the general guarding the pass. He is indeed outstanding in both civil and military strategies. He is a capable general promoted by Su Ruiqing before. It's just that the people in the court don't seem to have any backbone. If there are some small things involving etiquette, they will rush to the front more than anyone else. If it comes to serious matters, they will only show off their knowledge. Lin Muyue mentioned the current group of people in the court with some disdain. The descendants of noble families are in high positions, and the talented are relegated to lower positions. This is how the world is. There are many flatterers in the court now. How can we expect them to come up with some good ideas and do good things? Lin Jun also mocked. The accession of the eldest prince to the throne naturally led to a series of official changes. Not only the people of the Li family, but also some people promoted by Pei Go-Lao and the Anding Marquis family came to power. Now there are all kinds of people in the court. Lin Feng refuted the personnel transfer many times, but was scolded by the new emperor and almost transferred out of the Ministry of Personnel. Therefore, he could only keep silent. Other matters are fine. But this is a big deal. My son wants to report now, but I'm afraid it will have a counterproductive effect. Cheng Yu sighed worriedly after listening to his mother and uncle's words. Although there are not many capable officials in the court, there are still enough food and silver. which is more than enough to deal with this border attack. Don't worry too much. Tell me how your sailors are training. Lin Miyue knew that everyone present had no good solution to the war in the north. So she asked her son how the work he was doing was going. It is inevitable that the Taiping dynasty values civil affairs over military affairs. The border issues cannot be blamed on the new emperor and the officials in the court. But Lin Miyue cannot say these words in front of her son and uncle. General Wei trained these people with the officers and soldiers in the garrison for a period of time. Although there are not many people who can swim among the people we brought, they are elite soldiers who can get started quickly after training. They have been taken with the people in the garrison to wipe out 2 pirate lairs. Cheng Yu felt a little relieved when he talked about this matter. Lin Jun also nodded. Jiangnan has always been a prosperous and beautiful place. Apart from these seaside scabies, your guards have no use. You also want to get involved in the affairs of the sea merchants. It is also good to train more soldiers. When the 3 of them were discussing things, Lin Miyue naturally joined the discussion. Cheng Yu had already been accustomed to discussing various matters with her mother. Lin Jun also knew that his niece was smart. In fact, she was the one that the Lin family had the highest hopes for. Naturally, he was also happy to see that she could be the master of her son. Speaking of maritime merchants, your grandfather sent some letters from Beijing. The court is going to set up a new trading port in Guangdong province. Mingzhou is expected to be abolished or downgraded. Lin Miyue brought another piece of news to her son. It's not a bad thing. Even if the Mingzhou government office is abolished, the foundation is still there. People are used to coming and going here. You are a prince, so it's okay for you to take over this matter. Lin Jun also felt that this was not a bad thing at all, and comforted Cheng Yu. The vassal kings of the Great Zheng dynasty held various powers within their fiefdoms, and had certain rights to appoint and dismiss officials within their fiefdoms. It was not outrageous for Cheng Yu to take over such a task. Cheng Yu also knew these things in his heart. Although he did not pay much attention to the gains and losses of money, the maritime business was not only related to the livelihood of his family, but also to many local people. He was willing to take over these affairs for this reason. In this case, I would like to ask Lord Lin Hai to come to the mansion to discuss this matter again. Cheng Yu also thought of using this matter to win over Lin Hai. Lin Jun also thought this was a good idea. Lord Lin is a minister favored by the late emperor. I guess your majesty and the officials in the court will not use him much. Even if the local promotion office is abolished, I guess he will not be transferred to the capital. Lin Hai was born as a 3rd-place winner. If he entered the capital and served as a minister, he would be a reserve for entering the cabinet. The situation in the capital is unclear, and the people in the court are naturally unwilling to let such a person enter the capital. Although you have a big family, but the farmland and property awarded to you is one thing. You can't compete with the people for profits in other business operations in the fiefdom. So the assets of the palace are only the things your father left you. If you write a letter to beg for land again, your brother will probably ignore you. Lin Miyue also reminded her son that although the fiefdom looks big, it does not mean that all the output of these places is for him. The king of Wu. You still have to be slow when doing big things, and you have to pay attention to the affairs of maritime merchants. Cheng Yu nodded. I understand. I'll have to trouble my mother and my uncle for help with these matters. The palace was not built by the Mid-Autumn Festival, so Lin Miyue decided to hold a banquet in Mr. Shen's house. She also sent an invitation to Lin Hai's family. One was to find an opportunity for Uncle San, Cheng Yu and Lin Hai to talk again, and the other was to satisfy her selfish desire to see Dai again. In addition to Lin Hai, Lin Miyue did not invite other officials. In addition to her family, only their family and Mr. Shen, the owner of the house, came to the banquet today. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Dai also had a jade rabbit-shaped pearl flower made of rice beads on her head. Lin Miyue looked at the little rabbit pinned in the little girl's black hair, which made her look more lively, and couldn't help but praise her. The pearl flower on your daughter's head is really interesting. Suitable for a little girl like Dai. Seeing that the concubine also noticed the jewelry in her daughter's hair, Jiamin also smiled and said, Your Majesty is really thoughtful. The osmanthus jade rabbit is suitable for today's Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Dai was also generous and polite. When she received the praise, she also saluted with full etiquette. When she saw her mother and the concubine talking, she also listened carefully. Mr. Shen was invited to come with his wife, grandson and granddaughter. Miss Shen's grandson is called Linbru, and she is also a little girl. She likes Dai now, and is looking at the person opposite. According to Mr. Shen's introduction, The young master of the Shin family is also studying and learning calligraphy. This year, he plans to try to see if he can win the title of scholar. Lin Hai and Lin Jun also brought the young boy to their front to test and encourage him. However, when everyone was enjoying the moon and eating moon cakes in the garden, Lin Muyue finally saw Dayu's sharp side. It is natural to compose poems when appreciating the moon on Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Muyue can now sit at the top and watch the young people have fun. So she happily watched the younger generation compose poems together. Although there were only 6 people who could write poems, even if Chengyu was included, Lin Muyue still prepared lucky numbers for everyone in the spirit of celebrating the festival. Jingyi and Shifeng were a couple, and they had to squeeze together at a table and whisper to each other when writing poems. The 2 brothers and sisters of the Shin family also discussed writing together. Chengyu found a desk on the side to write and draw. Dayu was the most talented. She picked up the pen and pondered for a while, then looked up at the surrounding scenery and the moon in the sky, and began to write on the paper slowly. After a while, she wrote a 7-character regulated verse. However, she thought about it several times in her heart and felt that there was room for improvement. So she was not in a hurry to hand in the poem. Chapter 94. Chengyu was not good at writing poems, but he had studied poetry carefully for festivals or to celebrate his parents' longevity. Today, he was not restricted by the style of poetry, so he just picked a rhyme and wrote a poem that rhymed. After finishing, he put down the pen. Chengyu looked at his cousin and his wife, who were still sticking together. Cousin Jingyi was still writing something on the paper, and handed it to his cousin's wife. His cousin's wife smiled again. The 2 took advantage of the fact that the concubine and the grandparents were listening to the opera and talking, and had no time to look at them. They were making small moves in private. The brother and sister of the Shin family had almost finished writing. Shin Yunhing seemed to think that he had written well, and he shook his head, as if he was reading the poem in a low voice. Shin Linru saw that Dayu had also put down her pen, and hesitated for a while, but finally left her brother, and went over to talk to her. Sister Lin, I see that you seem to have finished writing a poem. Can you show it to me? Shin Lingru's family had been doing business in Mingzhou for generations, and naturally she knew that the daughter of the envoy in front of her was younger than her. So she called her sister. Dayu was originally writing poems quietly in a corner. Although she was a little surprised to see someone asking, she handed a copy of the poem to Shin Lingru generously. Sister, please, I heard that the play over there seemed to be ending at this scene. I guess the director or the head of the ceremonies will come and let us pass. Just now. The arrangement was made for the children to write poems quietly. Lin Muyue took the others to the theater to listen to the play. Here, the maids and servants looked after the young masters. Shin Lingru read Dayu's poem. Good poem. It always feels a bit vulgar to write about the sorrow of separation when seeing the moon. And there is always some imitation of the ancients for sorrow. But your poem does not fall into this rut, and makes people feel fresh when reading it. I really have no sorrow to express. Dayu smiled. She has been loved by her parents since she was born. After Lin Hai's beloved daughter was born, he really stopped talking about giving birth to a boy to inherit the family business, and only taught this daughter wholeheartedly. Although Jiamin still feels a little uncomfortable when the weather is bad. But she is also healthy. The family is even more harmonious. And the parents treat Dayu, their only daughter, as a treasure. Therefore, even though Dayu's talent in poetry and prose was praised by Lin Hai many times, she had lived a lot of happy days. And now it was difficult for her to write some poems with melancholy. Sister's poem really fulfills Lu Fangwen's words. Articles are born naturally, and are occasionally acquired by a skilled hand. I have not read the poems of the prince and the Lin family brothers and sisters-in-law, but my brother and sister's poems are far inferior to my sister's. Shin Lingru liked this poem more and more, and after reading it again and again, she felt that the 2 poems she and her brother had just written were eclipsed. The drum beats and the sounds of string instruments and bamboo gradually faded away. Soon, Yun Xia came with a few maids. Greetings to the prince, the young masters and the ladies, and the young ladies. The queen and the ladies just finished listening to a play, and asked me to ask how your poems went. When everyone saw Yun Xia coming, they also gathered together with their poems, and put the papers on the plate held by Wen Lu behind Yun Xia in order of age. Yun Xia saw that everyone was ready, so she asked everyone to go back to the theater. Since everything is ready, the queen and the 2 lords Lin are ready to comment on the poems of the prince and everyone. Please come in. Prince and everyone. Among the older people today, the two Lords Lin are naturally the most knowledgeable. And together with the concubine Lin Miyue, there are three people who will comment on the poems together. The night of the Mid-Autumn Festival was already a little chilly. Dayu's mother also wanted her daughter to wear a cloak embroidered with osmanthus flowers. Dayu originally thought that she was a guest in another family and in the palace, and didn't want to do anything special. But when she saw that the daughter of the Shin family in front of her also put on a cloak to keep warm, she asked her mother to help her put it on. Lin Miyue read the poems handed over one by one without saying anything, but passed the paper to Lin Hai. Lin Hai read it, and politely handed it to Lin Jun. After the three of them had read it, she smiled and said, "There is a very wonderful one. I guess it should be the first one recommended by the public." After reading the poem, Lin Hai also recognized his daughter's handwriting and thought it was the best poem, but as a father, he couldn't say that. Lin Jun still pointed out one of them. "This is the best one." Lord Lin hesitated and was not comfortable to say it, which shows that it was written by your daughter. "Then I will say it." Lin Hai was a little helpless when he heard it. No matter how close you are to someone, I am just a little hesitant about what to say. Since the first one has been elected, let's rank the rest. I have also read Chungyu's poem. As a mother, I will not avoid his enemies and put his poem at the last place. Lin Miyue looked at the poem written by her son and found that the rhyme was correct. However, this was the only advantage. If the child did not like to write poems, he would probably leave some anecdotes for future generations like Mr. Zhang. Lin Jingyi had been to many banquets with his classmates to write poems in the past. He had written a lot of Mid-Autumn Festival poems, but he had many poems in mind. Today, he revised a poem he had written before and wrote it on paper, and won the second place. He also wrote a poem of average quality for his wife, and won the fifth place. Shin Lin Ru was also a poet. Otherwise she would not have gone there to read Dayu's poems. This girl's spirit was stronger than his brother's. In the end, she won the third place, and the son of the Shin family won the fourth place. Lin Miyue picked out the poems of the two girls and personally took them back to Dayu and Lin Ru. "You should keep the girls' poems. If you want to take others back, please come to me." Jingyi smiled and leaned over. "And please give me the ones of Shifeng and me." Lin Miyue was also happy to see her nephew getting close, so she also took out the two pieces of paper and handed them to him with a smile. "Take them." Others did not dare to talk to the concubine like this. Master Shin respectfully went forward to take his own poems back. The remaining one was for his son, and Lin Miyue put it in her sleeve. The first prize was a painting of a jade rabbit in the moon by a famous artist from the previous dynasty that Lin Miyue had treasured. When she asked someone to take out the painting, Dayu was also surprised by the generous gift and hurried forward to decline. "I just wrote poems for fun. I dare not accept the generous gift from the Empress." Lin Miyue looked at the scroll. It was a promised prize. "My uncle really likes this painting. I thought Jingyi would be able to win the scroll today to honor him. But I didn't expect that there was someone better than you." A little girl, who got the painting, covering his face with a folding fan. Jingyi said in an exaggerated manner, "Good aunt, please save some face for your nephew. It's embarrassing to be defeated by such a young sister today." "And you said this again." Wang Shifeng also went over to join in the fun. "My husband used to be proud of his talent, but today he met a real scholar." After saying that, Wang Shifeng turned to Dayu again, looking at Dayu and saying seriously, "In the past, I only knew that you were a lady from a noble family. Today, I see you again, and I know that your talent is not inferior to others." Dayu was a little embarrassed. In the past, few women she had come into contact with had such a fiery temper as Shifeng. So she also said, "Sister, you are too kind. It's just that I like this in my daily life. If I write some article seriously, I can't compare with the two brothers from the Lin and Shin families. Although they read the same books, Lin Hai just wanted to broaden his daughter's horizons. Reading thousands of books is an achievable goal for a boudoir girl like Dayu. But traveling thousands of miles is basically impossible. Therefore, he did not restrict Dayu from reading books or writing articles. So Dayu's words above were not wrong. Chung Yu laughed softly upon hearing this. The little sister in front of him looked modest, but in fact, she had some arrogance of a scholar in her bones. So she modestly said that she was only inferior to the men present in the 8-part essay. After Jingyi's disturbance just now, it was hard to refuse Dayu's painting. Lin Miyue also divided the remaining things among the other 5 people. Shen Linru got a jade rabbit worshipping the moon seal engraved with Tian Wang, and Shen Yunheng got a pair of white jade pendants. He looked at the cute rabbit pattern on it, and thought to himself that he could give some to his sister when he got back. Mrs. Shen just smiled, as she watched her grandson and granddaughter receive rewards from the concubine dowager. She was proud that her granddaughter won 3rd place. My granddaughter is just like Miss Lin. She loves poems and lyrics very much. She also writes poems and paints with her sisters at home. If Miss Lin is interested, she can come to my humble home to visit Lin Ru someday. When Mr. Shen saw his wife talking, he felt that his wife was capable. This and the promotion to Lord Lin were the dream of all the rich families in the city. If the children had contact today, they would have an excuse to talk to the adults and build friendships in the future. Dayu didn't dare to respond casually at this time. She turned her head slightly to look at her parents. After seeing her father and mother nodded slightly, she said, "Thank you for your invitation. I will bother you if there is a chance in the future." Although this branch of the Shen family is doing business in Mingzhou, their family is prosperous, and there are also family members who have entered the imperial examination. Mr. Shen can be called a Confucian businessman in business, and is not a person who is obsessed with profit. Lin Hai also knew that the prince also took a fancy to him as a local leader, so he also accepted the olive branch extended by the other party. Lin Muyue saw that the remaining people were all family members. Lin Jingyi got a fan with inscriptions by everyone and replaced the one in his hand. Wang Shifeng's was a handwritten copy of an ancient book, which attracted Dayu and Lin Ru to take a few more glances. Qing Yu was pushed to the last place by his mother. Looking at the exquisite Suzhou embroidery round fan, he felt helpless. "I can't use this fan either. I'm offering it to my mother. Are you willing to accept it?" He picked up the fan and took a look. The pattern embroidered on the fan was exquisite. The bright moon was embroidered with light and shadows of the moon, and the moon in yellow silk threads. The rabbit below was also embroidered with the fluffy posture of the little animal. Qing Yu thought it should be another pattern drawn by his mother. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Muyue said, "That's what I drew. What's your intention?" "Forget it. Give it to me." Halfway through her words, Lin Muyue saw Dayu also looking at the round fan, and she seemed to be more interested in the unusual embroidery on it. So she took the fan handed over by her son, called Dayu over and said, "I'll give it to you. You won the 1st place today, so you should get another prize." Chapter 95. Dayu was stunned when her name was called, and she subconsciously walked to the front of the concubine to thank her. Lin Muyue did not directly hand her the fan, but asked her to sit next to her to continue watching the show. Then she said to Yunxia, "I remember there was a pine green satin box with round flowers that matched this fan. You pack the things and take them back to Dayu." Qing Yu saw that Miss Lin came to her mother's side, and moved to her great-uncle's side to sit next to her cousin, giving up the seat here. Lin Muyue was listening to the opera, but she was thinking about something else in her mind. She planned to discuss it with her uncle and son after the festival to see if it could be done. She only had a vague idea now, and still needed others, especially someone like her uncle who was familiar with the classics and systems, to help her build a rough framework. The Wu family in Mingzhou City was still harmonious, but the atmosphere in Beijing was not so good. Not long after the An tribe in the north came to the border, the emperor cancelled the palace banquet during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and only gave the clan members and important officials palace-made mooncakes to share with the people. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he gave his mother the title of Ci Zhao. The concubines who stayed in the palace were also rewarded and promoted. Lin Muyue was also honored with the title of Kong Hui. Only concubine Do was honored as concubine Xian Yi, because the noble concubine Lin Muyue was still alive. In the palace, Li Wancheng, as the Empress Dowager, spent the Mid-Autumn Festival with the concubines and children of the previous emperor who stayed in Beijing. She sighed a little when she looked at the sparse people sitting below. The previous emperor did not have many concubines, but fortunately, he still had a lot of children. For some reason, my son is stubbornly unwilling to participate in this election. Now, all the concubines in the room don't even have a new person. After returning to the Xinang Palace, Fu Yu personally served the Queen Mother to take off the phoenix crown on her head and put it away. The Queen Mother is also tired today. The Imperial Hospital has received a new prescription a while ago, saying that it is best for calming the nerves and sleeping. Xiaoman has prepared it. Will the Queen have a bowl later? Li Wancheng felt much more comfortable after taking off the heavy phoenix crown on her head. She leaned on the couch and waited for Xiaoman to get the tonic. Looking at this palace banquet today, there is no lively scene like when Emperor Gaozong was in power. When Emperor Gaozong was in power, Li Wancheng was the crown princess. At that time, every banquet in the palace was lively, which is indeed a world of difference from the slightly depressed appearance now. Fu Yu saw Xiaoman had already entered the inner room with the medicine. She first signaled Xiaoman to help the queen with the medicine before continuing. It will be lively next year. Your Majesty has not yet married, and the harem is still empty. So it is naturally not so lively. When your Majesty gets married next year, and the new people enter the palace, it will be lively again. After taking the medicine and drinking it all, Li Wancheng was also worried about the matter of marrying. I don't want any relatives. But my father always wants to let the maids in the family enter the palace. The Li family has finally fulfilled Mr. Li's wish. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he respected his grandfather as Cheng Gong. Empress Dowager Li's brother also went to Beijing again and entered the Ministry of Rights as a minister. Luo Gur did not take the imperial examination, but was granted the position of a servant. Now he works beside his cousin the emperor, and is considered a favorite in front of the emperor. This Miss Ting is still young. Your Majesty is at the right age to marry. If you want Miss Ting to enter the palace in a few years, it will be fine. But now it is not good to select her into the palace. Fu Yu also felt that Mr. Li was a little bit presumptuous. It was fine that the young lady of the Li family was born to the concubine of the queen mother's brother. But the little girl was 5 years younger than Luo Gur. So how could she serve in the palace now? They said that she would stay by my side to serve me, or be a companion to the princess. Li Wancheng laughed sarcastically. There were examples of selecting companions for princesses in the palace. But Su Ruiqing did not choose for her daughters at the beginning, only saying that the female minister and the female scholar were enough to serve the princess. And now she, the queen mother, did not know what it meant to choose for her daughter properly. Fu Yu also felt that this was not a proper method. So she just said, after all, she is still young. The queen can just fight back. Forget about my family. If I insist on not giving in, my father and brother can't do anything about it. Now I am thinking about the problem with concubine Xian. She didn't help me and you in the first place to become an old concubine hiding in the capital. Li Wancheng watched the candlelight flicker. And she was also thinking about how to suppress concubine Xian. Xiaoman rolled her eyes when she heard this. If the queen is worried about this, it's not difficult. Concubine Xian has a girl of the right age in her family. So doesn't Lord Pei have one? The concubine and her family want to get what they want. But they have to get over Lord Pei first. Li Wancheng smiled. That's right. Now they all want to plot against us mother and son. But your Majesty and I are not fools. They also want to squeeze the Lin family out of the central government. But now I see that Lin Feng is the only one who can do practical things in the central government. Concubine Gui has taken King Wu out of the capital. So there is no threat. Why should I follow their wishes to deal with the Lin family? So many years have passed. Li Wancheng is not as ignorant of state affairs as before. Now the cabinet elders and Marquis Anding in the capital have begun to wrestle with each other. They all want to influence the emperor's will and sideline Su Chengyu. But Li Wancheng didn't want to accept the challenge. Instead, she discussed with the emperor and stopped pressing Lin Feng. Chengyu also took good care of his other study partner Jinghuan. On the other hand, she gave the Lin family face and won over their family. They all thought how much I hated the noble concubine and her son. But the Lin family never harmed me or Chengyu. I married the prince and became the princess and later the queen. I have let it go over the years. Li Wancheng stroked Rui and recalled the past. She had a grudge against Lin Miyue in her heart. But to be honest, she was the first to attack. Lin Miyue didn't do anything to let her down. In all these years, the imperial concubine has only contradicted you once, when the late emperor passed away. Fu Yu thought about it, and really felt that way. It was only when Lord Pei wanted to criticize the imperial concubine and the Lin family for hiding the imperial edict left by the late emperor. And when the queen cooperated with him, Lin Miyue ignored everything else and started to criticize both of them. Li Wancheng also smiled. That's true. Although the late emperor gave them such a large fiefdom, it was just a small matter, and we can deal with it slowly in the future. Now the affairs in the capital are the most important. Lord Pei was a civil official, and had been immersed in the affairs of the court for many years. He had many followers. He was more skillful than Marquis Anding. After the morning court ended one day, Chengyu brought a letter to his mother when he paid his respects to her. What is this? If you have any problems in the previous dynasty, just consult with the cabinet ministers and your teachers. Li Wancheng also knew her own weight, and did not participate much in the affairs of the previous dynasty. When she saw her son bringing the memorial, she still refused it at first. Cheng Yu smiled at his mother's expression. It's about the selection of concubines. You can read it. Li Wancheng then handed the memorial to Fu Yu. Read it to me. These people's memorials are written in parallel, and make people impatient to read them. Fu Yu glanced at the memorial and read it slowly. In ancient times, the concubines, eunuchs, relatives, powerful ministers, vassal states, the disasters of the barbarians, the kings of the last days since ancient times, and those who lost the world, often lie in this way. However, there are some gradual reasons for this. The disaster of a favorite woman often starts with meddling in politics, the power of a relative by marriage often starts with relying on favors, the power of an eunuch often starts with controlling the army, the tyranny of a powerful official often starts with deception. As for the tyranny of the vassal states, it is due to tolerance. The invasion of foreigners is due to the decline of national power. The mistakes made after the Han and Tang dynasties can be used as a lesson. Seeing that Fu Yu had finished reading and was about to turn to the next page, Li Wancheng waved her hand to stop her. No need to read it anymore. This is to say that you are not allowed to choose a concubine from the daughters of officials in the capital who submitted this memorial. Cheng Yu saw that his mother also understood the meaning behind this, and said with a sneer, "Who else could it be? It's just the vanguard of Lord Pei, the family of Marquis of Anding, and the family of his in-laws and old friends, who doesn't have a title. How could they submit such a memorial? On the contrary, in the families of these scholars, you could always find some relatives who are not officials. This time, the emperor is choosing a queen. There are girls of the right age in the Pei and Zhu mansions. In addition to these two families, there are also two related families with girls who are candidates. Now Pei Gulao has come up with such a move, which is to cut off the path for the girls of Anding Ho to participate in the election. It's a good idea and a legitimate excuse, but unfortunately I don't think it will work." Li Wancheng felt bored after reading the whole article. Besides, it is a rule of this dynasty to choose the daughters of officials as concubines. Now this is asking the emperor to violate the ancestral system. Those in the court who don't buy Pei Gulao's account will naturally try to refute it with the blessing of the ancestral precepts. Mother is wise. When the little official from the Ministry of Rights brought up the topic this morning, Lord Lin directly refuted him. He asked the man so much that he was sweating. My son wanted to laugh when he saw him. At first, the three families of Pei, Zhu and Li, plus the queen and the eldest prince, were very close because they had common interests. Now the stone in the north has fallen, and the turmoil in the court has gradually stabilized as King Wu left the capital. Cheng Yu naturally does not want to see Pei and Zhu take control of the court. Li Wancheng sighed. What's so smart about me? If your grandfather had half the ability of Lord Lin, I wouldn't have to worry about these things. Lord Lin still has a daughter and grandson in Jiangyan. I promoted Jing Huan before, so his family naturally knows what it means. Now, even if it's for me to treat concubine Gui and my second brother well, they have to help me do something. In addition, he doesn't like Lord Pei now, so he's rushing into battle like this. Cheng Yu also knows his grandfather's ability. In fact, he is also very troubled by the way that Grandpa Li is now involved in various affairs. However, although he envied his second brother for having such a capable grandfather like Lin Feng, he also knew that even if it was for the sake of showing off, Lord Lin would not change his affiliation, and he could not fully trust him in his heart. Although Li Wancheng did not know who Lin Feng was, she had dealt with Lin Muyue for so many years, and knew that Father Lin would only become more difficult to deal with. So she still told her son, "You still have to be careful. You had reprimanded Lin Feng before and acquiesced to Lord Pei's expulsion of his third brother from the capital. Now you have to be careful when you show favor. It's good that he can be used. The Lin family now has only Lord to support them. Lin Jun has already left the capital because of the previous incident. If Lin Feng does not want their family to be silent, he needs to become someone that his son can use again. The current situation is just right to win him over to break the situation." Cheng Yu lowered his eyes and looked at the dragon pattern on his hem, and still planned to talk to Lin Feng. Besides, my son is getting married, and my second brother is only a little younger than my son. Cheng Yu put himself in other people's shoes and added to his mother, saying that his second brother's marriage was waiting for him, and he didn't believe that the Lin family would not take the bait. Chapter 96. Lin Muyue had originally called her uncle and son to discuss the idea she had thought of during the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner. But before they had even sat down and said a few words, Yunxia came in with a letter that had just been sent from the capital. Is it a letter from home? Lin Miyue thought it was a letter from her father, and was about to signal Yunxia to hand the letter to her first, but she handed the letter directly to Qingyu. It's a letter from the prince. Yunxia looked at Lin Miyue's somewhat surprised expression, and left after explaining. Qingyu also thought it was a letter from his grandfather. He wanted to wait for his mother to read it before asking what was written. He was a little surprised to see Aunt Yunxia handing him the letter. However, he looked at the words "my dear brother" on the envelope, and said to his mother and uncle, "It looks like a private letter from my brother." After saying this, Lin Miyue and Lin Jun looked at him sideways, which made Qingyu feel embarrassed. He coughed and opened the letter and read it out. Times have really changed. It's interesting that there are already conflicts before a year has passed, Lin Miyue said with a smile after listening. Lin Jun was rubbing the bracelet that Madame Liang had obtained from the temple. He smiled and said, "Miyue's words are very true. However, Your Majesty seemed to prefer martial arts to literature at the beginning. Now, these methods can be used easily. The last emperor Su Ruiqing was named Renzong, when he was still the new emperor and the king of Wu. The new emperor Chengyu loved martial arts more. Later, when Su Ruiqing gradually changed the martial arts examination, Chengyu was young, but he really learned some useful methods. Unexpectedly, other methods have improved a lot in this year. It seems that someone gave advice. Chengyu knew his brother better. He always felt that this method was not something his brother could come up with. Lin Jun asked again. But the Queen Mother gave advice? Lin Miyue shook her head. The Queen Mother doesn't seem to be someone who will take the initiative to make decisions for the Emperor. But no matter what, it is good for us. No matter who made the decision. Now that the Emperor intends to win over the Lin family, it is a good thing for the Lin family. Pei Gulao's love for power is too strong. The Lin family is willing to accept the Emperor's favor for both public and private reasons. Chengyu spread the letter on the table. This letter cannot be replied privately. But I will write a letter to pay my respects to my brother and the Empress Dowager, and talk about the relationship between mother and son and brothers, and the loyalty between the monarch and the minister. Lin Miyue thought for a while. I also have some newly acquired fresh headwear and fruits that are just right for presenting to the Empress Dowager. Let's send them directly to the capital by post in the name of you and me, honoring the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Chengyu also agreed with his mother's opinion. After temporarily finalizing the matter, he asked, "Let's do this first. I don't know why my mother called me and my great-uncle here today. Although Jiangnan is a prosperous place, I have read the local chronicles of various places. Even the rich and fertile places have experienced famines. There are also some cases of widows and widowers who have difficulty making a living and abandoned babies in various places. I think that since these places are now under your rule, you should do something practical for the people." Before Lin Miyue came to Jiangnan, she always felt that this place is now the main grain-producing area, and there should be no poor people in this prosperous place since the migration of the rich and powerful to the south in various dynasties. However, after learning about some local things, she found that she was still too naive. Lin Jun reacted after hearing this. "You mean you want to send people to rebuild at Seo halls, Puji halls, and other relief centers in various places? Not only these, I also learned from reading old books that in the early days of the country, various places also set up Huimin pharmacies for the people to see doctors and get medicine. Now these institutions are either just empty shells or have been directly abolished." Lin Miyue looked at her uncle and added one more thing. Not only these common relief organizations, she also wanted to set up other convenient organizations one by one and send people there. Let them play their role. Chengyu has not been idle recently. He has farms and lakes and other fixed assets awarded by his father. However, when he sent people to count these lands, he found that there were some tricks in these lands. Some lands are newly purchased by the government, and some are forcibly taken from the people by some people in order to get things done. After listening to his mother's call, Chengyu hesitated for a long time, and finally told the story. Lin Miyue frowned after listening to his son's words. Lin Jun seemed to understand this potential behavior better. "Your father gave you a total of more than 4,000 hectares of land in one go. Where can there be so much idle land in the local area? Such things will not only happen when you become a vassal, but also for others." Although the king of Wu was in a hurry to become a vassal, Su Ruiqing also considered his wife and son, not counting the land of the Lake Forest Farm. There are these, ensuring that even if Lin Miyue and her son cannot increase their income, they can live comfortably with the things in these feasts. Chung Yu continued to speak, as he watched his mother's face becoming increasingly ugly. Since this has happened, I asked General Wei to take trusted people to investigate several times, and found some farmers, who had become refugees because of losing their land, but they were suppressed by some local officials. Lin Miyue took a deep breath. No wonder, I also took Yun Xia to the city many times, and occasionally saw some ragged people. It was our fault. Chung Yu actually blamed himself when he first learned about these things, and now he lowered his head in frustration after hearing his mother's words. Now that things have become a foregone conclusion, my son also wants to rest well. I'm going to give these people a lot of land. Although it's not easy to distribute it to farmers who have no land to cultivate. I can give it to these people for free or at a low price. Lin Jun looked at his niece and nephew, sighed and said, there are 12 princes in the country so far. Although Chung Yu has a lot of land now, the accumulated land given by other families in the past years is not much less than his. But not all of them have the same idea as Chung Yu today. Princes will be rewarded when they go to the vassal state. But it doesn't mean that it is fixed. The emperor will take the initiative to reward in order to show favor to the royal family. And the princes themselves can also ask the emperor for it with various excuses. Chung Yu's grandfather treated the royal family well, and basically granted whatever they asked for. His father, Emperor Su Ruiqing, was not very willing to satisfy these princes. He was generous to his own son, but could even be called stingy to these uncles and brothers. He basically did not reward the princes with new land, and mostly gave them silver and other things. I can't care about others. Just do things well ourselves. Lin Miyue looked at Chung Yu. She originally thought that her son was assigned to such a prosperous place, and could not see the suffering of the common people. But she still thought too well of this dynasty. There was no such thing as a prosperous era. These feudal dynasties were cannibalistic. It was just that she was lucky enough to wake up in the body of a girl from an official family. So she didn't experience any bitter tears. Chung Yu also stood up and saluted Lin Jun. Now the officials of the palace are almost ready, and the capital seems to be relaxed about us. But this matter is difficult to handle, and I hope my uncle can help me. Seeing this, Lin Jun also returned the salute solemnly. It is my duty to not seek easy things and not avoid difficulties. But this is not something that can be done in a short time. And I hope the prince will be prepared. The rumbling sound of the carriage wheels made Lin Miyue drowsy. After discussing the matter, her son and uncle were busy. They were studying how to lay off a group of people who were doing nothing and select some capable and young officials to take over these positions. She also began to run around the city and busy herself with her own affairs. Maybe it was because of a stone that hit the carriage. The carriage bumped a bit, and Lin Miyue also woke up. She lifted the curtain and looked out the window. I wanted to set up a girls' school like the palace, and bring the girls from the Lin family and the Shen family to the palace to study and talk with me. Unfortunately, I was tied up by these things again. You may accompany Lin Miyue today. She looked at her own concubine. You just can't sit still. When you were in the palace, you repaired the corridors and the houses where the palace people lived, and cared for the old and sick eunuchs and palace people. Now that you are outside the palace, you are in charge of more things. Although according to her age, if she is anxious to find a wife for her son, she will probably become a grandmother next year. But as a person who might not retire until she was over 60 in her previous life, Lin Miyue feels that she is still young now. This is something I can and should take care of. There is no need to be idle. Besides, if I worry about you, he will worry less. It's not good for the child to be so tense now. I always want to help him share some of the burden. Lin Miyue heard Yume's words. She actually wanted to do something, and didn't want to retire at such a young age. She also wanted to help her son share some of the burden. There are naturally some charity halls in Mingzhou City. There are also some organizations such as Tongshanhui organized by local gentry. Lin Miyue also sent people to contact these people. This time, the selected one is also a nursery run and maintained by Tongshanhui, the largest local private charity organization. Lin Miyue, Yume and others followed the manager of the orphanage, a woman in her 40s, Mrs. Wu, and walked around the orphanage, looking at the children's thin appearance and shivering expressions. Lin Miyue felt bitter. It's not difficult to raise these children in the orphanage, but the children will grow up one day. It's not easy for these children to survive now. We don't have the ability to teach them anything. After leaving here, they will sell their own children. There are many people. Speaking of the children she raised, Mrs. Wu is also full of helplessness. The imperial court naturally prohibited these private human trafficking. But such things have always been a matter of the people not reporting, and the officials not investigating. So even in front of the imperial concubine, Mother Wu did not hide this. The city is prosperous, and there is no shortage of shops recruiting apprentices, small workers. But from what you said, it seems that these children have no future. Yu Mei saw Lin Miyue frowning after hearing this, and asked first. Aunt Wu hesitated, but she also knew that the person opposite was a person of great importance, who could really give these children a good future. She gritted her teeth and said, Miss, you don't know? I am only a woman. There are no other people in this nursery, except 2 women who take care of the children and do some chores, and an old man who helps to guard the door and keep watch at night. We are short of manpower, and these young children are fine. Girls are obedient and will eventually have a home. But some boys in their teens are not good, always doing some sneaky things, and people in the city are unwilling to hire them in the long run. Mother Wu's implication is that the girls in the orphanage are fine, and at worst they can get married when they get older. On the contrary, some boys have no skills, are lazy and gluttonous, and are often the hardest group of people to make a living. When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. It's not the fault of these children. Although Lin Miyue did not comment on what Mother Wu said, she recalled the children she had just seen. Today, perhaps she was asked to come and see the people here, so there were children of all ages. Now, after listening to what Mother Wu said, she also had some vague ideas about how to help these children. Chapter 97. After a tour of the orphanage, Lin Miyue went to several welfare institutions to have a look. She gradually had some ideas in her mind. On the way back, she thought about it for a while. She felt that she was a little short of manpower to help. Chung Yu had Lin Jun and a group of officials from the palace to help him. The soldiers brought by General Wei were not idle either, although they had a lot of things to do, since they had already started and had the banner of King Wu to raise. The progress was relatively smooth. Looking at Yu Mei, Lin Miyue in the carriage was also a little worried. The female officials and maids around her could read and write, but they were only familiar with the palace rules and regulations. Besides, Zhang Yinjing and Aunt Zhou were too old to run around. Yunxia, Yu Mei, and Yu Tao were the actual managers of the backyard of the palace. Although the only concubine in the palace was Lin Miyue, there were still many eunuchs and palace servants. If the palace was built in the future, there would definitely be new servants to work in the palace. Yunxia and the others would have to worry about all these. In addition, communicating with the families in the capital and the fiefdom also requires a lot of their energy. Now, it is Yu Mei and Yu Tao who take turns to accompany Lin Miyue out of the house. Yunxia can no longer spare any time to accompany her out of the house. After returning to the house provided by the Shen family, Lin Miyue had dinner with Zhang Yinjing and others. After Chung Yu got busy, she basically couldn't squeeze out time to have dinner with her mother. So she looked at Zhang Yinjing and others who were free to eat with her. We are all busy people. There is something I want to ask Sister Zhang, but I don't know if it is feasible. After dinner, take a walk to digest the food. Lin Miyue gathered her cloak, while looking at the soft halo emitted by the stone lamp in the courtyard. She turned her head to ask Zhang Yinjing beside her. What's the matter, madam? Zhang Yinjing was a little surprised to hear this. After so many years of palace life, Lin Miyue rarely had to ask her about anything. Now, when she heard this, she felt that it must be a difficult matter that she needed to consult. The officials of the palace are set, but the quota of female officials around me, the noble concubine, is not full now. Although I am not in the palace, I want to fill these quotas locally, which is not against the rules. As Zhang Yinjing expected, Lin Miyue's words made her silent for a moment. According to the rules, the queen is the head of the harem and commands the 6 palaces. All the female officials in the 6 bureaus and 1 department are her subordinates. There is no quota for female officials around her. Lin Miyue should have 4 female officials around her, but now there are only 2, Zhang Yinjing and Yunxia, and there are 2 vacancies left. Jiangnan has always been a place where the palace recruits female officials, especially in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where the reading atmosphere is strong. Girls are also taught to read and write by their fathers, brothers and husbands. In the past, most of the female ministers and scholars selected for the princesses were from Jiangnan. Without answering Lin Miyue's words, Zhang Yinjing told a story first. Lin Miyue lowered her eyes and smiled. This meant that it was feasible. Qingyu also set up some new official positions. I thought that after removing my sister and Yunxia, there were still 2 places left, which was still a little too few. If I had 4 places this time, it should be enough for each person to manage these newly established charity halls and pharmacies. It was still within Zhang Ginjin's acceptance to want to set up 2 more at once. She thought for a while and said, at the beginning of the country, when the Ong tribe was in turmoil in the north, Prince Shen took the soldiers in the city and the guards of the palace out of the city to resist the enemy. The princess temporarily took the women around her to practice martial arts to guard the palace and the people in the city. At that time, the captain was also given the title of a centurion. Later, I heard that in the south, there seemed to be some concubines or princesses who had set up temporary female officials to help manage the affairs of the palace because of the lack of manpower. Your Majesty, adding 2 people now is not against the rules. Lin Muyue nodded. Xiao Hall, Jilao Hall, Yanshan Hall and Gym and Pharmacy. 1 person can be set up in each place. And if there are other things to do in the future, more people can be added. Zhang Ginjing saw that Lin Muyue had made up her mind and said, since your Majesty has made up her mind, you can issue an order to recruit people from the 6 palaces. Although what your Majesty wants to do now is not out of the ordinary, it is necessary to show up in public. In this case, it is better to choose women over 40 years old. Nowadays, worshipping Buddha, giving alms, and helping the lonely and the elderly are all good deeds. Many wives have done these things to accumulate blessings for their families. However, these wives are always surrounded by a group of maids and women when they go out. What Lin Muyue needed was a woman who could take care of these local affairs. So when she went out, there were not so many people around her except for the guards and subordinates. Such work was not suitable for young girls. Lin Muyue waved her hand. The atmosphere in Jiangnan is more closed than that in Beijing. But I see that there is no shortage of young women in the street vendors and shops. If a young girl dares to come to me and try, I will definitely protect her. And there is no need to set an age limit. Although she said so, the 4 people who were finally selected really fulfilled Zhang Ginjing's words. They were all widowed ladies in their 40s. 2 of the 4 had sons and daughters. 1 had no income at home after her husband died. So she had to work as a female teacher in an official's house to teach etiquette and poetry. 1 could not support her family. And the remaining 2 did not lack money, but simply thought that Lin Muyue was doing a good deed and wanted to help. No need to be so polite. I will need to rely on you in the future. If we keep being polite, where will it end? Lin Muyue looked at the 4 people she had chosen, smilingly exempted everyone from being polite, and told them that they would not need to be so polite in the future. Among the 4 people, a woman named Jiang Ke was the oldest, so she answered on behalf of the 4 people. Thank you, Your Majesty. I don't dare to say that, but the 4 of us have been chosen by Your Majesty to be female officials, so we naturally dare not do our best. Lin Muyue did not set the official positions for the 4 people according to the titles and ranks of the female officials in the palace, but changed the titles according to her needs. Now the 4 of them are all Jishan of the 6th rank. So Lin Muyue did not address them, and only said to the 4 people, since you Jishan have passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals, and now sit in front of me, I know that you are not ordinary women. I will leave the matter to you today. Although 4 female officials were selected to manage the affairs, they were only in charge of the affairs. Lin Muyue assigned different subordinates to help them according to the different areas they were in charge of. Jiang Ke, the oldest who spoke just now, was in charge of the affairs of the Xiao Hall. Although she herself had no children, it was because she lost her husband at a young age. She had a deep friendship with her late husband and was unwilling to remarry. Now that she is older, she is more kind to children. The second oldest woman, named Lu Shuwai, is the most capable, although her writing is only average. After talking to her, Lin Muyue knows that she has her own ideas and is the most opinionated one among the 4. She is in charge of Yang Shentang. The remaining 2 are of the same age, both 42 years old. One is Yi Yimin, and the other is Fu Shan. Both of them have children to worry about. Yi Yimin has a son and a daughter. Now she signed up for the school with gritted teeth so that her children can have a place to go. Now she is sent by Lin Muyue to take charge of Jilatang. Fu Shan was born into a medical family. Her family ran a pharmacy, and she later married a doctor. However, after her husband died, her son had not yet completed his studies. Her husband's original apprentice was a heartless man who abandoned his master and his wife's years of nurturing and teaching of medical skills and ran away with the money. It happened that the Wu Wang mansion was recruiting people at this time. Fu Shan was influenced by her when she was young and married a doctor. Therefore, when Lin Miyue saw that her experience was all related to medicine, she asked Xiao Luo, who was now working hard in the manor, to give her some questions and test her. After learning that this person was really capable, she sent him to manage the gym and pharmacy. Everyone has their own strengths, but being a manager does not mean that you can just study. Therefore, before you start working, you need to live in the palace for a while. I will find someone to teach you the knowledge you need to learn. Lin Miyue just finished her polite words and then told her own plan. After hearing this, Lu Shuhui looked at the other three people and exchanged glances before speaking again. Since you are already under the command of the queen will arrange it. I have no objection. Yi Yining and Fu Shan's children will all live in the palace in the future. Now that they hear that they still have to go to class, they feel that they will have more time to spend with their children. And they are also a little happy. After settling the female officials, Lin Miyue felt a little more relaxed. She sent people to repair the charity hall if it needed repairs, and sent eunuchs brought from the capital to do the purchases. So now she was thinking about taking a short vacation. Yi Yining's daughter is about the same age as the eldest princess. When I left the palace, the people I missed the most were Concubine Yun, Qingluan, Ling Yu and others. Lin Miyue also met these children in person. Seeing them made her miss everyone in the capital. Before the people around her could comfort her, Lin Miyue changed the subject. Looking at so many good children, I missed the two children from the Lin and Shen families again. It's been so long since the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I haven't seen these two girls for a long time. Now, Wen Huai and Wen Lu are often with Lin Miyue. Wen Huai is honest, but Wen Lu is a bit like Yun Xia. Both of them are lively and like to joke. When she heard Lin Miyue say this, she said, "The young master of the Shen family will come on the Mid-Autumn Festival." Madam. There were only two girls in his eyes. Lin Miyue also liked to ask Lu about her liveliness, so she smiled and said, "I got some fresh fruits. It's appropriate to let the girls taste something new." This is not what Lin Miyue said nonsense. She really got some fresh fruits from overseas recently. She has been in the Zheng dynasty for half of her life, but all the apples she ate in the palace or in Jiangnan were not the crisp and sweet apple she liked. Recently, the sea merchants are well informed. It is said that a prince and a concubine came to Mingzhou city and brought some good things. One of the captains from the west presented some apples and fruit trees to the palace. Yun Xia didn't think much of these gifts when she counted them. One day, Lin Miyue ate an apple and found that it was crisp and sweet. She was amazed. The queen really treasures this fruit. She even asked someone to give the fruit tree to the old prince in the northwest. Wen Lu knew that Lin Miyue liked this fruit, and she also deliberately gave it to the concubine these days. The south of the Huai River produces oranges, and the north of the Huai River produces trifoliate oranges. Although these fruits are good, the local soil and water are not suitable for growing them. Uncle Prince N's place is just right. I will naturally honor him. The soil and water in the south are not suitable for growing apples. Lin Miyue thought about the feast of the kings, and had an idea Prince and was Gaozong's brother, and was still alive. He would naturally agree to plant some fruit trees for the sake of Chengyu. In that case, send a letter to the Lin mansion and the Shen family. Such good fruits need more people to taste them. After talking for a long time, Lin Miyue returned to her original purpose. Wen Lu smiled and bowed after hearing her words, and went to write a letter to invite Daiyu and Lin Ru to come to the mansion to talk to the concubine. Chapter 98. The weather is getting colder. Lin Miyue doesn't want to see the two little girls in the garden anymore for fear of freezing them. When someone comes, just bring them to my yard. There's no need to worry about bumping into the girls, since Chengyu isn't here today. When Huai is preparing the golden osmanthus oolong milk tea that Lin Miyue made, she takes out a small bowl of handmade taro balls, cooks them together, and puts them in a silver pot. Wen Lu takes out a set of enamel glass cups of the 12 flower gods, and asks Lin Miyue which ones to take for the guests. Where did this cup come from? Oh, it's made of enamel glass. Was it also presented by the merchant captains before? Lin Miyue asked Wen Lu to put the brocade box containing the glass cup on the small table, and took a look. She didn't remember such a set of things. The cup was exquisitely made. There were flower patterns of different postures on the cup, which were all taken from the representative flowers of the 12 flower gods. There was a circle of gold rim on the mouth of the cup. The cup looked a bit exotic. Therefore, Lin Miyue thought it was presented by foreign merchants. Replying to the noble concubine, "This is something that young Madame brought." She said it was made in her own glass workshop and was relatively fresh, so she brought it to you as a filial piety. Wen Huai was honest and could not say anything else, so he just repeated what Wang Shifeng said at that time. Wang Shifeng had been ordered to look after the glass workshop before and wanted to show off her skills, but the recipe that Lin Miyue brought out was quite mature, and those craftsmen had worked in workshops in Beijing, so she had to do some work of dispatching people and taking care of accounts. After a long time, Wang Shifeng learned that the concubine had also selected 4 female officials to go out to manage things. She was a bold and arrogant person. Although it was not bad to be a pampered young lady with nothing to worry about, she was a little envious of those people in her heart. I always regretted being a woman. But when I saw Zhang Yanjing and Miss Yunxia around the imperial concubine, I felt that their talents were not inferior to those of some officials. Today, I saw Jiang Jishan and others were also going to be in charge of things outside, which was different again. Wang Shifeng naturally brought a dowry with her when she got married. Among all the dowries, only Pinger had the deepest friendship with her. Today, she said this to Pinger. "So you find ways to torment the screwdriver. I see that Master Qian always has a bitter face when he sees you." Pinger also smiled. The Master Qian she mentioned was an old master in the glass workshop. He was more than 60 years old, so there was no need to be shy. She had met Wang Shifeng, the young lady who was in charge of this matter, several times, in order to come up with more tricks to show her skills. Wang Shifeng met the old craftsman several times and insisted that he find a way to make some new glassware. Finally, some good things have been made. Today, the Queen will invite Miss Lin and Miss Shen to come and talk. They will definitely be able to use those things. You wait. I estimate that the girls around the Queen will come to invite them soon. Wang Shifeng smiled, which meant that she was quite confident. Pinger was originally packing the leather set from the capital, preparing to take out some good ones to make a new dress for Wang Shifeng. Now she said, "Oh." But before she could say anything else, a little maid came in and said to the two of them, "Grandma, Miss Wen Lu is here." The master and servant looked at each other, and Wang Shifeng was a little proud. She gave Pinger a look and got up to see Wen Lu in the main room. "Greetings, Madame. Miss Lin and Miss Shen are coming today. The Queen Mother said that if you want to join in the fun, you can go too." Wen Lu bowed after entering, and then said what Lin Miyue had told him. Wang Shifeng asked Wen Lu to sit down and have a rest and drink some tea, but Wen Lu politely declined, saying that the concubine dowager had something to do and would go back after delivering the message. After Wen Lu left, Wang Shifeng also stood up and said to Pinger, "I guess it's right." Seeing the excited look between Wang Shifeng's eyebrows, Pinger smiled. Okay. I'll help you tidy up and retie your hair. It's estimated that Miss Lin and the others will be here at this time, and you can't arrive after the guests." The young Wang Shifeng was also quick in action. It didn't take long for her to arrive at the courtyard where the concubine dowager was. Lin Miyue had prepared everything for the guests, and when she saw someone coming, she asked her to sit down. "I vaguely remember that your birthday is in September." Lin Miyue started talking to her when she saw people sitting down. Wang Shifeng's birthday was also written in the book. Lin Miyue herself remembered that when Fingjie celebrated her birthday, it was Jia Mu who took the lead and asked everyone to collect money for her birthday. During this period, the money exchanged between them also showed the relationship between the people in the Jia family. Jia Lian was caught cheating on this day by Wang Shifeng. The couple quarreled in front of Jia Mu. Hearing that the imperial concubine knew what month her birthday was, Wang Shifeng was somewhat flattered. She quickly replied, "I didn't expect you to know this. My birthday is indeed on the 2nd day of September." Lin Miyue looked at the cups, took out an osmanthus cup and handed it to her. "It fits what I prepared today. September is indeed a good day. The golden osmanthus is fragrant, and you can climb high and see far. Now it's not as comfortable as it was then." Dayu's birthday was the flower festival, so Lin Miyue picked out the plum blossom cup and put it aside, waiting for Lin Ru, the little girl, to come and ask her when her birthday was. Shen Lin Ru arrived first, and Dayu arrived shortly afterwards. In fact, both of them arrived about 25 minutes earlier than the agreed time. So when they entered the house, they saw Lin Miyue and Wang Shifeng sitting and talking. They thought they were late, so they hurriedly went up to pay their respects and apologize. Lin Miyue accepted the gifts from the two and said with a smile, "It's not that you are late. It's just that your sister Feng also came to talk to me, seeing that everyone was here. When Huai took the milk teapot that had been slowly warming on the fire to pour tea for everyone. When he came to Shenlinru, Linmu asked, I don't know what month your birthday is. Linru also saw that everyone's cups were different. She looked at the different flowers on the cups, and guessed what they were divided into. Seeing the concubine asking, she simply replied, to answer the queen, I was born in April. When Lu took out the peony cup and handed it to Wen Huai. After Wen Huai poured the milk tea, he gently placed the cup next to Linru. What a coincidence, the birthdays of several people today are in different months. Lin Miyue said, holding her crayed myrtle cup. Wang Shifeng also looked around. Yes, especially Sister Lin. I remember that Sister's birthday was on the flower festival, and she really looked like a fairy from the flower god. Daiyu felt a little embarrassed to answer, so Lin Miyue looked at her cup and said, Sparse shadows slant across the shallow water, and the faint fragrance floats in the moonlight at dusk. This cup is very good, but it is too difficult to burn words on enamel glass, otherwise. If each person can write a poem, it will be more exquisite. Speaking of poems, Shenlinru said with some regret, when I was at home, I used flowers with my sisters to write poems. The word order is worthy of its name. Sister Lin's previous poem is very good, and I believe she has a lot of poems in her mind. We can play this together one day. Lin Miyue thought of something when she heard it. She asked Daiyu and Shifeng, you are all related to the Rong mansion in Beijing. I wonder if you know their eldest daughter Jia Yuanchun. Both of them knew the eldest granddaughter of the Jia mansion. But Daiyu had never seen anyone from her maternal grandparents since she was born. Although she knew, she had never seen them. Wang Shifeng had visited her aunt, and had also been with Yuanchun several times. So Wang Shifeng spoke first. I once went to Rong mansion with my aunt to visit my aunt. And I also met Sister Yuanchun several times. Daiyu continued. I heard my mother mention it. And my grandmother also mentioned Sister Yuanchun in the letter she sent when she sent something. But I have never met her. It was only when Lin Ru mentioned Fi Willing that I remembered this Miss Jia. After listening to the two, Lin Miyue looked at Lin Ru and said, that girl is now also a female minister in the palace. I remember that one year during the flower festival, the palace held a small banquet for the princesses, and also invited some princesses of the royal family and daughters of important officials, the female officials who served the princesses, and the palace maids who were proud of their talents could also join in the fun. When so many people got together to play Fi Willing, Yuanchuan's literary inspiration was so strong that she surpassed everyone present and won the first place. Lin Miyue led the princesses to play with everyone that day. And now she still feels lively and interesting when talking about the scene at that time. Shenlin Ru often played flying flower games with her sisters at home. She had a prosperous family with many sisters and cousins. The little girls always got together to play because it was inconvenient to go out. After listening to Lin Miyue's words, she said, so these games are also played in the palace. Daiyu was a little envious when she heard these words. My mother said that there were several sisters in my grandmother's family, but I have never seen them. There was never such a lively time at home. Lin Miyue looked at the two of them, and asked Daiyu, I heard from your mother that your family invited a teacher to teach you. Daiyu was stunned. She thought about it and said, yes, the teacher's surname is Jia. Mr. Jia is gentle, and has excellent knowledge. Lin Miyue thought about the time when Wang Mang was respectful, and had not usurped the throne. After a lot of twists and turns, Jia Yuxuan was actually teaching in the Lin family. This man was not only respectful to Lin Hai at first, but also polite to Jia Zheng of Rongfu. Who would have thought that there would be those things later? But now not only the emperor, but even Su Ruiqing has passed away. Jia Yuxuan estimated that his career would change in the future. Lin Miyue left this matter aside, and continued to talk about the purpose of asking the two girls to come today. Lin Miyue looked at the three people in front of her and said, the palace will be renovated next year, according to the regulations. Although it is not as exquisite as Lingru's garden, it is indeed much larger. The palace has set up Lonji Hall for princesses to study. Now I come here without a daughter, and I like you very much. I want to set up a place in the palace to build a girls' school for you and the girls of the prefect's family to study. Before the two said anything, Lin Miyue said, it's just an idea. I still need to discuss it with the adults in your family. I invited you here today just to try something new. But you said so many irrelevant things. Daiyu, Shifeng and Linru had different ideas in their hearts. But as Lin Miyue said, this matter still needed to be discussed with their elders. So they suppressed their ideas and tasted the crisp apples that Lin Muyue loved so much and other delicacies prepared by the chef of the palace. Lin Muyue invited 2 young girls to her house as guests. So naturally they would not stay long. At the end of the day, Dayu and Lin Ru walked hand in hand together. Lin Ru asked Dayu in a low voice, "Sister, you have a teacher at home?" Dayu turned her head slightly to look at her. Yes. After getting along with each other, Dayu also knew that Lin Ru liked poetry and books, especially in poetry. She was quite talented, and even better than her brother. When she mentioned that she had a teacher at home in front of the imperial concubine, Lin Ru's eyes were a little envious. Now, after hearing her ask, I knew that this little girl's family probably didn't hire a teacher for her. Lin Ru and her sisters were probably taught by their mother, sister-in-law, or literate maids. So Dayu didn't say much when she asked, not wanting to make this new sister sad. Although I like to read, and there are many sisters in my family, there is no teacher to teach us sisters. Lin Ru was indeed a little envious. Her family was good to girls, but they didn't treat girls like masters like the Lin family. Dayu was thoughtful. When she heard Lin Ru say that, she knew that she must have been moved by what the noble concubine said just now. So she also said, "It is indeed more interesting for sisters to study together. You just said that you played with your sisters at home. I envy you too." Hearing Dayu say that, Lin Ru was visibly happy. Right, I also think it is great to study with sisters. Chapter 99. People at that time attached great importance to ancestor worship. The craftsmen who built the Wu Wang mansion worked hard, and finally completed the construction of the palace before the winter solstice. The interior layout was also completed quickly under the management of Zhang Ginjin, Yun Xia and others, so that Cheng Yu could worship his ancestors in the palace on the winter solstice after a while. This palace was built much faster than I thought, and I think it was very attentive. The details look a bit like local Jiangnan architecture. Lin Muyue had just moved into the palace a few days ago. Seeing that the sun was out today, she planned to take people to walk around the palace. But she felt the cold air on the floor as soon as she went out, which made her pull her cloak closer to feel better. Zhang Ginjin also wore a royal blue cape with lotus pattern. After hearing what Lin Muyue said, the prince ordered to reduce the taxes for the recruited laborers for 1 year. The daily food supply was sufficient, and their wages were not allowed to be deducted. The people were grateful for the prince's kindness, and naturally did their work quickly and well. Lin Muyue smiled and changed the subject. I have been here for so long, and I always feel that the climate here is better than that in the capital. But I feel uncomfortable in winter. Not only do we need to provide enough charcoal, but we also need to make some cream to distribute. Mingzhou City is humid all year round by the sea, but it is a bit unbearable in winter. Most of the people who came here with Lin Muyue were born near the capital, and there are many people who are not adapted to the climate here like Lin Muyue. Lin Mu said this the day before after seeing a young palace made with frostbite on her hands. Yun Xia also took some time out of her busy schedule to follow Lin Muyue today. After hearing this, she continued, "You are so careful. I will ask Dr. Yang later." Soon, everyone came to the edge of a pond. Lin Muyue stopped to look at the withered lotus leaves in the pond, and thought of the scenery she had seen in the summer palace. She missed the past days, and was lost in thought as she looked at the scenery in front of her. Yun Xia looked down at the pond and said, "It was said before that fish were raised there. Your Majesty, please bring something to feed the fish." Lin Muyue smiled helplessly. "Forget it. I see that the fish in the pond have lost their shape. It seems that they don't need me to eat them. Let's go somewhere else." Although there are rules for the land area and regulations of the palace, no prince really builds according to the rules. Lin Muyue has only taken a few glances at the drawings of the Wu Palace. Now she feels fresh when she looks at it. After taking people to walk around the garden in the backyard of the palace, Lin Muyue returned to the Zihui Palace where she lived inside with a cup of hot tea. With the sun, I feel that it is warmer outside than in this room. Fortunately, there are floor heating and a Kong now. I sit on it for a while, and then I feel less cold. Cheng Yu's own Dekong Palace and the Zihui Palace built for his mother both have floor heating. And the eunuchs and palace servants who serve them can also benefit from it. Yun Xia originally had her own small courtyard to live in, but now she has moved back to live with Yu Mei for the floor heating and Kong. It's better after changing to this glass window. Your Majesty originally had the windows of this room repaired higher and wider. I think the room is not as dark as in Beijing. Yun Xia was sitting under the window again, fiddling with needlework. She loved this new palace very much. She felt that doing needlework in this room was not so straining on the eyes. Zhang Ginjun was getting old now, and his eyes were not as clear as when he was young. Hearing Yunxia's words, he agreed. That's true. It's not just needlework. I put a desk under the window. I feel more relaxed when I write replies on weekdays. The master and servants were talking when someone came in and reported. Your Majesty, Madame Yi wants to see you. She said she has something to ask you. Yunxia and Zhang Ginjun looked at each other. And Zhang Ginjun said, since Madame Yi is here, Yunxia and I still have things to do. We will. I'll take my leave first. Lin Miyue also nodded. And said to the maid Inger, who was delivering the message. Go and invite someone in. No need to serve other teas. Just boil another pot of milk tea and bring some tongue biscuits. Wang Shifeng was the granddaughter-in-law of Lin Miyue's uncle. So she had to ask her grandmother-in-law, Mrs. Liang, for permission to go out for a stroll in the city or to worship Buddha and burn incense. She came to Lin Miyue to pay her respects and to accompany Daiyu and others. Today, she said she had something to ask her. And Lin Miyue was actually a little confused about what she wanted to say. Wang Shifeng was wearing a red and monkey-hair gray checkered skirt today. Lin Miyue felt fresh when she saw the skirt while watching people perform the ceremony. After the ceremony, Wang Shifeng still made a few polite remarks as usual before clearing her throat and saying, I have something to ask you. But I asked my husband and grandmother-in-law. And they both said that they still wanted to ask your opinion. Hearing this, Lin Miyue's curiosity was aroused even more. And can't make a decision on anything, and you still need to ask me? After hearing Lin Miyue's words, Wang Shifeng stood up and bowed again. My uncle's family in Beijing and my aunt's family in Jinling have sent letters, and there have been some changes in my second aunt's family, so I thought of going to Beijing from Jinling to visit my relatives. But my aunt received a letter from my uncle, and knew that I had married my mother's family, and was now in Ningzhou. She thought it would be a blessing to come and pay a visit to the noble concubine and the prince. The Wang family in Beijing is now living a decent life. Although Wang Shifeng's uncle Wang Ziting is not as trusted by the emperor as when Su Ruiqing was alive. The new emperor still promoted him to the second-rank deputy commander of the 5 military protectorate. Although the position is not as important as before, it is still a high-ranking and distinguished position. Lin Miyue naturally knew that Wang Shifeng's eldest aunt was Wang Furen, who married into the Jia family. And her second aunt married into the royal merchant Shui family, and was Aunt Shui. However, she still asked knowingly, I know your eldest aunt is the second wife of Rongfu, but I wonder which family your second aunt is from. Wang Shifeng smiled and said after hearing Lin Miyue's question, Madam, can you let Pinger come in too? My second aunt brought me some things with the letter, and some good things are presented to the Majesty and the Prince. I know you have a good eye. When Pinger brings the things, you will know which family my aunt is from. Lin Miyue also said in cooperation. Okay, let Pinger come in too, and I will see what good things are to open my eyes. I dare not say that I will open your eyes. They are just some things that are acceptable. Wang Shifeng hurriedly replied when she saw Pinger coming in with the things. Lin Miyue looked at the satin held by Pinger, and said, I know. Wang Shifeng was still a little surprised. She wanted to make some jokes with this thing, to make the noble concubine happy before talking. But she didn't expect that the thing was recognized as soon as it was brought in. Lin Miyue continued, if you use this to test me, you will get it. Is it the Shui family? The royal merchant in Jinling? Your Majesty, you have a sharp eye. I wanted to keep it a secret, but I didn't expect you to see it with a glance. Wang Shifeng was really surprised. Pinger had just brought the thing in, and Lin Miyue actually saw where it was. None of the people serving today had heard Lin Miyue praise the good things presented by the Shui family, so she could only explain to everyone herself. When this family first took office, they sent new fabrics to the palace. The fabric was soft, thin, and novel. I praised this family at that time. And then I learned that the imperial merchant of Jinling had changed. The lotus flower pattern on the fabric that Pinger brought in is a pattern of song brocade, which is the pattern that was newly restored when the imperial merchant Shui took office. This style was specially presented, and other families did not dare to imitate it at will. There is also this origin, which I didn't know about. Wang Shifeng also laughed. You mean your aunt wants to come and see you? Why not? Lin Miyue gestured to Pinger to hand the things to Wen Lu before speaking again. Although Madame Liang said that the queen had always been good-tempered and would definitely agree. Wang Shifeng also knew that things were busy in the palace these days, so she was a little nervous when she came today. And now she was finally happy to get the yes. Thank you. The Queen. There is also a sister in my aunt's family. I'm not being too arrogant. But my sister Shue's appearance and temperament are not inferior to Sister Lin's. Wang Shifeng knew that the Queen loved girls very much. So she also mentioned Aunt Shue's sister Bao Chai. How could Lin Miyue not know Bao Chai? So she said with a smile, if there is such a smart girl, I would like to let your aunt stay for a while. Bao Chai and her mother sat in the carriage to Mingzhou. The Shui family has not been very peaceful recently. Aunt Shue's husband died 1.5 years ago, leaving Aunt Shui and a pair of children. Although it is said that like fathers, like daughters, Bao Chai's brother Shui Pan does not have his father's ability at all. Although Shui's father also taught his son about business. Everyone's fate and ability are different. In the past 2 years, Shui Pan has not only failed to keep the Shui family as the imperial merchant, but also lost a lot of the original business. Aunt Shui knew her son's temper, and the Shui family was not only rich. She was willing to give up some money to let her son practice as long as he did not cause any big trouble. However, there were many other changes this year. The elder brother retired from his busy position and had time to care for his younger sister and nephew's family. The brother and sister exchanged letters several times, and Aunt Shui had the idea of sending her daughter to Beijing to participate in the selection of concubines. The Shui family's imperial merchants also had a rank, and they were in the 5th rank of the Ministry of Households. Therefore, Bao Chai, as a woman from Jinling, was naturally eligible to participate. Mom, we'll be in Mingzhou soon. Should we find an inn to rest for a day before writing a letter to the palace? Bao Chai heard the voices coming from outside the carriage and knew that they were about to enter the city. Although they were on the official road and the Shui family's carriage was spacious, they were tired after all the travel. Especially Shui Pan, who was riding a horse. There was some dirt on his face and head. Aunt Shui nodded when she heard her daughter's words. That's right. Let's find a place to rest. I'm happy. Go tell Dodwang, the driver, to tell him to tell the master to find an inn to stay temporarily after entering the city. Although the Shui family had lost its pillar, they were still well off. The whole family went to the best inn in the city to rest. Inger also helped the girl take a bath to relieve her fatigue. After drying her hair, Bao Chai put on a dress and sat at the table. She said to Inger, please bring me another lamp. I need to write the visiting card. Inga felt sorry for her daughter. You've been busy all day. Go to bed early and write tomorrow. Bao Chai was grinding ink by herself. She sighed and said, the sooner you finish, the easier it will be. Go and get it. I can rest after I finish writing. Chapter 100. Bao Chai wrote 2 letters in the end. One was a family letter written to Fingjie in her mother's tone to express the affection between relatives. The other was a letter in which she carefully considered the words and phrases. It was a letter to the king of Wu and the noble concubine in the name of Shui Washer, the wife of the 5th rank imperial merchant in the Ministry of Revenue. Although Shui's father had an official rank during his lifetime, Bao Chai was also qualified for the selection of concubines because of this. But the imperial merchant was not a proper official position after all. Shui's father himself had no meritorious service. Therefore, Bao Chai's mother, Mrs. Shui, did not have the imperial edict and reward. When Bao Chai wrote this letter today, she was very careful with every word and spent a lot of energy. The inn where the Shui family lived was built for dignitaries and wealthy businessmen. It not only had ordinary guest rooms, but also had separate courtyards for guests to stay in. The Shui family stayed in a courtyard. The next day, Bao Chai went to her mother's room to pay her respects and have breakfast. But she didn't see her brother when she entered. Mom, why didn't my brother come to have breakfast with you? Where did he go so early in the morning? Bao Chai didn't talk about eating or sleeping. After she finished a breakfast with local customs with her mother, she asked. Mrs. Shui explained to her son. Your brother has taken people to exchange silver. Today, he will deliver the visiting card and letter to the palace. I thought I should give some silver as a tribute. Although the journey was not far, it was not safe to travel with a large amount of silver. So the Shui family exchanged the vouchers at the local bank and carried them with them. Now that they have become a governor, they need to exchange the silver bills for redeemable ones locally, and also exchange the large silver bills into smaller pieces. The Shui family is a business family. Although they have been called the imperial merchants for many years, which is better than ordinary merchants, they still have to give a lot of money to various palaces to open up connections in addition to normal expenses. Now that they have come to the Mingzhou Palace to pay a visit, Mrs. Shui has also estimated the amount and plans to give 50,000 taels of silver as a gift. Bao nodded after hearing this, and did not continue to ask. She just said, "This is under the rule of the prince. It is not Jinling where you can let your brother do what he wants. We will stay here for a while to recuperate, and we'll go to Beijing before the new year. Mom, please keep an eye on your brother." Mrs. Shui also took her daughter's hand and said, "My son, I know what you said. Your brother is not the kind of person who doesn't know how to behave. He won't cause any trouble just for you. Going to Beijing to participate in this election is a big deal. If any relatives of the showgirls have committed a crime, they will be eliminated in the first round of inspection." Shui Pan has restrained himself a lot since his mother and sister decided to go to Beijing. Now that he has arrived in Mingzhou, Mrs. Shui has naturally told her son about it. So she is still relieved. Shui Pan, who was missed by his sister, did go to the bank in the city to exchange silver notes. The people at the bank checked the vouchers and seals he brought with him, and counted out the corresponding silver notes for him. Shui Pan came out with the silver notes. He saw that there was a gold building opposite the bank on the street. Mingzhou was famous for its pearls. So he thought about going in to see if there were any good things to buy for his mother and sister. The name of the gold building was Zinyaoxuan, and the word Jun was in the name. As soon as Shui Pan entered, he saw the bright luster of pearls. There were indeed many pearl jewelry in the building. The shopkeepers of such places are very discerning. When the shopkeeper Lao Feng saw Shui Pan's clothes, accessories, and the style of his body, he knew that he was a rich man. So he hurried forward to greet him and said, "Hello, sir. I wonder if you want anything. I can introduce it to you." Shui Pan looked around and said in a rough voice, "Take out the best things in your store. I think there is nothing good in the ones on display." The shopkeeper was not angry after being told this. Just continued to put on a smile and said, "Good eyesight, would you please go upstairs and take a look? To be honest, there are a lot of good things in the building recently. I am not bragging. Even the ladies in the palace love them very much." Shui Pan secretly complained that the old shopkeeper was really talking nonsense when he opened his mouth to talk about the ladies. There are no other ladies in the palace except a noble concubine. But he also knew that this was just a gimmick. There should be some better things upstairs, so he also went upstairs. On the second floor, the shopkeeper asked Shui Pan to sit down and asked someone to serve tea. Then he brought a few young men to get a few boxes in, opened them one by one, and asked Shui Pan to look at them. After looking at them one by one, Shui Pan actually saw a few good items. He pointed at 3 boxes and said, "These are the 3 items. Shopkeeper, please send them to the Sinan courtyard of Xinran Inn. Dogwang, go down and settle the bill." Shopkeeper Feng was so happy to see that the young man in front of him spent money generously and neatly that he couldn't stop smiling. He quickly refilled Shui Pan's tea and said, "Young master, please sit down for a while. I will pack your things and send them to you. You can rest here for a while." Shui Pan nodded indifferently. He was also nervous when he changed the silver just now. It would be nice to rest here now. So he said, "You go." When Shui Pan saw Dogwan coming back, he said, "Let's go. Let's find a good restaurant to have a meal before going back. I'll take you to a good place to relax in the evening." Dogwan winked at this and said, "I'm not lucky enough to find a good place. Don't be too careless. Be careful or your wife will scold you when you go back." Mrs. Shui kept watching her son closely for a while, and they were rushing all the way. Shui Pan was also very nervous. Now that he had a chance to relax, he was in a hurry. Shui Pan shook his sleeves. Go. Go. What do you want to do? Go and get the car ready for me." He led the group downstairs. Shui Pan was thinking about something when he bumped into someone. He was about to get angry, but when he saw the handsome man opposite him, he held back the nonsense he was about to say. He saw that the man was unsteady after being bumped by him, and it was shopkeeper Feng who followed behind him, who helped him to stabilize his body. He quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry. May I ask your name?" "Brother? I didn't pay attention and bumped into you. I have to apologize to you." Lin Jingyi came to pick up the jewelry for his wife today. Shopkeeper Feng naturally knew the young master of the Lin family, and he quickly invited him upstairs. Unexpectedly, Shui Pan happened to come down at this time, and the two bumped into each other. Seeing that it was not convenient to talk on the stairs, Manager Feng said quickly, "Why don't you two go upstairs to talk? This place is dangerous. Don't let anything happen again." Lin Jingyi was not happy to be bumped, but the person opposite apologized quickly, so he didn't plan to care about it. "No need. It's because I didn't pay attention. If you have anything to do, please go ahead. Shui Pan was a bit foolish. When he saw a beautiful person, whether it was a man or a woman, he always wanted to get close to her. However, he also knew that the young man who could go to the second floor of the Golden Building and be served by Manager Feng with a smile would not be an ordinary person. So he put away his thoughts, stepped back a few steps, and went upstairs to let the young man downstairs go up first. Thank you, brother. When people show me respect, I show them respect. Lin Jingyi saw that the people on the other side were polite and gave way to him. So he bowed after going upstairs. Then he followed Manager Feng to get his things. Seeing such a handsome man, Shui Pan no longer wanted to have fun at night. He took the people who went out today to a well-known restaurant to eat and drink and then returned to the inn. And Shui received the jewelry and banknotes sent by her son in the morning. Now it was dark when she saw her son coming back drunk. She asked Dagwang to help him back to the room. Take good care of him. Don't let him get drunk and get into trouble at night. Dagwang felt that it was difficult to report to the master after he drank so much. Seeing that the wife did not blame him, he was relieved. He quickly nodded and bowed and dragged the master back to the room. Bao Chai heard another round of ping-pong noises in the room next door when the light was on. She sighed, put down the book she was reading halfway, and called Inger over, saying, Go tell the store owner. Ask them to send another bowl of hangover soup. There is a lot of chaos over there, and I guess no one can take care of this. Inger also felt that her daughter was really thoughtful. I know. I'll do it right away. It's cold, so don't stand by the window. I've made the bed and put the hot water bottle in. Go and have a rest. The next day, Mrs. Shui received the reply from the palace and the letter from her niece Shifeng. She handed her children to her and handed the letter to Bao Chai. The queen sent me a message. We will come to the palace to see the emperor in 3 days. Phone girl also said that the queen allowed us to stay at her place for dinner that day. Shui Pan was a man from outside and was not allowed to see the emperor. The prince naturally would not have time to see him alone. So Mrs. Shui only told her son, Your sister and I will go to the palace that day. After you send us off, stay in the inn honestly, and don't go out to cause trouble. Shui Pan cried out in injustice when he heard it. Mom, you are biased. How could I cause trouble? I have been shrinking like a quail recently. How can I have time to cause trouble? That's the best. Mrs. Shui watched Bao Chai finish reading the letter, and no longer paid attention to her son. She just pulled her daughter to talk about what to wear, and what to wear when she entered the palace that day. Among the 12 beauties, Dayu and Bao Chai share a verdict, revealing their tragic fate. There is also a song called Lifelong Mistakes, which describes the previous alliance between wood and stone, and the marriage between gold and jade, which is the fate between Dayu, Bao Chai and the three of them. Lin Muyue had seen Dayu before, and knew that she would probably enjoy the love and happiness of her parents in this life. When she saw Bao Chai again today, she felt that things had changed. However, when she looked at the girl standing below, she felt that the girl in the red mansion was worthy of being born with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Dayu's extraordinary appearance was beyond words. When she saw Bao Chai today, she felt that she had fair skin and outstanding appearance, and her manners were well behaved. So she liked her.